You've been given a death sentence for liver cancer. You have only 1 month left. Yet you smile, because just a moment ago, your cells treated the cancer cells like a buffet and began devouring them voraciously, evolving in the process. The excruciating pain recedes like a tide, replaced by a tingling, warm sensation. You open your eyes wide, and a pale blue light screen suddenly appears right before you. Name: Sheen. Hunger, Constitution, 8. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the cancer and evolved the passive skills cellular regeneration LV2. The cancer cells in your abdomen have actually become the first fuel for your evolution. From today on, the more you suffer, the stronger you'll become. Go home and eat some good food. And if you have any unfinished wishes, go ahead and fulfill them while you still can. The smell of disinfectant filled by Jing's hospital room. Sheen leaned against the hospital bed, taking the medical report handed to him by the doctor, his mind a haze. He looked down and saw the 4 large characters "Advanced liver cancer" clearly printed on the report. You probably have about a month left. The doctor couldn't bear to look any longer at the haggard, dazed expression on the young man's face. After sighing quietly to himself, he turned and walked away, leaving Sheen sitting alone in the intensive care unit. Am I going to die? Sheen set down the medical report. The excruciating pain in his abdomen made his whole body tremble, and he instinctively curled up into a ball. At that moment, his heart was filled with bitterness. Just a few days ago, he had been eating hot pot and singing songs with friends. He never imagined that upon waking up, he would find himself transported to this parallel world, which bore a striking resemblance to his previous life. For Sheen, who frequently read online novels, the concept of being transported to another world wasn't hard to accept. In fact, he had been excited for quite a while after first realizing it. However, once he got a handle on his situation, his excitement quickly faded. According to the memories provided by the original host, 100 years ago, mana suddenly reawakened in this world. Numerous secret realms emerged and gradually merged with Blue Star, causing its surface area to expand dozens of times over. As a result, a vast number of plants and animals mutated into ferocious beasts. In addition, alien races have been emerging one after another from the secret realms, killing anyone they encounter, seemingly intent on devouring humanity, with absolutely no desire for peaceful coexistence. Consequently, a war erupted between the human race of Blue Star and these alien races and ferocious beasts. It has raged for a century and remains deadlocked to this day. Human technological weapons are effective against the alien races and ferocious beasts, but their numbers are limited. As the war escalated, the alien races emerging from the secret realm became increasingly terrifying. Some beings could even withstand strategic-level nuclear bombs with their bare bodies and emerge unscathed. Faced with this crisis, human scientists decisively shifted their approach, dispatching expedition teams to infiltrate the secret realm. After decades of dedicated effort, they finally deciphered several of the alien race's systems for becoming stronger and, building on this foundation, developed a cultivation system suitable for humans. Martialist, Martial Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Mountain Sea Stage, King Stage. Generation after generation, through relentless trials and sacrifices, they carved out a path of high martial arts for the human race with their blood and tears, giving humanity hope to stand against the myriad races of the secret realm. Unfortunately, none of this had anything to do with Sheen. Perhaps his luck had hit rock bottom. This body, bearing the same name as him, didn't just have poor martial aptitude, it had none at all. He couldn't even cultivate 5-card blood chi to reach the entry level, let alone get into a martial arts university. On top of that, he struggled to understand his schoolwork. At just 18 years old, he ended up working in a factory for 3 years, where he literally worked himself into developing liver cancer. With no parents, no car, and no home, his last remaining savings had all been spent on medical treatment. What kind of divine punishment was this to start with? What a nightmare. He'd have been better off never crossing over in the first place. The cramping in his abdomen had temporarily subsided. Sheen licked his parched lips, struggled to climb out of the hospital bed, and prepared to check out so he could go home and wait to die. He no longer had the money to stay in the hospital. After a lot of hassle, an increasingly weakened Sheen finally made it back to his dim, cramped rental apartment just before collapsing. Cough, cough, cough. Lying flat on the wooden bed, Sheen coughed violently, as if he were about to cough up his very soul. The cancer cells, spreading like wildfire, were destroying his body and sapping his will to live. Damn it, I finally managed to cross over, only to die without experiencing a thing. Can't I get another chance to cross over? Let me cultivate an invincible physique, the kind that could shatter a star with a single punch, let alone cancer. Recalling the online novels he'd read in his past life, he muttered in resignation. Just then, something unexpected happened. The dark ceiling before Sheen's eyes suddenly flickered, and immediately afterward, a light screen resembling a projection abruptly appeared. Name, Sheen Dying. Race, planetary level human. Strength, 2, the average for all 4 attributes of an ordinary adult human is 5. Constitution, 1. Agility, 2. Mental, 3. Talent, adaptive evolution. Skills, none. Combat rating, not even as good as the stray dogs in the alley downstairs. He might drop dead after running just a few steps. Is this a digitized personal stats panel? Has my golden finger finally kicked in? Sheen's heart leapt with joy, but his spirits quickly sank again. Judging by his 4 attributes, having been tormented by cancer for so long, he truly didn't have long to live. His constitution, which symbolized vitality and resilience, was down to just 1 point. At a time like this, was awakening a golden finger even useful? Sheen forced himself to stay focused, concentrating on the talent column, and fell deep in thought as he stared at the term adaptive evolution. What does this talent mean? Can my cells adapt to environmental changes and evolve accordingly? He forced himself to calm down and think, but the agonizing pain from his illness struck again. The soul-shredding agony contorted his features into a grimace, and his mind descended into chaos. Cancer torments a person not only physically but also mentally, leaving no room for peace. The fact that Sheen still had 3 points of mental stamina left could definitely be considered optimistic, cheerful, and a sign of an excellent mindset. In my last life, I suffered from the 996 work grind. In this one, I'm suffering from illness. Can't life just be a little happier and easier? Ugh, I wish I were a masochist. With this much pain, I'd probably be enjoying it so much I'd be rolling my eyes back in ecstasy. Sweat soaked the sheets as Sheen gritted his teeth and forced a few sarcastic remarks out of his throat. But venting didn't make him feel any better. Under the horrific pain, his consciousness slowly faded, and he finally passed out. As time ticked by, in a daze, he sensed that the pain in his body seemed to be gradually subsiding. In the pitch-black darkness, 2 lines of white text appeared, etching themselves into his mind. Your cells have successfully adapted to cancer, evolving the passive skill cellular regeneration LV2. Your nerve cells have successfully adapted to level 7 pain, evolving the passive skill pain resistance LV3. Cellular adaptive evolution. So that's what it means? The pain emanating from his body finally dissipated, replaced by a tingling sensation as if countless flesh buds were wriggling and intertwining inside him. Sheen's consciousness returned to his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Ha, ha. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, and a feeling of waking from a deep sleep washed over him. Did I actually survive? He looked down at his body. All the pain caused by the cancer seemed to have vanished. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, leaving him incredibly light and at ease. With a thought, his personal panel popped up and remained fixed before his eyes. Name, Sheen Hunger. Race, planetary class human 2%. Strength, 3. Constitution, 8. Agility, 3. Spirit, 6. Talent, adaptive evolution. Skills, cellular regeneration LV2, pain resistance LV3. Combat rating, possesses physical recovery abilities comparable to a level 2 martialist unafraid of pain, but with weak combat prowess, making him prime backup food for ferocious beasts. I've really adapted to the cancer. And by adapting to the cancer and the pain, I've even evolved 2 passive skills. Sheen noticed that the label next to his name had changed from dying to hungry. It seemed this label indicated his current status. Furthermore, of the 2 passive skills evolved from his cells, cellular regeneration should have significantly boosted his constitution attribute, while pain resistance boosted his spirit attribute. As for the increases in strength and agility, it's possible they were also brought about by cellular regeneration, or perhaps it was simply that the cancer issue had been resolved, and his physical body was beginning to return to the attributes of a normal person. What an incredible talent! Although the evaluation on his personal panel was sarcastic, the fact that his recovery ability could be compared to that of a second-tier martialist was something he had never even dared to imagine before. In any case, it's so good to be alive. Sheen let out a long sigh and rubbed his sunken stomach as an overwhelming sense of hunger washed over him. The energy stored within his body had likely been used up for recovery. He now looked as if his life force had been completely drained, resembling a mummy. He quickly rolled off the bed, intending to head to the kitchen to whip up something to eat, but he stopped after taking just a few steps. My cells can gradually adapt to cancer and illness, and evolve corresponding abilities. So if I endure without eating or drinking, enduring hunger and thirst, could I also activate these abilities? With that thought, Sheen forced himself to suppress his craving for food and water, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest. Gurgle, gurgle. The hunger in his stomach grew stronger and stronger, and his parched throat felt as if it were about to catch fire. But for Sheen, who had endured the torment of cancer, these sensations were nothing. He could bear them. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As time passed, something strange happened. Not only did his hunger and thirst fail to increase, but they actually gradually subsided, eventually stabilizing at a barely noticeable level. Just then, 2 lines of white text visible only to him appeared before his eyes once more. Your cells have successfully adapted to low energy intake and evolved a passive skill energy conservation LV1. Your cells have successfully adapted to dehydration and evolved the passive skill water conservation LV1. It really worked. Seeing that the experiment had succeeded, Sheen decided to press on and continue starving himself. He lay sprawled on the sofa like an animal in hibernation, his body's metabolic rate plummeting as he passively entered energy-saving and water conservation mode. In this state, his need for food and water was reduced by more than half. While an average person must eat once every 3 days and drink water once a day, for him, these intervals were extended to 10 days and 5 days, respectively. However, after going without food for more than 24 hours, his energy conservation and water conservation did not advance to level 2. Instead, his body, still recovering from a serious illness, was severely depleted, and his 4 basic attributes began to gradually decrease. It seems adaptive evolution has its limits. If I die before my cellular evolution is complete, it's all over. Something's not right with my body right now. I can't keep pushing myself like this. Sheen knew when to call it quits. Staggering, he propped himself up, took the last 2 nutrition supplements from the fridge, and swallowed them. Since he spent all his savings on the hospital, he was now penniless and couldn't even afford regular food. He had no choice but to rely on the cheapest nutritional supplements. These black, jelly-like supplements tasted somewhat like plastic and had a sticky, cloying texture, an experience best described as indescribable. Fortunately, they were rich in various nutrients and provided enough to satisfy an average adult's meal. After downing the 2 nutritional supplements, although he didn't feel particularly full, Sheen clearly felt much better, and his body regained its vitality. Immediately afterward, he turned on the faucet and, without caring whether the tap water was clean, aimed it at his mouth and gulped it down until he was satisfied. Phew, I'm fully back to life. Feeling the vitality return to his body, Sheen felt a sense of relief at having survived such a close call. There was an old saying from his past life that when something like this, the poor rely on mutations, the rich rely on technology. In this high martial arts world where mana was resurging, if a rich person contracted cancer, there would be 10,000 kinds of miraculous elixirs from secret realms to treat it. But for a lowly scum like him with no martial arts talent and no connections, he could only wait silently for death, with no one even to collect his body afterward. Thankfully, he had mutated. Although he wasn't sure what the suddenly appearing personal panel and his new talent were all about, Sheen knew he now had a chance to survive in this world. And a chance to live well, at that. After a brief rest, Sheen opened his personal panel again. Glancing over, he saw that his stats had changed once more. Strength and agility had risen to 4 points, constitution remained unchanged, but mental power had jumped to 8 points. Based on the brief information he received when he acquired the personal panel, the Constitution attribute represented physical strength and resilience, strength represented power and blood chi, agility represented movement speed and reaction time, dynamic vision and mental power pertained to the mysterious realm of the soul. Perhaps, once developed, it would resemble the divine soul or divine consciousness described in the Xianxia novels of his past life. The two passives he acquired yesterday, energy conservation and stamina conservation by abstaining from food and drink, had slightly boosted his mental attribute. It seems that even without martial talent, I can strengthen both my body and mind through continuous evolution, growing infinitely stronger to the point of rivaling those renowned martialists. In other words, why the hell should I even bother practicing martial arts? I might as well just abuse my body. As long as I don't kill myself, I'll keep getting stronger. Glancing around, Shin's gaze settled on the gas stove in the kitchen. Click. He turned on the gas stove, and a ring of pale blue flame rose up, giving off heat. Staring at the flame hesitantly for a moment, Shin gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and reached out, exposing his skin to the flames to roast it, moving it back and forth and turning it over like a skewer. At temperatures of 200 or 300 degrees, his fair skin turned bright red in an instant, then gradually charred black, and the kitchen filled with the foul smell of denatured protein. The pain of this process was roughly equivalent to that of cancer, but thanks to the boost from pain resistance LV3, it was significantly reduced and he could mostly endure it. After about 8 minutes of roasting, Shin's right hand had already lost all sensation, and the surface of his entire arm was coated with a layer of ash that looked as if it would scatter at the slightest breeze. Just then, a surge of vital energy erupted from within Shin, converging on his charred right hand. The layer of ash cracked and flaked off piece by piece, like an eggshell, revealing fresh, pale skin beneath. Your cells have successfully adapted to the scorching flames, evolving the passive skill High Temperature Fire Resistance LV1. With high temperature resistance, the flames from the gas stove could no longer harm Shin. Touching the flames with his body felt only warm and comfortable. Shin deliberately tested all 4 limbs over the fire and finally concluded that, for the purposes of evolution, cells are treated as a unified whole. Even though only his right hand had been burned by the high temperature, the resulting evolution was inherited by every cell in his entire body. Wow! If this keeps up, won't my future self be able to evolve thousands upon thousands of passive skills, physical and magical immunity, and forge an invincible body? Although this process is practically self-mutilation, upon carefully reflecting on the experience of being burned earlier, Shin found himself strangely savoring a sense of exhilaration. Could it be that I've awakened some strange ability? No, it must be because I know that pain is always followed by gains and improvement, and with the boost from pain resistance, I've actually become less averse to pain. It's just like studying, many people dislike it because putting in the effort doesn't guarantee results, and even when there are results, they aren't always satisfactory enough. If someone told you that studying hard would guarantee admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, the number of people studying hard would definitely skyrocket. Too bad heat resistance doesn't boost my stats. He glanced at his character panel. None of his 4 stats had changed. Shin didn't lose heart. There are many ways to inflict suffering on oneself in this world, and playing with fire is just one of them. He turned and walked out of the kitchen into the bathroom. Without a word, he filled the sink with water and then plunged his head in with a splash. The oxygen stored in his lungs was depleted in an instant. His face turned bright red as his body entered a state of hypoxia. 10 minutes into the self-induced drowning, just as Shin's vision was going dark and his consciousness was fading, his cell's adaptive evolution was finally complete. Your cells have successfully adapted to an oxygen-deprived environment, evolving the passive skill Anaerobic Tolerance LV1. Splash! Shin suddenly surfaced from the sink, gasping for air. I didn't evolve the ability to breathe underwater after all. Does that mean I have to try gulping water from the sink to breathe? He looked at his character panel, puzzled. Immediately, he tried again, opening his mouth to breathe while drowning. However, he remained submerged for over an hour, until he was dizzy and disoriented, yet he still didn't evolve underwater breathing. Instead, his anaerobic tolerance had risen to LV2. Alright, looks like that's not how underwater breathing is evolved. Anaerobic tolerance LV1 lets me hold my breath for an hour, LV2 is about 3 hours. In that case, if I raise my anaerobic tolerance to LV99, it'll probably be no different from underwater breathing or even better, and I'll be able to adapt to other oxygen-deprived environments like a vacuum. Sheen nodded contentedly, ready to move on to the next experiment. But just then, a familiar pang of hunger struck, suddenly still intense despite being dampened by energy conservation LV1. Wait a minute. Could it be that cellular evolution consumes energy and that this energy comes from eating? Sheen froze for a moment, then looked helplessly at the empty refrigerator, his expression growing somber. He had no money left to buy food. Personal panels and evolutionary talents were unscientific concepts to begin with. He thought he could do as he pleased and evolve at will. He never expected it to be so scientific. As his gaze wandered, he suddenly looked at the worn-out second-hand leather sofa in his living room and fell deep in thought. A bold idea suddenly crossed his mind. On the outskirts of the city, by Sean Apartments, room 321. Sunlight streamed through the thin curtains, brightening the otherwise dim room by a third. Creak, creak. Sheen slumped on the leather sofa, which was so tattered it looked as if a dog had chewed on it. His face was expressionless as he chewed something voraciously, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. It doesn't really hurt that much, it's just hard to chew. He forced himself to swallow the foreign object despite the discomfort, then spat out a broken front tooth. Ignoring the cramping pain in his stomach, he opened his mouth where nearly all his teeth were gone and bit down on the leather sofa, tearing off another piece of hide, which he put in his mouth and swallowed. That's right, this unsightly sofa hadn't been chewed by a dog, it had been chewed by him. Since he'd been blessed with such a powerful gift, he naturally had to make good use of it. Sheen couldn't afford food right now, so he had no choice but to find another way, training himself to eat other things to stave off hunger. The leather sofa at home was a pretty good option. A young man sat alone in a bare-walled room, lost in thought as he chewed on the sofa and coughed up blood, a scene that looked downright absurd and eerie. But to Sheen, none of this mattered. After teetering on the brink of death from cancer, he had sworn never again to find himself in a situation where he was powerless to do anything but wait to die. In this high martial arts world rife with danger, the simplest way to survive is to get stronger at all costs. If you aren't ruthless with yourself, life will be even more ruthless to you in the future. Your cells have successfully adapted to hard objects. You have evolved the passive skill Tough Mouth LV1. Your digestive system has successfully adapted to foreign objects. You have evolved the passive skill Iron Stomach LV1. After 3 episodes of gastric bleeding and having all his teeth shattered, his adaptive evolution was finally a success. Tough Mouth enhanced Sheen's bite force and the hardness of his teeth, while Iron Stomach ensured he could digest all sorts of strange substances that ordinary people couldn't, allowing him to gain energy. Next up, a leather sofa would serve as food enough to last him 2 days. With these skills, Sheen felt he could even survive in the wilderness without any special techniques. He'd live more comfortably than Bear Grylls from his past life. The food problem is temporarily solved. Next, I should continue developing cellular evolution. He stood up, pulled back the curtains, felt the sunlight streaming in, and stretched comfortably. Come to think of it, it would be great if he could evolve photosynthesis like plants do. Then he'd never have to worry about energy again, he could just stay at home, quietly leveling up until he became invincible. Too bad adaptive evolution isn't something you can control. Limited by his energy intake, Sheen had to plan his future evolution priorities carefully. Passive skills like energy conservation and efficiency could be given lower priority. He must focus first on combat power and practical skills to boost his strength, so he can go out and secure food. Ring ring. Suddenly, a phone ringtone interrupted Sheen's train of thought. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and saw the contact labeled, creditor. Creditor? It seems the original owner of this body took out a high-interest loan of $200,000 to pay for medical treatment. Based on the interest rate in that contract, after 2 months, I'd probably owe $500,000? The familiar label stirred memories deep within Sheen's mind. He looked slightly startled as he answered the call. To his surprise, the voice on the other end wasn't the harsh tone of a debt collector, but rather sounded somewhat soft and gentle. Hello, Mr. Sheen. Based on our company's assessment, you are currently unable to repay the debt. Our staff will visit your residence shortly to discuss alternative repayment options. Please stay sober, stay at home, and don't die prematurely. Beep, beep. Without giving Chin a chance to speak, the call was abruptly hung up after those polite words which sounded more like an order were delivered. This loan shark company didn't seem the least bit worried that Chin might try to evade his debt. They had detailed information on him and knew he had cancer and didn't have long to live. It was just unclear what the alternative repayment plan mentioned on the phone actually entailed. In his current state, penniless and destitute, there was no way he could ever pay back $500,000, was there? Scratching his head, Chin decided to stay home and wait and see. He had to find a way to pay back this money, even if it was a loan shark. He'd treat it as settling the karmic debt of his past life. No matter what the future holds, getting stronger first can't be a mistake. Opening the window, Chin leaned over to look down at the ground, and a sudden idea struck him. Third floor, 10 meters according to the information he'd found online. As long as he didn't land headfirst, it would be hard to die instantly. Besides, he had an 8 in constitution, far higher than the average person. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the White Shirt Apartments, room 102. Ugh, I have to go to the office early today. The 5 a.m. alarm rang on time. A young woman with disheveled hair and sleepy eyes climbed out of bed. Squinting, she went through her morning routine as if in a daze, then slipped into the classic business attire of a working woman and headed toward the apartment entrance. Located on the outskirts of the city, this apartment complex was affordable and well served by public transportation, making it a good place to live for many ordinary workers. Wang Yueling was one of them. However, compared to the miserable workers at the bottom of the ladder, her martial arts talent was quite good. If she saved up for a few more years, her savings would likely be enough to buy a few first-tier spiritual herbs and elixirs, allowing her to officially begin her training and become a first-rank martialist. Once she became a martialist, even the weakest first-rank martialist, her social status and job prospects would be incomparable to those of ordinary people. Such is the reality of a society where martial prowess is revered. The hallway was utterly silent even among working-class people, very few left for work at 5 in the morning. Arriving at the apartment entrance, she gazed out at the lush green lawn beyond, took a deep breath, and silently encouraged herself to stay positive. Martial geniuses train diligently, and working-class people work hard. We all have a bright future. With that, she took a step forward, but just as she was about to move, she saw a dark figure plummet from the sky and crash violently onto the concrete not far in front of her. Boom! In an instant, blood spattered everywhere, splattering Wang Yueling's face. Her expression froze, and she froze in her tracks. Staring intently, she saw a familiar figure lying face down on the ground, bloodied and mangled, with shattered bones, looking like a pool of blood-red pulp. Wang Yueling's pupils suddenly contracted. She was completely stunned. This man, she recognized him. A delicate face, chiseled and symmetrical features, even blood and injuries couldn't hide his handsomeness. Wasn't he this Chin, the guy who lived on the 3rd floor? How did he fall? Am I still half asleep? After a few minutes of stunned silence, Wang Yueling looked at Chin, who looked like a corpse, and frantically fumbled for her phone, desperate to call an ambulance. Chin, hang in there. I'll call an ambulance right away, don't die on me. As an ordinary person witnessing this terrifying scene, Wang Yueling's hands were shaking. But the next faint voice coming from the ground scared her so much that she dropped her phone, which fell to the floor. Don't call an ambulance. I'm fine, it's no big deal. Wang Yueling's face was etched with terror as she looked around, but saw no one nearby. At the moment, it seemed there were only the two of them, her and Chin, on the ground. A corpse was talking? You're in such a bad state, and you still say it's no big deal? Under her stunned gaze, Chin's flattened body suddenly began to writhe and swell. His shattered bones and organs began to regenerate in just 10 minutes, his injuries had healed by more than half. To be honest, it was only 10 meters. With his natural regenerative abilities and cellular adaptive evolution, a mere fatal wound was nothing. Chin brushed off the bloodstains and dust from his clothes and looked at the frightened Wang Yueling, offering an embarrassed, sheepish smile. I'm really fine. No need to make such a fuss, I was just working out. Sorry I scared you. Are you hurt? He asked with genuine concern. He figured that since it was 5 in the morning and there were hardly any people around, jumping down wouldn't bother anyone, so he decided to give it a try, but he expected Wang Yueling to have come to work early. Fortunately, he made a point of jumping with a bit more force, landing 2 or 3 meters away from the main road, so he hadn't hit anyone. You call that working out? At that moment, Wang Yueling couldn't even begin to describe how she felt. First thing in the morning, she'd seen an acquaintance fall from the sky right in front of her, looking as if he'd been through a gruesome ordeal, only to come back to life as if nothing had happened, and then ask her if she was hurt. Am I the kind of person who goes around doing freefall stunts? Sure enough, I'm still half asleep. After repeatedly assuring her he was fine and bouncing around energetically right in front of Wang Yueling for a while, she finally put her mind at ease and headed off to work, her head still full of question marks. Sheen watched her walk away, a flicker of delight and surprise flashing in his eyes. That 10-meter free fall really worked. Another successful evolution. Your cells have successfully adapted to intense impact forces. You have evolved the passive skill shock resistance LV1. Your bones have successfully adapted to crushing blows. You have evolved the passive skill iron bones LV1. Passive talents of the same type detected. Skill shock resistance and iron bones have been automatically fused. You have acquired the passive skill copper skin, iron bones LV1. Passive skills of the same type can actually fuse? This is a pleasant surprise. Sheen clenched his right fist and tentatively punched his own abdomen. He immediately realized that his fist felt as if it had struck a hard metal object, causing a dull ache, while his abdomen remained completely unharmed. It felt no different than being tickled. My defense has improved significantly. He walked toward his rented apartment, opening his personal panel as he went. Name, Sheen. Race, planetary class human 3%. Strength, 4. Constitution, 10. Agility, 4. Spirit, 6. Talent, adaptive evolution. Skills, cellular regeneration LV2, pain resistance LV3, iron skin and bone LV1. Combat evaluation, tough as nails. Even a level 1 martialist attacking at full strength can't kill you. You're pain resistant and have strong regenerative abilities. I'd call you an indestructible human cockroach. My strength and agility haven't returned to normal human levels yet, but my constitution is already close to that of a level 2 martialist. Sheen nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the race column. The number in parentheses next to planetary level human seemed to indicate the evolution level. It hadn't been displayed at first, then changed to 2%, and now it was 3%. Once it reaches 100%, will he evolve into an even stronger human? He had no way of knowing. There were still too many unknowns right now. He'd just have to take it one step at a time. Back in his rundown rental apartment, Sheen took a couple more bites of the genuine leather sofa to stave off hunger, pondering how to evolve next. He picked up his phone from the nightstand, intending to look up more ways to get stronger or risk his life, but suddenly noticed that someone had sent him a text message early on. Sender, Chen. Seeing that name, Sheen's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a strange stir within him. This Chen was his best friend. Both were orphans who had grown up together at the Yuhang orphanage, supporting each other through thick and thin. After learning that Sheen had cancer, Chen had scrambled to borrow money, taking on over 100,000 in debt on his behalf. Chen, brother E, don't worry. Don't give up under any circumstances. I've already become an entry-level martialist, and I'll definitely find a way to save you. Seeing these two text messages, Sheen's heart grew heavy, and for a moment, he was speechless. Although he was a transmigrator, he had acquired all the memories of his original host and taken on the original's karma, allowing him to empathize just as deeply as the original would have. He knew that Chen's talent for martial arts far surpassed his own. He'd have no trouble becoming a full-fledged martialist, but he'd wasted precious time borrowing money to pay for Chen's medical treatment. Sighing, Sheen quickly typed a reply, I've already found a solution to my illness. Just focus on your training, don't worry about me. After sending the message, he waited a few minutes but received no reply from Chen. Maybe he's busy training? Sheen scratched his head, thinking he should first find a way to make money to pay off his and Chen's debts and, while he was at it, ensure they had enough food. After all, adaptive evolution requires food to replenish energy. With my innate ability, what is the fastest way to make money? Sheen fell deep in thought. As he was thinking, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Who would be coming to see me at this hour? Sheen furrowed his brow. The place was filthy and smelly. Wu Jiming stood in front of the wooden door with a look of disgust on his face. While waiting for the owner to open the door, he complained to the person beside him, "Why did they pick me for such a lousy job? I'm a second-rank martialist, after all. Is it really necessary to call me in for a mere sick ordinary person?" Standing beside Wu Jiming, a young doctor in a white coat holding a briefcase said nothing, merely shaking his head. Such were the rules of the God Society. To be on the safe side, even when collecting a debt from an ordinary person, a martialist had to lead the team. That's right, the two of them were there to collect a debt. Earlier, over the phone, someone from the God Society had already notified Sheen, telling him to be prepared to receive the debt collectors. Creak. The wooden door slowly swung open, and Sheen stepped out. As soon as he saw Wu Jiming and the young doctor before he could even speak, Wu Jiming waved his hand impatiently, looking down on Sheen with a slight smirk. "We're here to collect a debt," he said. "You owe the God Society 500,000 and Haven Tea paid it back. Today's the day to settle up. Of course, we know you don't have the money, so you can repay the debt in another form." As he spoke, Wu Jiming gave a subtle nod. The young doctor immediately understood, opened his briefcase, and a chill swept out as 3 gleaming scalpels were laid out on top. "Your cancer cells Haven Tea spread to your kidneys yet? 2 kidneys for 500,000, that's a fair deal." The young doctor put on plastic gloves, paying no heed to whether Sheen agreed or not. He picked up the scalpels, walked into the room, and pointed at Sheen's bed. "Let us do the surgery right here, it's clean." Sheen said nothing, staring thoughtfully at the doctor and the scalpel in his hand. Seeing him like this, Wu Jiming thought he'd been scared stiff and chuckled, "Stop standing there like that. A martialist's time is precious, let us get on with the surgery. You aren't thinking of running away, are you?" Wu Jiming narrowed his eyes, his gaze radiating danger, like a leopard that had spotted its prey. As a second dan martialist, he possessed 20-card blood chi and a punch with 300 kilograms of force. A single blow could shatter bones, and an ordinary person would be utterly powerless to resist. Furthermore, his running speed reached 12 ms, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. Even if Sheen ran for his life, he wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. But to his surprise, the gravely ill young man before him shook his head, walked straight over to the young doctor, and pulled a scalpel from his medical bag. "What's the point? You don't really think a scalpel will let you beat me, do you?" Wu Jiming was amused by Sheen's actions. But in the next second, his expression changed abruptly, and his smile froze on his face. Under their watchful eyes, Sheen didn't use the scalpel to fight back. Instead, he thrust it forcefully into his own side, slicing open a small wound. Blood spurted out, pooling on the floor. Despite the wound, Sheen remained completely unfazed. He calmly set down the scalpel, raised his right hand, inserted it into the wound, and began feeling around inside himself. Before long, Sheen found what he was looking for. With a rip, he pulled out a fresh kidney and handed it to the stunned doctor standing before him. "Young doctor, don't just stand there. While it's still fresh, hurry up and store it," Sheen reminded him with a smile. After speaking, he turned to Wu Jiming, who was standing in the doorway, and explained apologetically. "You two are my creditors, how could I possibly let you do the work? A minor task like organ harvesting, I can handle it myself. Just wait a moment, the second kidney is coming right up." As he spoke, Sheen made another incision at his waist, reached inside, and extracted a second kidney. The kidney was so fresh that the blood vessels on it were still pulsing. With both kidneys removed, he seemed to still be in the mood for more. He asked the young doctor sheepishly, 2 kidneys for 500,000, do you still want them?" "Don't worry, I've got plenty more here." Silence. Dead silence. Wu Jiming and the young doctor had been members of the God Society for so many years and had collected debts so many times that they thought nothing could shock them anymore, but this time, they were still stunned. How the hell could someone be this ruthless? What kind of ruthless person would stab themselves twice in front of others, rip out their own kidneys while still alive, and sell them? And with no limit on the quantity? As a martialist, Wu Jiming knew full well that regenerating organs was something only a low-level martial master could accomplish. The intel was wrong. The youth before him was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He appeared to be a gravely ill ordinary person, but in reality, he was at the martial master realm? Wu Jiming hurriedly suppressed his killing intent. In the presence of a martial master, he, a second-rank martialist, was nothing. He paused to choose his words carefully, put on a fawning smile, and said cautiously, "I'm not sure what you mean." One must break through to the 9th-rank martialist to become a low-tier martial master. In a Earth-class city, a martial master is an absolutely revered figure. Even the governor of Yuhang would have to put on a friendly face if he encountered one. Although martial masters possessed the ability to regenerate organs, he had never seen one actually sell their own organs. Could the man standing before him possibly be pulling their leg? Wang Jiming was terrified, silently cursing his bad luck to run into a martial master on just any random mission. "I don't mean anything by it." Qin toyed with his scalpel, his expression serious. "I'm really short on money and want to sell my organs to you on a long-term basis. Don't worry, aside from my heart and brain, I can provide any organ you need." In the course of their brief conversation, the young doctor noticed that the 2 wounds on Qin's waist had quietly healed, leaving not even a scar. With that kind of healing ability, he is definitely a martial master, no doubt about it. Wu Jiming and the young doctor felt a chill run down their spines. They glanced at Qin's bloodstained, tattered outer garment and, without a word, smiled and agreed to the deal. "No problem at all. A long-term partnership with you would be a great thing." No sooner had the words left his mouth than, right in front of them, Qin extracted several more healthy organs and sold them to the pair. The transaction was completed on the spot, and he effortlessly pocketed 1 million. Since all the energy in his body had been used for evolution, Qin soon grew hungry. So he casually tore off a piece of genuine leather from the sofa, popped it into his mouth, and chewed it with obvious relish. Wu Jiming's gaze toward him had turned strange. What kind of monster is this? With the transaction complete, he and the young doctor didn't dare linger for a moment and ran off without stopping. Watching their hurried retreat, Qin couldn't help but marvel they were truly 2 good Samaritans who'd come to his rescue in his hour of need. Selling my own organs not only makes money but also helps me evolve. It's a perfect fit for my situation. Qin opened his personal panel. The act of just now harvesting his own organs had caused him to evolve 2 more passive skills. They were blood generation LV1 and organ regeneration LV1. These 2 skills fused with cell proliferation and regeneration LV2 to become physical regeneration LV1. That debt collector was clearly a martialist too, but after I demonstrated organ regeneration, he suddenly became so respectful. Did he mistake me for some high-level martialist? Qin wasn't a fool. He naturally noticed the change in Wu Jiming's attitude. As an ordinary person with no talent for martial arts, he had always lacked a detailed understanding of the martial arts. Now he needed to find an opportunity to learn more. He would only encounter more and more martialists in the future. After washing the bloodstains off in the bathroom and changing into a clean set of clothes, Qin prepared to head out to buy some supplies. With 1 million in savings, he felt confident about taking on anything. Meanwhile, Wu Jiming and the young doctor, who had fled in a panic from the white shirt apartment, finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Qin hadn't come after them. They walked into a bar called Wushing, went up to the bar, snatched a glass of liquor, and downed it in one gulp. "Why are you so angry? Did you fail to collect the debt? Did that Qin die before you could?" In front of him, a bartender in a white shirt took the briefcase handed to him by the young doctor, smiling warmly. "Collecting a debt?" Wu Jiming spat out in exasperation and snapped, "What kind of lousy investigation did you run? You didn't even figure out that the guy was a martial master. You almost got us both killed." The bartender froze for a moment, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "Martial master? You mean that Qin is a martial master?" Wu Jiming downed another glass of liquor and nodded. "That's right. He can regenerate his organs." He gave a rough account of what he'd seen and heard on this trip. As the bartender listened, his astonishment grew, and he couldn't help but interrupt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I personally looked into China's background from his birth to his cancer diagnosis, and there wasn't a single issue. He is just an ordinary person. The bar fell silent for a moment. The bartender set down the cocktail glass he was holding, his brow furrowed. If you're not lying, then there is only one possibility. This man must have had some extraordinary encounter in the past month that suddenly turned him into a martial master. Wu Jiming was startled. To go from an ordinary person to a martial master in just 1 month, that would require at least a C-rank spiritual object or a second-tier spiritual plant, wouldn't it? Stories of rags to riches transformations weren't unheard of since the revival of mana. Many spiritual objects found in secret realms possessed such effects and were incredibly precious. Take a C-rank spiritual object, for example. Its price starts at 10 million at the very least, and even then, it's often unavailable on the market. If a second-tier spiritual plant could yield seeds, its price might be even higher. A flash of uncontrollable greed crossed Wu Jiming's face, but he quickly deflated. The competition for C-class spiritual objects was not something he, a second-tier martialist, could participate in. You handled this very well. For now, keep Qin in the dark. Don't let the news get out. The bartender licked his lips. I'll report this to the organization's higher-ups and have someone come to handle it. When the time comes, if we make a profit, I won't shortchange you. The God Society has been entrenched in Jiangnan province for 4 or 5 decades. With members stationed in major urban areas including Yuhang City, its influence is vast, and its network is intricate and far-reaching. From loan sharking to arson and murder, the God Society does it all, and on a massive scale. A mere teenager who stumbled into the martial arts world by sheer luck wasn't even worth their attention. With just a few simple words, they sealed China's fate. Possession of such a treasure is a crime. A Class C spiritual object, it's not something a good-for-nothing without even martial arts aptitude should possess. The bartender swirled the shaker. When the liquors were thoroughly mixed, he stopped his motion and forcefully popped the lid open. Pop! The crimson liquor filled the wine glass to the brim. This drink was called desire. White clouds drifted across the sky, and a few warm rays of sunlight spread across the earth. On the wide road, the occasional passerby walked by. It wasn't crowded. Qin lived in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang City. The environment here was quite nice, and there weren't many people. It was a top choice for the less affluent. It was currently 9:30 in the morning. After the organ deal with the God Society, he had obtained a massive sum enough to buy a batch of supplies and develop his abilities at a steady pace. Walking to the end of the street, he found a supermarket just around the corner. Unlike a century ago, supermarkets after the revival of mana not only sold ordinary food but also some non-ranked spiritual fruits, allowing ordinary people to indulge their cravings. These spirit plants, which don't even qualify as first tier, are quite unique. Many varieties offer health benefits to the human body. The Human Alliance spent decades researching them and finally cataloged over 1,000 common, edible varieties. For example, right outside the supermarket today, there is a sign advertising purple bamboo fruit and snow fruit on special sale, 1 fruit for 1,000 yuan. What a ripoff! These second-rate spirit fruits are everywhere on the very outskirts of the secret realm. You can pick thousands of them in a single go, and reselling them in the city is even more profitable than speculating on real estate. Since Chen practiced martial arts, Qin had a basic understanding of certain martial arts knowledge. Back when he was poor, he fantasized about venturing into the secret realm to try his luck picking fruits to sell. Unfortunately, he was too afraid of dying to actually go in. The secret realm closest to Yuhang is the Xiantian secret realm, classified by the Spirit Suppression Bureau as a D-level secret realm. Entry requires at least a first-tier martialist, while the core area is accessible only to low-tier martial masters. At the very least for ordinary people, entering is a sure path to certain death. The Human Alliance classifies secret realms into 8 levels, ranging from the lowest E level to the highest S level. Above S level secret realms lie the caverns of heaven. It is said that a single cavern of heaven is comparable to a world of its own, encompassing at least 3 S-level secret realms, vast and boundless, yet extremely perilous. More than a decade ago, Chen Feng, the renowned great grandmaster of Huaxia, teamed up with the Western Holy Sun Johnson to enter the South China Sea Cavern of Heaven. To this day, they have not returned, and their fate remains unknown. Back in the day, I probably would have hesitated to buy even a single one of these fruits, right? Sheen sighed and hurried into the supermarket. Even low-grade spiritual fruits are still spiritual fruits if consumed regularly by ordinary people. They can strengthen their constitution and enhance their martial arts potential. However, the vast majority of ordinary people simply can't afford to take them long-term. Generally speaking, low-grade spiritual fruits are just snacks for the wealthy. He walked straight to the supermarket checkout and discovered that the cashier was actually a white-haired old man, his face creased with wrinkles so deep that his eyes were reduced to mere slits. "Old man, I'll take 1 purple bamboo fruit and 1 snow fruit." Sheen held up his phone as payment code. In both his past life and this one, he had never felt so confident. The old man stared blankly for a moment, then nodded woodenly. He retrieved 2 plump, round fruits from the back of the counter, 1 white, 1 purple, exactly what Sheen needed. After paying without hesitation, he didn't walk away. Instead, right in front of the old man, he devoured both spiritual fruits whole, not even spitting out the pits. The purple bamboo fruit tasted extremely sour and had a soft, chewy texture, similar to a persimmon. After eating it, his body felt warm and toasty, an indescribable sense of comfort. The snow fruit, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Its flavor was as bland as water, and it felt icy cold on the tongue. As he swallowed it, he felt as if every meridian in his body had been briefly frozen. Phew! Sheen instinctively rubbed his hands together and exhaled a puff of cold air. The old man at the counter saw this and leisurely warned, "Ordinary people shouldn't eat too many snow fruits or purple bamboo fruits, no more than 3 a day. Any more than that, and your meridians and internal organs won't be able to handle it. It could be dangerous." "Huh? It could be dangerous?" The moment Sheen heard those 4 words, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Old man, when you say it could be dangerous, just how dangerous is it?" Sheen, who possessed adaptive evolution, wasn't afraid of danger. He was only afraid there wasn't enough of it. A hint of surprise flashed across the old man's face. He'd been selling spiritual fruits in the supermarket for so long, yet he'd never seen anyone ask such a question before. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, a young man suddenly walked over from the side and beat into it. "Is this your first time eating spiritual fruits? You don't even know that? If an ordinary person eats 5 purple bamboo fruits in a day, it's very likely to scorch their heart and lungs, leaving them with chronic health issues. Eating 10 or more will result in excessive nourishment, causing bleeding and fainting. It could even be life-threatening. As for snow fruits, their medicinal properties are even stronger. If an ordinary person eats 5, their heart might stop beating due to the cold seeping into their body." The young man in the baseball cap eyed Sheen with keen interest, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. These country bumpkins tasting spiritual fruits for the first time, if not given a proper warning, many of them would even eat themselves to death. Sheen glanced back at him but ignored him, continuing to address the old man, "Give me 5 more snow fruits and 5 more purple bamboo fruits." The old man complied. After collecting the money, he wrapped up and handed over 10 fruits. He'd assumed Sheen intended to take the fruits home to eat at his leisure, but to his surprise, Sheen peeled them right there on the spot and devoured 5 purple bamboo fruits in one go. There was no stopping him. The young man watching Sheen from the side was instantly stunned and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? This simply dressed teenager clearly wasn't a martialist. Eating so many spiritual fruits in one go would land him in the emergency room, if not kill him outright." Sheen still couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. With the 5 purple bamboo fruits now in his stomach, 6 in total, counting the one he'd eaten earlier, the medicinal effects were astonishing. The gentle, warm current he'd felt earlier coalesced into a surging wave of heat that instantly engulfed his entire body. In just a second, Sheen was drenched in sweat. The terrifying heat was tearing through his meridians, surging toward his heart, making him feel as if his whole body were on fire. Blood streamed continuously from his mouth and nose, causing both the old man and the young man to panic and quickly pull out their phones to call an ambulance. "No, don't call an ambulance. I'm fine, I'm just a little hot." Sheen wiped the blood from his face and took off his jacket. As blood continued to flow, he shook his head with a smile, a truly terrifying sight. "Wait, you look like this and you say you're fine? Although Li Wufeng looked down on Qin, he had no intention of standing by and watching him die. So Li Wufeng decided to go ahead and call for help. The call was answered quickly. Li Wufeng briefly described the situation and their location, and the ambulance crew immediately sprang into action, heading toward the Yuhang East Suburb supermarket. What is the patient's current condition? Is he unconscious or in shock? During the rescue trip, communication remained constant. The doctor on the other end needed a clear update on the situation. Li Wufeng hurriedly looked at Qin and reported honestly, he is full of energy, looking radiant as if he has been reborn. The sight of Qin, now full of life and vitality, left Li Wufeng completely dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Just a minute ago, didn't this guy look like he was about to die? Full of energy? Please don't joke around, this is a matter of life and death. How is the patient right now, exactly? Hello? Are you still there? The doctor's anxious shouts kept ringing in his ears, but Li Wufeng had no time to pay attention to them. Because Qin didn't stop. He stepped out of the pool of blood pooling at his feet, flashed his payment code, and smiled at the old man. Old man, that was delicious. I'll take another 100 purple bamboo fruits, please. Li Wufeng? Old man? Page retrieval failed, waiting for retry. As Li Wufeng and the medical staff left one by one, the farce came to an end. Only Qin and the elderly cashier remained in the supermarket. The 100 purple bamboo fruits cost Qin 100,000 yuan, but that was no big deal, he could just resell a few organs later to make the money back. So Qin bought another 100 snow fruits. Old man, do you sell any other spiritual fruits in the supermarket? Taking the heavy crate of fruit, Qin was still not satisfied, he wanted to spend every last cent. Unfortunately, the old man shook his head, indicating that these were the only two types of spiritual fruits available this week. The spiritual fruits sold in the supermarket mainly depend on what the martialists coming out of the secret realm have gathered. We also source our stock from the martialists. If you want other spiritual fruits, you can come back next week and take a look. The spiritual fruits at the East Suburb supermarket are all supplied by the Li family. Perhaps you could check out other areas of Yuhang. The Li family? She looked pensive, then asked, that young man from earlier, he is from the Li family, isn't he? The young man wearing the baseball cap looked either wealthy or of high status. It was very strange for him to be alone at a suburban supermarket. But if he were a member of the Li family, coming to a supermarket that partners with his family to deliver goods or conduct an inspection, that would make perfect sense. Hearing Qin's question, the old man's face lit up with admiration, and he nodded with a smile, you're very sharp. His name is Li Wufeng. He is the current leader of the Li family. He broke through to the martial master realm as soon as he turned 18. His future is limitless. Qin was taken aback not because he was intimidated by the young man's status, but because he was surprised that the old man knew so much. He studied the old man closely, suspecting that the old man's identity must also be quite special. No wonder Li Wufeng didn't use his strength to bully me, he was likely showing deference to you, afraid of losing face in front of you. Qin felt he had figured out the truth. He said no more, but bowed his hands in a gesture of respect toward the old man and thanked him sincerely. The look of admiration on the old man's face grew even stronger, and he introduced himself, my surname is Wang. You can just call me Elder Wang. If you ever run into any problems with your martial arts training in the future, feel free to come ask me anytime. Thank you, Elder Wang. Qin bowed once more, then resumed his composed demeanor, shouldering the crate of fruit as he left the supermarket. Elder Wang silently watched Qin's back disappear from view, murmuring to himself, exceptionally intelligent, excellent character, and good natural aptitude. It's a pity he started martial arts training so late. It'll probably take him about a month just to get the basics down. Ah, what a pity. A single step behind leads to many more. Starting martial arts after the age of 18 is bound to put him at a huge disadvantage. By the time he left the supermarket, it was already 12:30 p.m. The once deserted street was gradually coming to life, with quite a few people passing by. Qin was carrying a large crate of spiritual fruits on his shoulder, making him stand out and draw attention. This was the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, not the city center, and the public safety situation wasn't great. Kidnappings and robberies occurred from time to time. When people are desperate, they dare to do anything. However, Sheen seemed oblivious to this. Not only did he stride along confidently with the crate on his shoulder, but he also deliberately chose a side street with few people. As he passed a dimly lit alley, two thuggish-looking young men at the entrance stared at Sheen's crate, their nostrils flaring as if they caught a whiff of something. It's the scent of spiritual fruits. That whole crate is full of them. This is a juicy score. The man with the crew cut licked his parched lips, itching to make a move. Take it easy. We're both entry-level martialists, we can't let ourselves look that foolish. Standing beside him, a burly man in a white tank top smiled faintly and placed a large hand on the crew cut man's shoulder. The man with the crew cut stiffened and quickly put on a smile. Yes, big brother. How are we going to pull this off? It's simple. Judging by the direction he is heading, he is probably heading back to the White Shirt Apartments. The burly man clearly knew the terrain of the east suburbs well. We'll get to the apartment building's stairwell early and wait for him. When we see him coming, we'll knock him out with a blunt object and take the spiritual fruits. Got it. Should we head out right now? The man with the crew cut asked, unable to wait. Both men had a bit of a knack for martial arts. After more than 20 years of training, they managed to break through the entry-level barrier. Now, with 6 or 7 cards worth of blood chi, they weren't quite top tier, but bullying the lower-ranking folk was still a breeze. To be honest, this wasn't their first time stealing spirit fruits. Picking up a steel baton each, they weaved through the labyrinthine alleys, taking shortcuts, and arrived at the White Shirt Apartments ahead of schedule. This kind of apartment complex for the poor naturally had no security. Even the main gate was open 24 hours a day, allowing free entry and exit. They slipped inside and hid in a blind spot by the first-floor stairwell, steel batons in hand, patiently waiting for their prey to show up. The dim stairwell was deathly quiet. Apart from the sound of their breathing, not a single sound could be heard. At this hour, most residents of the White Shirt Apartments had left for work, and few people were around. Before long, a steady set of footsteps echoed through the stairwell, and the man with the crew cut immediately grew excited. The footsteps grew louder and louder. Through a crack, the man with the crew cut spotted the tempting crate of fruit, and his heart began to race. As Sheen stepped onto the stairs carrying the crate, the man with the crew cut quickly signaled to the burly man that it was time to move. Whoosh! The next second, a white figure darted out from a blind spot in the stairwell and brought the metal rod down hard on the back of Sheen's head. The force of the blow was perfectly controlled, not enough to kill, just enough to knock him unconscious. As long as no one died, it would be hard for the police to launch an investigation. They knew the ins and outs of cargo heists. Clang! As the steel baton struck the back of Sheen's head, it produced a thunderous clang of metal on metal. The burly man felt as if he struck a block of metal. The recoil was terrifying, causing a sharp pain in the web of his hand. Damn it, does this guy have a steel plate in his head? Refusing to believe it, the burly man seized the opportunity before Sheen could turn around. He swung the rod with all his might, landing 6 consecutive blows, each aimed squarely at the vulnerable spot at the back of the head. Though he hadn't yet reached the first rank as a martialist, after cultivating 7-card blood chi, his strength had surged to a full 180 kilograms, 4 times that of an ordinary person, enough to kill a tiger. But this time, clang, clang, clang. The sound rang out continuously, like the tolling of a bell, yet the young man before him showed no sign of falling. He stood on the steps, not moving an inch. At that moment, he froze, and the man with the crew cut hiding in the shadows froze as well. The burly man clutched the steel rod tightly with both hands, still in the posture of striking, and fell into a daze. Immediately afterward, a crisp clatter rang out as the steel rod fell to the ground. Why aren't you hitting me anymore? The young man carrying the fruit crate slowly turned around, a smile as warm as a spring breeze on his face, staring at the burly man with a look of puzzlement on his handsome features. He set down the fruit crate, bent down slightly, picked up the steel rod from the ground, and tapped it against his own arm a few times, producing a hollow thud. Then, he shoved the steel rod back into the burly man's hand, pointed at his own forehead, and said earnestly, "Keep hitting, aim for here." With so little strength, someone who didn't know better would think you skipped breakfast. How about, you guys eat 2 spirit fruits first before continuing? Bro, we've run into a tough nut to crack. Let us get out of here. The crew cut guy, who'd been hiding in the corner without moving, was still loyal enough after being scared senseless. He was the first to snap out of it. He leaped out suddenly, steel rod in hand, and brought it down hard on China's head. Unfortunately, a tough guy like Chin isn't just strong, he is physically tough too. Although his passive skill, copper skin, iron bones, was only at level 1, it was still more than enough to block a full force strike from an entry-level martialist. Crack! This time, the steel rod slammed hard into China's forehead, but instead of the expected clang of metal, it produced a crisp snap. Then, as the two watched in stunned silence, the steel rod snapped in half, one half fell to the ground, while the other remained clenched in his hand. They glanced at the half rod rolling on the ground, then at Sheen, who was grinning broadly and completely unscathed. In the blink of an eye, a wave of icy fear surged through their hearts and swept over their entire bodies. Click! Without another word, the two men dropped to their knees before Sheen, trembling uncontrollably as they begged for forgiveness. Bro, if I told you we did it by accident, would you believe me? The disparity was too great. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom why a martialist of at least the third rank would stoop to living in a dilapidated apartment in the east suburbs. Experiencing life at the bottom of society, is that it? Sheen lowered his gaze to stare at the two small-time thugs, saying nothing, his smile undiminished. The more he smiled, the more terrified the two became. Sheen had deliberately lured the man with the buzz cut and the burly man here. As a longtime resident of the east suburbs, he'd always known that the area was chaotic, with plenty of thugs and hooligans causing trouble. However, this group was mediocre at best. The strongest among them was merely an entry-level martialist. If they had become full-fledged martialists even at the first-tier level, they wouldn't have been able to continue acting like thugs. Therefore, using this group to test his current strength was the safest and most prudent course of action. There isn't much of a difference in strength between a first-tier martialist and a beginner-level martialist. As it turned out, although Sheen lacked offensive capabilities and his strength and agility were only on par with an ordinary person's, he could still thoroughly beat up a first-tier martialist relying solely on his defensive and regenerative abilities. To be precise, if he stood still and let a first-rank martialist attack him, he could wear the opponent down until he collapsed from exhaustion. As for second and third-rank martialists, surviving an encounter with them shouldn't be a problem. After all, anything that doesn't kill him will only make him stronger. Looking at it this way, if I train for a few more days, I'll be able to venture out alone to explore the outskirts of the secret realm. I've heard the environment in the secret realm is extremely harsh, perhaps itself the perfect place for me to train. Sheen was very eager to get his hands on the spiritual plants within the secret realm. They were his shortcut to rapid growth. With that thought, he snapped back to reality and looked at the two brothers still kneeling on the ground, politely thanking them. Thank you both. You've worked hard. The brothers exchanged glances, momentarily confused as to why Sheen was thanking them. But judging by his tone, did that mean they were saved? Just as the two were about to burst into tears of gratitude, they heard Sheen continue, "Please go turn yourselves in at the East Suburb Police Station. I'm very busy right now and don't have time to take you out of there." With that, Sheen turned around and walked upstairs on his own. Before leaving, he left one final remark, casual in tone, yet chilling to the bone. "In a few days, when I have time, I'll stop by the police station to check. If I don't see you there, then no one in this world will ever see you again." It was a threat, a blatant death threat. Faced with such overwhelming power, the two dared not risk their lives and had no choice but to obey. Gulp! The man with the buzz cut and the burly man instinctively swallowed, and the last shred of hope in their hearts vanished. Back in his familiar room, Sheen looked at the tattered leather sofa in the living room and felt momentarily dazed. Just a few days ago, he'd been so poor he'd had to eat the sofa to stave off hunger, but now he was a millionaire with a bright future ahead of him. I wonder how that kid Chen is doing. Chen still hadn't replied to his message, which was a bit worrisome. Those who can endure hardships together are true brothers. Sheen wasn't the kind of person to turn his back on his friends now that he'd made it big. He certainly wouldn't forget his brother. He set aside 50 purple bamboo fruits and snow fruits for Chen, then took out another 50 snow fruits for himself and began to wolf them down. Spiritual fruits are incredibly nutrient-rich. To be honest, after eating those 50 purple bamboo fruits that morning, Chen wasn't even hungry now, but in order to speed up his growth, he forced himself to eat them anyway. Soon, an extreme chill spread through his meridians, furiously penetrating his internal organs. In just 1 minute, a thin layer of frost formed on Chen's skin. It was September, and the sweltering heat had not yet subsided. For a living person to grow so cold that frost formed on their skin was an absolute rarity. Chen felt as though even his blood and heartbeat were about to freeze. He kept exhaling cold breath, his entire body shaking like a sieve. It was an unimaginable agony, but Chen, who had endured the torment of cancer and evolved to level 3 pain resistance, was able to endure this pain perfectly, without uttering a sound. Enduring the pain paid off. After more than half an hour of extreme cold, Chen gradually returned to normal. His body calmed down, and his body temperature slowly rose. Subconsciously, he realized he could now see more air vortices floating in midair. Moreover, it required less effort to manipulate them, and containing and absorbing them had become much easier. Your cells have successfully adapted to the excessive nourishment from the unranked ice attribute spirit fruit, evolving the innate skill mana affinity LV2. Your cells have been reshaped through spiritual ice freezing, evolving into the passive skill cold resistance LV4. Excellent! Mana affinity has improved again. Chen was most concerned about this innate skill right now. As for level 4 cold resistance, he can only call it a pleasant surprise. Level 4 cold resistance should allow him to walk around naked in environments as cold as -10 degrees without his body being affected. That's pretty impressive. He is one step closer to his goal of forging an invincible physique, covered head to toe in top-tier passive skills. Chen clenched his fist, sensing that his strength and agility had also improved. Was it the spirit fruit that boosted his constitution? He possessed the passive skill, Iron Stomach, which gave him digestive and absorptive abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people, roughly on par with certain ferocious beasts. An ordinary person might eat 1 spirit fruit a day, finishing 100 fruits over 100 days before seeing any physical changes, but Chen could consume 100 spirit fruits within 3 hours and immediately digest and absorb them all through Iron Stomach to gain the boost. He opened his personal panel to check, and sure enough, with the exception of mental power, all his other attributes had changed. Name, Chen. Race, planetary level human 9%. Strength, 7. Constitution, 13. Agility, 6. Mental power, 6. Talent, adaptive evolution. Skills, cold resistance LV4, pain resistance LV3, mana affinity LV2, anaerobic endurance LV2. Combat power evaluation. Your physical strength surpasses that of a third-rank martialist. A full power punch is comparable to that of a first-rank martialist. You fear neither pain, cold, nor heat. You've taken the first step toward becoming a prodigy. For the first time, the combat power evaluation in his personal stats didn't belittle or mock Chen. This alone speaks volumes about the tremendous changes Chen had undergone in just 3 days. Once I get 3 first-tier spirit fruits tomorrow, I'll get even stronger. Then, if I find a way to boost my agility and improve my offensive techniques, I'll be ready to try entering the secret realm. Chen was well aware of his weaknesses. His agility was currently too low. He couldn't run fast, his reactions were slow, and despite possessing immense strength, he didn't know how to launch an attack. He could compensate for his lack of offensive techniques by purchasing and cultivating martial arts manuals, but what about his agility? Perhaps I should practice martial arts occasionally as well. Evolving while training. A two-pronged approach will yield even better results. Martial arts training provides all-around improvement. From a 1st Dan martialist to a 9th Dan martialist, a person's speed can easily surge from 7 or 8 meters per second to 40 meters per second. Martial arts had been promoted in the human world for so many years that information below the Grandmaster level had long been made public. With a quick online search, Chen could easily find the physical statistics of an ordinary martialist. Just how terrifying would I become if I started training in martial arts? With anticipation in his eyes, he sat cross-legged on the spot, held his breath, and focused his mind, beginning the first time in his life to channel mana into his body, tempering his physical form and meridians, and refining his blood qi. The first step in the martial arts is to channel mana into the body, allowing every cell to acclimate to mana, absorb its nourishment, and gain the ability to carry mana and generate blood qi. In the path of immortal martial arts, there is no such thing as a set cultivation technique. Everyone trains by following the experience of those who came before them, forging the body, tempering the bones, unblocking meridians, and opening the mind's realm. These 12 words represent the cultivation path carved out by hundreds of millions of humans with their blood and flesh, symbolizing the journey from a first-rank martialist to a grandmaster. A martialist refines the body and tempers the bones. A martial master unblocks the meridians. A grandmaster opens up the brain's potential. As for so-called cultivation techniques, they are nothing more than combat methods such as swordplay or sword techniques. However, it is said that certain breathing techniques can accelerate one's cultivation progress, but each such technique is an absolutely priceless treasure, rare and precious. Qin originally lacked any martial talent. He couldn't even sense mana, but now, with level 2 mana affinity, the process of drawing mana into his body is exceptionally smooth, with very little resistance. Furthermore, since his physical condition had long since reached the martialist standard, his cells absorbed mana at an astonishingly fast rate. In less than an hour, he had completed the first step of the martialist initiation. A large pool of essence blood within his heart gradually condensed under the enveloping mana, eventually transforming into a single drop of blood interlaced with golden threads. This drop of blood was incredibly dense, far surpassing ordinary blood, and could freely shift its form from liquid to gaseous. This was blood qi, the very first drop of blood qi that Qin had refined. With the first drop of blood qi now formed, Qin clearly felt his strength rise once more. Without pausing his cultivation, he pressed on with unwavering determination, continuing to refine blood qi. Unlike ordinary entry-level martialists, Qin's physical body had already surpassed that of a third-rank martialist. Now, his ability to adapt to mana was astonishingly fast. As a wisp of mana flowed through his meridians, his body instantly absorbed its nourishment, glowing with a faint radiance as it began to transform. And so, the day passed without incident. It wasn't until the rising sun of the next day gradually began to cast its light that Qin finally opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling refreshed and revitalized, as if reborn. Within him, 5 drops of pale golden blood qi floated within his heart meridian, returning to their purest form. Though they appeared ordinary, they contained astonishing power within. He took out his phone and saw that it was already 4 a.m. the next day. Over the past 10 hours, Qin had refined 5 drops of blood qi, officially becoming an entry-level martialist. Such efficiency, such talent, even Yu Hang's top genius would be put to shame. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin did not grow complacent. Instead, he got up and walked out of the apartment, stretching his limbs on the open space in front of the building to test the limits of his current combat strength. Boom! He unleashed a full power punch, and a piercing whistle suddenly erupted above the open field. This single punch carried 300 kilograms of force, comparable to that of a third-rank martialist. Sprinting at full speed, his figure left afterimages behind, covering 40 meters in a single second. I've only just begun my training with 5-card blood qi, yet I'm already on par with a third-rank martialist. Qin's face lit up with excitement. He surmised that the passive skills he had evolved were taking effect. Opening the panel again, he saw that 3 attributes had undergone dramatic changes. His strength had skyrocketed from 7 to 12, his agility had increased to 10, and his constitution had reached 15. Unfortunately, his spirit remained at 6, showing no change. This made sense, since entry-level martialists didn't cultivate their souls or mental realms. Judging by the data, a third-tier martialist's 3 attributes should also be around 10, while my constitution far exceeds theirs. This was just the surface-level improvement. Behind the scenes, Qin's perception had also been enhanced. Even from over 10 meters away, he could hear the light footsteps coming from an apartment nearby. He glanced down at the time. It was only 5 a.m. Who would be out so early? He looked toward the apartment entrance, his gaze sharpening as he spotted a familiar figure. Wang Yueling? That's right, the last time I free fell from the 3rd floor, it was also 5 a.m., and I happened to run into her then. Qin, good morning, Qin. Are you working out again? Wang Yueling saw Qin and was about to walk over to greet him, but she suddenly recalled yesterday's gruesome scene and felt a pang of fear, so she merely waved from a distance. She sized Qin up and was slightly reassured to see he wasn't battered and bruised today, but upon closer inspection, she was utterly astonished. In Wang Yueling's eyes, Qin's blood qi was now as vast as the sea, like a rising sun suspended in the sky, blindingly hot and dazzling. This was the hallmark of a martialist. Just yesterday he was an ordinary person, and today he has become a martialist? That is nothing short of a fairy tale. Wang Yueling was utterly astonished and bewildered. She first congratulated Qin on his initiation into the martial arts, then couldn't help but take a few more glances before hurrying away. As she walked, she was still puzzled. Could it be that the free-fall training method really works? Wang Yueling had been stuck at the 4-card blood qi level for a long time. She woke up at 5 in the morning every day to work part-time, all to earn money in the hope that one day she could buy spiritual items to help her become a martialist. But that goal seemed far too distant and success was by no means guaranteed. As she pondered this, she couldn't help but glance at a 5-story building beside her and stopped in her tracks. After Wang Yueling left, Qin returned to his room and gave himself a quick wash. Then, he immediately headed out, arriving early at the East Suburb supermarket. His spiritual fruit transaction with Li Wolfeng wouldn't take place until after 9:30, so he went early mainly to ask Elder Wang a few questions. The streets were deserted in the early morning, with only 3 or 4 passers-by here and there buying breakfast. As he walked, Qin couldn't shake the feeling that a faint, elusive gaze was fixed on him, as if someone were secretly watching him. Qin always trusted his instincts and didn't ignore this sensation. Who could be following me? Someone from the Li family? Do they not want to give me the spirit fruit, so they're trying to eliminate me first? He speculated silently, keeping his expression neutral while surreptitiously scanning his surroundings. Soon, he noticed a dark figure shadowing him from behind. This figure didn't seem to be trying to hide at all. Sensing Qin's gaze, he boldly met his eyes and nodded with a smile. Whoosh! In the next instant, the man darted 10 meters like a bolt of lightning, appearing right in front of Qin and extending his right hand. God Society, Lu Yi. God Society? Qin paused to recall that this was the organization he borrowed from at exorbitant interest rates and sold organs to. What do they want with me? To keep buying organs? Looking up, Qin saw that this man named Lu Yi had an otherworldly, striking face and pallid skin. He was draped in a loose black robe. Had he not revealed his name in a male voice, Qin would have mistaken him for a woman. Remaining on guard, Qin reached out and briefly shook his hand. But the moment their skin touched, a colossal surge of blood qi flooded into Qin's body, instantly destroying 3 of his meridians. Fortunately, Qin had evolved the level 1 unwavering resilience ability, granting him extremely strong meridians. Combined with his superhuman regenerative capacity, he managed to stem the injury and eradicate the lingering power of that wisp of blood qi. A hidden killing move and a handshake. This man was trying to intimidate him. He released the hand, narrowed his eyes, and glared at Lu Yi. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi shrugged indifferently and said casually, "Hee, I didn't expect you to be so weak. Even a wisp of blood qi could injure you. Sigh, I thought I'd finally meet a true powerhouse. Judging by your appearance, even if you're a martial master, you're probably among the weakest. Why don't you just hand over your serendipitous encounter yourself? You're too weak. I can't be bothered to fight you. If you're smart, you'll spare your own life. What do you say?" On the surface, Lu Yi appeared frail, but in reality, he was utterly arrogant. He didn't take Qin seriously at all. Hearing his words, Qin's heart skipped a beat. He had roughly pieced together the whole story. The God Society had undoubtedly obtained detailed information on him. Having noticed that he suddenly gained the power of a martialist despite being an ordinary person, they suspected he stumbled upon some kind of serendipitous encounter. That reasoning was indeed correct. The system was indeed a serendipitous encounter. But this serendipity was something he could never hand over. I still wasn't careful enough. I thought the God Society was just a loan shark organization with a bit of clout, but I never expected them to send someone this strong. Qin felt helpless. Lu Yi, standing in front of him, was at least a low-tier martial master, an entire major cultivation realm above him. What should he do now? Run away, or fight head-on? 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, but Lu Yi clearly had no patience and didn't want to stand there wasting time. Whoosh! Before Qin could react, a fist as big as a sandbag tore through the air, hurtling straight for his lower abdomen. The punch was so fast that Qin couldn't follow it with his eyes. He could only hear the roar of a sonic boom. In the next instant, the fist had already slammed into Qin's body, sending a shockwave rippling out. Boom! Qin was sent flying more than 10 meters away. The force of the punch churned his blood violently, shattering every bone in his body and crushing more than half of his internal organs. That single punch carried a force of 1 metric ton, a mere, unremarkable strike from someone at the martial master realm. It was just that simple punch that knocked half of Qin's life away. Martialist and martial master, a difference of just 1 character, yet a world of difference. No wonder Wu Zhiming was so terrified when he suspected Qin was a martial master. Weak. So weak. Why did you force me to intervene? Wouldn't it have been better to just hand over that serendipitous find willingly? Lu Yi shook out his fist and strolled over from the other end of the street, looking completely at ease, not the least bit afraid that Qin would escape. He hadn't struck with full force. He didn't want to kill Qin, for fear that the other man would hide the serendipitous find, leaving it undiscovered after his death. He. Qin slumped to the ground like a pile of soft mud. After that punch, he, too, had realized his opponent had held back, and a plan formed in his mind. Nothing could kill him, it would only make him stronger. His level 1 physical recovery ability was kicking in. His shattered bones and organs were regenerating at a frantic pace. If anyone could see the changes taking place inside his body at that moment, they would surely gasp in astonishment. Inside Qin's body, flesh buds writhed and intertwined, extracting energy to reshape brand new bones and organs with extreme efficiency. In just 1 minute, nearly 1/3 of his body had been restored. Moreover, the newly regenerated bones and organs were stronger and more resilient than before. Qin staggered to his feet, covered in blood, yet his movements remained calm and composed. Rip. He pulled out an item he prepared earlier from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and swallowed it. In an instant, a rich surge of energy was digested and broken down by iron stomach, accelerating his recovery. Lu Yi's expression hardened. He took a close look at what Qin had taken out, then froze for a few seconds before a look of anger flashed across his face. Qin was actually eating a Snickers bar? So calm he even had the nerve to snack? Was he looking down on me? He had expected the other party to produce a spiritual fruit, but never imagined it would be just a mundane item. Veins bulged on his pale face as Lu Yi took another step forward and began throwing punches at Qin. His fists rained down on Qin like a storm, yet he precisely controlled both the force and placement of his strikes, ensuring he didn't kill Qin. Come on, suffer. Beg for mercy. Get down on your knees and submit. Lu Yi grew more and more excited as he struck. Blood spattered all over his face, but he didn't care in the least. He let out a maniacal roar. He longed to see Qin lose his composure, lose his cool, break down in tears of despair, and beg for mercy. But to his surprise, Qin remained as impassive as ever, showing no fear, no despair, and certainly no sign of pain. Mere flesh wounds, how could they compare to the torment of terminal cancer? With the boost of level 3 pain resistance, Qin not only felt no pain but actually experienced a strange sense of exhilaration. He almost couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. His physical body, meridians, and bones were being reshaped through repeated destruction, becoming ever more robust and terrifying. How is this possible? Why is your physical body regenerating so quickly? Lu Yi sensed something was amiss, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. As a martial master, he was already capable of projecting his blood qi to a basic degree. Thus, every punch he unleashed was infused with the power of blood qi, capable of destroying an opponent's meridians and internal organs to prevent recovery. Yet such lethal techniques were utterly ineffective against Qin. Unbelievable, it must be the result of that serendipitous encounter. A flash of greed crossed Lu Yi's face. He launched another fierce attack, intent on shattering Qin, rendering him powerless to resist so he could drag him away. But Qin now possessed a faint glimmer of resistance. For a brief moment, unless Lu Yi struck with all his might, he wouldn't be able to carry off Qin, who was struggling desperately. After countless rounds of combat, Qin was now able to temporarily block Lu Yi's attacks and even had enough strength left to raise his hand and punch Lu Yi's physical body. Even though such attacks had no effect on Lu Yi, the humiliation they carried was unbearable to him. "Is that all you've got? I don't even feel a thing anymore." Qin was sent flying once again. This time, he scrambled to his feet even faster than before he even had time to pull another chocolate bar from his pocket and eat it. As long as there is sufficient energy, cells can adapt and evolve infinitely. You're asking for death. Lu Yi lost his composure. He couldn't tolerate a weakling's provocation, especially one who couldn't even fight back. He held nothing back anymore. His attacks were several times more ferocious than before. His punches were so fierce that when they slammed into the ground, they actually sent shockwaves rippling through a small area. A series of afterimages appeared in Madeira, phenomenon only possible with extreme speed. A martial master's movement speed was as fast as a bullet. But unfortunately, after the previous attacks, Qin had finally completed his transformation. Your cells have been exposed to the spiritual energy of a low-tier martial master's blood qi and have successfully evolved the innate skill, Mana Affinity LV3. Your cells have been tempered by a low-tier martial master and have successfully evolved the passive skill, Physical Regeneration LV2. Your cells have withstood continuous impacts exceeding 1 metric ton of force and have successfully evolved the innate divine ability, Boneless Flexibility. 1 battle, 3 skills. What a massive boost! Just as expected, as long as he isn't killed, the more difficult and terrifying the environment, the stronger the skills he'll gain. And at that very moment, Lu Yi's eyes flashed with a savage glint. He held nothing back. His blood qi blazed like a rainbow, and his fist surged skyward, aiming straight for Qin's vital point. Qin dared not take this lightly and immediately activated the innate divine ability he had just acquired, Boneless Flexibility. In an instant, his body seemed to suddenly lose all skeletal support, becoming soft and shriveled, like a deflated balloon. This innate divine ability had evolved in response to Lu Yi's assault. It could be said to be perfectly tailored to counter his attack, as if born specifically to neutralize him. The fist, imbued with overwhelming power, whipped up a gale of wind and slammed violently into Qin's chest. It should have pierced right through his chest with unstoppable force, shattering his heart. But something unexpected happened. Qin's chest actually absorbed Lu Yi's fist like a sponge, constantly caving inward to dissipate the force. Within a dozen seconds, it had managed to dissipate more than half of the punch's power. Qin was once again sent flying over a dozen meters away, but this time, he wasn't even slightly injured. The damage caused by Lu Yi's full power punch was instantly healed in the blink of an eye, thanks to the boost from his level 2 physical regeneration. That's impossible. Lu Yi was stunned. He knew just how devastating that punch was. Qin smiled nonchalantly, standing in a corner of the street, and spread his hands. "Didn't you eat breakfast, buddy? Come on, hit me harder, kill me. If you don't kill me today, I'll definitely kill you someday." He puffed out his chest and patted it, looking as if he had no fear of death. Lu Yi's face was so dark you could have squeezed water out of it. Just as he was about to strike again, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Qin and ran off for the time being. He was too overconfident. Even in broad daylight on the street, he intended to beat Qin senseless in the blink of an eye and then drag him away. But he hadn't expected Qin to be like a cockroach, just impossible to knock down. Now that a martialist had sensed the commotion and was coming to investigate, Lu Yi naturally couldn't linger any longer. "What are you glaring at? Can't you do anything but run when you can't win? Hey, if you've got the guts, stay here and let us keep fighting." Qin shouted at Lu Yi with unending patience, his tone sarcastic and mocking enough to make Lu Yi nearly spit blood. Only when Lu Yi's figure had completely vanished at the end of the street did Qin finally shut up and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, what a pain in the ass. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin ate his last chocolate bar. As he looked up, a slender figure appeared on the street not far away. After the battle between the two martialists, the once peaceful street had been completely transformed. Gravel swirled everywhere, and large circular craters dotted the road, leaving it pitted and uneven, like post-war ruins. Sheen looked at the figure approaching from the end of the street and noticed she was wearing a neat police uniform. Her short hair gave her a sharp, professional look, and her delicate, chiseled features exuded a natural air of heroism. She commanded respect without even raising her voice. "The cop's here." And she's a chick." Sheen's tense heart finally relaxed, causing such a commotion on the street. It was only natural that someone would come to investigate. The policewoman stood expressionless in front of Sheen, glancing at his battered appearance, then looking in the direction Louis had fled, and asked sternly, "Did the person you were fighting with get away?" Sheen, in turn, sized up the officer before him. Based on his experience dealing with martialists, she was undoubtedly one herself, and a highly skilled one at that. Sheen gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. "Officer, I wasn't fighting that person. He came at me first, trying to kidnap me. Luckily, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I almost would have been abducted." Hearing Sheen's explanation, the female officer didn't say much. She simply produced her badge as required by procedure and prepared to take Sheen to the police station to file a report. Sheen glanced at the badge and saw the officer's name written on it, Xiao. He didn't resist and followed Officer Xiao back to the police station. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The station had only just opened, yet it had already welcomed several guests. As soon as Sheen walked in, he heard a string of stern admonishments. It sounded like a male officer was counseling someone. "Life is precious. If there's anything troubling you, talk it out with your parents and loved ones. Don't bottle it up inside. You're still so young, in the prime of your life. Why would you want to take your own life and ruin yourself? You're not allowed to do this again. Do you understand?" Sheen followed the sound and was startled to see a familiar face sitting in a chair at the police station, head bowed, her face flushed with shame, nodding repeatedly at the police officer. "Isn't that Wang Yueling?" Seeing someone she knew, Sheen didn't think twice and waved to greet her. Hearing Sheen's voice, Wang Yueling froze for a moment, then sneakily glanced up at Sheen before immediately looking down again, her face flushing so red it seemed it might catch fire. At that moment, she was so embarrassed her big toes were curled tight. In her quest to become stronger, she secretly tried to copy Sheen's free fall training method. Instead of improving, she ended up being rescued by a kind passerby who called the police. Judging by Sheen's expression now, he had clearly pieced something together from what the police officer had said, and the way he looked at her had changed. Sheen really hadn't expected that, after he mentioned it in passing, Wang Yueling would actually go and try to imitate it as a way to work out. Unbelievable. The police officer's verbal warning was almost over. Wang Yueling struggled to her feet and, staring at Sheen, who was once again covered in blood, asked in puzzlement, "Did you go jumping again?" As she spoke, she glanced back at the female officer standing in front of Sheen and realized with a start, "Oh, you got caught too, but you were caught after you finished jumping." Sheen's blood chi had increased even further since 5 in the morning, Wang Yueling could tell. Delighted, she pointed at Sheen and explained to the officer who had just lectured her, "Officer, look, he often jumps from the 3rd or 4th floor to stay in shape. He used to be an ordinary person, but in just 2 days, he has cultivated 6 or 7 units of blood chi. I told you so. I wasn't trying to kill myself, I was doing it to get stronger, to train myself." The officer who had just lectured Wang Yueling's face darkened. He suddenly realized that simple words of advice were no longer effective on the girl before him. Perhaps he should have her checked out at a psychiatric ward. After the revival of mana, many law enforcement positions within the Human Alliance had their own martial arts cultivation level screening criteria. Unless one was a martialist, they could not be selected. Police officers were no exception. In all his years of martial arts training, he had never heard of anyone getting stronger by jumping from a height of over 10 meters. It would be a miracle if she didn't end up as mincemeat, let alone getting stronger. Seeing that the officer didn't believe her, the girl had no choice but to cast a hopeful glance at Sheen, hoping he would step in to explain. Unfortunately, Sheen didn't do as she hoped. With a serious expression, he agreed with the officer, "That's right. You could jump 100 times and still wouldn't get any stronger. But you clearly got stronger that way. Wang Yueling protested. Qin shook his head. Everyone's constitution is different. I can get stronger just by eating, can you? Wang Yueling. I can get stronger without eating, can you? Wang Yueling. In an instant, the girl was left speechless. She felt as if something had shattered by Qin's single remark. It was her spiritual resolve. The incident with Wang Yueling was merely a minor interlude and soon passed. After the conversation ended, Qin followed Officer Shao to the interrogation room. Just as she was about to enter, 3 people emerged from inside. 2 of them looked familiar, a sleazy-looking man with a crew cut and a burly, bald man. Both wore special handcuffs and were escorted out by a police officer. The moment they stepped out and saw Qin's face, they were overcome with terror. They dropped to their knees before him with a thud, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Big brother, we turned ourselves in just as you told us to. Please spare our lives. We confessed to everything really. I even admitted to peeping on the neighbor's aunt while she was bathing when I was a kid. We haven't held anything back." These 2 were the very thugs who had ambushed Qin not long ago in an attempt to steal the spirit fruit. After the 2 turned themselves in, they recounted every single misdeed they had committed from birth up to that moment, down to the smallest detail. They talked for an entire night, nearly driving the interrogator to the brink of exhaustion. No sooner had the interrogation ended than they came out and made such a scene, immediately drawing the attention of several police officers toward Qin. Qin stiffened and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Officer, I'm a model citizen. I just happened to catch these 2 thugs and was taking them to turn themselves in." Officer Shao couldn't help but give Qin a few extra glances. She opened the interrogation room door and tilted her chin upward. "Go inside and talk." 1 in front, 1 behind, the 2 walked into the interrogation room. Bang! As the heavy door slammed shut, the entire world fell silent. Qin could even hear his own heartbeat. Aside from his adaptive evolutionary traits, Qin didn't hold anything back and gave a general account of Lu Yi, including the fact that Lu Yi was from the God Society. Of course, Qin lied about the details of his fight with Lu Yi. He only said that Lu Yi had tried to subdue him and that he'd been injured while resisting. He didn't mention that they'd engaged in a full-force battle. For a newly initiated martialist to withstand a martial master's full-power attack was nothing short of a fairy tale. Revealing such a story would inevitably attract a lot of attention and bring trouble. As Qin recounted the events of the case, he appeared very relaxed and didn't seem to be lying. Not a single cell in his body betrayed any sign of unease. Furthermore, Qin was certain that Lu Yi had destroyed all the surveillance cameras on that street before the altercation, so the police station wouldn't be able to obtain any concrete details, and thus he wasn't afraid of being exposed. And that was indeed the case. The God Society had long been on file at the Yuhang East Suburb Police Station as an illegal organization, a group that committed every conceivable crime, from kidnapping to robbery, so it was entirely normal for them to target Qin. Xiao silently observed the man across from her, but she couldn't detect anything amiss in either his words or his expression. Having worked in the field for many years and interrogated countless people, this was the first time she encountered such a young man who was so flawless in his composure. The younger generation is truly formidable. In the end, she accepted Qin's account and handed him a cup of hot water. "Your file shows you're not yet a martialist. According to Alliance regulations, anyone who practices martial arts must be registered. You've already reached the entry-level martialist stage and show good natural talent. If you have time in the next few days, you should go to the Martial Arts Federation to take a test and have your record officially registered." Xiao closed the file. She could see that Qin was no ordinary person. Just a few days ago, he had clearly been terminally ill, yet now he was full of vitality. Not only had he fully recovered from his serious illness, but he had also become a martialist. He must have had some extraordinary experience. However, every martialist has their own secrets. As a police officer, she wouldn't pry into them, much less let greed get the better of her. Qin downed the hot water in his cup in one gulp, and the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to lying. You have evolved the passive skill unflinching and unashamed. Adapt to lying? A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Qin's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and, accompanied by the relevant personnel, left the police station. After Qin departed, Xiao remained seated alone in the quiet interrogation room, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, the interrogation room door opened again. A police officer walked in and saluted Xiao. "Chief Xiao, did you need me?" Xiao handed him Qin's file, then took a light sip of tea. After reviewing the file, the officer's eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, "Do you mean?" Xiao set down his teacup and nodded slightly. "That's right. The God Society won't give up on the little thing Qin has. As long as we follow Qin, sooner or later we'll reel in a big fish. Starting today, you're in charge of protecting him. If he could catch a big fish from the God Society, it would be at least a first-class merit." The man respectfully accepted the order and left, leaving Xiao alone in the interrogation room once more, sipping his tea leisurely. When he stepped out of the police station, it was exactly 9 o'clock, half an hour before his appointment. He didn't need to rush too much to make it to the supermarket on time. As Qin walked, he tapped open his personal panel. His newly evolved skill Unflinching lived up to its name, allowing Qin to remain natural while lying. He could spin a web of lies just as convincingly as he could tell the truth. This skill had no level, it seemed to be maxed out the moment it evolved. Although it didn't boost his combat power, it still felt very practical. Qin's gaze swept past the skill and landed on his 4 attribute panel, where he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his strength, agility, and constitution had increased once again. Now, he had 13 points in strength, 11 in agility, and 16 in constitution, far exceeding the average 3rd-tier martialist and barely on par with a 4th-tier one. The martialist ranks are divided into 9 tiers, with every 3 tiers forming a single level. While a 4th-tier martialist may seem only 1 tier stronger than a 3rd-tier martialist, the actual difference is vast. I have to thank Lu Yi for his thoughtful consideration. He is so powerful, yet he made sure not to kill me during our fight. That's what allowed me to undergo this transformation. Qin was in high spirits and hummed a little tune. Reaching the 9th rank of martialist requires using mana to temper the physical body and refine blood qi, but Lu Yi's external attacks using the power of blood qi were effectively helping him forge his body and at a faster rate than cultivating through the intake and release of mana. In just over 10 minutes, he had refined a single drop of blood qi. Qin now possessed 6 units of blood qi, not far from the 10 units required for a first dan martialist. Most crucially, Lu Yi had also helped him evolve his mana affinity to level 3. His future cultivation would only accelerate. For such a great favor, once I achieve success in my cultivation, I will repay you with my very life. Qin muttered to himself, a chill crossing his face. Before he realized it, he had strayed far from the police station and could see the sign for the Yuhang East Suburb supermarket in the distance. As he approached, he immediately spotted Li Wufeng standing at the supermarket checkout counter, holding 3 wooden boxes and waiting for someone. Presumably, those 3 wooden boxes were the containers for the first-tier spirit fruits. Qin put on a smile, strode into the supermarket, and greeted Li Wufeng warmly. "Long time no see, brotherly, huh?" Hearing that voice, Li Wufeng's expression turned cold, and he didn't reply. "We just saw each other yesterday. What does long time no see even mean? Are we that close that you're calling me brotherly?" He wasn't surprised that Qin knew his surname was Li after all. The old man stationed at the supermarket was no ordinary person. Perhaps he'd spoken with Qin. Li Wufeng turned around, his expression impassive, his dark eyes as still as an ancient well, staring straight at Qin. However, in the next second, an uncontrollable look of astonishment lit up his face, and he nearly lost his composure. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin again, the shock on his face even more pronounced. He hadn't seen wrong in just one night. The ordinary person from yesterday had actually cultivated 6 units of blood qi. "You really weren't hiding your strength yesterday?" Li Wufeng couldn't believe it. Even for a genius like him who had been bathed, clearly, the wooden boxes themselves were valuable storage artifacts, but given the Li family's vast wealth and influence, Li Wufeng hadn't given it a second thought and had simply handed them over casually. "TSK, damn rich snob, so what if you're rich, huh?" After handing over the spirit fruit, Li Wufeng turned and walked away without pausing for even half a second. Qin watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but tease, "Work hard on your cultivation. Don't let your cultivation level fall below mine the next time we meet. Li Wufeng's footsteps faltered, and he immediately retorted, "You're dreaming. Even if I slept for half a year, you'd never be able to surpass me." As the young master of the Li family, Li Wufeng was currently 18 years old and had already reached the low-tier martial master realm, a full 2 major realms higher than Qin. No matter how talented Qin was, he was currently nothing more than an entry-level martialist, not even a first-tier martialist. "If I ever let you surpass me, you can take my seat as the Li family's young master." Li Wufeng snorted derisively, then strode away quickly, vanishing from sight. Qin shrugged and muttered under his breath, "The position of the Li family's young master? I wouldn't even bother with that. Elder Wang. Why are young people these days?" Qin hurried to follow him. Inside the storage room, he placed 3 wooden boxes on the table and opened them one by one. Click. As the first wooden box opened, a refreshingly sweet fruity fragrance wafted out, like a cool spring breeze brushing against his face. Just the scent alone was enough to stir one's spirit. Standing nearby, Elder Wine nodded slightly and explained, "This is the spring heart fruit. It bears a single fruit each year in the 3rd month of spring, known as the spring heart. It has the effect of nourishing the spirit and moistening the soul, and is considered a top-tier spiritual fruit." Nourish the spirit? Qin's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he immediately ate the spring heart fruit. Afterward, he felt as if the warm spring sun were shining on his heart, slightly warm, soothing, and gentle. When he opened his personal panel, he saw that his spirit attribute, which had remained unchanged for a long time, had actually risen from 6 to 10. Before reaching the rank of Grandmaster, martialists do not open their brain domains or cultivate their souls, so the amount of spiritual power one possesses depends entirely on natural talent. But generally speaking, even a genius would only have an initial mental strength of around 7 points. Even if someone ate the spring heart fruit like Qin did, they'd only gain 1 or 2 points, yet Qin had gained 4. This was the ability of a level 1 iron stomach. The power of this skill far exceeded Qin's imagination. Its benefits lay not only in being able to eat things others couldn't eat, but also in digesting spirit fruits more thoroughly and absorbing their essence more completely. Qin opened the remaining 2 wooden boxes, which contained level 1 spiritual fruits, the crimson blood orange and the earth wind chestnut. Both of these spiritual fruits enhanced the body's blood qi. After consuming them, Qin felt his blood qi surging throughout his body. His original 6-card blood qi level increased to 10 cards, propelling him directly into the ranks of level 1 martialists. Seeing this, Elder Wang was startled at first, then cautioned him with concern. Consuming large quantities of spiritual fruits may rapidly boost your blood qi, but it can also lead to unstable foundations and a weak, superficial base, which will not benefit you on your future path. You've eaten too many spiritual fruits these past few days. In the future, you should eat fewer and focus on consolidating your foundations first. For scions of distinguished families like Li Wufeng, the spiritual fruits they typically consume aren't those that directly increase blood qi, but rather those that enhance potential. Refining blood qi must be done step by step on one's own. Qin respectfully took note of this, though he felt somewhat puzzled. He hadn't sensed any issues with his foundational cultivation. Just then, the system's notification echoed in Qin's mind. Ding! By consuming a large quantity of spiritual fruits in a short period, you've successfully adapted your cells to spiritual toxins, evolving the passive skill Toxic Resistance LV3. Ding! By consuming 3 first-tier spiritual fruits in succession, you've purified your meridians with refined mana, evolving the innate skill Mana Affinity LV6. The system's prompt helped Qin gradually piece things together. It turned out that spiritual plants absorb the mana of heaven and earth to grow, and to avoid being eaten, most accumulate spiritual toxin within their bodies. This toxicity consumes and destroys a martialist's potential, but the amount of spiritual toxin accumulated varies from plant to plant. For example, spiritual plants classified by the Human Alliance as harmless and beneficial are mostly varieties that accumulate relatively little spiritual toxin. As long as one doesn't eat too many, there's no problem. However, now that Qin had developed resistance to toxins, he could ignore the spiritual toxins entirely. From now on, he could eat as many as he wanted without any reservations. This shortcut to martial cultivation was nothing but beneficial for Qin. With the matter of the spiritual fruits settled, Sheen seemed to remember something and asked Elder Wang, "By the way, do you know the Martial Arts Federation?" Elder Wang led Sheen out of the storage room and nodded. The Martial Arts Federation is the organization responsible for the overall management of human martialists. Now that you've successfully broken through to the first-rank martialist level, you really should pay them a visit. With Elder Wang's explanation, Sheen gradually came to understand. The Martial Arts Federation was founded over 80 years ago as a super-organization officially cooperating with the Human Alliance. From its inception, its mission has been to prevent martialists from using their powers to violate laws and to maintain social harmony, a mission it has upheld to this day. The power of those who practice martial arts is far too extraordinary. An organization is indeed necessary to keep it in check and prevent chaos. However, the Martial Arts Federation exercises very loose oversight over martialists. As long as they don't commit major offenses, they're generally left alone. They simply need to register and update their martial arts cultivation level from time to time. This registration isn't without its benefits. Once your record is updated to that of a martialist, you'll enjoy numerous conveniences in society such as tax breaks and discounts on public transportation. It's actually quite nice. Elder Wang stepped back to the front and remarked offhandedly. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, that's just how realistic things are. It seems it's still worth registering with the Martial Arts Federation. If handled with caution, the risk of exposing the system isn't high. Sheen made up his mind. After thinking for a moment, he asked another question. "Elder Wang, I'd like to learn some lethal combat techniques. Do you know where I can find them?" Although Sheen now possessed great strength and constitution, he lacked offensive techniques. He was simply flailing about with haphazard punches, without any method or discipline. To cope with the various crises on the horizon, he had to address this weakness. Elder Wang smiled slightly and explained, "The Martial Arts Federation has. If I go home now, I might be ambushed by the God Society, but if I head to the crowded city center, the God Society probably won't dare to come after me again." Sheen scanned the teeming crowd in the subway station and felt slightly reassured. Unlike the suburbs, the security forces in Yuhang's city center were formidable. If Liu Yi dared to repeat his rampage there, he'd likely be subdued by official martialists in less than a minute. Before long, the subway arrived at the station. Sheen followed the crowd as they squeezed out of the station. When the towering skyscrapers came into view, he was momentarily dazed, but then his expression hardened, and he let out a long sigh of relief. In the past, he had been nothing more than an insignificant ant in this big city, humble and insignificant, lacking even the ability to make a name for himself in the city center, forced to slink away to the suburbs. But starting today, everything would be different. Sheen wasted no time. He immediately opened his navigation app and set off toward the Yuhang branch of the Martial Arts Federation. Bustling streets, teeming crowds, and the clamor of traffic. About half an hour later, Sheen arrived in the city center. Looking up, he saw a massive martial arts hall constructed of redwood that stood out strikingly among the steel and glass skyscrapers. Hanging prominently above the martial arts hall's entrance was a gilded plaque bearing the 5 characters Martial Arts Federation, written in sweeping, flowing calligraphy that subtly conveyed the essence of the sword. True to its reputation as a super martial arts organization, even a single branch was quite extraordinary. Sheen couldn't help but nod in admiration as he stepped inside the martial arts hall. On the surface, the entrance to the Martial Arts Federation appeared unguarded and open to all, but it seemed to conceal some sort of screening mechanism. Only martialists were permitted entry. Sheen could see several ordinary people lingering at the entrance, unable to enter no matter what they tried. As for himself, he had entered without the slightest hindrance. Could it be that the plaque holds some hidden secret? Sheen wondered to himself as he looked around. He was standing in the Grand Hall of the Martial Arts Federation, a spacious area with white-tiled floors and 4 massive pillars arranged at the cardinal points. Each pillar was carved with one of the 4 divine beasts: the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and the azure dragon, which seemed to anchor the hall's energy, creating a truly majestic atmosphere. Looking up, he saw a wooden board several dozen meters in size mounted directly at the front of the hall. Names were carved into it. Upon counting them, he found there were exactly 1,000, neither more nor fewer. This wooden board resembled the golden list from the ancient imperial examinations, commanding everyone's attention. This list is called the limit list. It records the names of the 1,000 martialists below the martial master realm who possess the strongest physical bodies over the past 100 years. This list was established by Elder Su Jinha, the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, with the aim of exploring the physical limits of the martialist realm. To make it onto this list, many prodigious martialists have devoted immense effort and time, choosing to remain at the 9th degree martialist realm rather than breakthrough, all to hone their physical bodies to the absolute limit. In addition to this list, there are also limit lists established for the Martial Master, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster realms. At some point, a middle-aged man had appeared beside Qin. With a handlebar mustache and narrow eyes, he wore a white robe and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking very much like a cultivator from the depths of the mountains and forests. He sized up Qin and introduced himself. "My name is Su Ruoxu, and I am the president of the Yuhang branch." "Young friend, is this your first time here today?" Staring at the limit rankings with a puzzled expression right off the bat, and with a cultivation level of first-tier martialist, he is definitely a newcomer, no doubt about it. There aren't actually many new martialists in Yuhang, and the vast majority come from formal training backgrounds, whether from martial arts families or martial arts schools, so they usually arrive in organized groups to register. Individuals like Qin, who come to register on their own, generally possess something extraordinary about them. These days, martial arts are thriving in Huaxia. The 12-year compulsory martial arts training program was implemented long ago, and promising young talents with a natural aptitude for martial arts are generally identified during this period and enrolled in prestigious martial arts schools. As for independent practitioners like Qin who have reached the first-tier martialist realm, most have achieved this through postnatal transformations or serendipitous encounters, and they are more likely to be prodigies. Su Ruoxu had been stationed here for many years and possessed considerable experience, particularly in identifying prodigies. The last time an independent practitioner came to register was 7 or 8 years ago, and that individual's current cultivation level was truly formidable. That was why he had personally appeared to guide Qin to assess the young man's true potential. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Qin turned to thank him, then asked with some confusion, "What is the point of establishing a limit rankings list for lower realms? Is it simply to motivate younger martialists to train? No matter how high the limit of physical strength in the lower realms may be, it's still difficult to surpass that of the higher realms. Take the martialist limit rankings before him, for example. The top spot is held by a man named Yunhua, who set the record roughly 40 years ago. At the 9th degree martialist realm, he unleashed a punch with 2 metric tons of force truly unmatched. It's important to note that the theoretical strength limit for a 9th degree martialist is 1.2 metric tons. 2 metric tons of force is already on par with the full power. The two stopped in a room filled with specially crafted wooden dummies. Su Ruoxu looked at Qin, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Let us give it a try. We need to record your basic physical data." These wooden dummies were forged from a special type of wood sourced from a secret realm. They were incredibly resilient and could regenerate on their own after withstanding heavy blows. Combined with the instruments embedded inside, they were capable of accurately measuring all levels of strength below that of a martial master. Since records began, the record for a first dan martialist's maximum punch power is 600 kilograms. Who knows, you might even have a chance to break it. Su Ruoxu joked to Qin. This record was actually set by the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, Su Jinha, and had never been broken in over 80 years. Though it seemed easy, it was actually harder than reaching the top of the martialist limit rankings. However, this record is only circulated among certain martialist circles and has never been listed on the limit rankings. After all, a first dan martialist, no matter how strong, cannot surpass a 9th dan limit martialist. All right. Qin nodded in agreement, casually selecting the wooden post closest to him and bracing himself. He had consumed a spirit fruit, generating 10 card blood chi. Since advancing to first dan martialist, he hadn't yet tested his limits. This was the perfect opportunity to give it a try. Besides Qin and Su Ruoxu, there were a few other martialists in the strength testing room who had just finished their tests roughly 3rd dan level. A single punch from them could leave a deep fist mark on the wooden dummy, which took a long time to return to its original state. 450 kilograms of force. This punch's power was significantly higher than the standard 400 kilograms for a third-tier martialist, a pretty good result. At that moment, these martialists, having finished their own tests, didn't rush to leave. Instead, they watched Sheen with keen interest, eager to see his results. Someone personally brought in by Chairman Su for testing surely couldn't be a mediocrity, could he? The group stepped aside and waited quietly. Sheen didn't keep them waiting long. Standing before the wooden dummy, he steadied his breathing, gathered his strength, and as his blood chi roared within him, he channeled his power into his right hand and slammed it down on the dummy with all his might. Whoosh! The speed of that punch exceeded everyone's expectations. In the blink of an eye, Sheen's right hand became a blur. Before they could even get a clear look, they heard a deafening roar. Boom! The terrifying force crashed down on the wooden dummy, sending out a shockwave so powerful that even its residual force alone pushed the other wooden dummies arranged nearby several meters away. The onlookers froze for a moment, then fixed their gaze on the scene. They saw Sheen nonchalantly withdraw his right hand, shake out his fist, and smile. Not a bad result, right? Not a bad result? Everyone's eyes darted once more to the screen displaying the power output, and in an instant, they were all stunned. The third-rank martialist who had earlier unleashed 450 kilograms of force was so he thought he was dreaming, muttering incoherently to himself. How is this possible? This can't possibly be real, can it? Upon closer inspection, the screen starkly displayed an unbelievable number. 601 kilograms. This was a force comparable to that of a fifth-rank martialist striking with full power, and it had even broken the record held by former President Su Jinha for 80 years. A first-rank martialist, on par with a fifth rank? Su Ruaksa stared intently at Sheen, his eyes widening from their usual narrow slit. Without a second thought, he darted over to Sheen's side in just a few strides, his voice trembling with excitement. Try it again, go all out. Don't hold back. Hold back? The others present were even more stunned, staring at Sheen as if he were some kind of monster. With such a mind-boggling record, this kid hadn't even gone all out? Several third dan martialists felt their lifelong confidence in the martial arts shaken to its core. However, Sheen merely nodded, his expression unchanged. When he had cultivated 5 units of blood chi and become an entry-level martialist, a single punch of his already carried over 300 kilograms of force. Now that his blood chi had doubled, wouldn't over 600 kilograms be perfectly normal? I've already got a cheat code. If I can't crush the rest of them, then I really am a total loser. The wooden dummy before him was now covered in dozens of cracks and looked unlikely to recover anytime soon. Therefore, Sheen switched to a different wooden dummy, took a few seconds to catch his breath, then took a deep breath, took a short running start, and unleashed a punch with all his might. Boom! The force of this strike was even more terrifying. After landing it, Sheen felt his entire body's blood chi surging and boiling, a sensation that wouldn't subside for a long time. The wooden dummy's condition was even more extreme. A fist-shaped indentation 3 or 4 decimeters deep had appeared on its surface. Centering on that indentation, hundreds of cracks had spread out in a dense pattern, making the entire dummy look as if it might shatter completely at any moment. 780 kilograms of force. This single punch was already approaching the full power of a 7th-rank martialist. Yet the one who had unleashed such a blow was, surprisingly, merely a 1st-rank martialist. This young man has the potential to be crowned a king. Su Ruaksu was overjoyed. In the past 100 years, Yuhang had produced only one king, and even then, that individual had barely crossed into the king stage in his twilight years. Those capable of being crowned kings are invariably the cream of the crop, 1 in 10 million. He never imagined he'd witness one with his own eyes today. Due to the commotion caused by Sheen, more and more martialists flocked to the strength testing chamber to watch, nearly blocking the entrance and corridors completely. But these people who had rushed over to see the spectacle all fell silent, not uttering a word, their eyes fixed intently on the numbers on the screen. That number had left them speechless. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Ruaksa laughed heartily, a sense of admiration for talent welling up within him, and asked Sheen, "Young friend, I'd like to take you as my disciple. Would you be interested?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd snapped out of their trance, gazing at Sheen with looks of admiration, wishing they could take his place. Su Ruoxu's cultivation was extremely high. Rumor had it that when he first arrived in Yuhang 7 or 8 years ago, he had already reached the great grandmaster realm. 7 or 8 years had passed, and his current strength was beyond imagination. Most importantly, Su Ruoxu bore the surname Su. Behind him stood the Su clan, one of the 10 great clans of Tianjing, which dominated the martial arts federation and wielded immense power. If one could forge a connection with the Su clan, a steady stream of high-level cultivation resources would surely follow. However, even faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Qin, after a moment's thought, flatly refused. I already have a master, I cannot take on another. Qin politely declined with a bow, shocking the entire audience. Within Yuhang, what master could possibly compare to Su Ruoxu? Not even Yuhang's chief magistrate was worthy. Outsiders were baffled, secretly cursing Qin for being too young, blind to his own good fortune, and unaware of the Su clan's power. Su Ruoxu was also somewhat perplexed. This was the first time he had ever been rejected. Qin didn't seem like someone who had received systematic martial arts training. He lacked basic knowledge, so how could he possibly have a master? Puzzled, he asked Qin for his master's name. Unexpectedly, Qin smiled faintly and uttered 4 baffling words. Dongjiao Supermarket. East Suburb Supermarket? Old Master Su asked for your master's name. What does it mean to reply with the name of a supermarket? The bystanders were completely baffled, but Su Ruoxu discerned the deeper meaning behind it. A light bulb went off in his mind, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, so that's how it is. If you're a disciple of that person, then I truly was being presumptuous. Sure enough, Elder Wang was of a very high caliber. Even someone like Su Ruoxu held him in the utmost reverence, knowing he lived in seclusion in Yuhang. Upon learning of this connection, Su Ruoxu grew even more impressed with Qin. As he led him to the next testing room, he said, if you ever face any difficulties in the future, you can come here to find me. Qin thanked him sincerely, growing even more curious about this mysterious teacher of his. However, he didn't feel it was appropriate to ask Su Ruoxu directly. After all, while he claimed to be Elder Wang's disciple, Elder Wang hadn't actually confirmed taking him on. At most, he was merely a nominal disciple. The two continued with the standard tests. In addition to strength, Qin still needed to be tested in 3 major categories: speed, reaction time, and constitution. As for the mental-related categories, those were matters for the Grandmaster level. Unless one reached Grandmaster status, at which point one's mental realm would open, allowing for the cultivation of power, there was naturally no need to test them. Since Qin's strength test had shattered Su Jinhua's record and caused quite a stir, a large crowd followed behind him, eager to see how he would perform in the subsequent tests. During the speed test, Qin sprinted with all his might, reaching a peak speed of 21 ms, slightly higher than the average for a 5th Dan martialist. As for reaction time, it was roughly on par with that of a 5th Dan martialist. Although the results of these 2 tests were decent, they lacked the same sense of awe compared to his performance in the strength test. Neural reaction time and speed are both tied to the agility attribute, and my agility is indeed significantly lower than my strength. Qin secretly opened his character panel. At that moment, his strength had risen to 17 points, while his agility was still only at 14. However, his constitution had skyrocketed to 20 points, an incredibly high figure, nearly surpassing that of a 9th Dan martialist. Only the final constitution test remains. Our constitution test in Yuhang is rather unique. It uses multiple times the normal gravitational force, gradually increasing the pressure. If you feel you can't handle it, be sure to speak up as soon as possible. Su Ruoxu sized up Qin, growing more and more pleased the longer he looked at him. He felt that if this young man didn't meet an untimely end, he was bound to achieve great things. Why do you say Yuhang's constitution test is a bit unique? Qin asked, puzzled. Because other regions use the forging method to test whereas Yuhang is very close to the Xiantian secret realm. The Xiantian secret realm produces a special type of gravity stone that can amplify gravity, making it an excellent testing instrument, several times better than the forging method. Su Ruoxu explained patiently. So that's at the Xiantian secret realm, huh? Qin had heard the name of this secret realm several times before. Perhaps after he finished registering his information this time, he could make some preparations and head straight to the secret realm to give it a try. With that thought in mind, he stepped into a private gravity testing chamber under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The onlookers watched Sheen inside the glass chamber, though their anticipation had waned somewhat from the beginning. They believed this young man's uniqueness lay in his strength and other aspects. He was merely on par with an average prodigy. Although he far surpassed 99% of ordinary martialists, they had seen plenty of geniuses whose first-rank martial prowess rivaled that of fifth-rank practitioners. There was no need to make a big deal out of it. Haven T, you ever seen a pig run, even if you've never eaten pork? As the gravity test was about to begin, one person in the crowd was completely distracted, as if his martial spirit had been shattered. The look he cast at Qin was filled with terror. His name was Chen Shan, from the Yuhang East Suburb Police Station, the very officer Xiao had assigned not long ago to secretly protect Qin. Chen Shen had reviewed Qin's detailed file and had been tailing him the entire time, witnessing him complete all 3 test events. Now, he was so stunned by Qin's extraordinary performance that he had lost his composure and looked utterly dejected. Others might not know, but he did. Just this morning, a little over 4 hours ago, Qin, back at the police station, had been nothing more than a novice martialist who had cultivated 6-card blood qi. In just 4 hours, a mere 4 hours, Qin had not only advanced to a first-rank martialist but also demonstrated such mind-boggling combat prowess that it was simply unimaginable. Just what kind of prodigy was this kid? Could it really be true, as his file stated, that he was an orphan with no family and no martial arts talent? Chen Shen couldn't wrap his head around it. But what followed, the series of absurd events that unfolded in the gravity testing chamber, nearly made his jaw drop. As Qin walked into the gravity testing chamber, the onlookers outside began chattering away again. How many times the normal gravity do you think he can withstand? His strength is formidable, on par with a 7th-rank martialist, but in other areas, he is basically at the level of a 5th-rank martialist, so I'd guess his constitution is the same. 50 times the normal gravity at most. Let us hope for a pleasant surprise. A pleasant surprise? If even one of his attributes reaches the level of a peerless prodigy, that's already pretty good. Don't expect 2 attributes to be at that level. That's the kind of prodigy only Tianjin could produce. Martial arts have flourished in Huaxia for a century, and there is now a rough classification for the aptitude of young martialists. Take a first-rank martialist, for example. If, at that rank, one attribute can rival that of a third-rank martialist, they're called a genius or a prodigy. If it rivals a 5th-rank martialist, they're a super genius. As for someone like Qin, whose attributes rival those of a 7th-rank martialist, they're what is known as a peerless prodigy. Of course, even among prodigies of the same rank, there are further distinctions. The more attributes that surpass the limits of their realm, the stronger their aptitude. Buzz. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the gravity test had already begun. A faint ripple emanated from the testing chamber, and the pale blue crystal embedded in the ceiling burst forth with a blinding white light, altering the laws of gravity within a small area. Qin, positioned directly beneath the gravity crystal, remained expressionless, sitting cross-legged in place. He appeared unchanged and unaffected. He raised his head to gaze at the gravity crystal on the ceiling, carefully observing its appearance and committing it to memory. He heard that these gravity crystals sold for 10 million per kilogram, and the one embedded in the gravity chamber weighed a full 5 metric tons, yet was no bigger than a basketball. He'd better memorize its appearance first. Once he entered the Xiantian secret realm in the future, he might be able to strike it rich by mining them. The gravity inside the chamber skyrocketed. Soon, the large screen displayed that the gravity in the core area had reached 10 times that of Blue Star. Under 10 times the normal gravity, an ordinary person before their mana awakening would go into shock and lose consciousness within seconds. Even a trained astronaut would experience blurred vision, internal bleeding, and internal injuries, unable to last even a minute. But for a martialist who has undergone mana awakening, this level of gravity is nothing. Even a first-tier martialist can easily withstand it. The gravity continued to increase. 15 times, 20 times, 25 times. By the time the gravity reached 30 times that of Blue Star, Qin's thick black hair was pressed flat against his scalp, and his clothes were being torn downward by the force, gradually ripping apart to reveal his muscular, sculpted physique. Fortunately, his pants were still on. Qin wasn't worried about embarrassing himself, he was mainly afraid that losing his pants would be a blow to the male martialists present, causing them to feel inferior. 30 times gravity was already the average level for a third-tier martialist constitution, but for Qin, it posed absolutely no pressure. He could even let his mind wander and daydream. The gravity test chamber could generate extreme gravitational environments. If the gravity could be increased indefinitely, it would be an opportunity for Qin to evolve. Give me some pressure, don't let me down. Qin secretly looked forward to it. 50 times, 60 times. The gravity crystal above his head emanated a mysterious aura, as if it had touched upon the laws of the Tao, continuously exerting pressure on Qin. Yet even under 60 times the normal gravity, Qin stubbornly kept his back straight and remained composed. This had already reached the realm of a 6th-rank martialist. An ordinary 5th-rank martialist subjected to 60 times the gravity would immediately be forced to crawl on the ground, unable to lift their head. Was Qin about to break through his limits once again and surge toward the 7th-rank martialist tier? The martialists watching from outside the glass chamber paled once more. A peerless prodigy whose dual attributes rivaled those of a 7th-rank martialist had not appeared in Yuhang for 100 years. Were they about to witness history? Until today, this young man had been a complete unknown. No one had even heard his name. But after today, he was bound to cause a massive stir in Yuhang and become an indelible part of history. 70 times gravity. A 4th-rank martialist stared intently at the giant screen. When the number on it jumped to 70, he couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. If he can hold out for 10 seconds, it'll mean he has withstood 70 times gravity. To withstand 70 times gravity with a 1st-rank body, he is undoubtedly a peerless prodigy, worthy of being crowned a king. Another young master from a distinguished family was also stunned. He held a high position and had seen much of the world. He'd encountered many prodigies in Tianjing, but had never seen anyone reach Qin's level. He'd only heard of such a figure. After all, peerless prodigies of Qin's caliber in Tianjing were beyond the reach of someone of his standing. Even Su Ruoxu, who was usually composed, was feeling a bit nervous. He wasn't worried about whether Qin could withstand 70 times gravity. He was only concerned that Qin might continue to force his body to endure even higher multiples of gravity, causing hidden injuries that could jeopardize his future. Know when to stop, don't push yourself too hard. Su Ruoxu transmitted his voice to Qin. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Qin smiled slightly. Not a trace of pressure was visible on him. He withstood the 70-fold gravity with ease, but when the gravity level exceeded 80-fold, the voices of the onlookers began to tremble. Is he even human? Even ferocious beasts renowned for their physical prowess couldn't withstand 80 times gravity at the same cultivation level, could they? Just moments ago, they had been speculating whether Qin could withstand 70 times gravity, yet here he was, effortlessly breaking through 80 times and approaching 90 times gravity. What does 90-fold gravity even mean? Suppose a person weighs 70 kilograms. 90-fold gravity is equivalent to that person carrying a 6-metric-ton mountain on their back. That's 6 metric tons. Even an 8th Dan martialist would be crushed to dust in an instant. Only a 9th Dan martialist could barely withstand it. Has Qin's physical body really become this powerful? Keep in mind, he is only a 1st Dan martialist. Yet, under these extreme gravitational conditions, a look of excitement actually appeared on Qin's face. He struggled to raise his right hand, pulled a chocolate bar crushed to a pulp from his pants pocket, tore open the wrapper with his teeth, and swallowed it in one bite. Given the circumstances, how could he still have the energy to eat? The crowd looked at Qin as if he were a freak. I guess 90 times gravity can't stop him, huh? Even a highly respected 8th Dan martialist was stunned by Qin. He had tested his constitution many times, but his highest record had only reached 89 times gravity. 90 times gravity was a realm he'd never dared to attempt before his breakthrough, because attempting it would be life-threatening. Seeing Qin, a 1st Dan martialist, effortlessly defy 90 times gravity today, he couldn't help but feel that all his years of cultivation had been in vain. Too small. Your perspective is too narrow. I'd guess, not even 100 times gravity could stop him. 100x gravity martial master level. Seeing Qin, who looked radiant after eating a chocolate bar inside the gravity chamber, everyone's mouths went dry for a moment. You little guy, aren't you about to defy the heavens? As long as he has a sufficient energy supply, combined with an extremely harsh environment, Sheen can trigger cellular adaptive evolution. With a single chocolate bar down, the gravity chamber finally reached 100 times Earth's gravity. Under such conditions, even the space itself began to tremble faintly, and the gravity crystals overhead hummed, sending out ripples. Sheen felt as if he were carrying several massive mountains on his back. Even his 20 constitution couldn't withstand it. His straightened back began to bend uncontrollably, and his entire body hunched and curled up, as if an immense pressure were crushing him. Every single one of the billions of cells in his body was being crushed. His bones were snapping, his organs were shattering, and blood was gushing wildly from every pore. This pressure was even more terrifying than when Lu Yi had struck him with full force. Before long, Sheen was completely bathed in blood, transformed into a crimson figure, a truly horrifying sight. He is still holding on? 10 seconds have already passed. There is absolutely no need for this. Could he possibly be trying to challenge 110 times gravity? He has gone mad. Damn it, this lunatic is insane. He has probably already gone into shock and can't even cry out for help, right? The martial artists were all stunned by Sheen's decision. For a mere human body to withstand 100 times gravity was already an unprecedented miracle, yet the young man before them clearly hadn't given up. Was he trying to set a record that would never be broken? Most martial arts prodigies possess unwavering resolve, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go far on the path of martial arts. But someone as reckless as Sheen was truly a rare sight. Su Ruoxu was the first to lose his composure. He spread his hands, intending to forcibly shut off the gravity boost and pull Sheen out, but just as he reached out, he was interrupted by a low growl from within the gravity chamber. Elder Su, there's no need for that. I can still hold on, don't turn it off. The young man, lying in a pool of blood and looking like a corpse, spoke up. His tone was slightly anxious. He likely truly didn't want Su Ruoxu to shut off the gravity boost. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions gave way completely. In their eyes, Sheen had become a complete and utter martial arts madman. Even in a situation like this, he was still determined to hold on? Perhaps he is trying to temper his body under the pressure of death, forging an even stronger physique. A seasoned middle-aged martialist, who seemed to have seen through Sheen's intentions, murmured to himself. Some young martialists with boundless potential, when faced with life and death trials, can sometimes withstand the crisis, rise from the ashes of death, and emerge even stronger. But this rebirth is unstable. No one can guarantee that their body truly possesses the potential for such resurrection. Is Sheen really that confident he'll succeed? Dead silence once again fell over the gravity chamber, as pair after pair of eyes fixed intently on Sheen, eager to see how this would ultimately end. The gravitational amplification continued to intensify, rapidly approaching 110 times normal gravity. Sheen's shattered bones and cells were frantically reconstructing themselves, fueled by level 1 physical recovery. Through hundreds of cycles of destruction and rebirth, a mysterious vitality took shape, gradually refining and tempering his body to its absolute limit. The agony of this frenzied physical destruction had surpassed even that of cancer. Even level 3 pain resistance was struggling to withstand it. Sheen was shaking violently, like a sieve sifting chaff. He grit his teeth and endured the pain in silence as his spine, which had been bent by the immense pressure, gradually straightened, as if gradually adapting to the 100-fold gravity. Higher, higher, higher still. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a youth as resolute as iron was defying 110 times the force of gravity, gradually straightening his bent torso. Finally, he succeeded. Under the pressure of nearly 120 times the force of gravity in the gravity chamber, Sheen, drawing upon his martialist prowess, held his head high and chest out, looking down with pride upon the millions of prodigies throughout history. The blood on his skin had long since dried into scabs, flaking off piece by piece to reveal the crystalline, radiant new body beneath. This brand new physique seemed to contain boundless power and vitality. Every muscle was perfectly proportioned and shaped, the epitome of strength and beauty. Ding! Your entire body's cells have adapted to 100 times the normal pressure, evolving the passive skill Copper Skin, Iron Bones LV2. Ding! Your meridians have been comprehensively enhanced, evolving the passive skill Unwavering Resilience LV2. The passive skills unwavering resilience and copper skin, iron bones have successfully fused, evolving into the passive skill steel bones, iron flesh LV2. Ding! Every cell in your body has been reshaped through destruction and rebirth, evolving into the passive skill physical regeneration LV2. Hearing the System's voice echo in his mind, Sheen smiled faintly. Under the gaze of the crowd, he rose effortlessly from the 100x gravity chamber, manually deactivated the gravity boost, and walked out. He had effortlessly conquered 120 times gravity. Such an achievement was impossible even for the peerless prodigies on the martialist limit rankings while still at the first rank realm. Watching Sheen emerge triumphantly from the testing chamber, the crowd outside fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Dude, you're amazing, I'm truly impressed. You're unbeatable. If you become a 9th Dan martialist someday, won't you easily top the limit rankings? The limit rankings are a comprehensive ranking based on tests of 3 attributes: strength, speed, and constitution. After all, this ranking was established by Su Jinha, the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, and is imbued with a certain mystique. As long as one takes the test in the Martial Arts Federation's testing chamber, the system automatically scores the results and determines eligibility for the rankings the moment the test is completed. Currently, Yunhua, who holds the top spot on the martialist limit rankings, has a constitution score of 96 equivalent to withstanding 250 times Earth's gravity for 10 seconds. However, he achieved this score while still at the 9th Dan level. No one would doubt that Sheen, once he reaches 9th Dan, will easily break this record. Don't take such risks next time. Seeing that Sheen was safe and sound, Suruaksa finally let out a sigh of relief. Thoughtfully, he produced a jacket from somewhere and handed it to Sheen. As he took the jacket, Sheen realized his upper body was still exposed. A warm feeling welled up inside him, and he hurriedly thanked Su before putting it on. This martial arts world seemed quite different from what he had imagined. Most martialists were good people who wouldn't stifle human talent out of jealousy. On the contrary, they often offered help. Take, for example, the group of bystander martialists who had watched him perform his miracle from start to finish. Most showed no trace of jealousy on their faces but rather admired him greatly, and quite a few even wanted to recruit him into their factions. Humans seemed to be largely united. Was it because of the oppression by alien races within the secret realm? Sheen wondered to himself, while maintaining a warm and affable demeanor on the surface as he politely declined the other martialists' attempts to recruit him. 100 times gravity was nothing to him if he really wanted to break the record. He could even handle 1,000 times gravity. The reason was simple: he possessed a divine pressure resistance skill, boneless flexibility. This skill allowed his physical body to become as spongy as a sponge, maximizing his pressure resistance and making him perfectly suited for high-pressure environments. With all 4 tests completed, Sheen shook off the crowd's harassment and followed Suruaksu all the way to the backstage area of the Martial Arts Federation. After personally helping Sheen register a series of details, Suruaksu handed him a web address, explaining that this was the Martial Realm, a platform where he could buy or sell martial arts resources in the future. Sheen gladly accepted it and took the opportunity to ask old Su many questions. For example, what realm did the current strongest member of the human race occupy? Upon hearing this question, Suruaksu's expression faltered for a moment, then he sighed and smiled wryly. Beyond the mountain sea stage lies the king's ceiling stage, and the realm beyond that is the venerable. The absolute pinnacle among the venerables is known as the heavenly venerable. Every heavenly venerable is a supreme being capable of subduing the destiny of an entire race and sweeping across an entire realm. Venerable. Celestial venerable. This was the first time Sheen had ever heard of martial arts realms beyond the king stage. After all, the martial arts realms widely circulated online all stopped at king. However, seeing the bitter expression on Suruaksu's face, he immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that our human race doesn't have any heavenly sovereigns? He asked cautiously. Suruaksu shook his head and sighed again. Our human race did originally have a heavenly sovereign. It's just that decades ago, our human race's heavenly sovereign fell in battle. Killed in battle? Sheen's heart skipped a beat. Though he had never seen a heavenly sovereign in person, he had seen king-level powerhouses online. Even a king-stage powerhouse alone possessed an aura that pierced the heavens and the earth, let alone a heavenly sovereign. who was 1,000 or 100 times stronger than a king? Could such an immortal titan truly fall and be killed in battle, no less? Sheen fell silent, waiting for Elder Su to continue his story. A complex expression flashed across Su Ruoxua's face as he sighed deeply. You only know that the secret realm descended upon Blue Star 100 years ago, but you do not know that the myriad races of the starry skies that arrived alongside the secret realm are no friends. The Phoenix Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Kue Beasts, the Ho, the Sea Clan, these alien races from the cosmos far surpass the human race in both heritage and power. They dwell within the secret realm and, every so often, send representatives into the mortal world, as if searching for something. But regardless of whether they find what they're looking for, they kill, slaughtering humans at will. They take particular delight in eliminating the human race's prodigies, killing until they are fully satisfied. The power gap between our human race and them is simply too great at first. We had no choice but to endure the humiliation and grind away at our cultivation with gritted teeth. But over 80 years ago, a group of the human race's most outstanding prodigies emerged simultaneously, ushering in the first glorious golden age in our history. They vied for supremacy against the myriad races, swept aside the holy sons of the ancient clans, and through trials of blood and flesh, ascended to kingship and supremacy. Among this group of human race prodigies, one reached the very end of the path of the Tao. He was the human race's first venerable one and its first celestial sovereign, the 10,000 calamities celestial sovereign. He rose from countless calamities, his might and dominance reaching the extreme, until he ultimately became a calamity for all races. As he recounted this chapter of history, even after so many years, Su Ruoxu still felt a sense of pride, his voice filled with emotion. But when he thought of this celestial sovereign's fate, his expression darkened once more. On that day, the four great ancient clans each dispatched a venerable, joined by 2 celestial sovereigns from the ancient clans, 6 in total. They emerged from the South Sea cavity, bearing overwhelming might, and launched a massive invasion. On that day, the 10,000 calamities celestial lord coldly accepted the challenge, fighting 6 alone. With his bare hands, he slew 2 venerables and severely wounded a celestial lord, single-handedly driving back all the ancient clans, yet he too bathed the South Sea in his blood and nearly perished. That day, the heavens and earth wailed, and a torrential rain of blood poured down, yet the mortal realm remained serene. No one knew of the great battle that had unfolded in the South Sea. Su Ruoxu's aged body trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable sorrow washed over him. Before the celestial lord of 10,000 calamities died, he cast one last glance back at the mortal realm, closed his eyes contentedly, and laughed uncontrollably. He said, this life had been enough. In the end, he transformed his shattered body into a supreme formation, sealing off the South Sea divine realm, the greatest divine realm on Blue Star. From that day forward, alien races above the king stage could no longer cross the divine realm to enter the mortal world unless they paid a colossal price, sacrificing the very source of their Tao. How terrifying was the heavenly sovereign's power! The 10,000 calamities heavenly sovereign may not have been completely at the end of his rope, but he knew the alien race's intent to kill him. Therefore, rather than choosing to cling to life in a state of agony, he traded his final breath to secure 100 years of peace for the mortal world. The loyal die on every green hill. Why must their bodies be wrapped in horsehide for the journey home? Sheen had been in this world for so many days, yet he had never truly felt a sense of belonging until this very moment. He believed that any member of the human race, upon learning of this, would feel the same way. Emotions are universal. Su Ruoxu closed his eyes, recounting this past event seemed to have drained him of all his strength. After a long while, he spoke again, saying to Sheen, in the future, if you journey to the South Sea cave realm, you may go and see the stone stele left behind by the celestial lord of 10,000 calamities. Sheen's heart sank. That stele, what does it say? There is only one sentence engraved on the stele, the last words of the 10,000 calamities celestial sovereign. Whoosh! Su Ruoxu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze bursting with boundless pride as he spoke, each word resonating with force. Any of our human race who bears the title of venerable must subdue all enemies of this age. That night, Sheen chose to spend the night at the Martial Arts Federation. With so many martial arts masters stationed there, he needn't worry about the God Society taking action against him. In just a single day, he had experienced so much. First, he fought a battle with Lu Yi, a martial master from the God Society, and was taken away by police officers for questioning. Then, at Elder Wang's supermarket, he consumed 3 first-tier spirit fruits and advanced to the first rank of martialist. Finally, he arrived in the city center, met President Su Ruwaksu at the Martial Arts Federation, completed 4 attribute tests, and, as a bonus, evolved a stronger passive ability. When he opened his personal panel, he saw yet another earth-shattering change. Name, Qin. Race, planetary level human 20%. Strength, 20. Constitution, 25. Agility, 17. Spirit, 10. Talent, adaptive evolution. Skills, mana affinity LV6, cold resistance LV4, poison resistance LV3, iron bones LV2, physical regeneration LV2. Combat rating, on the surface, he appears to be merely a second-tier martialist, but in reality, he can kill a 7th-tier martialist with a single punch, and he can even stand still and let a 9th-tier martialist attack him for 5 minutes. That's right. After this afternoon's training in the gravity chamber, Qin had leveled up again, breaking through from 1st-tier to 2nd-tier martialist, with 20 units of blood chi, a whopping 10-unit increase. Breaking through 2 tiers in a single day, if word got out, it would absolutely terrify a whole bunch of geniuses. Mana affinity is now at level 6. I wonder what it'll feel like to train with this. Qin thought to himself with anticipation. He had consumed 3 first-tier spirit, which had raised his mana affinity by 3 levels, and his fight with Lu Yi had boosted it by another level. It seemed that fighting mid to high-tier martialists and withstanding the onslaught of their blood chi also served to enhance his mana affinity. Of course, the prerequisite was not getting killed. Once I get a little stronger and break through to martial master, maybe I can ask Chairman Su to step in and give me a good beating. With that thought in mind, Qin closed his eyes, slowly entered a meditative state, and attempted to channel mana into his body for cultivation. In about an hour, Qin completed 1 full cycle of qi circulation, nourishing his entire body with mana. 10 full cycles can refine 1 card of blood qi. At this rate, if Qin trains for 10 hours a day, it'll only take him 10 days to reach the 3rd rank of martialist. This pace of cultivation already surpasses 90% of human martialists. He is truly a martial arts prodigy. After all, just a few days ago, Qin was still a martial arts failure who couldn't even sense mana. However, it's still too slow. Level 10 mana affinity might be a hurdle. Once I reach level 10, I'll spend more time cultivating. Before level 10, I'll focus on cellular evolution. A single physical evolution had boosted Qin's blood chi by 10 units. It goes without saying which path is faster. Qin finished his training, pulled his phone out of his pocket, and logged onto a fascinating website. Martial Realm. This is a special realm accessible only to martialists. It's said that in the martial realm, as long as you have money, you can buy anything, including time and life. Cultivation techniques, weapons and equipment, spiritual plants, elixirs. On the Martial Realm's main page, there were over a dozen major categories to choose from, and clicking into any one of them allowed for further selection of subcategories. For example, when Qin clicked into the cultivation techniques category, a long list of subcategories appeared at the top of the screen for him to choose from. Fist techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, everything imaginable, and even extremely rare breathing techniques. Qin clicked into the breathing techniques section and took a look. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Yangyan breathing technique, grade A cultivation technique. Tested to increase cultivation efficiency 5-fold for practitioners below Grandmaster level and 2-fold for those at Grandmaster level and above, with no side effects. Price, 250 million yuan, eligible for a 5 yuan discount coupon. A single A rank breathing technique, priced at 250 million yuan. That's more money than an ordinary person could earn in 1,000 years of working without eating or drinking. A 5 yuan discount coupon. Do I really lack those 5 yuan? Qin rolled his eyes and decided to check how much the cheapest breathing technique cost. He sorted the prices from lowest to highest and quickly found a D-rank breathing technique. 9 Marvels breathing technique, D-rank technique. Tested to double cultivation efficiency for practitioners below Martial Master, ineffective for mid-tier Martial Masters and above. Price, 15 million yuan. Well, it seemed Qin couldn't even afford the crappiest breathing technique. The 700,000 plus yuan he saved by selling his organs was pitiful. It wouldn't even make a ripple in the martial realm. Martial arts really are a money pit. Not even 100 million would be enough. Qin sighed sincerely, casually exited the breathing techniques section, and clicked into the weapons equipment section to browse. Weapons and equipment in the martial realm are also classified by grade using the letters SABT. E-grade weapons are suited for martialists, D-grade for martial masters, and so on. Of course, weapons within the same tier are further subdivided by strength, distinguished by the numbers following the letters. For example, a D1 tier weapon is stronger than a D2 tier 1, with D9 being the weakest. Don't let the terms C tier and D tier fool you. In reality, a single D9 tier weapon costs at least 1 million to acquire. As for E tier weapons, while they're considerably cheaper, the starting price is still in the tens of thousands. After browsing through the weapons and equipment section, Qin silently made up his mind he wouldn't buy any weapons or gear after all. It wasn't that he couldn't afford them, it was mainly that going unarmed offered better value for money. With the divine skill, cellular adaptive evolution, he could easily transform his own body into an invincible weapon, making equipment unnecessary. In other words, using equipment might actually slow down the evolution of his physical body. Exiting the weapons and equipment section, Qin took a rough look around the entire martial realm. He was deeply shaken, feeling much like a country bumpkin arriving in a big city for the first time. In the spiritual plants section, even first-tier spiritual fruits commanded astronomical prices. The 3 first-tier spiritual fruits that Li Wufeng had lost to him would cost at least 100 million in the martial realm. Qin hadn't expected that with just 3 small bites, he devoured 3 small goals. As for the higher-tier second-tier and third-tier spirit fruits, they were already priceless treasures, all of which could only be purchased with contribution. The Martial Arts Federation and the Human Alliance had their own contribution system for the martialists under their jurisdiction. Martialists could earn contribution by completing official missions, eradicating secret realms, eliminating alien races, and selling the corpses of ferocious beasts. That's right. In the martial realm, you can even take on missions. There are official missions as well as private bounties. Mission rewards are mostly money and contribution, though a few consist of weapons, equipment, martial arts techniques, or spiritual plants. That said, the most expensive items in the spirit plant section aren't actually the high-tier spirit fruits, but rather certain live, plantable spirit roots. These spirit roots have been preserved by martialists using special methods. As long as they're planted in a suitable environment, they immediately regain their vitality and begin to bloom and bear fruit once more. A single living spiritual root, even the lowest grade, first tier one, is still priceless. It must be purchased with contribution points and cannot be measured in monetary terms. After all, it symbolizes an inexhaustible supply of spiritual fruits. Qin certainly couldn't afford anything in the spiritual plants section. Perhaps he could buy some unranked spiritual fruits, but such fruits were already useless to him. The reason consuming unranked purple bamboo fruits and snow fruits was useful back then was mainly because he was still an ordinary person at the time. His physical body had very low resistance to spiritual fruits and would react to them. Now, with his physical constitution as a second-tier martialist, he could eat 1,000 unranked spiritual fruits a day without any reaction. Without a reaction, naturally, there would be no evolution. However, this dazzling array of exorbitantly priced goods did not dampen Qin's confidence, for he knew that one day in the future, he would have enough money to buy them all. In the Fierce Beasts and Alien Races section of the martial realm, aside from purchasing precious materials from the bodies of fierce beasts and alien races, there was also a dedicated sell button. If a martialist obtained the carcasses of fierce beasts or alien races from the secret realm but didn't know how to process them, they could simply sell them to the local martial arts federation or the executive hall in exchange for money and contribution points. The complete carcass of a first-tier fierce beast is worth over 1 million. For an alien race of the same tier, the price is at least double that. If I knew simple methods to process fierce beast carcasses, the price could be even higher. Qin's eyes lit up. He finally understood how martialists made their money. Those martialists who pick low-grade spirit fruits on the outskirts of the secret realm to resell at supermarkets were merely dabbling. They couldn't make much of a profit. To truly strike it rich, one had to slay ferocious beasts and alien races, venture into the core areas of the secret realm to harvest high-grade spirit fruits, and dig up high-grade spirit roots. A trip to the Xintian secret realm was a must. Xin silently memorized the characteristics of those valuable ferocious beasts and the types of alien races. If he ever encountered them in the future, he would definitely seize the opportunity to take them down. He tapped on the cultivation technique category again, preparing to finally select an affordable technique suited to him. Since he didn't use weapons, a fist technique would be the most comfortable choice. Xin had always been a fan of bare-handed combat and the violent aesthetics of punches landing with a satisfying thud. He sorted the cultivation techniques by price, from lowest to highest. Before long, a unique technique caught Xin's eye, making his eyes light up. An A-rank fist technique for only 100,000 yuan? That's a steal. Did the seller accidentally list the wrong price, letting me snag a steal? An A-rank fist technique is something on the level of the Mountain Sea stage. In other words, once learned, it would be more than enough to last at least until he reached the king level. Xin hurriedly clicked on the detailed description of this martial art. As line after line of text came into view, he began to understand why this A-rank fist technique was so cheap. It wasn't that the seller had mispriced it, it was that the martial art was only worth that much. No one would buy it for any higher price. Martial art name: 7 Wounds Mad Fist. Rank: A. Author: Mad King. Description: this technique focuses on the art of attack, emphasizing extreme offense without the slightest hint of defense or retreat. It is divided into 7 levels. Upon reaching the 5th level, one can comprehend the Tao intent of the king stage. Please note, since this technique was created by the Mad King's Tao, which is comprehended upon reaching the 5th level, may affect the practitioner's Tao heart, causing them to descend into madness from which there is no recovery. Please note, the destructive power of this technique rivals that of an S-rank fist technique, but practicing and using it will inflict damage on the practitioner, leading to inevitable internal injuries. If you cannot find a way to address this, it is best not to learn it. Please note, no refunds will be issued after purchase, and refund requests will not be accepted. All risks associated with a martialist practicing this technique are the sole responsibility of the practitioner and bear no relation to this store. Price: 100,000 yuan. This is a lethal fist technique with extreme side effects. It inflicts 1,000 points of damage on the enemy but costs the practitioner 800 points of their own health. Under normal circumstances, even the lowest price for an A-rank technique would be over 10,000 contribution points, but if the technique itself has side effects, the price becomes unpredictable. Xin estimates that the side effects of the 7 Wounds Madness Fist are definitely significant, otherwise, it wouldn't be discounted so drastically, available for just 100,000 yuan. However, side effects that would be unacceptable to other martialists are actually a godsend to Xin. Does practicing this fist style damage the body? Sorry, but Xin has no interest in cultivating techniques that don't harm the body. A treasure he could never have afforded was now available at a bargain price. What was there to think about? He immediately paid 100,000 yuan and officially won the bid for the 7 Wounds Mad Fist. On the Martial World website, purchasing a martial art requires facial recognition and, incidentally, signing a contract pledging not to disclose it to others. Xin gave the contract a quick glance and realized that this seemingly ordinary electronic contract appeared to conceal some kind of Taoist intent. Once signed, one would instinctively sense its presence. Should he ever breach the contract, he would surely face punishment. Such a simple contract faintly revealed the depth of the human race's heritage. It was truly extraordinary. Tao intent in the minds of martialists, these are actually 2 distinct concepts. It is said that upon reaching the Great Grandmaster realm, one's mental realm expands and the sea of consciousness manifests, allowing the martialist to begin accessing the intent. A Great Grandmaster's true strength is often judged by whether they have attained insight into the intent, such as sword intent or blade intent. The so-called intent is actually a martialist's vague perception of the Great Tao. Upon reaching the Mountain Sea stage or the King stage, this perception gradually deepens and takes concrete form as Tao intent, a process known as enlightenment to the Tao. According to Su Ruoxu, the emergence of every King stage practitioner signifies that a great Tao has been explored to its very end. I don't know who drafted this contract, but it was certainly a King stage practitioner at the very least. Xin whistled in admiration. He had previously wondered, when selling martial arts manuals, aren't they worried that buyers might resell them afterward? It seems the founders of the martial world had already anticipated this. The contract was successfully signed, and the very next second, a document appeared on Sheen's phone, the main text of the Seven Wounds Mad Fist along with its detailed commentary. The seller had even thoughtfully included a set of instructional videos for Sheen, so he could learn by following along. He eagerly opened the main text of the martial art and read through it once immediately. His eyes lit up with a sharp gleam, and his face beamed with delight. This technique was perfect for him. The Seven Wounds Mad Fist was all about throwing caution to the wind. The entire text made no mention of defense, only offense. The technique had 7 levels, corresponding to a martialist's progression from the entry-level realm all the way to the king stage. However, the 7th level representing the king stage was still incomplete, which left the technique flawed and caused severe side effects. Before reaching the 5th layer, practicing this technique will cause a killing aura to enter the body, damaging meridians and internal organs and leaving behind an incurable ailment. And after the 5th layer, a mad, chaotic Tao intent will. Without giving it another thought, he immediately played the first demonstration video. In the video, a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair stood in a spacious backyard, clad in a black tracksuit. His thick hair and beard obscured his features, making him look extremely disheveled and unkempt, as if he hadn't groomed himself in at least 7 or 8 years. He stood motionless and expressionless for a moment, then suddenly let out a sinister hee-hee chuckle and slammed out a punch. Though the punch struck only the air, it caused a small area around him to tremble for an instant. The branches of the 2 large trees in the backyard swayed, shedding a shower of leaves. Could this be the Mad King who created the Seven Wounds Mad Fist? Sheen's heart skipped a beat, and he then stared intently at the video, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. As the middle-aged man gradually got into the zone, his movements grew increasingly frenzied. Sheen watched, spellbound, and before he knew it, he was completely immersed in the fist technique, his body unconsciously swaying in time with the movements. Though the Mad Fist appeared to be a chaotic, haphazard barrage of blows, in reality, every punch was a lethal strike, aimed straight for the opponent's vital points. By the end of the night, Sheen had practiced the first level of the fist technique along with the video, gaining immense insight. A restless, murderous aura gradually began to stir within him. This murderous aura is a secret treasure for slaying enemies. The reason the Seven Wounds Mad Fist, despite being an A-grade technique, can rival the attack power of S-grade fist techniques is precisely because those who practice it must nourish this murderous aura with their own flesh and blood. This energy is boundlessly domineering and makes no distinction between friend and foe. To cultivate it, one must either forge an invincible physical body or forcibly replenish it with spiritual herbs and fruits. Essentially, it's like draining your health while popping pills to heal. However, Sheen didn't need to go through all that trouble. He'd simply take the hits head on. If he couldn't withstand them, he'd just evolve. After all, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he'd never come out on the losing end. The killing energy inside me is still too weak right now. It's damaging my body too slowly compared to how fast I'm recovering, so there is no evolutionary effect. Only after I've cultivated for a long time will the effects become apparent. Sheen felt the icy energy coursing through his meridians and nodded silently. He now possessed level 2 physical recovery and a body as tough as steel, with a constitution rivaling that of a martial master. A single tier 7 wounds killing fist dealt him far too little damage. Whoosh! He suddenly clenched his fist and unleashed a punch out of thin air. His right arm instantly turned into a blur, striking mid-air and sending out a shockwave. The force, originally 800 kilograms, surged past 1 metric ton under the power of an A-rank fist technique. Not only that, but this punch was imbued with a murderous aura. If an enemy tried to withstand it with sheer constitution, the aura would invade their body, damaging their heart meridians and hindering their recovery. Once I become a martial master, I'll be able to project blood chi as well. By then, a single punch will combine the aura of slaughter with the power of blood chi. The negative effects will be maxed out. Any martialist of the same rank hit by that punch will lose more than half their health. Sheen withdrew his right fist and glanced at the sky outside the window. It was already noon the next day. After practicing his fist techniques all night, he was hungry. It was time to bid farewell to Chairman Su, have a hearty meal, and then enter the Shintian secret realm. Having addressed the shortfall in his offensive capabilities, Sheen might appear to be merely a second-rank martialist on the surface, but his true strength was on par with that of a martial master, more than enough to sweep through the outer regions of the Xiantian secret realm. He'd been talking about this secret realm for so long now he could finally go in and see it for himself. He opened the door to his room, took a deep breath, and strode out. Chairman Su had treated him quite well, having stayed the night at his place. It was only natural to say goodbye before leaving. Qin made his way toward Chairman Su's office. As he walked, he would occasionally suddenly throw a few punches into thin air, as if he were having a fit. Passers-by along the way who witnessed the scene assumed Qin was mentally ill. They shot him disdainful glances and hurriedly kept their distance. Only Chen Shen, who was secretly following behind Qin, recognized the technique behind those punches and was utterly astonished. He sensed that if those few casual punches Qin had thrown had landed on him, they might have killed him on the spot. This fist technique was no ordinary feat, it was at least Class C. It's only been one night. Where did Qin learn such an advanced fist technique? Chen Shen's expression turned strange. He was increasingly convinced that Director Shao's decision to send him to protect Qin was a joke. This kid could kill me with a single punch. Does he really need my protection? Martial Arts Federation, President's office. Su Ruoxu sat upright in his chair, holding a newspaper in his hands and taking occasional sips of hot tea, looking completely at ease. Young people these days all like to read the news on their phones, but Su Ruoxu considered himself a relic from a bygone era. Unaccustomed to using a phone, he still preferred to subscribe to a newspaper. Creak. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Without even looking up, Su Ruoxu knew exactly who had arrived. Qin. Setting down the newspaper, a smile spread across his face as he surveyed the young man before him. He nodded and said, "It seems you've made some progress in the martial realm. Are you preparing to leave now?" "Yes. Thanks to your guidance, I plan to make a trip to the Xiantian secret realm next." Qin made no attempt to hide anything and directly shared his plans with Chairman Su. The Xiantian secret realm? I suppose so. Given your current strength, venturing into a D-rank secret realm for training is just right. However, Su Ruoxu furrowed his brow, as if a thought had occurred to him, and pointed to the newspaper on the desk. There has been some unusual activity in the Xiantian secret realm these past few weeks. A large-scale beast tide has appeared. It's far from peaceful. If you're determined to go, be sure not to venture too deep. A beast horde? Qin had heard that the environment within the secret realm was completely different from the real world. Mana was far more abundant, and the source of the Tao often manifested naturally, making it a sacred place for cultivation, home to countless terrifying beasts. It was said that if you placed an ordinary newborn puppy inside the secret realm, and if that puppy managed to survive to adulthood, it would become a ferocious beast itself. If it's just a beast horde, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Qin knew that to rapidly improve his strength, he had to venture into dangerous places. As his constitution continued to grow, many activities in the real world no longer had any effect on him. If he were to try free fall now, it would likely take at least a 30-story building to be effective, but such tall structures are rare in Yuhang City. Even if he did find a building that high, negotiating with the owner to let him jump would be a hassle. It would attract the attention of ordinary people and cause unnecessary trouble. After much consideration, entering the secret realm for training was still the most convenient option. Therefore, no matter what was happening in the Xiantian secret realm, he had to go in and investigate. The threat posed by the God Society constantly reminded him that he had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Chairman Su and Elder Wang had already helped him a great deal, but Qin would still have to walk the path ahead on his own. Click. Seeing the determination on Qin's face, Su Ruoxu immediately understood what he meant. Without saying another word, he pulled open the drawer under his desk and took out a black leather pouch. The pouch was about the size of a palm, seemingly crafted from the hide of some ferocious beast. It was engraved with intricate silver patterns and faintly emitted spatial fluctuations. As Su Ruoxu handed the pouch to Qin, he explained, "This is a spatial storage pouch. Since you've resolved to enter the secret realm, you'll naturally need to prepare a backpack to store your loot first. I happen to have an extra one, so I'll give it to you." As Qin accepted the spatial storage pouch, a warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he silently took note of Chairman Su's kindness toward him. Using this type of spatial storage pouch is very simple. Just open the pouch's mouth, aim it at the item you wish to store, cover it, and maintain contact for 3 seconds to store it. However, retrieving items from it with precision was still somewhat difficult. Only after a martialist reached the Grandmaster realm and opened their mental domain could they control the storage bag with their mental energy in the blink of an eye. They could store whatever they wanted and retrieve whatever they needed, making it incredibly convenient. Sheen recalled that these spatial storage bags weren't cheap. Even the most basic ones cost well over several $100,000. They are crafted from the hide of a ferocious beast known as the Void Beast, and require a professional runemaster to engrave the spatial runes. This B-rank storage bag has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, enough to last you until you reach the Mountain Sea stage. Suroaxu cast a glance at the black leather pouch that had landed in Sheen's hands, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. This pouch had been with him for over 20 years, from the time he became a martialist, through his rise to fame, and finally to his retirement in Yuhang. It held too many stories to tell. But he had finally grown old and could no longer continue fighting enemies. 1,000 cubic meters, this is far too valuable, I cannot accept it. Sheen's heart skipped a beat. The value of B-rank gear was beyond monetary measure, and he truly couldn't bear such generosity. Seeing that Sheen intended to refuse the gift, Suroaxu waved his hand, his expression growing 3 parts more weathered. As for weapons and gear, they're only truly meaningful if they can be used in battle to slay enemies. This item is of no use to me anymore. Rather than being buried with me, it's better that it finds new life with you. Suroaxu's mind was made up. Sheen remained silent for a moment, but finally slipped the grade B storage pouch into his pocket. He gazed at the elderly man, whose weariness was now clearly visible, and said earnestly, I promise you that one day in the future, I will personally go and wipe out the Mount Tai's secret realm. Sheen had seen Suroaxu's biography in the martial realm the day before and knew that 8 years ago, the old man had entered the S-rank Mount Tai's secret realm alongside a group of prodigies. But of that group, only Suroaxu had survived. Since then, Suroaxu had never reappeared on the front lines of the secret realms. He had retired to Yuhang and become a branch president of the Martial Arts Federation. This was the first time Sheen had ever made a promise to someone else. Although it seemed particularly absurd for a second-rank martialist to boast about sweeping through an S-class secret realm, Suroaxu's expression suddenly grew solemn. He stared at Sheen for a long time, then threw his head back and laughed heartily, laughing with such unrestrained joy that he seemed decades younger. Good, very good. I'll be waiting for you. By the time he left the Martial Arts Federation, it was already 2 p.m. The entrance to the Xiantian Secret Realm was located in the northern suburbs of Yuhang and was controlled by the Secret Realm Bureau, a subsidiary of the Yuhang Executive Office. Any martialist wishing to enter had to register in advance. Of course, there was no admission fee. He heard that the secret realm also had some hidden entrances kept secret by certain organizations for smuggling and illegal crossings, but Sheen wasn't entirely sure of the details. As he boarded the crowded subway, Sheen felt an inexplicable sensation. Someone in the crowd had been staring at him the whole time. Since his spiritual power had risen to 10 points, he'd become much more sensitive to this kind of covert scrutiny. Discreetly scanning his surroundings to follow that sensation, Sheen quickly spotted a man wearing a brown trench coat. The man looked upright and honorable, but his eyes kept falling on Sheen from time to time, as if by accident. I think I've seen this guy before, back when I was at the Martial Arts Federation. Sheen had a vague memory of him. Is he following me? I don't sense any killing intent. Is the other party hiding it too well for me to detect, or are they not from the God Society? Sheen's eyes flickered. He had no intention of wasting time here. Since he'd already detected the man's presence, it would be best to take advantage of the crowd and go over immediately to test the waters. He set off, pushing through the crowd ahead of him, gradually closing in on the man in the trench coat. Meanwhile, Chen Shen had also noticed Sheen's movements. It seemed he was heading toward him. Ha! Could he be getting off the bus? Chen Shen was standing near the door, which is why he made that assumption. He thought he'd been following Sheen very discreetly and never imagined Sheen would see right through him. Getting off at this stop, what is Sheen up to? Chen Shen buried half his face under his trench coat, silently pondering Sheen's next move. But what he never could have imagined was this. Qin actually walked straight up to him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked, looking down at him. "Bro, what's your deal with following me?" Chen. Facing Qin, who stood rigidly before him, Chen was momentarily overwhelmed by the other man's imposing presence, dazed for a few seconds. When he snapped back to his senses, his heart gave another jolt. He couldn't believe his own reaction. He was, after all, the second in command at the Yuhang East Suburb Police Station, a low-level martial master, and yet he'd actually been startled by a second-rank martialist? Chen found this hard to accept, but when he recalled the fist technique Qin had unleashed by chance, it seemed only natural. For a prodigy of this caliber, overwhelming an opponent by leaping over an entire major realm in the early stages of martial cultivation would be no challenge at all. The young man before him appeared to be asking him the reason in a friendly manner, but in reality, he exuded an intense aura of pressure, making Chen feel as if he were being interrogated. He straightened his hunched back with an effort, regained his composure, and gave a brief explanation of why he'd been following Qin. Once he finished, the pressure from the young man suddenly eased. Qin flashed a toothy smile and laughed it off, saying, "So you're a police officer, comrade? That clears up the misunderstanding. I'm here to protect you from retaliation by the God Society." Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Qin was definitely stronger than him right now. The sense of pressure was absolutely overwhelming. "Thanks for your hard work, thanks. But I'm about to enter the Xiantian secret realm. Are you coming in with me?" The dangerous aura around Qin had completely vanished, replaced by a warm smile. "You're going into the Xiantian secret realm?" Chen raised an eyebrow, pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. "In that case, I won't be going in with you." As if. He knew his own strength was no match for Qin's, so naturally he'd take any excuse to back out. There was no way he was going to bring up the word protection now. Pulling a business card from his pocket and handing it to Qin, Chen gave him the standard instructions, then quickly got off the train as soon as it pulled into the station. Watching Chen's hastily retreating figure, Qin looked pensive as he shook the business card in his hand. It seems the Yuhang Police Department has been keeping an eye on the God Society for quite some time. They've just been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once I emerge from the secret realm, I could reach out to them proactively and collaborate with them. I'm not aiming to completely dismantle the God Society, but luring out a few big fish shouldn't be a problem. Qin tucked the business card away, a thought flashing through his mind. In the online novels he'd read in his previous life, the vast majority of protagonists went it alone, never even considering collaborating with official organizations. In Qin's view, that was sheer stupidity. Why worry yourself out when you could win without lifting a finger? The police station must have detailed information on me, and they've surely deduced that I've had some extraordinary experience. But they didn't try to steal my opportunity, which shows that the Yuhang Police Department is a trustworthy official authority. Recalling the female police officer who had taken him in, as well as everything he'd witnessed at the station, Qin was pretty much certain of this. Still, he'd wait until his journey through the secret realm was over to deal with all that. The subway sped along, and before long, it finally arrived at his destination, the northern suburbs. The 4 suburbs surrounding Yuhang were all pretty much the same, so Qin didn't linger. He opened his phone's navigation app and headed straight for the Secret Realm Administration Bureau. Compared to the Martial Arts Federation, which was openly established in the city center, the Secret Realm Administration Bureau was located in a very remote area. Following the navigation, Qin nearly got lost in the winding alleys. What a lousy navigation app. He turned off his phone and noticed groups of martialists frequently walking together in the alleys, so he picked a random group and followed behind them. Any martialist who showed up here was obviously heading to the secret realm as well. Qin followed them all the way and finally found the Xiantian Secret Realm Administration Bureau. Before him lay long streets lined with lush trees, and everywhere along the roadside were martialists setting up stalls, hawking resources obtained from the secret realm. At the end of the street stood a Chinese-style building with its gates wide open, green tiles and red walls, simple yet elegant, and everyone passing by was a martialist. These people really know how to do business. Even the lowest grade E-class spatial storage pouches are selling for 600,000 here, a full 2 times higher than the price in the martial realm. Sheen noticed a martialist selling storage pouches not far away. What was most shocking was that quite a few people were lining up to buy them. He guessed that the people lining up to buy storage pouches were all martial arts newbies like Sheen. They only realized they needed to prepare storage pouches in advance once they reached the entrance to the secret realm. To avoid any hassle, they had no choice but to spend a little extra to buy one right there. After all, if they bought one on the Martial World Marketplace, they'd have to wait a day or two for delivery. Sheen walked past the stalls of various sizes and entered the Secret Realm Administration Bureau. Looking around, he saw a total of 12 windows ahead, each labeled Entry Registration. Perhaps due to the recent surge of beasts in the Shen-Tian Secret Realm and the resulting increase in danger, there seemed to be very few people waiting in line to register for entry into the Secret Realm. Only 2 windows had martialists waiting in line, and there were just 3 or 4 people at each. Sheen curiously surveyed the hall of the Secret Realm Administration Bureau, and gradually, his gaze settled on a massive electronic screen in the center. The screen displayed a series of official Secret Realm quests for martialists to accept in exchange for rewards. 18 gravity crystals, each weighing at least 10 kilograms. Submit the quest at window 3. Reward, 600 contribution points, 100 million currency. 3 life-bound feathers from a wind-colored peacock, must be second-tier quality. As Sheen scanned the constantly refreshing list of missions on the screen, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He spotted a familiar name. Rescue martialists 3 days ago. For low-tier martialists Wang Lu, Wang Xianfan, Chen, by Xianhua entered the Shen-Tian Secret Realm. They used their communication talismans to call for help from martialists everywhere. Reward, 50 million currency, 100 contribution points. Chen. About 3 days ago, Chen had sent Sheen a text message, urging him not to give up hope of survival. Since then, Chen had never replied to Sheen's messages. The timing lines up perfectly. This is definitely not a coincidence of shared names. This rescue mission was posted by Chen and his group. Sheen furrowed his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, Chen had likely entered the Shen-Tian Secret Realm himself specifically to save him. The kid wanted to harvest a spirit fruit to cure Chen's cancer. But with the beast tide erupting, Chen was trapped in the secret realm. 3 days had passed. He was likely facing certain death. No, I have to go save him. Chen wasn't the type to play the saint and help strangers, but if those who'd been kind to him were in trouble, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Hurrying to find an unoccupied counter to accept the mission and register his information, Sheen, guided by a staff member, passed through 2 security gates and arrived at a spacious plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a spatial rift tens of thousands of meters long, deep and pitch black, as if a true dragon were coiled in midair. A truly harrowing sight. Above the spatial fissure, a sharp sword stained with traces of blood hovered in midair, its blade pointing downward. A vast aura of sword intent poured forth, suppressing the entire fissure of the secret realm, preventing the creatures within from escaping, yet allowing human martialists to enter freely. What kind of figure could possibly have left behind such a sword strike? Sheen's heart raced. He instinctively clenched his fists and strode into a corner of the spatial fissure. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled and blurred like flowing water. He felt the world spinning, and his vision went black. The next second, weeds grew wild, ancient trees soared skyward. A scene completely different from the real world unfolded before his eyes. Phew! Standing in a primeval forest, Sheen took a deep breath. The air felt refreshing, and with every breath, pure mana naturally flowed into his body, bringing a sense of bliss to both body and mind. The mana concentration in a D-rank secret realm was at least 5 times that of the outside world. No wonder they say that even a stray dog, if left to live there for 10 years, could become a terrifying beast. After passing through the spatial rift, human martialists would appear randomly in the outer regions of the secret realm. Those with bad luck might be surrounded and killed by a pack of ferocious beasts the moment they landed. Therefore, as soon as Sheen materialized, he immediately went on high alert. With a solemn expression, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. He seemed to be in a mountainous region. As far as the eye could see, there were ancient trees soaring to the heavens, their trunks so thick that even the smallest required 7 or 8 people to encircle it. The towering trees teemed with vitality. Their ring-shaped canopies stretched like giant umbrellas across the sky, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through. The damp, shadowy ground was overgrown with all manner of unidentified ferns and weeds, and occasionally, black beetles as large as a human head would dart past through the undergrowth. Sheen stood alone in the forest, as if in another world, surrounded by nothing but unfamiliar sights. Naturally, there was no cell phone signal within the secret realm. However, with the exception of the core area, the rest of the Shintian secret realm had long been explored by human martialists, so the Secret Realm Administration provided martialists with free maps before they entered. I should be near the middle layer of the Shintian secret realm's outer perimeter. Sheen reached into his pocket, pulled out a map, and gently unfolded it. As he did so, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible pressure on his right hand, a unique characteristic of the Shintian secret realm. At the center of the Shintian secret realm lay a vast gravity crystal mining area spanning several hundred kilometers. Due to its immense scale, the gravity throughout the entire secret realm differed from that of Blue Star. Even at the very outer edge, the gravity was twice that of Blue Star. Thanks to his 10-point spirit attribute, Sheen possessed a keen sense of his body and could subtly perceive that the gravity acting on him was currently about 2.7 times that of Blue Star. He glanced at the map, skipping over the outermost regions entirely and searching in the area near the middle layer, where he quickly located his current position. His luck wasn't too great. This spot turned out to be a perilous area. According to the brief notes on the map, this was the towering insect forest on Shiyun Peak, abundant with all kinds of high-quality spirit woods. However, the forest was teeming with insects, and entry was not recommended for martialists below the 9th dan. Insects? Sheen furrowed his brow slightly. He had been thinking of taking a casual stroll, but as soon as he lifted his leg, he was startled to discover several small tears in his pants, and his legs were suddenly covered with yellowish-brown soft-bodied insects. These insects resembled leeches from Blue Star, but were several times larger. Even the smallest was as big as a palm. They clung to Sheen's legs with sucker-like mouthparts, constantly gnawing at his skin in an attempt to suck his blood. Throughout this process, Sheen remained completely oblivious. He didn't feel a thing. However, these leeches weren't even at the first tier level. They couldn't be called ferocious beasts. They couldn't possibly break through Sheen's steel hard bones, and after wriggling around for a while, they still couldn't draw any blood. You're such a bunch of losers. Sheen deliberately waited a moment. Realizing these little creatures couldn't break through his defenses at all, he reached out with his large hand, grabbed them all, squished them into a meatball, and casually tossed them aside. Immediately afterward, Sheen stepped up to a towering ancient tree, gathered his strength, and unleashed a full power punch at the trunk. Boom! A muffled thud echoed through the air. Under the full force of his punch, the towering ancient tree didn't even flinch. Only a shallow fist mark remained on the trunk. 3 or 4 seconds later, even the fist mark vanished, and everything returned to normal. The feel is familiar, extremely hard, and it can even self-repair. This is probably the raw material used by the Martial Arts Federation to forge their training dummies, isn't it? Sheen's eyes lit up as he recalled the name of this spirit wood. Yunfeng Cedar. This spirit wood is classified as Tier 1 when it reaches 100 meters in height, and advances 1 tier for every 500 meters thereafter. The tree before him was estimated to be over 600 meters tall, a Tier 2 spirit wood that could only be cut down by a mid-tier martial master wielding a D1 grade weapon. Looking around, he saw Cloud Peak cedars everywhere, and all of them were at least first tier. He had been teleported to the very depths of the sky-reaching insect forest. Although he couldn't cut down a second-tier spirit tree, he had a good chance of gathering some first-tier Cloud Peak cedars to take back with him. Wait, I came here to rescue Chen. Money-making and other trivial matters can wait until later. Sheen pulled a shimmering talisman from his pocket, a guidance talisman capable of directing a martialist to a specific location. The art of runes is another path for martial masters. Sheen hadn't had much exposure to it, but he knew that rune masters earned a fortune. Even a single first-tier rune could fetch several 100,000. So-called formation masters are, in essence, also rune masters. Both are professions that study runes and engrave the patterns of the Tao. The squad Chen joined likely included someone of considerable wealth. Not only had they purchased a communication talisman in advance to call for help, but they were also able to post a bounty after the incident. The tracking talisman Sheen held in his hand had also been purchased by a wealthy member of Chen's squad. It could only detect that person's location. He clasped the talisman in his palm, and a set of coordinates immediately appeared in his mind. Over 200 kilometers to my northeast? They already entered the core area of the Xintian secret realm. Qin didn't hesitate. After confirming the direction, he immediately set off. However, he had barely run 10 meters when he heard a harsh, grating caw from his side. From within the thicket of weeds, a red-armored longhorn beetle as large as an adult human swallowed a clump of leeches in one gulp, then spun around abruptly and charged straight at Qin. The lump of leech meat Qin had casually tossed aside had actually served as bait, luring a massive beast. This red longhorn beetle was a ferocious beast that had just begun to enter the first-tier category. Now it charged at him with fierce momentum, its pair of hind wings flapping violently, moving at a speed far surpassing that of a first- or second-tier martialist. The wild grasses sprouting everywhere were flattened by the gale whipped up by the longhorn beetle's charge. Qin stared intently at the beetle, which was as large as himself. His face showed no sign of fear. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Come on, then." With that, he actually lowered his head, just like a bull in a bullfight, planted his feet firmly, and charged forward with a thunderous roar. If it's going to be a collision, then let us go head to head. In the blink of an eye, two afterimages crashed into each other, sending out a roaring shockwave. The longhorn beetle never imagined that the human before him would dare to ram his head directly against its horn. In its hazy memory, no humanoid creature had ever dared to do such a thing. Crack! As expected, the longhorn beetle was sent flying backward more than 10 meters, slamming violently into a yunfeng cedar. Its long horn snapped, its body burst open, and a repulsive green liquid spattered everywhere. Qin stood there expressionless, not even a red mark on his forehead. He was no longer someone a mere early-stage first-tier ferocious beast could pick a fight with. At least a second-tier ferocious beast was needed to make him feel any pressure. The physical body of a first-tier red armor longhorn beetle seems to be decent material for forging weapons. Selling it for 2 million shouldn't be a problem. Qin strode over, gazing at the blurry mass of blood, flesh, and armor lying beneath a tree not far away, feeling a twinge of regret. "Tsk, I should been more careful. With its body shattered like this, I'll probably only get 50,000 for it. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is still meat." Qin slowly approached the pile of remains, thinking he'd take out his storage pouch to put it away, but unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. A wild dog with yellow and white mottled fur suddenly poked its head out from the thick trunk of the yunfeng cedar, leaped forward, and landed precisely on the longhorn beetle, devouring it voraciously. In just over 10 seconds, the red carapaced longhorn beetle as big as an adult human was devoured entirely. Even its hardest carapace was eaten by that wild dog. Qin, standing several meters away, was left speechless. Where did that dog come from? Isn't this supposed to be a towering insect forest? He froze for a moment, then his expression turned menacing as he glared at the wild dog, grinding his teeth. "I'll have dog meat for dinner tonight." Qin's murderous intent radiated out, causing the wild dog to shudder violently. It turned and tried to crawl back into the hollow of the yunfeng tree. There was no way Qin was going to let it get away that easily. He was always the one freeloading off others. He'd never seen anyone dare to freeload off him. Oh right, it was a dog trying to freeload off him. Whoosh! Qin took a single stride, instantly closing the 5-meter gap and snatching the dog mid-air. Holding the mottled wild dog by the scruff of its neck, he narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "You eat my beetles, I eat you, fair enough, right?" Woo! With its fate hanging by a thread, the big stray dog instantly went limp, whimpering and stammering, looking pitiful and completely stripped of the ferocity it had shown moments ago when snatching food from the tiger's jaws. Seeing that Qin was about to squeeze the life out of him, the big stray dog panicked. He opened his mouth and, to everyone's surprise, spoke like a human. "Bro, don't do this. Give a brother a way out. I just saw something tasty and couldn't resist for a moment. I really didn't mean to steal your food." Qin's face darkened. It was bad enough that this dog could talk, but now it was going around calling him brother? Did it think he was a dog too? He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the hollow in the yunfeng fur and noticed that it was neither too big nor too small, just the right size for this wild dog to squeeze in and out. Moreover, the edges of the hole were jagged and uneven, as if the dog had gnawed it out by force. A Yunfeng first standing over 800 meters tall with strength approaching that of a third-tier spirit would. How could this dog possibly chew through it? Qin's expression grew strange as he turned to look at the large dog in his hands. The big dog was quite amusing. Upon sensing Qin's gaze, it hurriedly flashed a fawning smile, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. "Did you gnaw that hole up there? Hee, you've got a keen eye." "I did gnaw it, all right. How about that? Am I awesome or what?" At the mention of the tree hollow, the big dog suddenly perked up, its eyes sparkling with pride as its tail wagged furiously. "You're only at the first tier level. How could you possibly gnaw through top grade second tier spirit wood?" Qin had seen right through the big dog's cultivation level. It was indeed first tier, at most mid first tier, equivalent to a human 6th dan martialist. "Humph, that's because this grand dog here is exceptionally gifted, of course." The big dog immediately got carried away, boasting, "By the way, you can call me Dog Lord from now on. Spare a dog when you can let me live, and Dog Lord will save your life in return." Qin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Seeing the big dog's smug, arrogant expression, he couldn't help but beat him up. "Wha, you perverted human! You're clearly only at the second rank level. How can you be this strong?" The big dog's face was black and blue. Qin had beaten him so badly that he began to question the meaning of his existence. But he wasn't one to just take a beating passively. He fought back fiercely, biting Qin several times in return. The big dog's teeth were indeed extraordinary. They easily pierced through Qin's level 2 steel hardbones, leaving several rows of bite marks. "Your teeth are pretty good. I bet I could sell them for a nice price." A sharp gleam flashed in Qin's eyes. Without pausing, he immediately set about pulling out the big dog's teeth right there on the spot. Seeing this, the big dog immediately cowered, crawling on the ground and shouting, "Stop, stop, stop! I'm sorry. I'm a dog's son. Please don't hit me anymore. I have a way to save your life. You really don't need to beat me to death." "Save my life?" Qin chuckled. He wasn't in any danger right now. It was just a dog. What was there to save? "I'm in a hurry. Either go catch a beast of equal value for me right now, or sell yourself to me. Take your pick." Seeing that Qin had stopped attacking, the big dog slowly lifted its head off the ground. Standing on 2 legs with an air of dignity, just like a human, it said in a low, brooding voice, "Aren't you curious why a dog like me lives up in a tree?" "Not curious. Even if only 1% died each time, that would still be a staggering number." Hearing this question, Big Dog's gaze suddenly turned contemptuous, as if he were looking down on Qin for his low IQ. "How could you ask such a stupid question? I told you before, wherever the insect goes, it sweeps everything away. And this so-called everything naturally includes the corpses of its own kind." The feeling of being looked down upon by a dog was too bizarre. Veins bulged on Qin's forehead, and he couldn't help but beat Big Dog again, only stopping when the dog howled for mercy. "I'm your future lifesaver, after all. There's probably only about 10 minutes left until the next insect outbreak. You won't have time to get out of Shiyun Peak, let alone the Shitian Mountains." The big dog mournfully rubbed his swollen muzzle with his paw. Qin couldn't be bothered to respond, merely saying indifferently, "Lead the way." Up the tree. Shiyun Peak was vast. Judging by the map, even if Qin traveled at full speed, it would take him a full day and night just to get out of it. And that was just to leave Shiyun Peak. Judging by Big Dog's tone, it seemed the central peaks of the Shitian Mountains were all set to erupt with the insect plague. The simplified map provided by the authorities was far too vague. It was no match for a detailed map bought with real money. Qin felt a twinge of regret. But what he didn't know was that, over the years, no one had ever appeared in the deepest recesses of the western Tian Mountains so soon after entering the Shen Tian secret realm. Although this area lies on the outer periphery, its danger level rivals that of the secret realm Escor. An ordinary 9th rank martialist would, at most, reach the outskirts of the western Tian Mountains, slay a few insects, and dig up a few spiritual plants. They'd never even encounter the insect sea, nor would they survive long enough to do so. Otherwise, with so many high-grade spirit trees on West Cloud Peak, they would have long been gathered up and carried away by martialists traveling in groups. How could any have been left for Qin? If a knowledgeable martialist were to discover Qin's presence on West Cloud Peak right now, they would undoubtedly be stunned and convinced that Qin was as good as dead. Apart from that king stage martialist who subdued the Shantian realm with a single sword strike 60 years ago, no other martialist had ever ventured as deep as Qin had. The man and his dog deftly scaled the Yunfeng cedar before them. Normally, such a large tree would be extremely difficult to climb due to its wood-esque texture, but the big dog clearly made frequent trips up and down, leaving behind plenty of fresh marks that allowed Qin to use the indentations to climb upward. I have to climb the Yunfeng cedar 3 times a day, otherwise, the claw marks I leave up there disappear quickly, and it's a real hassle to make new ones. The big dog climbed ahead with a smug look on its face, clearly delighted that Qin was relying on it to get up the tree. Second stage Cloud Peak cedars regenerate too quickly. If the claw marks R&T maintained regularly, they could indeed vanish completely overnight. The hole the big dog had gnawed out was at about the 40-meter mark. That might sound high, but compared to the main trunk, which stood over 800 meters tall, it was actually quite low. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as the man and the dog were frantically climbing the tree, a faint commotion suddenly arose from the ground below. It seemed as though something was moving through the grass. Rumble, rumble. Immediately afterward, the ground beneath the entire giant peak began to shake violently. The were extremely pronounced, at least a magnitude 7, and nearly shook Qin off the tree. While maintaining his climbing posture, he looked down. A martialist's eyes, enhanced by mana, are sharper than those of a hawk or falcon. Even from a distance of over 20 meters, he could clearly see what was happening on the ground. In Qin's line of sight, one insect after another, each with a unique form, burst from the earth, shaking their bodies to rid themselves of dirt and grime, then extending their sensory organs to silently search for their kind. Their sensory organs, whether antennae or elongated mouthparts, enabled this vast swarm of insects to begin forming orderly ranks, beetles with beetles, mosquitoes with mosquitoes, resembling the assembly of different military units at the outbreak of an ancient war. Perfect order. The insect race in this godforsaken place must have a queen hidden deep underground, directing their reproduction. I'd guess she is at least a second-tier queen. Big Dog also turned to look at the ground, speaking with lingering fear. Even a first-tier queen can overwhelm and kill a human grandmaster with a swarm. They absolutely cannot be underestimated. The insectoid race is utterly absurd. They stand alone. Once they fully developed, they destroy everything in sight. They're the mortal enemy of all races. If word gets out among the other races that a queen has appeared, countless powerful beings from other races will surely come to hunt her down. Even among the queens themselves, there's a hostile relationship. A race left completely isolated and without support? Interesting. No wonder this place has hardly been explored at all. Human grandmasters are already the public pillars of their race. They rarely venture into D-class secret realms, let alone risk their lives to hunt down a second-tier queen. The potential rewards are simply too meager. For grandmasters and great-grandmasters, even third-tier spirit would isn't enough to make them envious. If the difficulty of obtaining it is too high, they'll certainly give up. You know quite a lot for a dumb dog, don't you? Qin had already climbed to the mouth of the tree hollow. He didn't continue upward but instead secured himself firmly to the tree trunk. Dumb dog? The big dog looked displeased and retorted indignantly, I, Dog Lord, once followed a supreme being naturally. I know far more than you, a rookie just starting out on the martial path. A supreme being? Qin's interest was piqued, and he pressed further. Who was it? What race? What realm? What was his name? When it came to these details, the big dog suddenly looked confused again and shook his head. I don't remember. My master placed me on Shiyun Peak, and before he left, he erased all memories of himself from my mind. All I know is that there was a supreme being who was my master and placed me here. I know nothing else. Qin raised an eyebrow and speculated, leaving his pet out in the world. I'd guess that supreme being is in trouble and didn't want you to get dragged into his risks. Deleting your memories, he was probably worried you'd be captured by his enemies, who might use some soul-searching technique to extract information about him, or even uncover his weaknesses. Your master sure is a coward, even more of a dog than you are. Woof, woof. Hearing someone mock his master, the big dog instinctively barked at Qin a few times, eager to defend his master. However, he couldn't beat Qin, so he could only bark a few times before giving up. He felt Qin's speculation was correct. because every time he wanted to leave Shiyun Peak, he would experience inexplicable palpitations, a reaction to foreseeing danger. As a dog raised by a supreme being, he naturally possessed his own extraordinary qualities. Aside from his teeth, he also had an instinct to avoid danger and seek safety. My instincts tell me that leaving Shiyun Peak, Sheen gazed intently and saw Big Dog slip nimbly into the dog hole. Lying at the entrance, he looked down at the vast sea of insects below with a look of pure contentment, as if watching a movie. Occasionally, when he got hungry, he'd take a bite from the edge of the dog hole, filling his mouth with wood shavings and chips, which he'd chew noisily. Do you usually eat tree bark and wood shavings? Sheen furrowed his brow. The big dog had the dog hole to rest in, but he couldn't squeeze into such a tiny opening, so he had to remain in his tree climbing stance. Yep. After the insect swarm erupts, it usually lasts about 5 hours. Aside from insects and spirit wood, there is almost no other life in the forest. To eat insects, I'd have to climb down the tree to find them and waste energy fighting. It's much more satisfying to just eat tree bark. The big dog looked as if he were stating the obvious. His doggy eyes twinkled as he teased Sheen. I'll warn you now, you'd better not try to eat spirit wood like me. Mortals can't pull that off. Without my titanium alloy dog mouth and dog stomach, you won't be able to bite through this spirit wood, let alone absorb the nutrients and spiritual energy it contains. You'll definitely end up with a mouthful of shattered teeth. As he spoke of his own advantages, especially those Sheen lacked, the big dog's tail perked up again, wagging with unbridled glee. If you want to escape the swarm's reach, it'll take at least 5 days. Factoring in the rest time needed to climb trees to avoid the swarm, I'd estimate it'll take 10 days. During those 10 days, you'd better start thinking early on about what you're going to eat. Let me warn you, that red-armored longhorn beetle you killed earlier is actually a rare edible insect. Most insects in the forest are inedible, and they're elusive, very hard to find. Big Dog adopted a spectator's posture, staring at Sheen with keen interest, eager to see what the young man would do next. But to his surprise, after hearing his explanation, Sheen didn't show any particular reaction. His expression remained impassive. He simply opened his mouth slightly and bit down on the tree bark in front of him. Crunch! 2 of his teeth shattered instantly, and blood gushed from his mouth. Hey! Are you crazy? I told you humans can't chew through second-tier spirit wood, let alone digest it. Big Dog barked in shock, but Sheen seemed not to hear his cries, continuing to gnaw on the tree with his head down. You say I can't do it? Well, that just makes me want to do it even more. Rebellion is my middle name. I've even eaten genuine leather sofas. What's a measly tree bark compared to that? Faced with the big dog's pleas, Sheen not only didn't stop but actually began gnawing at the bark even more voraciously. His 2 rows of teeth kept shattering, yet the tree trunk in front of him remained virtually unchanged, having lost only a tiny, barely perceptible layer of bark. Finally, all of Sheen's teeth shattered completely. His mouth was left with nothing but flesh, not a single tooth in sight. Only then did Sheen stop gnawing, seeming to freeze in place, motionless. See? I told you from the start that you couldn't chew through second-tier spirit wood. Ignore what Dog Lord says, and you'll suffer the consequences right before your eyes. Big Dog lay sprawled at the cave entrance, pointing and lecturing at the battered Sheen, looking every bit the aloof, superior dog. Well, now that your teeth are all shattered, it'll take at least 2 or 3 days for them to grow back. You're going to go hungry. A second-rank martialist's physical recovery abilities are fairly decent. While they can't regrow severed limbs, growing a new set of teeth in a month shouldn't be a problem. Considering Sheen's abnormally high constitution, Big Dog's prediction that it would take 2 or 3 days to recover was already giving Sheen the benefit of the doubt. He'd intentionally exaggerated the time frame. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Sheen's regenerative abilities. In less than 5 minutes, pure white teeth began sprouting from Sheen's mouth, flawlessly white and, surprisingly, appearing much harder than his old ones. Holy shit, growing new teeth in 5 minutes? What kind of monster are you? Big Dog stared in utter disbelief. Even for a well-traveled divine dog like him, this was an unprecedented phenomenon. This level of regenerative ability was on par with that of a mid-tier martial master, yet Sheen was only a second-tier martialist. He had even stopped watching the massive spectacle of the swarming insect horde below, his doggy eyes fixed intently on Sheen, his gaze brimming with skepticism. He suspected Sheen was hiding his true cultivation level. A dazzling light suddenly flared in the big dog's eyes. It seemed he had activated some sort of eye technique, and his gaze instantly grew much sharper. However, even under this Urankai technique, the big dog could see that Sheen was just an ordinary second-tier martialist. He wasn't hiding his cultivation at all. If he wasn't some sneaky old weasel hiding his cultivation, then there was only one possibility left. Sheen was a legendary immortal seed, a phenomenon seen only once in 1,000 years. The term immortal seed is actually an honorific title given to those whose innate talent far surpasses even the most extraordinary prodigies, implying that, barring an untimely death, such a person is destined to ascend to immortality. Big Dog's eyes shone even brighter, and the look he cast at Sheen took on a whole new meaning. When a divine seed is born, their path of cultivation is often incredibly smooth. They're blessed with immense fortune. If I follow him, perhaps I can make it out of the western heavenly mountains unscathed and reach the human world. Didn't Big Dog want to see the outside world just as much as anyone? He was only staying here because he was afraid of dying. A dog relying on its master's strength. If he could successfully curry favor with Sheen, he figured he might be able to ride his coattails in the future. With that in mind, Big Dog's eyes darted shrewdly as he said to Sheen, "Your recovery speed is fast, but even if you regenerate 10 million more times like this, you'll never be able to digest the spirit wood bark. How about this? Why don't I, Big Dog, show some mercy and use my precious titanium alloy dog mouth to chew it soft for you first, then feed it to you?" Big Dog stood tall and proud, exuding an air of, "I'm making this huge sacrifice for you, you'd better be grateful." However, he had no idea that the nonsense spewing from his mouth sounded particularly grating and utterly disgusting to Sheen's ears. "Get lost, get lost, get lost. Are you looking for a beating again?" Sheen looked at him with disgust, clinging to the tree bark with one hand while pulling a chocolate bar from his pocket with the other. He tore it open with his teeth and swallowed it in one bite. "Bro, so you were carrying snacks all along? Then why are you still here munching on tree bark? Could it be that? Do you have some kind of kink?" The Big Dog's expression turned strange, suspecting Sheen might have masochistic tendencies. Sheen couldn't be bothered to respond. After digesting the chocolate bar, his body was once again brimming with energy. He could continue his adaptive evolution. That's right, he planned to use the second-tier Yunfeng fur to upgrade his level 1 tough talk and level 1 iron stomach. Woof! Ignoring Big Dog's subtle stare, Sheen opened his mouth wide once more and sank his teeth into the bark. Crack! Unsurprisingly, his teeth shattered again, flying out of his mouth along with a spray of blood, landing in the sea of insects below and disappearing. The pain of having his teeth forcibly crushed was particularly excruciating, but fortunately, Sheen possessed level 3 pain resistance, allowing him to fully endure the agony. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, 10 bites. Sheen looked like a reckless madman, repeatedly trying to gnaw at the bark, shattering all his teeth time and time again, yet showing not the slightest sign of giving up. His teeth would break and regrow, only to break again. To provide the energy needed for evolution, Sheen had already devoured every chocolate bar in his pocket. Throughout this process, the Big Dog's expression gradually changed. The more he watched Sheen, the more alarmed he became. He could see the transformation Sheen had undergone in such a short time. Those fragile human teeth, which had shattered instantly the first time, slowly evolved to the point where they could leave marks on the bark, and then to the point where they could bite off small pieces of bark. Finally, on the 5th attempt with his new teeth, there was a crisp crack. Sheen bit off a large chunk of bark and chewed it in his mouth. This time, his teeth didn't shatter, they were as hard as stone, effortlessly crushing the spirit wood. Ding! Your oral cells have successfully adapted to second-tier spirit wood bark. You have evolved the passive skill Tough Mouth LV3. His efforts had indeed paid off. After this tree gnawing session, Sheen's tough mouth skill jumped directly from level 1 to level 3. With a mouth capable of effortlessly crushing even second-tier spirit wood, his mouth was probably already on par with a D1 tier weapon. Seeing that Sheen had actually managed to bite off the bark and swallow it, Big Dog was completely stunned. He even began to question the meaning of his existence as a dog. However, for the sake of saving face, he forced it not surprising at all expression and sneered, baring his teeth, "So what if you can eat the bark? Can you even digest it? Without this dog lord using my jaws to process the wood for you, a human stomach could never digest second-tier spirit wood." Since the evolution skill had consumed so much energy, Sheen currently looked somewhat weak, his face slightly pale. But as he swallowed the spirit wood in large mouthfuls, his iron stomach first experienced a wave of excruciating cramping pain. Then, as the pain gradually subsided, his iron stomach successfully evolved. Ding! Your stomach cells have successfully adapted to second-tier spirit wood. You have evolved the passive skill Iron Stomach LV3. With level 3 Iron Stomach, Sheen could now effortlessly extract nutrients and spiritual essence from second-tier spirit wood. His waning vitality grew robust at a visible pace, his cheeks flushed with health, and not a trace of weakness remained. Second-tier Yunfeng cedar successfully digested. Sheen smiled faintly and shot a mocking glance at the dejected big dog huddled in the dog hole above. This infuriated the dog so much that it snapped out of its daze and bit down hard on the bark twice. Right in front of the big dog, Sheen provocatively tore off another large chunk of bark, chewed it, and swallowed it all while letting out a satisfied ha to indicate how delicious the food was. So what if it's just eating a second-tier spirit wood? If even a dog like you can do it, how could I possibly fail? Sheen spoke in a wildly sarcastic tone, trying to provoke the big dog. But he didn't expect the anger on the big dog's face to suddenly vanish. The dog twisted its snout and sneered, "If I can do it, you can too? What a joke! I can eat shit. Can you do that?" Sheen. Damn, you're ruthless. I didn't expect you to pull that one out. Armed with level 3 talk back and level 3 iron stomach, Sheen gnawed on the second-tier spirit wood in big bites. To be honest, the Yunfeng cedar possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities. The notches he bit into it kept slowly healing, effectively giving Sheen an endless supply of food. Moreover, the benefits of second-tier spirit wood went far beyond mere emergency rations. The spiritual essence contained within also had a nourishing effect on martialists. When consumed in large quantities, it could actually rival second-tier spirit fruits. Before he knew it, Sheen had gnawed out a small tree hollow large enough to fit himself inside. Though it looked small, it was more than twice as spacious as a large dog's den. In truth, the tree hollow the two of them had created was utterly insignificant compared to the massive, sturdy second-tier Yunfeng cedar, as inconspicuous as two black moles growing on a human body. However, as he kept gnawing on the bark, Sheen was treated to an unexpected surprise. After eating for at least 2 hours, the system's voice rang out in his mind once again. Ding! After your cells were thoroughly cleansed by the spiritual energy of a large amount of second-tier spirit wood, you have successfully evolved the innate skill Mana Affinity LV7. Level 7 Mana Affinity. He actually achieved it right here. Sheen's heart leapt with joy. He immediately sat down in the lotus position, stopped eating the bark, and wanted to test the effects of level 7 Mana Affinity. However, the moment he closed his eyes, the big dog upstairs craned its neck and barked a few times at the entrance to Sheen's tree hollow below. Get ready, the regenerative power of the second-tier spirit wood is about to surge. It's time to see who can eat the fastest. If you eat too slowly, the tree hollow you worked so hard to gnaw out will grow back. Ha! The spirit wood's regenerative ability is going to surge in such a short time? Sheen looked slightly puzzled and asked, why would that happen? The big dog upstairs gave a light leap and landed precisely inside Sheen's tree hollow. Grinning as he surveyed his surroundings, he replied, I don't know either. Anyway, about 2 hours after the insect swarm appears, all the spirit trees on Shiyun Peak start bursting with vitality. They thicken and grow, and their regenerative power increases several-fold. Speaking of which, aren't you a dog who has taken human form? You've gnawed this tree hollow to a state even more polished than mine, and you're living in it so comfortably. The big dog happily found a corner to lie down flat, crossed his paws behind his head, and crossed his 2 dog legs in a relaxed, cross-legged pose, looking utterly at ease. Oh well, Sheen didn't even need to ask to know that this guy intended to stick around and never leave. As if sensing Sheen's disapproving gaze, the big dog gave a sheepish grin and laughed it off. Gnawing on tree bark is hard work, you know. You humans have a saying, many hands make light work. If the two of us team up to maintain this tree hollow, wouldn't that be a win-win? Sheen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. He stopped channeling his energy, walked to the edge of the tree hollow, poked his head out, and surveyed the situation below. At that very moment, the ground was completely swamped by billions of insects as far as the eye could see. The area was teeming with them. Most of these insects were at the first-tier ferocious beast level, though occasionally, exceptionally massive giant insects could be spotted among the swarm. They had 6 antennae on their heads, a single compound eye that took up their entire head, and 8 spear-like legs resembling those of a spider, yet their bodies were more like dragonflies, slender and elongated. These insects barely gave Sheen a sense of danger. He estimated them to be second-tier, Lord-class insects. According to human definitions, the sole criterion for distinguishing between beasts and non-human races is whether they possess intelligence and the ability to communicate. Clearly, the insects before him lacked intelligence. They were undeniably beasts. As for the large dog, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as a non-human race. He heard that the martial arts realms of the non-human races were not vastly different from those of the human race, with the names being nearly identical. Although history books made no mention of it, Sheen had surmised that the human race's path of martial arts must have been modeled after that of the non-human races. After all, the non-human races had existed for at least several 100,000 years, while the human race had only experienced the revival of mana less than 100 years ago. It was impossible to have created the human race's cultivation methods entirely from scratch. A cultivation path derived from the other race can never be a perfect fit for the human race. Perhaps in the future, once I'm strong enough, I'll be able to create a cultivation technique perfectly suited to the human race. Sheen thought to himself. If he were to make this idea public, he would surely be mocked from all sides, because even the 10,000 calamities celestial venerable had failed to successfully refine the human race's cultivation path. But if a person has no dreams, what is the difference between them and a dead fish? Sheen possessed god-tier talent. He wouldn't belittle himself. Just because the 10,000 calamities celestial lord couldn't do it didn't mean he, with his cheat code, couldn't either. Come to think of it, that bizarre second-tier lord-class insect clearly has wings and can fly. Why isn't it flying up to attack us? Sheen suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Big Dog was instantly stumped. In fact, he pondered this question before, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with an answer. To save face, he had no choice but to bluff his way through. Maybe it's intimidated by this dog lord's might. Sheen, you've got some nerve. A 6th or 7th rank martialist suppressing a second-tier lord, is that it? Big Dog snorted coldly. Is that a problem? I'm naturally noble. Do you understand the concept of bloodline suppression? Realizing he wouldn't get an answer from this off-the-wall Big Dog, Sheen composed himself and stared at the sea of insects on the ground. Suddenly, more than half of the insects below stopped moving. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to see that every insect that had stopped was carrying a haul in its mouth or on its back. These harvests were either spirit soil or spirit ore, and a few were the remains of ferocious beasts. The insects that had stopped began frantically digging with their bodies. The holes they dug weren't large, but they were extremely deep, leading who knows where. Sheen could only watch as the insects disappeared underground, only to resurface a moment later with all their harvests gone. Were the spoils left underground? At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the edges of the tree hollow were growing rapidly at more than twice the original speed. Hey, stop spacing out. Come on, join me in munching on this. Seeing the tree hollow growing ever narrower, the Big Dog who originally planned to slack off hurriedly set to work eating, busying himself frantically. However, Sheen didn't respond. He remained transfixed, staring down at the sea of insects. In his line of sight, the insects which never stopped moving were bringing in new harvest in wave after wave from the distance, passing it to the insects in charge of digging so they could send it underground. Among the insect race, the division of labor was clear, and the workflow ran as smoothly as a machine. That second-stage queen must possess immense mental power to control so many insects. Crunch! Sheen bit off a large chunk of bark that was about to block his view. As he chewed, he muttered, I think I get it now. Beside him, Big Dog, who was working up a sweat, said irritably, What exactly do you understand? Just eat already. Sheen ignored Big Dog's words, paused for a moment, then continued on his own. The insect race buries all the spoils they've gathered underground. They certainly don't keep it all for themselves to eat. The bulk of these spoils is rapidly broken down by the insectoid race, transformed into pure spiritual nutrients that enrich the soil of Xi'an Peak, and that's what is causing the spiritual trees to grow so rapidly all of a sudden. The spiritual trees of the Shitian Mountains and the mother insect hidden underground must have a symbiotic relationship. Big Dog froze for a moment and instinctively wanted to object, but upon closer reflection, he realized that Sheen's words actually made perfect sense. Every single time, the spirit trees only began to undergo strange changes after the insect swarm started burying things. Moreover, as far as he knew, there was a specific type of nursemaid insect among the insect race that could use its saliva to dissolve hard food, producing a spiritual nutrient solution to feed the larvae and accelerate their growth. My theory is that the roots of the spirit tree possess a spirit binding effect, capable of gathering mana from the surrounding area and channeling it to the roots. The area around the spirit root is likely saturated with an extreme abundance of mana, and this concentration of mana is precisely what the insect race needs to thrive, especially the queen insects. Otherwise, those insects would have leveled all the Yunfeng cedars long ago. Never mind mere second-tier spirit trees, even third-tier spirit trees wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught of the insect horde, right? Sheen speculated tirelessly, and his remarks deeply resonated with Big Dog, resolving many of the questions he'd previously been unable to figure out. Woof! I didn't expect you little guy to actually have some brains. You're already on par with this dog lord's dog brain. Big Dog bit off a few more pieces of bark and nodded in agreement. But even if you've discovered this secret, what good does it do? Other than solving the mystery in your heart, it's useless. Sheen shook his head. Your dog brain really isn't up to par. Knowing this mechanism naturally opens up new possibilities. He leaned halfway out and pointed at the sea of insects working diligently below, saying calmly, Haven Tea, you noticed? Ever since we've been up in this tree, the insects Haven Tea shown the slightest desire to attack us. Do you think they Haven Tea detected us, or? Big Dog furrowed his brow and speculated. The insects produced by the second-tier mother insect are equipped with specialized scouting units. Every swarm is accompanied by 3 first-tier eye insects. The so-called eye bugs are actually an extremely bizarre species of insect. They are born with their observation attribute maxed out, while their other attributes are virtually zero. These insects consist almost entirely of a single eyeball the size of a basketball. Within that eyeball are tens of millions of pupils. They float in midair like balloons, suspended by an imperceptibly thin flesh thread. Eyeworms typically use this flesh thread to randomly attach themselves to another insect, moving alongside it and drawing energy from its body to sustain themselves. A Tier 1 eyeworm can easily see through a D-rank concealment technique. Neither of us even has a D-rank concealment technique. Will be discovered 100% for sure. As he spoke, Big Dog's dog-like eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. He asked tentatively, You're not suggesting that, because of the symbiotic relationship between the spirit trees and the insect clan, we're hidden inside the spirit trees and shrouded by their aura, so the insect clan will mistake us for allies? Don't tell me your next suggestion is for the two of us to cover ourselves head to toe in wood chips, wrap ourselves in tree bark, and march right out of the western heavenly mountains. Big Dog took 2 steps back. He didn't even want to eat the freshly grown tree bark anymore. Sheen shook his head. Too small. Your thinking is too small. I plan to use the spirit tree's aura to conceal ourselves, infiltrate the Zerg's homeworld, and pull off a major heist. Big Dog, huh? You're a complete lunatic. Wouldn't it be better to just stay here? Once you get the hang of digging tunnels, we can bide our time for a while and make our way out more safely. Sheen pulled the induction talisman out of his pocket, his expression resolute. I have brothers waiting for me to rescue them, so I can't afford to waste time. I must get there as fast as possible. When the insect swarm erupts, the number of insects inside the queen's lair is bound to be fewer than those on the surface, so it's actually quite safe. A second-tier queen can only produce a limited number of insects, so it's impossible for her to personally control every single one in real time. Moreover, the western Tian Mountains have no natural predators of the Zerg. After such a long, uneventful period, Sheen's bet that the number of Zerg remaining in the lair is small isn't without reason. Most crucially, Big Dog had said that the Zerg swarm nearly covered the entire western Tian Mountains. Therefore, it's certain that several of the tunnels dug by the Zerg must lead to the outermost edges of the western Tian Mountains. This gamble is worth taking all in. Sheen began rushing to gather fragments of spirit wood. He planned to craft a sharp spirit wood spear and, while he was at it, make a simple set of wooden armor. As for the materials to weave the wooden armor, he could use the leaves and filaments from the crowns of the spirit wood trees. Big Dog watched Sheen busily preparing and felt incredibly torn. He wanted to sneak out with Sheen, but he didn't want to take such a dangerous route. Out of desperation, he took the sensing talisman from Sheen's hand and fiddled with it for a moment. Then his dog-like face twitched, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you sure you really want to go save your brother? If I may ask, what cultivation level is your brother at?" Sheen glanced back. When he entered the secret realm, I think he was an entry-level martialist. An entry-level martialist? You're a maniac, and your brother's a maniac too. An entry-level martialist actually dared to venture into the Blood Mist Wasteland? The Blood Mist Wasteland? The name sounded unfamiliar. Sheen didn't think he'd ever seen it on a map. It's a desolate wasteland that just appeared a few months ago. It's suspected to be related to the sudden outbreak of the beast tide in the outside world. Back then, a crimson mist of blood filled the sky. Several martialists, probably at the Grandmaster realm, were gravely wounded. They broke through the mist, fleeing while cursing and shouting nonsense about the blood mist desert and beast hordes midair. They even woke me up from my sleep. Big Dog glanced at Sheen and tried to dissuade him. For a novice martialist to enter the blood mist desert, unless they're as extraordinary as you, it's a certain death. You don't need to go to all that trouble just to throw your own life away. Sheen's resolve remained unshaken, and he replied calmly, "If they're alive, I'll find them. If they're dead, I'll see for myself. If you don't want to come with me, you're free to keep cowering here on your own. Actually, since you have that instinct to sense danger, you might as well craft your wooden armor first. Then, before jumping into the cave, wait a moment to see if you get a sinking feeling and make your decision based on that." Right. I do have that instinctive warning. To be honest, that instinct isn't always 100% accurate. Back when he followed the Supreme Master, there were many times when a warning appeared, only for his master to defuse the crisis. Though he couldn't recall exactly how it was diffused, Big Dog understood this point. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and accepted Sheen's party invitation. "Alright, I'll go all out with you." Following someone who might be the chosen one should, in theory, bring good fortune and help him escape danger. This time, I'm taking a gamble. Big Dog also began actively gathering wood. Compared to the massive Sheen, his ordinary canine frame didn't require much, but Big Dog still hoarded spiritual wood like crazy, just to be on the safe side. Besides, Big Dog was quite skilled at climbing trees, so the task of retrieving spirit leaves and whiskers from the tree canopy 800 meters up was also assigned to him. Big Dog scurried back and forth up and down the tree trunk. Since he had to carve out a new path upward each time, leaving claw marks behind, every trip left him utterly exhausted. He strongly suspected that Sheen had been persuading him to join the team all along just to use him as free, high-quality labor. Damn it, what a despicable human. But this dog lord will put up with it. It took the man and the dog a total of 8 hours and 25 minutes to craft their disguises to near perfection. Inside the tree hollow, they had stripped away all the rapidly regenerating spirit wood to use as material. Upon closer inspection, Sheen had been transformed into a bizarre-looking ancient soldier, wearing a crude wooden helmet, clad in wooden armor, and sporting a flashy wooden skirt around his lower body, not much different from a grass skirt. Wearing the wooden skirt wasn't because Sheen had any particular fetish for women's clothing. It was mainly because such pants were relatively easy to make and didn't restrict the movement of his legs, making it a somewhat acceptable choice. In addition, Sheen now carried a wooden spear in his hand. The spearhead had been sharpened by Big Dog using his own teeth and still bore traces of his saliva. According to Big Dog, when this spear pierced an enemy's body, it would unleash a magical attack, causing the opponent to become poisoned. Hearing Big Dog's faintly boastful explanation, Sheen's face darkened instantly. After all, Big Dog had bitten him several times before. However, so much time had passed, and his body showed no signs of anything unusual. It seemed Big Dog had held back a bit back then. Sheen glanced at Big Dog, who was frantically admiring himself nearby, and couldn't help but shake his head. He had never seen such a bizarre dog. At that very moment, every inch of Big Dog's skin was encased in wooden armor. This set, which he had painstakingly crafted himself, was several times more intricate than Sheen's. It fit his body perfectly, and its surface was carved with auspicious cloud patterns, which inexplicably reminded Sheen of a skill from a famous anime in his past life, Susanoo. Susanoo on a dog? Sheen really couldn't bear to look at the Big Dog any longer, because the dog had just peed and was now standing right next to the puddle, preening and strutting about, constantly asking Sheen, "Am I handsome?" The swarm has receded for now, and it'll probably be over an hour before the next outbreak. We can go down early, stake out a cave entrance, and as soon as the swarm appears, we'll be able to confirm whether the spirit would provide any cover at all. If it does, we'll slip into the cave entrance immediately. That's the method that gives us the most time. Sheen crawled out of the tree hollow, first descending several dozen meters before leaping down to the ground. He wasn't afraid of falling to his death from a height of 50 or 60 meters, but he was worried that his makeshift wooden armor might fail. Whoosh! The Big Dog clearly had no such reservations. He leaped directly from a height of over 60 meters and landed with ease. It must be said that, as a dog, he shared the same species-specific advantage as cats. He was naturally resistant to fatal falls. Otherwise, if an ordinary first-tier ferocious beast or a 6th-rank martialist were to jump from such a height, they'd suffer at least a broken bone. I've observed that a swarm of insects ultimately vanished here. There's likely a passage leading downward in this area. Following his memory, Sheen led Big Dog through the area until they reached a barren patch of muddy ground. The soil here was extremely sticky, not because it had been soaked with water, but because a large number of insects had once stockpiled prey here. The blood seeping from that prey had saturated the soil, resulting in its current state. The Big Dog approached the muddy ground, pressed its ears against the earth to listen for a moment, and then barked loudly. "It sounds like it's hollow underneath." I suspect the Bug Clan intentionally bled their prey dry. The blood of these insect-bitten creatures becomes exceptionally viscous like an adhesive and can bind the soil together to form a lid that covers the passageway. Big Dog's nose twitched slightly, as if he caught a scent. Sheen neither confirmed nor denied this. He looked up, scanned the surroundings, spotted the nearest yunfeng fir, and walked over to it. To be on the safe side, it would be best to test the reliability of the wooden armor next to the yunfeng fir. If anything went wrong, they could climb the tree and escape immediately. And so, the man and the dog sat together beneath the yunfeng fir, quietly waiting for the swarm to erupt. The atmosphere suddenly grew still. In the woods, aside from the rustling sound of the breeze stirring the leaves, no other sounds could be heard. Even the usually restless Big Dog was unusually quiet. As time ticked by, the man and the dog gradually grew more tense, their breathing becoming slightly more rapid. "Hey, you're not scared, are you? I can hear your heart beating really fast." "Don't worry. If even you, a dog, aren't scared, how could I, a human, possibly be?" Sheen and the Big Dog exchanged a glance, and their tension eased slightly. Crash! Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled. In the muddy patch not far away, soil was flung high into the air, as if something were about to burst out from below. Immediately afterward, the sound of things breaking through the soil grew more frequent and incessant, the ground trembling with increasing intensity as more and more insects emerged from beneath. In less than 5 minutes, the muddy area had been overrun by a swarm of insects, which had even spread all the way to Sheen's side. Less than 3 meters in front of Sheen stood a firefly insect, a second-tier lord-class creature with an eyeworm tied to its translucent, glowing tail, its eyes darting about. They were far too close to this firefly insect, so close that the Big Dog could clearly see the fine downy hairs on its legs. "Don't panic. Firefly insects are scout-type insects. Their main advantage is speed, but their combat strength is very weak. They're among the least dangerous in the observable swarm." Sheen kept his voice as low as possible to calm Big Dog. No sooner had he finished speaking than Big Dog's cheeky voice rang in his head. "I'm definitely not panicking, but you're pretty clever, kid. Did you pick this spot as the entrance on purpose? Except for the eyeworms, insect swarms usually stick to their own species. This place only has firefly worms, so the danger is definitely much lower." True to his reputation as a top-tier survivor, Big Dog immediately used a telepathic technique, without letting a single sound escape. He also taught Qin this technique. This was a C-rank telepathy technique that required no mental energy. It relied solely on spiritual energy and blood qi to transmit sound across distances, making it quite valuable. If there was one drawback, it was the technique's rather unflattering name. It was clearly chosen by Big Dog specifically to annoy Qin. The technique was called dog talk. Qin didn't dwell on it too much. He divided his attention, practicing the technique while keeping an eye on the fireflies and the eyeworms. At one point, the eyeworms' enormous eyes and the fireflies' compound eyes suddenly turned toward them simultaneously, causing Big Dog's heart to skip a beat. The cover provided by the second-tier spirit wood materials was effective. The insects approaching them didn't notice their presence at all, passing by one after another without paying any attention to Qin and Big Dog. Gradually, Big Dog grew bolder. First, he tapped a passing insect with his paw. Seeing no reaction, he jumped straight onto the back of one of them. Ah, these bugs are so stupid. Standing on the back of a giant insect with a wild grin, Big Dog kept sending telepathic messages to Qin to show off. But the next second, the giant insect suddenly froze in place, startling Big Dog so much he nearly wet himself. He quickly scrambled back down. Fortunately, the giant insect still hadn't noticed them. After pausing for a moment, it went on its way. All right, stop messing around. We should head inside now. Qin sighed and looked toward the reopened cave entrance not far away, his eyes gleaming. Carefully weaving through the gaps between the moving swarm of insects, Qin and Big Dog returned to the cave entrance they had identified earlier. All the insects in this area were fireflies, some large, some small, but what remained constant was the brilliant glow emanating from their tails. Countless points of light converged, almost turning the place into an ocean of light. It nearly blinded the Big Dog's 24K titanium alloy eyes. On the ground, the thick layer of soil that had originally covered the area had been broken open by the fireflies, revealing a hole over 10 meters in diameter. A steady stream of fireflies fluttered out from it, joining the main swarm. The man and the dog seized the moment, leaping into the tunnel, pressing themselves against the rock wall as they slid downward. By the light of the fireflies along the way, they could see that the tunnel dug by the insects was a perfectly circular shape. All the rock and soil had been bonded and compacted by them using some special method. The walls were smooth and even, the craftsmanship remarkably precise. They slid down the sloping tunnel as if on a slide. It felt even more thrilling than a high-speed car chase, because fireflies were racing toward them head on. The slightest lapse in attention could result in a collision and draw their attention. This was playing with their lives. However, Qin seemed to feel that this alone wasn't daring enough. Facing a firefly insect hurtling toward him at high speed, he didn't dodge or flinch. A hint of madness flashed across his face as he suddenly lunged forward and threw a punch. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and a shockwave surged through the air. The force of that punch easily exceeded 1 metric ton. The first-tier firefly insect's head burst open like a water bag, sending large splashes of green fluid flying in all directions. Then, the headless insect's corpse fell from midair, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater where it became lodged, partially blocking the tunnel. One punch and instant kill of a first-tier insectoid. Big Dog's eyes widened in shock at this sudden turn of events. Before he could say a word, he saw Qin pull out the wooden spear tucked behind his back. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he drove it deep into the earthen wall, leaving a long gash behind as he finally came to a stop. What on earth is he doing? Aren't you afraid of alerting the insect swarm? Big Dog could hear several fireflies approaching from ahead. Steeling himself, he stopped moving with his paws and hurried over to Qin's side, asking him what the hell he was doing. But Qin ignored him, sitting down on the ground and holding the wooden spear as he deftly sliced through the insect's corpse, smearing the luminescent substance still glowing faintly from its tail onto the spear. In an instant, the wooden spear seemed to be enchanted, glowing brightly even more so than an ordinary torch. Then, before the rest of the insects could pass by, Qin took out his B-rank storage pouch, opened it, pressed it against the insect carcass, and waited quietly for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the insect's corpse had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of green blood on the ground. Given how quickly he disposed of it, anyone unaware of the situation would have thought Qin had already killed thousands of fireflies. Buzz. Just then, 2 more fireflies flying by sensed the blood and scent of their kind. They halted in mid-flight and stood motionless on the rock wall for a moment. Then, they silently brushed past Big Dog and Sheen, heading off to clear and repair the damaged tunnel. They say dogs are bold as brass, but I say you're even bolder than my dog. Big Dog wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sheen remained impassive. It seems the insects don't share a collective consciousness. Killing one of them won't cause any trouble. As long as we act quickly enough, we can take the initiative and kill the bugs in the cave. You only did that to prove a point? That's crazy, risking your life to prove something like that. You really are something else. Big Dog was speechless. He stared at the glowing wooden spear for a moment, then followed Sheen to continue scouting the path. It was just a minor incident along the way, and it was soon over. After that, they glided on for another 20 minutes or so. Gradually, the tunnel's slope leveled off, eventually becoming a flat tunnel. This spot was at least 10 kilometers below the surface. The environment was dim and chilly. Aside from the wooden spear in Sheen's hand, there was no other source of light. The fireflies had already gathered, and there was no longer any glow underground. The Big Dog's eyes glowed with a faint green light. As a member of the dog clan, he possessed natural night vision and therefore feared the darkness not at all. This was a racial trait humans could only compensate for it later in life through eye techniques. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, Sheen had deliberately dipped his wooden spear in the glow powder just to light the way at this moment. The dog suddenly realized. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the vast underground cavern, the faint sound of dripping water could be heard, ceaselessly. Big Dog stepped forward to stand in front of Sheen, widening his doggy eyes to peer into the distance, and then he was stunned. He discovered that his night vision was completely ineffective here. When he switched to his eye technique, he even sensed an invisible force blocking his vision. Even an A-rank eye technique can be blocked? Big Dog was getting a little scared. For sentient beings, the most terrifying thing is the unknown. In this pitch-black cavern, he couldn't see a thing. Everything was unknown. He couldn't even be sure if he'd bump into an insect just by taking a step forward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water continued to echo. Big Dog twitched his ears and picked up on something. The dripping isn't coming from just one place, it's coming from all directions. He mentally relayed this information to Sheen, then quietly slipped behind him and nuzzled up against the glowing wooden spear. Light always brings a sense of security. Big Dog no longer intended to lead the way. He stayed close to Sheen's side, using the faint glow to survey their surroundings, occasionally glancing back at Sheen's expression. He noticed the boy standing there in a daze, staring into the darkness with a deep, unfocused gaze. Stop looking. Even my dog eyes, enhanced with an A-rank eye technique, can't see through this darkness, let alone yours. Pick up the wooden spear. Let us get out of here as soon as possible. The Big Dog pursed his lips. Sheen blinked, a hint of doubt flitting across his face. Ding! Your retinal cells and optic nerves have successfully adapted to the darkness, evolving the passive skill night vision. Just a moment ago, the system had clearly notified him that he de-evolved night vision, yet he still couldn't see through the darkness. Was it more than just the lack of light that was obstructing his vision? Sheen took a few steps forward, using the glow of his wooden spear to survey the cave's surroundings, and quickly noticed something amiss. Inside the enclosed underground cave, both the stone walls and the floor were covered with vast patches of green fungal mats. They resembled ordinary mold, but they were constantly writhing, as if acting on some instinct. Sheen bent down and peered closely, and was immediately startled. Upon closer inspection, these fungal mats turned out to be densely packed clusters of countless tiny insects. They were moving in unison, which was why the mats appeared to be writhing. Big Dog saw this too and couldn't help but bare his teeth. He felt as if insects were crawling all over him. After all, they'd been stepping on these creatures the whole. Sheen snapped back to reality, his expression radiating joy, as if something wonderful had just happened. He gave Big Dog, who was full of question marks, a cheerful look and nodded naturally. Smart. I really can do that now. Big Dog's face froze, thinking Sheen was making fun of him. But the next second, Sheen actually tossed the glowing wooden spear in his hand to Big Dog and said casually, "You use it from now on, I don't need it anymore." With that, he took 2 long strides forward, moving ahead of Big Dog and leading the way with remarkable confidence. Holy crap! Seeing how Chin strode forward, Big Dog realized it didn't seem like an act. He clearly could see the path now. Had staring at that little bug for so long actually helped him adapt to the unique environment of the insect burrow? Half believing, half doubting, Big Dog clamped the wooden spear between his teeth. He hurried to keep up with Chin while, just as skeptically, he watched Chin stare blankly at the green fungal carpet. Chin glanced at Big Dog, who was trying to imitate him, and instantly found the scene a bit amusing. Big Dog had been thrown into a bit of a crisis of faith by Chin's series of actions. Unfortunately, Chin was the only one capable of adaptive evolution. Even if Big Dog tried to mimic him, he couldn't possibly evolve new dog eyes. That's right. Just a few seconds ago, the system's voice had sounded once again. Ding! Your eye cells and nerve cells have successfully adapted to the pheromone interference from the insect swarm, evolving the passive skill Clear Vision LV1. The system prompt was no different from before, but the information it conveyed gave Chin some additional insight. It turned out that these tiny insects scattered everywhere were called devouring bugs. When they gathered in large numbers, they released a special pheromone designed to block observation by outsiders. Not only were visual and eye-based techniques blocked, but even Grandmaster-level psychic powers struggled to project outward in this area. The second-tier mother insect truly lives up to its reputation as a terrifying species capable of killing a great Grandmaster outright. This single tactic, the special arrangement at their home base, is enough to drive any opponent to despair. However, thanks to the devouring bug's power, the clear mind, sharp eyes LV1 ability Chin evolved is exceptionally strong. Even as a level 1 passive, it rivals a Class B eye technique, sharpening his vision dozens of times over. What's more, his soul has also received a boost, granting him natural resistance to illusion-based skills and increasing his mental power, which had remained unchanged for a long time, from 10 to 12 points. Even before he has begun to expand his mental realm, he already possesses 12 points of mental power, surpassing 99% of his peers at this rank. Damn it, watching these little bugs is making me dizzy and disoriented. It's completely useless. I'm done watching. Big Dog simply wasn't the patient type. After 2 or 3 minutes, he couldn't stand it anymore. His 4 little legs carried him at top speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was right beside Chin, walking side by side with him instead of lagging behind. The underground insect lair was a labyrinth of passages. To be honest, Big Dog could also hear a sound resembling dripping water echoing from all 6 openings. What on earth was that sound? They hadn't seen a single drop of water on their entire journey. Earlier, Chin and Big Dog had already come across a fork in the path once. That time, they'd immediately chosen to keep going straight. However, this time, Chin didn't make a decision right away. The Zerd lair was a labyrinth. They couldn't just plow ahead blindly, or else they'd end up right in the heart of the lair, face to face with that tier 2 queen, which would be a real joke. Let us wait a little longer. When the time is right, something will lead the way for us. He sat down on the ground at the fork, closed his eyes, and to everyone's surprise began cultivating right there in the heart of the Bug Clan's lair. Something will lead the way for us? What is it? Why haven't I heard about this? Big Dog was completely baffled. He couldn't help but feel that ever since he followed Chin, he turned into a dumb dog. He hadn't left Chin's side for a single moment, so why was he completely in the dark about the arrangements Chin had made? Big Dog lay down beside Chin, silently observing the young man sitting in meditation and channeling spiritual energy. The concentration of mana in the insect lair was terrifyingly high. The mana concentration in the Xintian secret realm was already about 5 times that of the mortal world, but here, it was more than 5 times that of the Xintian secret realm. Under these conditions, mana was almost compressed into a liquid state, transforming into spiritual essence. Having just advanced to level 7 mana affinity, Chin was in his element here. He barely had to exert any effort at all. Vast amounts of mana surged toward him, flowing into his meridians, coursing freely, nourishing his physical body, and refining his blood chi. In such a bountiful environment, it took Chin less than 10 minutes to refine a single drop of pale golden blood. He had accumulated a total of 21 units of blood chi. In that instant, Chin almost couldn't resist the urge to stay hidden here, cultivating until he became invincible before venturing out again. But thinking of Chen, who was in grave danger, he suppressed that thought. Chen, oh Chen, your brother has sacrificed so much for you. Before he knew it, over an hour had passed, and Chen had leaped from a second-tier martialist with 20 units of blood chi to a third-tier martialist with 30 units of blood chi. Even with the bonus from his mana concentration, such speed was nothing short of absurd. If his mana affinity was this terrifying at level 7, just how terrifying would it be at level 10 or level 100? Chen secretly looked forward to it. Meanwhile, Big Dog showed no reaction to Chen's cultivation speed. From what he remembered, this pace barely qualified as that of a peerless prodigy, and for someone as freakishly talented as Chen, it actually felt a bit slow. Big Dog wasn't he some dumb dog that got shocked by just anything? To truly astonish him, it would have to be something utterly unimaginable like the two things Chen had done earlier. Ugh, I've been waiting here for so long. When is that thing supposed to show up to lead the way? Big Dog yawned, growing slightly impatient. Chen slowly opened his eyes. Sensing a faint vibration coming from above, he sprang to his feet. It's already here. The Big Dog stood up alongside Chen. As soon as he looked up, he saw that 4 of the 6 openings ahead were trembling. Clusters of moss-like devouring insects on the cave walls suddenly grew frenzied and began pouring out in droves. These clusters of devouring insects were actually functioning like conveyor belts, carrying prey of varying sizes on their backs and transporting them bit by bit deeper into the burrow, as orderly and systematic as a human assembly line. Not only that, but Chen also noticed that while transporting their prey, the devouring insects were slowly consuming and breaking it down, reducing even the largest prey into droplets of black liquid that were easy to store. They swallowed this liquid and transported it through the extensive network of wormholes to various areas. The entire insect lair was teeming with green devouring insects, and at that moment, they began to move, like a green river surging forward. In an instant, Chen realized exactly where the sound of dripping water that had been echoing in his ears was coming from. The dripping sound was the nutrient fluid secreted by the devouring insects as they broke down their prey, falling onto specific areas. He surmised that the insect eaters were watering the roots of the spirit trees, and the root systems of the spirit tree grove on the surface were located in some caves near Chen. He just hadn't explored them yet, so he hadn't seen them. The once quiet and peaceful insect lair suddenly became bustling. Big Dog was slightly worried and asked anxiously, "Damn, what about that thing you said would lead the way? Isn't it here yet?" "It's already here." "Woof. Follow me." "Woof woof?" Chen spread his legs wide, picked out a passageway where prey was being transported out, and took off sprinting. Big Dog froze for a moment, then hurried to follow. The man and the dog quickly pushed their speed to the limit. Occasionally, large prey would be pushed toward them head-on along the conveyor belt. Chen didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he silently pulled out his Class B storage pouch and simply stashed the entire animal away. He was literally fleecing the Zerg. The Zerg had worked so hard to hunt down this spoils of war they probably never imagined someone back home would be reaping the benefits of their labor. The Big Dog clearly saw that in just the past 5 minutes, Chen had already stashed away the carcasses of 2 Tier 1 ferocious beasts, plus half the body of a Tier 2 lord. Damn, freeloading is way too good to be true. Big Dog was getting a bit jealous, kicking himself for not having a storage bag. But at the same time, he finally understood what Chen meant by a guide. So that's what it was, all this prey transported in from the outside world. In the core region of the western Tian Mountains, all the huntable creatures had long since been wiped out. For the Zerg to transport large quantities of ferocious beasts back, they had to venture into the outlying areas. And since this prey was being transported back from the outskirts, following them upstream would naturally lead him right back to the outskirts. It was a simple yet brilliant idea. It was only natural that Big Dog's dog brain hadn't figured it out at first. One massive trophy after another was casually snatched away by Chen, leaving the devouring insects below completely bewildered as they continued running in formation, still holding their arms aloft. Chen knew when to quit while he was ahead. The biggest no-no in freeloading is being too greedy, which draws attention and risks exposing yourself. However, he freeloaded off the insect swarm's labor for over half an hour, and the resources in his storage pouch were already in the hundreds of millions. True to its reputation as a secret realm, striking it rich was just a thought away. I'm so tired, I can barely run anymore. Behind Sheen, Big Dog stuck out his tongue, panting heavily. Actually, Sheen himself was a bit tired too. It wasn't because either of them lacked stamina, but because the cave floor was covered with crawling, devouring insects. Moving forward, running against them meant expending twice the usual effort. Furthermore, the overall gravitational environment of the Shintian secret realm was far stronger than that of Blue Star, which made movement even more taxing. Wah, I can't go on. The Big Dog was truly nearing his limit. He pushed off with his paws, leaped high into the air, landed on Sheen's shoulder, and lay there motionless like a dead dog. No need to ask, it was obvious this dog was just trying to hitch a ride on Sheen, and he definitely wouldn't keep playing dead much longer. Sheen didn't throw him off. He simply carried Big Dog on his shoulder as they continued running forward, not stopping even when his legs grew so sore they went numb. Tired? That's exactly the point. While maintaining high speed, he also had to dodge the corpses of ferocious beasts flying toward him. The physical demands were absurdly high. Sheen felt every cell in his body working beyond its limits, as if it were about to burst into flames. Limits break through the limits of my flesh. Under these circumstances, Sheen not only didn't slow down but instead gritted his teeth and accelerated wildly, turning into a blur as he charged forward against the flow. The latent potential and energy deep within his body transformed into the driving force to break through his limits. The sense of physical exhaustion gradually faded, and a wonderful sensation surged throughout his entire body, a euphoric pleasure that felt almost transcendent. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to operating at overload. You have evolved the passive skill Blood Rage LV1. Awesome! Every inch of Sheen's muscles and every meridian was unleashing energy with abandon. At that very moment, he couldn't help but let out a long, piercing howl as his blood boiled, and he suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom! The punch struck the corpse of a second-tier lord like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the body, which had been comparable to a mid-tier martial master, exploded, showering the sky with flesh and blood. Sheen stood bathed in the spray, his face a mix of madness and of visceral, violent beauty. On his shoulder, Big Dog watched the frenzied Sheen, his heart skipping a beat, his eyes filled with awe. Just a moment ago, amidst Sheen's series of frenzied actions, he had sensed a kind of intent that appeared mad but was, in fact, a profound manifestation of the Tao. That was a Tao intent only capable of being comprehended by kings and lords. Click! Suddenly, Sheen fell silent and stopped in his tracks. He gazed at an exit not far away, then suddenly grinned and turned back to say to Big Dog, "Want to go all out?" Big Dog's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. How big? Sheen turned back, gazing intently at the exit, and said calmly, "Face the sea of insects head on." With that, he strode forward. Big Dog was completely panicked. "Damn it, if you're going to go crazy and throw your life away, don't drag me along. Isn't your brother waiting for you to save him? How can you have time to waste here?" Sheen's stride remained firm. "It's precisely to save him that I need to get as strong as possible before entering the Blood Mist Desert. Don't worry. If I can't hold out, I'll take you with me. It shouldn't be a problem." He dug his fingers into the rock face and began climbing step by step toward the path leading to the surface. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Half an hour later, Sheen and Big Dog finally caught sight of the light from the surface once more. Unlike the dim glow of Shiyun Peak, obscured by spirit trees, this light was radiant, warm, and comforting. Creak, creak. Sheen and Big Dog crawled out of the insect lair and looked up. Insects were everywhere, absolutely everywhere. First-tier ferocious beasts, second-tier lords, and even a few third-tier overlords lurking in the shadows, all exuding an aura of extreme danger. The very moment Sheen and Big Dog emerged onto the surface, the spiritual armor on their bodies seemed to have exhausted its spiritual energy, losing all its protective effect. Whoosh! Over 100,000 insects sensed the human's presence and froze in unison, as if time had paused for an instant. Immediately afterward, thousands upon thousands of repulsive insect heads swiveled, inch by inch, locking onto Sheen. At that moment, Big Dog's scalp prickled. He felt a chill spread through his entire body, and a surge of panic erupted uncontrollably. "Damn it, and you call this no big deal? One insect after another crawled out of the mountains and forests from all directions, converging on the open space around Qin and packing the area so tightly there was no room to move. As far as the eye could see, all the flowers, grass, and trees were withered and decayed, devoid of any sign of life. This place was home not only to the giant dragonfly-like insects Qin had seen earlier, but also to a type of ground beetle resembling a centipede. Two entire swarms, more than 100,000 insects, obscured the sky, gradually plunging the mountains and land into darkness. "Don't make me take the fall for the mess you've caused." Big Dog was cowering on Qin's shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. He sensed a powerful presence lurking within the swarm, stirring restlessly. It was definitely a third-tier overlord-class insect. As far as the eye could see, Qin was completely surrounded. There was no way out except to fight his way through. The concealment provided by the spirit wood had just worn off, and they had just emerged from the insect lair. Whether this was a coincidence or Qin had calculated the timing perfectly was unclear. In any case, let us fight. The fierce, domineering force of his punch tore through the air, erupting into a piercing screech. Before the sound could even echo, Qin's fist had already slammed into a ground beetle leaping toward him. Boom! The first-tier ground beetle was smashed directly into the ground, blasting a deep crater. Qin, his face devoid of fear, began to battle tens of thousands of insects with his bare hands. This was a battle of blood and flesh without any flashy spells or the clash of high-tier weapons, only the brutal collision of flesh against flesh. Crack! In the Big Dog's line of sight, a second-tier Lord-class dragonfly insect racing toward them was smashed to smithereens by Qin. Emerald green fluid burst and splattered in all directions, causing a green rain to fall from the sky. 1, 10, 100. Countless insects, utterly unaware of what death meant, threw themselves recklessly at Qin, surrounding him completely and leaving him no way out. If this batch of insects were to die out, the next batch would immediately take their place in endless stream, as if the insects in this place could never be completely eradicated. The corpses of insects piled up like mountains on the ground, and Qin stood alone atop this mountain of corpses, his body splattered with mottled bloodstains, his face contorted with madness. Fight, fight, fight. His blood chi was boiling so fiercely it seemed on the verge of igniting. Not a single inch of his skin was unscathed, every part of his body bore wounds. Yet even so, there was no sign of retreat on Qin's face. Instead, he swung his fists with ever-increasing frenzy, battling the insect horde. His shifting fists appeared to lack any set pattern, but every punch that struck the thick exoskeleton of a large insect unleashed extreme force, shattering the carapace. Big Dog could vaguely sense that Qin wasn't just striking haphazardly. He was employing a fist technique, one imbued with the Tao intent of the King stage. Mad Fist. Every one of Qin's punches carried a killing aura that surged into the giant insect's body, helping Qin eradicate the life force of the dying creature and sparing him the trouble of delivering the finishing blow. Conversely, the corpses of the insects eradicated by the aura of slaughter would, with their lingering heat, spontaneously refine several wispy strands of fresh killing intent, which would then merge into Qin's body. Through this continuous cycle, the aura of slaughter cultivated within Qin's body grew increasingly pure, and the killing intent it radiated became even more terrifying. Storing and cultivating such an aura of slaughter within a human body, damn it, he really is a freak. Big Dog sensed the icy killing intent seeping from the wind of Qin's fists and was shaken to the core. Even a martial master would damage their own heart meridians doing something like this, yet this kid acted as if nothing were wrong, cultivating his aura while simultaneously slaughtering the sea of insects. Just how powerful had his physical body become? Slaughtering first and second tier insects like this might look impressive, but in reality, even martial masters who are also peerless prodigies could do the same. The difference was, they reached their limit after a day and a night of continuous killing, but Qin showed no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. On the contrary, he grew fiercer with every kill, his eyes blazing with bloodlust. As Qin gradually became familiar with the weaknesses of these two types of insects, the insect race's ability to replenish its forces could no longer keep up with his killing pace. You're a third-tier martialist. Is there truly no limit to your power? Boom! The earth shook violently as a ground beetle with a long, dragon-like horn on its head suddenly burst forth, charging toward Qin. This was a third-tier overlord-class insect lord, as massive as a mountain, the strongest insect soldier a second-tier queen could produce. Though devoid of intelligence, its raw combat power rivaled that of a grandmaster. The moment it appeared, it instantly pushed aside hundreds of surrounding insects and engaged Qin in single combat, forcing him to retreat repeatedly and revealing signs of fatigue for the first time. Facing an opponent 2 major cultivation realms above him, Qin's 7 wounds mad fist, no matter how devastating, was nothing more than a tickle when it struck the Dominator-level ground beetle. It couldn't penetrate its armor, let alone inflict any substantial damage. Am I finally in trouble? Witnessing this scene, Big Dog suddenly let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had truly been numbed by Qin's over-the-top performance. If a third-tier martialist could instantly kill a Dominator-level being, that would truly be beyond a dog's imagination. But if Qin was in trouble, didn't that mean his own life was in danger too? Why was he sighing in relief? Big Dog froze for a moment. It was clearly Qin who was challenging the sea of insects, yet the scenes he witnessed earlier made it seem more like the sea of insects was challenging the great demon king Qin. Put. The third-tier overlord-class ground beetle had a head resembling that of a dragon, topped with terrifying horns several meters long. In an instant, it rammed through Qin's torso, piercing right through his chest. Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward dozens of steps. He was clearly gravely wounded, his face turning a shade paler. This was the first time he sustained such severe injuries since acquiring level 2 steel bones. He wanted to rest for a moment, but the swarm wound give him a chance. Seeing him retreat, dozens of beetles surrounding him immediately closed in. The battle wound stopped until one side was wiped out. For a moment, under the relentless assault of hundreds of beetles, Qin was overwhelmed, and his injuries grew even worse. Damn it, are you about to keel over? Shouldn't we just run for now? The large dog perched on Qin's shoulder could sense his weakness better than anyone. The young man's blood qi, once as vigorous as the midday sun, had now dimmed 100-fold, looking as if it were about to extinguish entirely. The dog still possessed some life-saving secret techniques. If all else failed, he could carry Qin to safety. However, without fighting to the death, without bathing in the essence blood of countless races, how could Qin rapidly transform into a true powerhouse? He had steeled his resolve to face the sea of insects alone here, all to temper himself as much as possible. He had sworn never again to be like the man he once was, lying helpless and despairing in a cold, damp rental apartment, waiting to die from terminal cancer, unable to do anything. Creak, creak. Qin tore off the wooden armor from his body, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it, digesting and breaking down the remaining nutrients and the spirit wood into the energy needed for evolution. Then, his eyes flashed with ferocity as he charged once more at that third-tier overlord-class dragon insect. What couldn't kill him would only make him stronger. He would use the endless insect clan as the battlefield for his own metamorphosis. Come and fight. Ha ha. The overlord-class dragon insect let out a series of low growls, seemingly interpreting Qin's continued advance as a provocation. Its dragon horns, radiating murderous intent, lowered, their tips aimed directly at Qin. Boom! In the next second, like a mountain collapsing, the earth-armored dragon insect surged forward. Its body, as massive as a mountain and seemingly capable of crushing a tank, slammed directly into Qin. Get out of the way. Big Dog sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was a full-force charge from a third-tier Dominator-class insect, powerful enough to reduce a martial master to mincemeat. However, Qin neither dodged nor retreated. His frenzied fist erupted, charging straight at the dragon horn. Dodge? The very thought never crossed his mind. With a surging aura of slaughter, Qin's fist collided with the earth-armored dragon insect with a thunderous crash, sending endless gale force winds flying. It was like an ordinary person trying to withstand a speeding truck head-on. All that could be heard was a crisp crack. Qin's every bone and organ was shattered by the terrifying shockwave, and a figure, still smiling, was hurled through the air, crashing to the ground. He still couldn't win. As a mere third-tier martialist, the gap between him and a third-tier Dominator-class ferocious beast was simply too vast, a gap that couldn't be bridged by a few narrow escapes. Maybe we should just retreat for now. Qin's pitiful state was too horrifying to behold. Big Dog could clearly sense that not a single bone inside the young man remained intact. He was now struggling even to stand up. But If he walked away now, Qin wouldn't be Qin anymore. He coughed up black, clotted blood and fragments of internal organs in great gulps, while his level 2 physical recovery ability kicked into high gear, helping him regrow brand new bones and organs. And these newly regrown organs would only be tougher and more formidable. Thud! Qin charged forward with a powerful headbutt, killing a level 1 insect that had pounced on him, then staggered to his feet and continued toward the level 3 earth armor dragon insect. His steps were slow but resolute. Step by step, he showed no sign of retreat. Another bloody battle began, a man against a bug. Though their sizes differed vastly and their cultivation levels were worlds apart, their clash was incredibly fierce, with blood constantly splattering through the air. This time, Qin held out even longer. His newly evolved body managed to hold its own against the earth-armored dragon insect for a full 3 minutes before finally succumbing. Moreover, whenever the earth-armored dragon insect roared and lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow, Qin would force himself to stand, then continue to maneuver against the insect while his battered body recovered. As for the surrounding first and second tier insectoids, they weren't just standing by, they kept harassing Qin and trying to kill him, giving him no time to rest and recover. But this human was like a cockroach that just wouldn't die. There seemed to be no limit to his stamina. In the blink of an eye, he could recover from a half-dead, battered state. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Big Dog watched helplessly as Qin fell time and time again, only to rise each time. As the battle reached its peak, Qin even tore open the third-tier dragon insect's vulnerable spot, drinking its blood raw to replenish himself. What had been a one-sided battle gradually shifted, and Qin began to gain the upper hand. The stamina of a third-tier earth armor dragon insect had actually been drained by more than half by a single human? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Big Dog had always heard of the insect clan using swarm tactics to wear down their enemies, but he'd never heard of a human being able to drain the insect clan's stamina. This defies the heavens. Amidst a sea of blood and piles of insect corpses, only a frail-looking young man stood tall, a smile on his face. Fighting with frenzied intensity, he was like a never-ending machine, tirelessly slaughtering the insect race. The young man's clothes were already torn to shreds, so he simply ripped off the top half of his garments, revealing his lean, glistening muscles. Every inch of his skin radiated a mysterious vitality. When Big Dog took a closer look, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Unbeknownst to him, Qin had actually harnessed the pressure of death from the insect horde to squeeze out all the potential hidden deep within his physical body, completing a transcendent transformation. His physique was now so formidable that even Big Dog's teeth couldn't pierce it. It rivaled that of a high-tier martial master and could even compare to the divine bodies of some grandmasters. From Qin's perspective, however, he knew nothing of physical potential or extraordinary metamorphosis. He only knew that his cell's adaptive evolution had succeeded once again. Ding! Your body has successfully withstood the assault of a Tier 3 Overlord-class ferocious beast. You have evolved the passive skill Steel Bones LV3. Ding! Your cells have successfully recovered from their damaged state. You have evolved the passive skill Physical Recovery LV3. Level 3 Steel Bones, Level 3 Physical Recovery. Even at level, these two skills had already granted Qin a constitution comparable to that of a mid-tier martial master. Now at level 3, he might even be able to rival a grandmaster. He raised his hand, spread his palm, and held it out in front of him. To everyone's surprise, the earth armor dragon beetle which was charging at him once again was stopped by Qin's single hand. Its sturdy dragon horn did not pierce through Qin's palm, it merely pricked the skin slightly, causing a trickle of blood to seep out. Qin was pushed backward 7 or 8 meters by the immense force, but this time, he didn't fly off into the air, nor was his chest pierced. He had absorbed the earth-armored dragon beetle's charge with just one hand. Roar! At this, not only the Big Dog, but even the earth-armored dragon beetle itself was somewhat taken aback. It let out a puzzled low growl, halting its attack on Qin. Instead, it retreated several steps before letting out a buzzing sound. Clatter! In an instant, an enormous, oval-shaped beetle resembling a 7-spotted ladybug burrowed out from beneath the ground, followed by a 6-winged flying insect. 3 third-tier overlords appeared before Qin simultaneously, intent on killing this human as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Qin, possessing third-tier steel hard bones, was already capable of withstanding a head-on clash with the three overlords. While he couldn't kill them, it wasn't difficult to harvest some parts from their bodies. Whether it was blood or body parts, everything from a third-tier overlord was extremely valuable. Qin stood to gain no matter what. Qin's regenerative abilities were unmatched, while the overlords fell far short of his. As a mass-produced insectoid species, they weren't bred to prioritize enhancing their regenerative capabilities. After all, once a queen insect had served its purpose, she'd simply send them back to the foundry to be remade. And now, Qin was exploiting the weakness common to most of this insectoid species, overwhelming them with his superior power across multiple realms. Three overlords, unable to do a thing against a third-tier martialist. If Big Dog were to spread that around, people would probably think he was a complete idiot. But this was happening right before his very eyes, in broad daylight. In fact, as Big Dog watched the three overlords get beaten down, he even began to feel a pang of sympathy. You should probably call it quits now. If this keeps up, the second-tier queen will focus all her attention on you and rally her forces to kill you alone. Big Dog sensed an increasing number of terrifying auras emerging from below. The second-tier queen might have already awakened and noticed Qin as a wildcard. Cutting his losses now was the smartest move after all. Qin couldn't kill a third-tier overlord in the short term. Spanning two major cultivation realms, his attacks were simply too difficult to break through. But no one expected Qin to be so thick-skinned. He merely cast a casual glance at Big Dog and chuckled. A second-tier queen? Let her come. Damn it, you've really taken the cake with your arrogance. Big Dog cursed under his breath, clearly flustered by Qin's brazen taunts. At that moment, the three Dominator-level Zerg couldn't kill Qin, and Qin couldn't kill them either. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. But as time passed, the Zerg eventually slipped away and vanished. The Zerg swarm would only last 5 hours. That had always been the Zerg's pattern. It seemed that even Qin's appearance couldn't break this pattern and make the Zerg stay any longer. However, gazing at the mountain of Zerg corpses piled on the ground, Big Dog rubbed his paws together, feeling for the first time in his life like he'd struck it rich overnight. This time, the Zerg hadn't taken their corpses with them, probably because they were afraid Qin would intercept them and waste their return trip, right? In any case, the Zerg swarm had retreated. Qin stood there dumbfounded for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh, his brow slightly furrowed. Just a moment ago, a piercing mental energy had burrowed up from beneath the ground, settled upon him, and lingered for several minutes before dissipating. Qin surmised that this was the mental energy of the second-tier queen insect. She had sensed his presence and intended to imprint his aura in her mind for a targeted attack next time. Stop spacing out. Let us clean up the battlefield and get out of here. The queen has definitely set her sights on you. She possesses the ability to target specific individuals and produce entirely new insect types designed to exploit your weaknesses. The next time the insect swarm erupts, it won't be this easy. You won't be able to withstand it head-on. Seeing Qin standing there in a daze, Big Dog hurriedly warned him. The Zerg queen was very similar to Qin. She also possessed evolutionary abilities. The difference was that she adapted her production to target specific enemies, while Qin evolved in response to his external environment. Looking at it that way, the Zerg and he were a perfect match. If the queen produced new insect types specifically designed to exploit his weaknesses, wouldn't that help him evolve adaptively indefinitely? He was somewhat excited to see what new types of insects might appear in the future. Qin realized he'd discovered a whole new way to use the Zerg, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough time right now to wait for a second Zerg swarm to erupt. No big deal, the queen isn't going anywhere. At worst, he'd just come back next time. He took out his Class B storage pouch and began gathering the shattered Zerg corpses from the ground. Since there were simply too many of them, he didn't even bother with the first stage corpses. He only collected the second stage ones. Even so, by the time the B-grade storage pouch's 1,000 cubic meters of storage space was filled to capacity, there were still a huge number of second-tier corpses lying on the ground. Damn, what a rip-off. Big Dog was heartbroken. He felt worse about leaving these precious insect corpses behind than Qin himself did. No need to feel bad. This insect swarm will always be here. We can keep coming back to restock in the future. Sheen stowed away the stuffed storage bag, feeling thoroughly satisfied. You really think you're invincible, huh? Next time a swarm specifically targeting you shows up, it won't be easy to handle. Big Dog sighed. Sheen shrugged it off, striding over the mountain of corpses, pulling out the still glowing sensing talisman, and shaking his head. The insect swarm is getting stronger, and so am I. Do you really think that by the time we come back, my strength will be on par with the queen insect? Clutching the sensing talisman, he began heading northeast. The blood mist desert lay in that direction. Big Dog, perched on Sheen's shoulder, had intended to argue with Sheen, but upon reflection, Sheen's rate of growth along the way had indeed been staggering, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. You know what, this kid really is a prodigy. At this rate of cultivation, by the time he comes back next, he might just sweep through the western heavenly mountains. The man and the dog quickly moved away from the western heaven mountains. With their departure, coupled with the temporary end of the insect swarm, the western heaven mountains once again fell into silence. Large amounts of first and second tier insect blood seeped into the ground, adding nutrients to the barren land and causing patches of spiritual herbs to grow rapidly. Several days later, the area still bore the scars of the brutal battle. Scattered, mangled insect corpses littered the landscape, and blood continued to seep from many of the bodies, even though they had not yet bled out completely. For some unknown reason, the subsequent waves of the insect swarm did not come to clear away the corpses here. It wasn't until 4 days later that a small squad of human martialists ventured into the area, finally shattering the prolonged silence and stirring up a commotion. It's said that the western Tian mountains are overrun by vast hordes of insects. We must not linger here, and we certainly must not venture deep into the mountains. At most, we can try our luck in the outlying areas. The moment we sense something amiss, we must evacuate immediately. A young man in white, with an air of distinction, walked at the front of the group. While warning the others, he instructed the man in a green robe beside him, Wufeng, your eye technique is the strongest in the group. Once we enter the western heaven realm, remember to keep a constant watch on our surroundings. Behind the young man in white, Li Wufeng, who had a slightly roguish air about him, set aside his carefree demeanor and nodded solemnly. According to intelligence from their clan, the Zerg in the western heaven mountains were terrifying. Even a grandmaster would be in mortal danger there, let alone a low-tier martial master like him. Of course, the more dangerous the place, the richer the rewards. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have come here together. That's right, this Li Wufeng, renowned for his eye techniques, was the very same young man who had previously lost a bet to Qin, foregoing 3 first-tier spirit fruits. At that moment, he, along with their team leader Fang Yu and another team member Chen Xiaotian from the Chen family of Yuhang, were roaming the outskirts of the western Tian mountains, surveying the situation within the range. Li Wufeng's eyes were deep and lifeless, exuding a sinister aura. Relying on the B-rank cultivation technique created by his Li family, the Eye of Shattering the Void, he could foresee and uncover dangers lurking nearby. But as he continued to scan the area, a scene as bloody and gruesome as a battlefield suddenly flashed before his eyes, causing him to freeze in place and rub his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Corpses, so many corpses, countless second-tier insectoid corpses. Hundreds upon hundreds of insectoid corpses were piled together, creating a scene straight out of hell, a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, all right before his eyes. Every single corpse was incredibly lifelike, exuding a terrifying aura that made his heart race. Even a single second-tier insectoid corpse, had it been alive, could have caused Li Wufeng major trouble. Let alone so many of them. A cold, deathly aura mingled with a sense of madness swept toward him, almost as if it could ignore the barriers of time and space. Li Wufeng was so overwhelmed by the scene that his spiritual resolve wavered. He unconsciously took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. It wasn't until Chen Xiaotian and Fang Yu called out to him with worried expressions that he suddenly snapped out of it, regaining his composure from the fear. What did you see? Fang Yu asked anxiously. Insect corpses, endless insect corpses. Li Wufeng muttered dazedly. There are first-tier ones, second-tier ones, and even the severed bodies and blood of third-tier overlords. A third-tier overlord? Fang Yu and Chen Xiaotian's hearts skipped a beat. As Li Wufeng's close friends, they too came from prominent and influential families and knew exactly what a third-tier overlord meant. Such beings were beyond their ability to resist encountering one meant facing certain death. Are all those insects dead? Are there any still alive? No, nothing is left. They've all been slaughtered. Some monster wiped them all out. Li Wufeng's face twisted into a ferocious grimace, as if he were glimpsing blurry flashes of the past through his void-piercing eyes. The three of them observed the scene with trepidation for a long time, and only after confirming that no living creatures remained on the battlefield did they step inside. Fang Yu bent down and carefully examined the wounds on the insect corpses, his expression grave. They were all killed with a single punch. That punch carried at least 2 metric tons of force. It instantly killed second-tier insects. As he ran his fingers over the fist marks on the insect's carapace, his expression suddenly changed, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Fist intent. These fist marks are all imbued with fist intent and utterly frenzied fist intent. Which duke or marquis passed through here and struck? The so-called Dao intent is a realm that only Mountain Sea stage powerhouses can touch. Of course, some peerless prodigies might grasp it earlier, but they are even rarer. He rose respectfully to his feet and bowed toward the fist marks he had touched, expressing his reverence for those who held the titles of marquis or king. Beside him, Li Wufeng remained silent. As he used his eye of void shattering to scan the area's auras, he inexplicably detected an extremely familiar presence, one that seemed to emanate from someone he had encountered before. Who could it be? He meticulously sifted through his memories, but the answer that emerged from the depths of his mind left him in disbelief. That person? How could that be possible? He had seen that person just once before entering the secret realm, a mere entry-level martialist. Not only could he not kill a second-tier insect, but even a single first-tier insect could easily take his life. I must have misidentified the aura. Li Wufeng shook his head vigorously, then quickly followed Fang Yu and Chen Xiaotian away from the area. Seeing the insect carcasses strewn across the ground, he didn't dare entertain even the slightest ill intent. One must never insult a noble, even if it were trash they'd left behind. They didn't have the guts to pick it up. In the boundless desert, not a speck of green was to be seen. Aside from the yellow sand swirling through the sky, only a few desert lizards, each about the size of a crocodile, crouched on the ground, buried in the wind and sand, crawling silently. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thud rang out. Qin clenched his right fist and darted out of the shadows, striking the desert lizard's head with pinpoint accuracy, a single blow that instantly killed this first-tier ferocious beast. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The desert lizards lurking nearby sensed danger and vanished into the yellow sand in a flash, leaving only a fresh lizard carcass behind. Start a fire. We'll have grilled lizard again today. After briefly preparing the desert lizard's flesh, he tore off chunks of white meat with a mighty tug and tossed them to the big dog to devour. It had been nearly 5 days since they left the western Tian Shan Mountains. Traveling day and night, they had finally entered the desert to the northeast of the Xintian secret realm. The vast desert held an endless stillness. No living creatures were in sight, and they could only occasionally replenish their food and water supplies with local desert resources. Take, for example, the desert lizard before them, or the colossal cactus the big dog was currently burning as firewood. This colossal cactus was rich in pure water. After squeezing out the moisture, it could still be used as firewood, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone, with absolutely no waste. As for how to start a fire, that was where the big dog's special skill came into play. With practiced ease, Big Dog plucked a few hairs from his tail and tossed them onto the withered cactus. Then, baring his teeth, he ground them with his sturdy canine teeth to create sparks, which instantly ignited the dog hair and the cactus, bringing the fire to life in an instant. They say you can't expect a dog to spit out ivory, but starting a fire is no problem at all. Under the intense heat, a few pieces of tender white meat quickly cooked through, and the man and the dog began to wolf it down. Ever since leaving the western Tian Shan Mountains and tagging along with Qin, Big Dog had been eating 3 meals a day, yet he rarely felt full. That bastard Qin had a greater tolerance for hunger than even a dog. Every time Big Dog was on the verge of starving to death, Qin still acted as if nothing were wrong. Big Dog was growing increasingly suspicious that Qin wasn't human at all. There was nothing he could do about it. No matter how hard his doggy brain racked its brains, it couldn't possibly have imagined that Qin possessed the ability to adaptively evolve. Through enduring hunger and thirst, Qin had successfully evolved level 2 energy and fluid conservation. If he chose not to expend energy, he could go 10 days and 10 nights without eating or drinking. After swallowing a big mouthful of delicious lizard meat, Qin felt even more convinced that entering the secret realm had been a good choice. The meat of even a random ferocious beast here contained nutrients that ordinary food from the outside world couldn't compare to. Eating plenty of it also had a refining effect on blood qi and could enhance constitution. Most importantly, the meat of most ferocious beasts tasted pretty good, not disgusting at all. After a 5-day period of calm, Qin had been cultivating steadily along the way. He hadn't wasted his level 7 mana affinity over those 5 days. He had refined over 30 units of blood qi. Combined with the boost from his previous physical transformation, both his cultivation realm and combat prowess were now unrecognizable compared to before. Name: Qin. Race: planetary level human 55%. Strength: 34. Constitution: 50. Agility: 32. Spirit: 10. Talent: adaptive evolution. Skills: mana affinity LV7, cold resistance LV4, poison resistance LV3, iron bones LV3, physical regeneration LV3. Combat rating: 85 blood qi cards. Has entered the ranks of 8th Dan martialists, but with physical strength approaching that of a grandmaster. Killing opponents across realms is as easy as drinking water. Even an ordinary mid-tier martial master can't withstand a single forceful collision from you. In just 5 days, he has leaped from a 2nd Dan martialist to an 8th Dan martialist, skipping 6 ranks in one go, a shock so immense it left Big Dog completely dumbfounded. Big Dog is now 100% certain that Qin is the legendary immortal seed of being destined to become an immortal and a founding ancestor in the future. Of course, Big Dog doesn't know that although Qin's cultivation level hasn't caught up yet, his physical body was honed to Grandmaster level strength long ago. With a Grandmaster's physique tempered by martialist blood qi, how could his progress not be rapid? An 8th Dan martialist possesses around 80 units of blood qi, roughly 1 metric ton of strength, and a speed of about 35 ms. Their physical body is impervious to small caliber handguns, and by reshaping their meridians with mana, they attain the rank of 9th Dan martialist once the process is complete. But even among 8th Dan martialists, Big Dog was certain that Qin could take on a tank head-on with his bare hands. You call this an 8th rank martialist? Big Dog finished eating all the lizard meat, patted his paw, and twitched his nose slightly, as if he'd caught a whiff of something. Hiss, a strong smell of blood is drifting this way. That smell, could it be the mist from the blood mist desert spreading? Qin raised an eyebrow and sniffed intently, but detected no unusual scent. Dogs really do have a keen sense of smell. He didn't dismiss Big Dog's words. He swallowed the chunk of meat in his hand in a few quick bites, pulled a sensing talisman which had lost much of its luster from his pocket, and closed his eyes to sense the air for a few seconds. It's south, very close. That stricken squad is no more than 30 kilometers away from us. Qin stood up and looked ahead, faintly seeing a vast expanse of crimson mist surging toward them on the horizon. The Big Dog's sense of foreboding grew even stronger. He couldn't help but jump onto Qin, pressing himself tightly against him and refusing to budge. I can feel it's something about to happen. And the very next second after the Big Dog finished speaking. Whoosh! The blindingly bright sun was instantly obscured by thick mist. In the blink of an eye, the world grew hundreds of times darker, as if someone had turned off the lights in a room. Qin spun around abruptly and scanned the horizon. The surroundings were suddenly engulfed by a sea of blood-red mist. He couldn't make out a thing. He hadn't even entered it yet, and the blood mist desert had already begun to spread on its own. The mist, flowing like blood, enveloped everything in sight. As far as the eye could see, Qin and Big Dog could only make out vast swaths of crimson, nothing else. Big Dog scrambled frantically onto Qin's shoulder. Feeling Qin's vibrant, restless blood qi, his heart settled slightly, and his anxiety eased a bit. But soon, shrouded in the blood mist, he could no longer feel at ease. He realized that this eerie mist seemed to possess a life of its own, constantly seeping into his body through the tiny pores on his skin, eroding his life force, drawing out his blood qi, and transforming it into fresh mist. Woof! This mist actively corrodes living beings. Unless you're at the martial master realm, you probably won T last even a day. Big Dog focused his mind and activated a certain cultivation technique to seal all the blood within his body, preventing his blood chi from leaking out. Once a martialist reaches the martial master realm, they can control the flow of blood chi within their body and even project it outward to invade an enemy's body. Earlier, Lu Yi of the God Society had, while beating Qin, forced blood chi into his body. Although Big Dog hadn't yet reached the martial master realm, he had, after all, trained under a supreme being, so it was only natural that he knew a few cultivation techniques for early mastery of blood chi. However, things weren't so easy for Qin. Big Dog's cultivation technique was specifically designed for dogs and couldn't be passed on to Qin. Not every cultivation technique is as versatile as dog talk, which works across multiple races. Your buddy's definitely dead. He hadn't even reached the martial master realm. How could he possibly survive in that blood mist for 10 days or half a month? Don't go in looking for him. While we're still on the outskirts, let us turn back and get out of here as fast as we can. Big Dog was still his usual cautious self. If there were a way to stay out of danger, he'd be the first to warn Qin. However, now that he'd come this far, how could he just turn back without doing anything? I said it before, I want to see him alive or dead. Qin clenched the sensing talisman, showing not the slightest sign of backing down. If you can't hold on, you can go ahead and leave. You don't have to follow me deeper in. He could feel his blood chi slowly draining away, an unstoppable loss. At this rate, in about 2 days, he would grow weak from the depletion of his blood chi and eventually die from exhaustion. But this kind of sustained, physically damaging effect was simply incapable of killing Qin. He feared only instant death. For him, any extreme environment that couldn't kill him instantly was a favorable one. It offered only benefits and no drawbacks. He could evolve again. Qin sensed the vague direction emanating from the talisman in his hand, took a step forward, and began to venture deeper into the blood mist desert. Perched on his shoulder, the Big Dog hadn't abandoned Qin. As a dog well versed in the art of survival, he naturally knew that staying with Qin was the safest option. Even if it meant following Qin deeper into the blood mist desert, it was still safer than leaving on his own. No dog understood the true value of the term immortal seed better than he did. Although the blood mist reduced visibility, fortunately there were few obstacles in the desert to begin with. Guided by the rune's intuition, Qin was able to proceed unhindered toward his destination. When you're in the blood mist, if you engage in strenuous activity, it seems like your blood chi depletes much faster. Qin sensed the changes within himself and warned the Big Dog. As he spoke, he picked up speed and suddenly began running at full stride. Big Dog? Didn't you say we shouldn't exert ourselves? What are you doing? He was a bit baffled by Qin's actions. As an 8th Dan martialist, running so fiercely through the blood mist caused his blood chi to drain at a rate akin to opening a floodgate. Is he trying to get himself killed? Meanwhile, another story was unfolding. Just as the man and the dog were slowly venturing deeper into the blood mist desert, 100 meters above Qin's head, amidst the thick blood mist, 2 figures, one large, one small, suddenly appeared. One was dressed in a white tracksuit, his expression calm, eyes narrowed, looking every bit the good-natured sort. Standing beside him was a young girl with a respectful expression, her hair tied in a single ponytail, radiating a spirited and dashing aura. Master, aren't we going to save that young man up ahead? The girl was only 16 years old, but her blood chi had already surpassed 300 calories, placing her in the low-tier martial master realm, truly a prodigy. However, the martial master realm does not yet allow one to walk on air. The girl's ability to fly in the sky relied entirely on her master's power. Walking on air under one's own power is the hallmark of a great grandmaster. Indeed, the middle-aged man standing beside her was a great grandmaster named Zhang Tianfeng. He had been commissioned by the Yuhang Executive Hall to investigate the blood mist and beast swarms in the Xiantian secret realm. The Xiantian secret realm isn't classified as particularly dangerous, but the blood mist that has appeared in recent days far exceeds the difficulty level expected of a Grade D secret realm. This has drawn the attention of the authorities, which is why they dispatched a great grandmaster to investigate. No rush, no rush. He clearly knew the dangers of the blood mist, yet he still dared to venture deep into it at the 8th rank martialist realm. He is young and impetuous, he deserves to suffer a bit, so he'll learn his lesson. Jiang Tianfang folded his arms behind his back and smiled faintly. The young girl standing beside him sighed inwardly at the sight of her master putting on this air of mystery. Her master was just that sort of person. He liked to act like a sage, often appearing to offer guidance to strangers, especially young prodigies. Of course, as a great grandmaster in his 30s, Jiang Tianfang certainly lived up to the title of sage. Moreover, the young man not far away was indeed determined to put himself in danger. Letting him suffer a bit before saving him meant no one could say her master had done anything wrong. The master and disciple strolled leisurely behind Qin and the big dog. Suddenly, the disciple, Xiaohan, let out a soft "huh," as a hint of confusion flashed across her lovely face. "Master, look, why did that young man suddenly start running? He can't possibly be unaware that strenuous exercise accelerates the depletion of blood qi, can he?" Jiang Tianfang furrowed his brow. Even with his wealth of experience, he was perplexed at that moment. There was no way the young man couldn't sense his blood qi being drawn from his body by the blood mist. Why would he choose to exert himself? Wasn't this tantamount to suicide? Could it be that he possesses a blood-sealing technique? Xiaohan speculated. Absolutely not. I can see his blood qi draining away. In Jiang Tianfang's eyes, Qin's blood qi was leaking out frantically, like a deflating balloon. This didn't look anything like someone with a blood-sealing technique. Perhaps he has some special life-preserving technique, you just can't see it. Xiaohan glanced at her master, her tone teasing. Ha! If he had a life-preserving technique, would I not be able to tell? What a joke! Tianfang clearly didn't want to lose face in front of his female disciple. I've never heard of a technique that preserves life by bleeding oneself. If he keeps bleeding like this and I don't step in to save him, he'll surely deplete all his blood qi and turn into a desiccated corpse. He'll die for sure. Jiang Tianfang was absolutely certain. Just watch, in less than an hour, he'll be too weak to stand and will be lying on the ground waiting to die. Xiaohan looked at her master's serious expression, shrugged, and said nothing more in rebuttal. In fact, in her view, Qin really wouldn't last an hour. However, the young man who, in their eyes, was on the verge of death, seemed completely unconcerned about his own reckless behavior. He even seemed to find running while bleeding too slow, so he actually began throwing punches while running. Amid the mist of blood, he channeled his entire body's blood qi, frantically practicing the 7 wounds mad fist, causing the blood mist to ripple ceaselessly. Watching the fierce, powerful punches, the master and disciple exchanged a glance, utterly dumbfounded. They'd seen people who didn't care about their lives before, but they'd never seen anyone who thought they weren't dying fast enough. Wait, are you really okay? Big dog-eyed Qin, barely able to contain his concern. To him, Qin's steps were unsteady, his cheeks sunken. He looked like a walking corpse, as if he might collapse at any moment. Even after 5 days and 5 nights of bloody battle in the kingdom of women, he hadn't looked this weak. Whoosh, whoosh. Qin ignored Big Dog and walked straight ahead, his hands suddenly swinging violently as he threw punches into the air. Even though he was clearly extremely weak at that moment, those 2 punches actually stirred up a gale, accompanied by a faint, explosive sound. The 7 wounds mad fist. This rank fist technique, created by the Mad King, inherently carried a madness within it. Now, as Qin continued to punch relentlessly on the brink of death, he gradually grasped this mad energy and became intoxicated by it. Actively courting death while frantically punching to hasten it, even the Mad King himself would call this madness. In the blink of an eye, he had fully mastered the 2nd layer of the 7 wounds mad fist. The killing energy surging through his body swelled and raged, solidifying several times over in an instant. But out of the blue, Qin coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His physical body, already weakened and fragile from the corrosive blood mist, couldn't withstand the impact of the 2nd layer of the killing energy, resulting in internal injuries that severed his heart meridians. After coughing up that mouthful of blood from his heart, Qin instantly lost all his strength. He collapsed to the ground, unable to take another step forward. It seemed his days were numbered. In the sky not far away, Zhang Tianfang's expression darkened as he muttered, "Just as I thought, he has no way to save himself. He's literally just courting death. Hurry up. Let us rush over and save his life." Young people these days really have no regard for their lives, they all seem to lack common sense. Zhang Tianfang was all talk and no action when it came to the prodigy of his own clan. He certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Though he was complaining, his movements were swift. Taking his disciple, Zhouyihan, with him, he took a single stride that covered 100 meters. Just as he was about to appear to rescue Qin, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly trembled. Instantly, his sunken cheeks puffed up as if inflated, and within a little over a minute, his entire complexion shifted from deathly pale to rosy and healthy. "Whoa, I feel refreshed and invigorated." Qin climbed to his feet and stretched his limbs slightly, making them crackle. A system notification sounded in his ear. "Ding! Your blood cells have successfully adapted to the consumption by the departed true god. Evolving the passive skill nourished the roots and strengthened the essence. Another level less passive skill." The skill's effect was simple: it protected Qin's blood qi and primordial yang, preventing external forces from draining them away. Normally, this was an ability reserved for the Grandmaster realm, but due to the unique nature of the blood mist, Qin had mastered it ahead of schedule. However, a few words in the system notification caught Qin's attention. "The absorption by the departed true god? What does that mean? Isn't the blood mist the one eroding me?" Qin fell deep in thought. On his shoulder, the big dog had witnessed Qin's resurrection from start to finish. He was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. He'd even forgotten how to bark. Not only him, but even Zhang Tianfang and Zhouyihan, hiding in the shadows, were dumbfounded. Zhang Tianfang, who had cultivated from martialist all the way to great grandmaster, had never seen anything like this before. To fully recover like Qin, one would normally need to consume at least a third-tier spirit fruit, yet Qin clearly hadn't eaten anything, and had returned to normal all on his own. This was simply too abnormal. Even judging the situation through the lens of a great grandmaster, Zhang Tianfang still couldn't fathom how Qin had managed it. This young man harbored a secret, and a major one at that. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, but Zhang Tianfang felt no greed. Instead, his interest in Qin grew even stronger. "Come on, let us go say hello to him. It's a bit rude to keep in the shadows and following him like this." Zhang Tianfang, accompanied by Zhouyihan, emerged from the hazy blood mist and approached Qin. Woof! The sudden appearance of two human martialists, a man and a woman, startled the big dog. He was naturally alert to the slightest movement around him, yet he hadn't sensed these two at all. These two, especially the man, were quite powerful. He was at least a great grandmaster. Where did these humans come from? It looks like they've been following us for a while. Although they don't seem hostile, you should still be careful. Big Dog pretended not to be able to speak and lay obediently on Qin's shoulder, secretly communicating with Qin in dog speak. Qin naturally kept his distance from the two, cautiously sizing them up. The girl, who looked to be around 16 or 17, was likely at the martial master realm, while the middle-aged man's cultivation level was impossible to discern. "Ahem, my master, and I mean no harm. We actually intended to step in and save you, but we didn't expect you to recover on your own." Zhang Tianfang was quite approachable. He briefly explained his identity and even produced several official documents. Qin couldn't make sense of these documents, but Zhang Tianfang's strength was impressive. If he truly intended to harm Qin, he would have struck long ago. There'd be no need for all this nonsense. Consequently, Qin's expression softened somewhat, and he briefly introduced himself to the master and apprentice. Upon hearing his introduction, Zhouyihan looked slightly surprised. "You ventured deep into the blood mist to save a brother? But the blood mist covers such a vast area. How did you find him?" Qin waved the tracking talisman in his hand. Seeing this first-tier tracking talisman, which was still glowing, Zhouyihan furrowed her brow even deeper, and a hint of disbelief flashed across her pretty face. The blood mist blocks spiritual energy and runic detection. How could a first-tier tracking talisman possibly work inside it? This talisman of yours, can it really still guide us? Would a first-tier tracking talisman really become ineffective within the blood mist? Sheen froze for a moment, then felt a chill run down his spine and fell silent. Was this tracking talisman, which was still active, truly guiding him to Chen's team? After a long moment, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I'm still going to follow the talisman and give it a try. What if it really leads us to them?" Chen had dared to venture deep into the Xiantian secret realm at the entry-level martialist stage for his sake. It was only right that he venture into the blood mist to save Chen. Perhaps there is something special about this tracking talisman. Let us go since we're here to save someone, there is no need to hesitate. Jiang Tianfang glanced at the tracking talisman in Chen's hand but couldn't discern anything unusual about it. However, he was quite curious about Chen as a person, so he decided to tag along and see for himself. Besides, rescuing his own kind trapped in the blood mist was the very purpose of his journey to begin with. It wouldn't hurt to help out along the way. After all, he loved to meddle in other people's business. Chen gave Jiang Tianfang a few more glances, surprised that this big shot was actually willing to follow him deeper into the mist. It never hurt to be cautious, so he kept his guard up a bit more, then, relying on the sensing talisman, began to wander through the blood mist. The group continued deeper into the desert. Gradually, the blood mist swirling around them grew thicker and thicker. When Chen touched it with his hand, he could almost feel the cold liquid clinging to his palm. Whoa! Amid the thick fog, faint, mournful wails echoed heart-wrenching and plaintive, their gender indistinguishable. Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him from the shadows. His nerves on edge, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Staring at the churning mist before him, he said in a deep voice, "We're here." Jiang Tianfang and Xiaoyihan stopped as well. Jiang Tianfang gave a cold snort, and a powerful wave of divine consciousness surged forth, slowly parting the mist to reveal what lay hidden beneath it. It was a decaying stone staircase, about 5 or 6 meters wide, leading downward into a bottomless abyss. Chen stared at the staircase and suddenly sensed that the wailing had grown louder, as if it were coming from beneath the steps. Chen's gaze shifted back and forth across the entrance to the staircase. He also noticed that, amidst the fine sand, wisp after wisp of blood mist was seeping upward, drifting into the thick fog. So, the blood mist was coming from underground? Are you still going to go down? Beside him, Jiang Tianfang's expression grew somber. He sensed danger emanating from beneath the staircase. I'm going down. I've come this far. Chen's expression remained unchanged. Do you need me to engrave a night vision array pattern for you? Xiaoyihan had bitten her right index finger. At some point droplets of blood spread out in a blur, which she used to trace intricate, wondrous patterns like lotus blossoms blooming at the corners of her eyes, pure white and sacred. So this young girl was an array master. Array masters in this realm differed somewhat from the traditional concept. In addition to setting up arrays, they had to be proficient in various array patterns, capable of inscribing them on themselves or others to trigger miraculous effects. Of course, by inscribing array patterns onto special objects, they can also create so-called runes. For example, the first-tier sensing rune in Chen's hand was crafted by an array master. Rune masters and array masters are essentially the same, they simply specialize in different areas. Some exceptionally talented array masters are equally capable of crafting high-tier runes. A second-tier night vision formation pattern, it's incredibly intricate. I guess it's a proprietary formula. This girl's got some real talent. Big Dog commented via a secret transmission. There are also ranks and distinctions. Among formation masters, those capable of inscribing formation patterns on their own bodies are undoubtedly among the most gifted. Chen declined the girl's offer. He possessed the level 1 passive skills, clear mind, sharp eyes, and night vision. Even without casting any eye techniques, his natural eyesight alone was more than enough to see through a second-tier formation pattern. Thus, Chen and Jiang Tianfang led the way, with Xiaoyihan bringing up the rear. The trio cautiously stepped onto the first flight of stairs, moving so lightly they made not a sound. Xiaoyihan glanced at Chen's bright eyes and realized he wasn't using any eye techniques at all. He could see through the darkness with his naked eyes alone. No wonder the blood mist outside hadn't obstructed his vision. Were Chen's eyes naturally special? Her curiosity about Chen grew even more. This man was clearly only at the 8th rank martialist realm, yet he was even more mysterious than her own great grandmaster teacher. Click, click. The three of them gradually explored their way downward. Throughout this process, Big Dog lay silently on China's shoulder, not daring to use any eye techniques, pretending entirely to be an ordinary ferocious beast. He seemed to possess some special concealment technique. Even Zhang Tianfang, a great grandmaster, had failed to detect anything extraordinary about him. Big Dog, do you have some awesome technique for concealing your cultivation level and aura? Can you teach it to me? Qin silently transmitted his question. As he grew stronger, the people he encountered were becoming increasingly formidable. If he didn't conceal himself better, there was a risk that his adaptive evolution talent might be exposed. Only dogs can learn it. Do you want to be a dog? Big Dog stuck out his tongue and panted. It seemed learning concealment techniques from Big Dog wasn't going to work. He'd have to return to Yuhang and buy them from the martial realm. At that moment, the descending staircase seemed endless. Qin and his two companions had been walking for nearly half an hour and still hadn't reached the bottom. Suddenly, Zhang Tianfang held out his hand, signaling Qin and Shuihan to stop. He then pointed to a corner about 10 meters away and frowned. Over there are two corpses. Qin and Shuihan's eyes narrowed as they followed his gaze. Shuihan, relying on her second-tier night vision array, couldn't see a thing. Her vision was obstructed by some barrier, limiting her visibility to only 5 or 6 meters. Meanwhile, Qin could clearly see the two bodies and his expression grew somber. He felt the sensing talisman in his hand tremble slightly, its glow brightening considerably. As the three of them moved closer to take a look, Qin was almost certain that the location talisman corresponding to the sensing talisman was on these two bodies. This is the rescue mission they posted. Qin's expression wavered, but he eventually regained his composure. The auras emanating from these two corpses were not Chen's. Shuihan bent down to examine the bodies up close. After some effort, she found no visible wounds. The corpses had been reduced to skeletons. The hand bones of one of them held a location talisman. There was not a trace of flesh or blood on either body. It seemed they had been dead for over a decade. But Qin knew that neither of them had been dead for more than a month. The mist here is several times thicker than up above. These two must have died from their blood qi leaving their bodies. It's not just their blood qi. The mist has drained every last bit of their vital energy, spirit, and essence. Zhang Tianfang said in a deep voice. Qin picked up on a clue from his speculation and asked in confusion, the blood mist beneath the stairs is clearly thicker than on the ground. If these people were seeking refuge, why did they go down the stairs? That defies all logic. As soon as he spoke, all three fell into deep thought. Just then, a mournful wail rang in Qin's ears once more. This time, Qin could make out the words of the wail. Blood for blood, blood for blood. It was as if a ghost were whispering. The mysterious voice was filled with violence and resentment, yet tinged with a hint of sacredness, a profound contradiction. A thought flashed through Qin's mind. He turned his head, just as he was about to ask Shuihan and Zhang Tianfang if they had heard the wail, when suddenly Shuihan's eyes turned a terrifying shade of red. Her expression was one of confusion. As if she had lost control, she dashed down the stairs. Meanwhile, something was clearly wrong with Zhang Tianfang as well. His features were contorted in a grimace, as if he were struggling against something. For a moment, he paid no attention to his disciple or to Qin. What was happening to them? Had they fallen under an illusion? Did the wailing coming from deep within the stairs possess some kind of mind control power? Qin snapped out of her daze and instantly realized why the members of Chen's squad had willingly walked down the stairs to their deaths. They had been controlled by that mysterious wail. So Chen was down there too? Qin glanced at the big dog, which was shaking its head and barking wildly. Clearly, the dog's mental strength was greater than Shuihan's. Although it had been hit by the whale's mental attack, it was able to resist and wouldn't be controlled. As for Qin himself, thanks to the passive skill, clear mind, sharp eyes, he had acquired earlier, he felt absolutely nothing out of the ordinary for the time being. Clear mind, sharp eyes greatly enhanced Qin's mental resistance, granting him immunity to numerous illusions. The second-tier mother bug nest was truly formidable. The skills evolved through it could even ignore the mysterious whale. Even Zhang Tianfang, who was at least a great grandmaster, had fallen victim to it, yet Qin remained unscathed. Qin held his breath and focused his mind, raising his vigilance to the highest level. Without a second thought for Zhang Tianfang, who was still struggling where he stood, he broke into a run, keeping pace with Zhou Han as they raced downward. With every step he took downward, the blood mist around him grew denser. The wails were no longer faint and intermittent but echoed constantly all around them. Finally, Qin reached the end of the staircase and stepped onto a vast, open plain. Looking up, she saw a large, still pool of blood ahead. Zhou stood motionless before it, seemingly lost in thought. The blood mist dissipated completely in this area. Aside from the blood pool, the surroundings were enclosed by towering red walls, their surfaces rough and uneven. His gaze swept past the pool. The blood flowed into several openings, their destinations unknown. Qin took a few steps forward and suddenly noticed a shattered stone stele standing in the center of the pool. On it, several large characters were carved in a crooked, uneven hand. They were neither Chinese characters nor any script currently used by humans, yet the moment Qin laid eyes on them, he understood their meaning. Today, I slay the great god in the mystic heavens. That single line radiated a murderous aura. At just a glance, Qin felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, and blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Woof, woof, woof. Qin's gaze hurriedly tore away from the stele. Before he had time to think further, the barking of a large dog rang in his ears. Had it broken free from the whale's control early? Faster even than Zhang Tianfang, the supposed great grandmaster? Is a great grandmaster really no match for a dog? Qin, get out of here fast. Don't listen too closely to that wailing, it's a soul trap. The big dog was actually quite conscientious. The first thing it said upon waking was to warn Qin through telepathy. However, when it saw Qin staring at it in utter bewilderment, it froze on the spot. Looking at Qin like that, how could he possibly have fallen into a soul trap? Is even a high-level soul trap like this ineffective against you? Big Dog realized he was finding it harder and harder to figure Qin out. His physical body was already monstrously strong, but was his soul that terrifying as well? Could it be that all immortals, an intense sense of danger instantly engulfed his entire body? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin unleashed a punch. Though delivered hastily, the punch was undoubtedly full force, exerting over 2 metric tons of power, enough to shatter even metal and stone in an instant. Yet, this very force, one that even a high-ranking martial master would dare not face head-on, passed unimpeded through the mist creature's body, tearing a hole right through it. The next second, as the full force of the strike dissipated, the hole in the mist creature's body closed in the blink of an eye. With a pop, Qin's right hand was severed at the wrist, and his entire fist vanished, swallowed whole by the creature. Was this monster, formed from a mist of blood, of an unknown tier and immune to all physical attacks? A torrent of blood spurted onto the ground. Qin's face paled, and he hurriedly withdrew his right fist. Fortunately, his physical recovery ability, having already reached level 3, was formidable enough to stop the bleeding from the severed limb immediately. Granulation tissue began to grow at the stump, and his new right hand would be fully regenerated within 5 minutes. The core of this mist man is the souls of the departed. While those beings were alive, the blood mist drained them of all their blood chi, and in the end, even their souls fell into the blood pool, transforming into mist men. Big Dog's eyes gleamed as he saw through the mist man's true nature. Normally, the stronger a soul is before death, the more terrifying the mist spirit that appears afterward. Let us get out of here as fast as we can. There is definitely more than one mist spirit in this blood lake. Rumble. No sooner had Big Dog finished speaking than the entire blood lake began to churn violently. The blood seemed to boil, churning wildly. You unlucky bastard, you warned me about something, and it happens right away. Qin's face darkened. He took 2 strides forward to stand beside Zhou. His eyes narrowed in shock as he suddenly realized that blood was seeping from every part of her body. She looked as if she were about to dissolve into a pool of blood and merge with the blood lake. This must be how the mist people evolved. Don't even think about saving her. To snap her out of this blood dissolution state, you have to injure her, but if you can't even hit a mist person, there is no way you'll hit her. Big Dog didn't even bother with telepathy anymore. His dog-like eyes widened as he saw an utterly terrifying mist person about to emerge from the depths of the blood lake, and Qin would definitely be no match for it. Qin paid no heed, clenching his left hand into a fist and slamming it violently toward Zhou Han's shoulder. Big Dog kept outside. Terrifying mist beings were materializing one after another, dancing wildly and frenziedly, nearly filling the entire palace. Seeming to sense the presence of living beings, hundreds of mist beings surged forward in a massive wave, following the path Qin had taken, intent on plunging into the blood-stained cavern alongside him. However, the stone stele at the center of the blood lake suddenly trembled. In an instant, all the mist beings present froze in their tracks, then retreated step by step from the entrance of the blood-stained cavern, too afraid to pursue any further. This stone stele seemed to have trapped the mist people within this vast, open blood lake, preventing them from straying too far. Qin had made the right call once again. Had he chosen to turn back and take the stairs, he would most likely have been caught by the mist people before he could escape far enough. But on the other side, the narrow, blood-filled passage seemed to stretch on forever. Qin and Lin Xiuhan waded through blood that didn't quite reach their knees, struggling forward. The wails all around them grew clearer and more piercing. They were likely drawing closer, inch by inch, to that fallen giant god. Wait. Was that giant god really dead? The stone stele merely stated that the titan was slashed in the Shantian realm. It did not say slayed. A single character's difference makes all the difference in the world. Inside the narrow, elongated cavern, Qin and Lin Xiuhan walked side by side, their steps light as they treaded through the blood without causing a single splash. Xiuhan had been corroded by the blood and struck by Qin's fist imbued with a murderous aura. Her injuries were severe, and it would be difficult for her to recover in the short term. In particular, Qin's punch had completely caught her off guard. Several strands of terrifying murderous aura lingered within Xiuhan's body, hindering her ability to channel her energy for recovery. Her meridians felt icy cold, and waves of stinging pain coursed through her entire body. No one would believe it if she told them. She, a full-fledged low-tier martial master with second-tier array runes engraved on her bones, had actually been beaten half to death by a single punch from Qin. Even more bizarre was that both she and her master had been affected by the mysterious wailing, while Qin remained completely unharmed and carried on as usual. Are you really not hiding your strength? Xiuhan couldn't help but ask. Qin gave her a puzzled look and shook his head. No, I'm just an 8th-rank martialist. What's the matter? Is it so strange that an 8th-rank martialist can resist mind control? Xiuhan. What's not strange about that, bro? She sighed, forced herself to gather blood qi, bit through 2 fingers, and engraved an array pattern on the wound on her shoulder, hoping to stabilize her injury and dispel the aura of slaughter. But unexpectedly, just as she was settling her mind to engrave the pattern, she was distracted by a casual remark from Qin. Qin said, "Look, my big dog wasn't affected by the wailing either. He is still running around like crazy." He pointed to the large dog on his shoulder. Xiuhan followed his gaze and saw the dog staring at her with such intensity that she nearly stopped breathing, worsening her injury. Is that even something a human would say? It really is true that humans are no match for dogs. Xiuhan had no reply, so he silently calmed his mind and began engraving the formation pattern. A few minutes later, a pure white pattern, blooming like a lotus, was fully engraved. It radiated a pure life force, aiding Xiuhan in healing his injuries. Qin's eyes lit up. Formation patterns really are peculiar. There are so many varieties, and they can even aid in healing. However, he didn't seem to need external aids like array patterns with adaptive evolution. He could solve any problem through evolution alone. Stop staring. I know how to create array patterns too. Once I get stronger, I'll engrave them for you. Big Dog whispered to Qin telepathically. This made Qin glance at Big Dog a few extra times, sighing inwardly at how the world had truly changed. Even a dog could set up arrays now. I don't need formation patterns, but you can make some runes for me in the future. I can sell them to earn some contribution points. Qin thought about Big Dog's future usefulness. Big Dog rolled his eyes and ignored Qin. This human right in front of him was the Real Dog trying to use him as free labor, exploit him, and make him work for nothing. How despicable. This little interlude during their exploration came to an end, significantly lightening the previously stifling and lifeless atmosphere. Qin didn't venture any further inward. He noticed that deep within the cave, the mist was actually gradually dissipating. Aside from the darkness, there was nothing else to obstruct his vision. He clenched his fist, gathered all his strength, and unleashed a full-force punch forward, striking the black and red wall. Boom! The punch didn't shatter the wall, it merely dented inward, leaving a very shallow indentation that returned to normal within a few seconds. There is something off about this wall, it's not hard, it's actually a bit soft, like a sponge. Qin furrowed his brow. He wondered if he had some special connection to caves. Why, ever since entering the Shintian secret realm, had he been wandering around underground caverns all the time? Am I the reincarnation of a groundhog? Beside him, Shoeihan leaned most of his body against the red wall, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the surroundings for a moment before suddenly opening them. Did you feel it? Whether it's beneath our feet or the walls around us, everything is vibrating in a regular pattern. It vibrates about once every 2 minutes, very slightly. A tremor every 2 minutes? Qin focused intently for a moment and then actually sensed the vibration Shoeihan had described. This kind of movement is hard to detect unless you pay close attention. But what does this mean? Neither of them could figure it out, they only had some guesses, but nothing definite. Let us keep going deeper. We won't figure anything out by staying here. Qin gazed down the path ahead and made his decision. Even if your master, Zhang Tianfan, wakes up, it'll be very difficult for him to cross the Blood Lake and reach the cave to join us. In the Blood Lake, it seems a mist being has emerged whose danger level surpasses that of a great grandmaster. It will block your master's path. With our retreat cut off, sitting here doing nothing might as well mean certain death. We might as well keep going deeper. Shoeihan, of course, understood this as well. She nodded without objection. The two continued walking deeper into the cave. As they walked, they suddenly stopped in unison, their faces filled with surprise and suspicion. Before them stood a massive iron plate, like a curtain, blocking their path without leaving a single gap. The slab was pure white throughout, its exact material was unclear, though it bore some resemblance to iron, which is why Qin referred to it as an iron slab. Streaks of blood stained the slab, exuding boundless murderous intent. As Qin drew closer, he began coughing up blood frantically, and his skin began to crack. There is a trace of Dao intent lingering on this slab above the mountain sea stage. Qin retreated 5 steps in a row, moving a full 4 or 5 meters away from the iron plate before he could catch his breath. He was certain that if he had stayed near the edge of the iron plate, he would have died within a minute without even having time to evolve. The disparity in power was simply too great. He had witnessed the Mad King's Dao before, yet he sensed that the Dao intent left on the iron plate before him was even stronger than the Mad King's. Furthermore, this killing intent and essence of the Dao felt very familiar. Qin sensed he had encountered them before. No. This isn't an iron slab at all, it's a weapon. Shoeihan's insight far surpassed Qin's. Having seen many high-tier divine weapons, he vaguely recognized the true nature of the slab. It's either a fragment of a peerless divine weapon that has ended up here, or it's the divine weapon itself, only its size is so immense that we can only see a corner of it, embedded in this cave. Qin was stunned. Are you saying that if we go to other caves, we might eventually see similar iron plates blocking our path? A massive, peerless divine weapon slashed into the ground, severing several caves. The very thought of it felt unbelievable. High-level martialists truly possessed the power to defy the heavens. Wait a moment, a peerless divine weapon slashed. Furthermore, he had a vague premonition that he had to keep moving forward. He couldn't turn back. But with a weapon of indeterminate rank blocking his path, how could he possibly move forward? Unable to make a decision, he fell into a long period of hesitation. Amid the silence, the large dog, who had been lying quietly on his shoulder, suddenly seemed to sense something. It raised its head and barked several times at the divine weapon before them. Woof, woof, woof. Immediately afterward, the massive divine weapon began to gradually radiate a dazzling glow. A dense aura of the Tao swirled across its surface, yet it was extremely gentle, carrying no hint of aggression. Shoeihan and Qin were both startled by this sudden change. They exchanged a glance and quickly tensed their bodies, bracing for danger that could strike at any moment. Woof! The big dog leaped down from Qin's shoulder, ran to a spot very close to the divine weapon, and barked again. Then, an incredible scene unfolded. Instead of obliterating the big dog, the extremely high-grade divine weapon hummed softly, emitting a joyful, exuberant emotional vibration. Rumble, rumble. Immediately afterward, the entire cave, or rather, the entire underground region, began to shake violently. Under the astonished gaze of Chioihan and Shin, the divine weapon slowly shifted its form, and a gap gradually opened in the path that had been completely blocked, just wide enough for a full-grown human to pass through. This weapon, could it be something your master left behind? Shin snapped back to his senses and transmitted his voice to the big dog. The God Slayer, is that your master? The stone steel in the blood lake had helped the big dog regain his senses, and now the divine weapon blocking their path was also connected to him. Any fool could guess at least a little of the truth hidden within all this. It's possible. I've forgotten all my memories of my master, so I can't be 100% sure. The big dog looked dazed, scratched his head, and jumped back onto China's shoulder. A few meters away, Chioihan glanced at the big dog, then at Shin, and hesitated as if she wanted to say something. Only now did she realize the extraordinary nature of this pet dog. Previously, she had always assumed the big dog was just an ordinary spirit beast kept by Shin. After all, Big Dog was only at the first tier level, more precisely, at the peak of the first tier, which was nothing special for a martial master. A first tier peak spirit beast would fetch no more than 1,000 contribution points in the martial realm, unless it were a special breed. But a ferocious beast like Big Dog, capable of influencing a mysterious weapon, must surely harbor a great secret. Chioihan didn't want to offend Shin, so she chose not to probe further and pretended she hadn't seen anything. I'll keep this a secret for you, don't worry, I'm not one to gossip. She mentioned it in passing. Shin nodded and didn't bring up the matter again. The two walked one after the other toward the small entrance created by the divine weapon, but before they could enter, Shin's pupils suddenly and his heart and mind were shaken to the core. Beneath this entrance lay a bottomless ravine. The divine weapon had effortlessly cleaved a gap in the crimson wall that neither he nor Chioihan could breach, leaving an indelible mark. Most importantly, at the bottom of the chasm lay two figures, their bodies covered in thick veins that nearly blended into the surrounding red wall, as if they were about to solidify into blood statuettes. One of them was young, with delicate features. It was none other than Chen. How had he ended up here? Shin grew anxious. He saw that Chen's right hand was still clenched tightly around a round object. It appeared to be a spirit fruit. This was the spirit fruit Chen had desperately tried to bring out of the secret realm to cure his illness. Trapped in this hopeless situation, on the brink of death, Chen hadn't even eaten the fruit, let alone abandoned it. Don't act rashly just yet, your brother isn't dead, he's just in a bit of a strange state. Seeing that Shin looked ready to jump down and rescue him on the spot, Big Dog hurriedly sent a telepathic message to dissuade him. Of the two people down there, the one on the left is already dead. All life force has drained from his body, leaving only dry bones. The one on the right still has an intact body. He seems to have fallen into some kind of special state and is undergoing a transformation. It might be a stroke of luck. Chen was precisely the person on the right that Big Dog was referring to. Shin calmed down, and just then, Chioihan arrived at his side. Following Shin's gaze, she also saw the two figures at the bottom of the ravine, almost blending into the red wall. After learning from Shin that the person below was the very one Shin had come to rescue in the Blood Mist Desert, Chioihan's eyes flickered as he observed the scene intently for a moment. Then, most of the questions swirling in his mind suddenly cleared up, and everything became crystal clear. Your friend has incredible fortune to have survived something like this. I suspect he absorbed nearly all the blood mist in the cave and remained beside the divine weapon, using the Tao intent it emitted to counteract the mist, achieving a wondrous balance, which is why he is trapped here. The person next to him clearly did the same thing but couldn't hold out, whereas your friend did. He is very likely to undergo a metamorphosis and seize a great opportunity. The divine weapon and the blood mist are clearly two opposing forces in conflict with one another. Chen exploited this antagonism by using his physical body to contain a massive amount of blood mist while using the divine weapon to suppress it, a desperate gamble that ultimately paid off. By relying on the blood mist to undergo a complete transformation, he followed a logical path, though it's a method ordinary people would find extremely difficult to conceive. Without an unyielding will, it would have been absolutely impossible to endure such an agonizing process. No wonder there was no blood mist in the cave, and the wailing had stopped. It was likely that Shin had previously activated the divine weapon's power, thereby blocking and eliminating the wailing in this area. Both Big Dog and Xiaoyihan had mentioned the term metamorphosis given their insight. They surely wouldn't be mistaken. Qin felt slightly reassured. He could only be happy that his brother had been given this opportunity. Let us go inside first. Since this is his opportunity, we shouldn't disturb him. We don't want to mean well but end up doing more harm than good. Qin and Xiaoyihan crossed the ravine and continued onward. Sure enough, on the other side of the divine weapon, the blood mist was once again billowing out. Han Ti disappeared. As they moved further away from the divine weapon, the wailing resumed. Xiaoyihan's expression remained icy as he struggled to resist the wailing's seductive influence. Those who had already experienced the wails once and managed to break free gained some resistance, but they still could not ignore them as easily as Qin could. And so, stumbling and fumbling, they continued on for over 10 minutes before finally reaching the end of the cave. Beyond that point, there was no way forward, only the vast ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. The vast, boundless sea was calm and still, like an ancient mirror, without a single ripple in sight. The seawater was not as viscous as blood, as in the blood lake. Instead, it was pitch black, resembling thick ink. Standing on the shoreline, Qin and Lin Xiaohan could clearly hear every drop of seawater wailing. The sound reached them as if someone were confiding in their ears, hoarse and filled with grief and indignation. That eerie wail was actually coming from the ink sea right before their eyes. A sea that speaks? Qin looked up and scanned his surroundings, finding the area completely open. Aside from the red wall still shrouding the very sky above them, he saw nothing else. Lin Xiaohan and the Big Dog were both staring intently at the ink sea, though it was unclear if they had spotted anything unusual. Qin thought for a moment, then took a fragment of a second-tier Lord-class insectoid exoskeleton from his B-grade storage pouch and gently tossed it into the ink sea. Splash! The second-tier exoskeleton sank into the sea, sending up a few droplets of spray, then immediately flew. Big Dog jumped down from his shoulder, walked to the water's edge, and peered closely for a while before exclaiming in shock, "This black seawater is so strange. Every drop seems to contain pure mental power. The total mental power it constitutes is boundless, truly as vast as the ocean itself. Such terrifying mental power could only belong to someone at the king stage, at the very least. This is a sea of mental energy, or rather, a sea of souls. So, about this ink sea, can I take a bath in it?" Qin was more concerned about that. Big Dog's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Qin's train of thought to be so peculiar, and he replied via telepathy, "It shouldn't be a problem. This seawater didn't corrode the second-tier carapace, it decomposed it. Countless strands of spiritual energy spontaneously activated, tearing the carapace, this foreign object, apart piece by piece and discarding it. Your physical body is stronger than a second-tier carapace. You won't have any trouble soaking in it for an hour." That was exactly what Qin had been waiting to hear. With Big Dog's confirmation, he wasted no more time. Right in front of Xiaoyihan, he walked straight into the ink sea and submerged his entire body beneath its surface. What are you?" Xiaoyihan was instantly dumbfounded. Qin was truly unpredictable, knowing full well the danger, yet charging headlong into it time and time again. Could there be some deeper meaning behind this action? Xiaoyihan recalled the moment she first met Qin, when he had willingly allowed the blood mist to absorb his blood chi, and her heart skipped a beat. She had read in certain ancient texts that, across the cosmos, many of the most exceptional prodigies from other races would deliberately enter forbidden zones to train, squeezing every last drop of potential from themselves through the trials of life and death. Such martialists are revered as extreme martialists, and their actions align perfectly with the intent behind the extreme rankings established by the Martial Arts Federation. Rumor has it that extreme martialists are invincible within their own realm, and many even possess the ability to fight across realms. Given how absurdly powerful Qin has become, he must have embarked on the path of an extreme martialist. Xiaoyihan was lost in his thoughts on the shore, while on the other side, Qin was in dire straits. Big Dog had misjudged the situation. Although the ink sea was indeed an ocean of spiritual energy, it treated inanimate objects and living beings differently. Inanimate objects would simply be automatically dismantled by countless streams of spiritual energy, but when a living being entered the ink sea, while their physical body remained unharmed, their soul would be savagely torn apart. If Qin hadn't possessed 10 points of spiritual power, his soul would have been dissolved by the ink sea. Gurgle, gurgle. Floating in the sea, his features were contorted in agony. He felt as if countless knives were constantly slashing and slicing at his soul. This agony, originating from his very soul, far surpassed the pain of terminal cancer. Even level 3 pain resistance couldn't withstand it. Sweat poured from his body like a waterfall, but the moment it broke the surface, it merged into the ink sea and vanished. Such agony was beyond description. Even if 10 needles were simultaneously thrust into the tips of his fingers, it wouldn't amount to 1% of the pain of his soul being torn apart. Sheen was on the verge of fainting from the pain. His consciousness was already hazy, and amidst the fog, distinct flashes of memory surged into his mind along with the waters of the ink sea. He saw a spear that pierced through heaven and earth, as if it could pierce the very sky itself. This spear was held by a man dwelling high above the 9 heavens, who hurled it downward with all his might. Boom! Space fell silent, the Tao trembled, and a colossal god of unparalleled power was pierced through the neck by the spear, driven hundreds of meters into the ground, and ultimately pinned there. Before dying, the colossal god roared defiantly at the heavens, but it was all in vain. A shattered stone steel fell from the sky, piercing the colossal goddess' chest and settling upon his heart, forever sealing away any hope of resurrection. From that moment on, only agonized wails remained in the world, echoing eerily. Crash! The memory ended there, and Sheen suddenly jolted awake, lifting his head out of the inky sea. The familiar voice of the system rang in his ears, but he had no time to pay it any mind. Staring blankly, he replayed the strange memory he'd just witnessed in his mind, and at that moment, all the puzzles fell into place. What's wrong? Are you okay? On the shore, Zhou Han, seeing Sheen's dazed and dejected expression, hurriedly asked. However, Sheen did not respond to her. He merely muttered to himself, so that's how it is. We have been inside that colossal goddess body all along. That tunnel they had walked through earlier filled with pools of blood was actually the giant goddess blood vessel. The red walls, visible everywhere and incredibly sturdy, were in fact the flesh and blood within the giant goddess body. A martialist who had cultivated to the realm of a deity naturally possessed flesh and blood of extraordinary resilience. Even a physical body that had been dead for many years would not decay, much less be pierced by ordinary creatures. Only that man from their memories, the one wielding a war spear, was powerful enough to pierce the colossus's neck with a single thrust and pin it to the ground. No wonder we felt a slight, rhythmic vibration when we touched the red walls or stood on the ground. These are the vibrations caused by the giant goddess' faint heartbeat and breathing. Is the suppressed giant god coming back to life? Hearing Sheen's concise explanation, Zhou Han and Big Dog suddenly understood, their faces betraying uncontrollable horror. It turned out that all along, they had been moving about inside the body of that dead giant god. It now appears that the so-called blood mist is likely a mutation caused by the giant goddess' physical body after his death. His blood chi has spontaneously separated from his body, spreading into the outside world and devouring the blood chi of all living beings within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Once the blood chi of these living beings is devoured, it is converted into nourishment for the giant goddess' revival, enabling him to heal his wounds and awaken once more. As far as I recall, that giant god was definitely slain by the war spear. But at his level of cultivation, perhaps even in death, he could gradually revive. Otherwise, the mysterious man wielding the war spear would have had no need to leave behind a stone steel to suppress the giant goddess' heart before departing. The blood lake area we passed through earlier is likely the giant goddess' heart. That stone steel suppresses the very core region essential to his revival. As we made our way upward through the heart, we were blocked by divine weapons partway along the path. And you said that the war spear was driven into the colossal goddess' neck. Zhou Han suddenly paused, raised his gaze toward the ink sea not far away, his voice trembling slightly. We must be inside the colossal goddess' mind right now. This eerie ink sea before us is the giant goddess sea of consciousness, the mental realm cultivated by a martialist at the Grandmaster realm. The sea of consciousness is a fantastical space where the soul resides and spiritual energy is accumulated. Sheen had always believed that the sea of consciousness wasn't a real place, but rather an illusory mental world. But as it turns out today, once one reaches a sufficiently high realm of cultivation, even the sea of consciousness can manifest as tangible matter. Not to mention the sea of consciousness, even the giant goddess' physical body was large enough to rival an entire city. Just what realm did he inhabit? And just how overwhelmingly powerful must the man capable of killing the giant god be? Qin couldn't help but ponder deeply. As for realms above Great Grandmaster, he knew nothing beyond their names. However, while he might not understand, Big Dog did. As a household dog who had once served a supreme being, he had merely lost his memories of his master. He still remembered the vast array of martialist secrets. This so-called giant god is very likely a venerable. According to legend, a venerable has a lifespan of 100,000 years, is immortal and indestructible, and can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even if they were to truly die, they could rely on their immortal golden body to condense a wisp of spiritual essence, gradually restore their soul, and return once more. In the starry skies and across the myriad realms, venerable-level powerhouses are already the pinnacle of existence. Therefore, they have another title. Sentient beings also refer to them with four characters: immortal deities. Venerable. Qin pondered this term. He recalled someone mentioning it to him before. Before he entered the Xintian secret realm, Su Ruoxu, the president of the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation, had told him that humanity once had a super-powerful figure, the 10,000 Calamities Celestial Venerable. Above the mountain sea stage lies the king stage, and above the king stage lies the venerable. So, above the venerable, is the celestial venerable? Qin was very curious. Big Dog shook his head. No, the celestial venerable realm isn't a separate realm in itself. Only those venerables who have broken through their limits can be called celestial venerables. Just as a martialist who breaks through the limits of the mountain sea stage is called the Marquis realm, celestial venerable is an honorific title for the few strongest martialists among the venerables. Those who break through the limits in the mountain sea stage are at the Marquis realm. Those who break through the limits among the venerables are called celestial venerables. No wonder Su Ruoxu once said that the martial arts limit rankings hide the secrets of higher realms. Only by touching the limits of a realm and breaking through them can one become the strongest within that realm, thereby influencing advancement to the next realm. Qin fully understood. But Big Dog hadn't finished speaking yet. With a hint of excitement in his solemn gaze, he continued to transmit his voice to Qin. Legend has it that within the bodies of immortal deities lies a drop of the purest divine blood, the very source of their immortal divinity. You consume the purest divine blood before reaching the venerable realm. You can establish your divine level aptitude, and your cultivation path will be smooth sailing from then on. Now that the giant god is dead and still struggling to revive, this is the perfect opportunity for Qin to obtain the purest divine blood. Under normal circumstances, an opportunity to obtain the purest divine blood would be rare, perhaps once in 10,000 years. But where could the purest divine blood be hidden? Qin pondered carefully and concluded it must be either at the bottom of the ink sea before him or at the bottom of the blood lake, currently suppressed by the stone steel. Both locations posed a mortal danger. He might be killed instantly before he even had time to undergo adaptive evolution. Wait, no! Qin rubbed his chin and suddenly remembered that he had just successfully tempered his soul through the ink sea, causing a major shift in his attributes. He opened his personal panel and saw that his mental power had skyrocketed from 10 to 20 points, and he gained a new passive skill. My heart is like iron LV2, your soul has undergone the tempering of the Venerable One's fragmented sea of consciousness, completing its metamorphosis and successfully evolving this skill. This passive skill increases your soul's strength and, as a bonus, boosts your total mental power. Mental power and soul strength had always been his weak points. Now, with clear mind, sharp eyes and my heart is like iron, his major weaknesses had been partially addressed. Perhaps I could try diving into the ink sea. If there is no pure divine blood at the bottom of the ink sea, then so be it. Qin stared at the calm, waveless surface of the ink sea for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk once more. If he didn't have the guts, how could he forge an invincible physique and roam the stars? Let us go for it. He entrusted the big dog to Chioihan, walked back to the shore of the ink sea, and prepared to enter once more. The pitch-black waters reflected a hideous, eerie visage. It was tearing at its own body and letting out constant wails. Qin paid it no mind. He gazed into the abyss like ink sea, calmed his mind, and leaped into the water. Splash! Waves churned as his tiny form sank into the water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Shoeihan stared at the spot where Qin had entered the water, her expression complex, her gaze fixed there for a long time. Is the mind-sea of an immortal deity really just like a swimming pool you can get in whenever you want, and out whenever you please? As she pondered this, she silently moved a little closer to the ink sea. The conversation between Big Dog and Qin had been conducted entirely in dog speak, via telepathy, so Shoeihan hadn't heard a word of it. Now that Qin had dived into the ink sea in search of the purest divine blood, Big Dog followed close behind Shoeihan, looking just like an ordinary little puppy, completely unremarkable. However, gradually, Big Dog sensed something was amiss. This girl, why is she getting closer and closer to the sea of ink of the dead giant god? Big Dog tilted his head in confusion. Then he saw Shoeihan reach out and plunge her hand into the sea of ink. Startled, Big Dog wanted to speak up and stop her, but not wanting to give too much away, he remained silent in the heat of the moment. Splash! Shoeihan's entire right hand sank beneath the sea of consciousness. She had expected her right hand to be corroded, but to her surprise, the sea of consciousness didn't attack the physical body of living beings at all. Instead, it tore directly at the soul. Buzz! The small section of the sea of consciousness touched by Shoeihan emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, a domineering and enigmatic spiritual force instantly pierced Shoeihan's brow, seizing her soul. In that split second, excruciating pain shot from her head throughout her entire body. Shoeihan was on the verge of passing out from the agony in the blink of an eye. She endured her fair share of hardships in her life, but pain of this magnitude was simply beyond her endurance. With the boost from level 2, my heart is like iron, and level 1, mind clear, eyes bright, Qin's soul strength even surpassed that of an average great grandmaster, reaching the level of a mountain sea stage expert. What he lacked now was spiritual power. A great grandmaster who has reached perfection in their cultivation can generally project their spiritual power outward to form divine perception, but Qin, despite his soul strength, was unable to project his spiritual power. I must have descended well past 500 meters by now, right? After diving deeper for a while longer, Qin began to feel a sense of unease. He feared he might never see the seabed and, having descended too deeply, wouldn't he have time to resurface for air. As the spiritual sea of an immortal deity, the ink sea naturally contained no oxygen. If he hadn't evolved level 2 anaerobic tolerance early on, he would likely have already lost his mind from oxygen deprivation. Level 2 anaerobic tolerance granted him the ability to hold his breath for nearly 3 hours. It must be said that the adaptive evolution talent was incredibly practical, providing Qin with many advantages. After diving for another half hour or so, Qin estimated he had reached a depth of over 1,000 meters. At this point, his soul began to ache faintly. At this depth, the sea of consciousness was already capable of inflicting harm upon him. Fortunately, after his first dive, his pain resistance had risen from level 3 to level 4, allowing him to temporarily endure the soul-tearing pain. 10 minutes, just 10 more minutes. If I still haven't reached the bottom by then, I'll give up. Qin thought to himself. He was willing to take risks, but he would never court certain death. It simply wasn't worth risking his life for a single drop of elusive, purest divine blood. To others, the purest divine blood was a supreme elixir, but to him, it was dispensable at most. It would merely accelerate his cultivation progress. With his adaptive evolution, he could cultivate to invincibility without relying on such external aids. Time ticked by second, and finally, in the 8th minute, Qin spotted a peculiar glow. In the endless inky sea, this pure white orb of light stood out strikingly, like a star in the night sky, instantly capturing Qin's attention. He observed and tested the situation for a moment. After confirming that approaching the orb posed no danger, he began to move closer slowly. From within this orb, fresh streams of soul water continuously flowed out, merging into the ink sea and expanding its boundaries. Meanwhile, outside the orb, specks of starlight coalesced from all directions, falling upon it and gradually solidifying its vast aura. Qin surmised that this must be the source of the ink sea. And since the ink sea was the sea of consciousness, its source could only be one thing. That was the soul. The glow before him was most likely the remnant soul of that deceased titan, still in a state of slumber, unable to awaken. The starlight converging from all around was likely a sign that the titan's soul was reviving. But, just because the soul is here doesn't mean the pure divine blood is here as well. Sheen moved directly in front of the light orb, less than a meter away. Only from such a close vantage point did he discover, to his surprise, that the orb was actually larger than he was. He banished all distracting thoughts and focused his entire attention on the orb, his gaze piercing through the dazzling radiance and delving deep into its core. No, wait. To be precise, it was as if the orb had actively absorbed his gaze. At that very moment, he beheld a completely different world, dark and desolate, shrouded in utter silence. He saw no living creatures whatsoever, not even a single blade of grass or a wildflower. There wasn't even a single cloud in the sky. In one corner of the heavens, a massive gaping hole had torn open, through which starlight continuously streamed down. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was desolate. On the parched earth not far away, corpses lay everywhere, countless corpses. Some of the corpses hadn't even begun to decay, their exteriors remained perfectly intact, exuding a terrifying aura. They were clearly of a very high cultivation level. These corpses looked slightly different from ordinary humans. A slender slit stood out prominently on their foreheads, apparently a third eye, and withered wings sprouted from their backs. Their features were all strikingly handsome, radiating a sacred aura. Even the most beautiful human celebrities would struggle to match them. Were these members of a different race? Within the soul of the fallen titan, there was actually a withered world hidden away, containing countless members of a different race. Instinctively, Sheen moved a little closer to the orb of light, hoping to see a clearer, more vivid image. But just then, the dazzling glow on the orb suddenly dimmed for an instant, and immediately, a strand of golden, sentient energy shot out, burrowing directly into the center of Sheen's forehead. Ugh! Pain, such excruciating pain. A searing agony that even level 4 pain resistance couldn't alleviate spread from his head throughout his entire body. Clutching his head, Sheen felt as if it were about to split open. He sensed another presence inside him. A new thought had entered his mind. The remnants of the giant goddess soul, now in the process of reawakening, had burrowed into Sheen's mind, intent on erasing his soul, taking over his mind, and seizing control of this physical body. A vast flood of memories surged into Sheen's mind like a tsunami, intermingled with a torrent of violent emotions that contorted his features into a grimace, making him want to scream. But a bubble gradually emerged from the inky sea surrounding him, enveloping him within, trapping him from escape, yet temporarily providing enough oxygen to breathe. The Titaness remnant soul had planned this all along. The moment it saw Sheen enter the sea, it was ready to take over his body. The bubble it had now released was like a prison. It preserved the vitality of Sheen's physical body while preventing him from returning to shore, giving the remnant soul ample time to carry out the possession. However, this maneuver by the remnant soul also exposed its. The flood of memories caused Sheen's head to split with pain, but this was the effect of level 2 mind blast. The remnant soul of the giant god in Sheen's brain fluctuated slightly, as if struck by something, radiating an overwhelming surge of emotion. Under its gaze, Sheen's soul had actually grown stronger once again in such a short time. What kind of natural talent was this? An immortal seed? The remnant soul of the giant god went wild. Sheen diverted a small portion of his power to slowly erode the remnant soul of the giant god, converting it into pure mental energy to strengthen himself. Only after finishing all this did he let out a long sigh of relief. The final battle with the giant goddess remnant soul seemed simple, but that was only because the trump card Sheen played was so powerful. Through soul fusion, not only could Sheen see the giant goddess memories, but the giant goddess remnant soul could also see. This bubble was quite ingenious. It seemed to be constructed from spiritual energy, possessed a tangible form, and could come into contact with living beings, a high-level application of spiritual energy. It seemed there were records of this very technique in the great goddess memories he had acquired. Once he returned to Yuhang, he could try cultivating this in quiet seclusion. Sheen spread his hand, just as he was about to pierce the mental energy bubble to escape, when he noticed the soul orb not far ahead of him beginning to disintegrate rapidly. Like with the energy conservation skill upgraded to level 3, Sheen's hunger subsided, and he gradually regained the strength to stand up. Staggering, he walked along the coastline for a while and finally found Shoeihan and Big Dog. But why were they both lying on the ground? The priority was to find something to eat as soon as possible to fill his stomach, which was on the verge of shrinking to nothing. Even at level 3 energy conservation, he was barely holding off his hunger. He asked Shoei-han if there was any leftover food, but unfortunately, Shoei-han shook her head. I lost my storage pouch in the blood lake, all my food was in there. As for this area, there is absolutely nothing to eat unless you can chew through the giant goddess flesh. The giant goddess flesh? Sheen lowered his gaze to the ground. That's right, they were inside the giant goddess body. The high walls and sheer cliffs all around them were actually part of the giant goddess flesh edible. But unfortunately he couldn't bite through it. He didn't have the energy to continue evolving right now, at least not until he de-evolved teeth strong enough to bite through the giant goddess flesh. Adaptive evolution requires energy. What to do? He couldn't possibly eat the giantess flesh. What else could he eat to stave off hunger? Sheen and Shoei-han pondered this together, and as they thought, they silently turned their gaze toward Big Dog. Big Dog! Hey, could you two stop staring at me? It's giving me the creeps. You guys aren't seriously thinking of using me as backup food, are you? The Big Dog instinctively took a few steps back. Of course, Sheen was just teasing the Big Dog. There was no way he'd actually eat him. Carefully reviewing the details of their journey so far, Sheen tried to search his memory for any clues about food. After a few minutes, he actually found something. Shen, embedded in the red wall and in the midst of his transformation, gave him the inspiration. My good brother, I can always count on you when it counts. Sheen's eyes lit up, and he said to Shoei-han, let us go back to the blood vessels. There, we'll find plenty of food, enough to sustain us until we make it out of the giant goddess corpse. Blood vessels? Shoei-han looked slightly puzzled. She couldn't imagine what kind of food might be found there. But when it came to Sheen, she was already completely convinced and fully obedient. The Big Dog leaped back onto Sheen's shoulder, and the two hurried back to the blood vessels. Here, everything remained as it had been. Blood pooled on the ground, and a mist of blood hung in the air. Only the whales had vanished. The giant goddess remnant soul had been subdued, but the blood mist still obeyed the divine body as in. Fortunately, Sheen had recently evolved a passive skill, consolidate the foundation and nourish the essence. This skill had no level, but its effect was exceptionally unique, granting him absolute control over his own blood chi. This level of control had even surpassed that of the king stage, reaching a level of meticulous precision. Even the blood mist emitted by the divine corpse couldn't steal a single wisp of blood chi from him. With a single thought, Sheen calmed his frenzied blood chi, directing it back to every part of his physical body. No matter how the blood mist tried to pull at it, the blood chi wouldn't budge an inch. By consolidating his foundation and nurturing his essence, he could even stabilize his yang chi, let alone his blood chi. Shoei-han and Big Dog stared intently at Sheen, watching as his complexion shifted constantly between pale and flushed, and his breath fluctuated erratically, at times surging, at times faint, leaving them unsure of exactly what was happening. Are you really okay? Shoei-han asked, her concern evident. Sheen smiled and shook his head, exhaling several puffs of blood mist as if smoking a cigarette. I'm fine. This little bit of blood mist isn't enough for me to eat. As he spoke, he took another deep breath, his mouth like an abyss, and swallowed a huge mouthful of blood mist. His stomach resembled a balloon being repeatedly inflated and deflated, constantly swelling and deflating, back and forth in an endless cycle. More than half an hour later, the mist inside this blood vessel had noticeably thinned, yet Sheen still hadn't stopped eating. Divine blood mist is composed of pure blood chi supplemented by a certain remnant of spiritual intent. It has extremely high nutritional value, and Sheen found it even more satisfying than eating a second-tier spirit fruit. Unfortunately, half of the blood mist in this blood vessel had already been consumed by Chen and his teammates, leaving only the other half for Sheen. Before long, he devoured all the blood mist in the blood vessel in the blink of an eye. His stomach was full to bursting, and he let out a satisfied belch. It had been ages since he'd eaten his fill with such satisfaction. The giant god was truly a good person. After his death, not only did he use his residual soul to strengthen my spirit, but he also used the blood mist to boost my constitution. He really did have my best interests at heart in every way. Sheen stretched, feeling his entire body brimming with strength, every cell filled with pure energy. Sheen's eyes flickered, and his tone grew somber. Okay. Shoeihan nodded blankly, not even asking Chin how he planned to deal with the mist beings in the blood lake. She simply followed him out. Chin glanced back at Shoeihan, who seemed slightly distracted, and asked curiously, "By the way, why did you and Big Dog faint on the shore earlier? Did something happen?" At the mention of this, Shoeihan snapped back to reality. Her pretty face flushed, and it took her a moment to force out a reply. "Nothing, just a little mishap, but nothing dangerous. Don't worry about it." She didn't tell the truth, choosing instead to brush it off. If she told Chin the truth, Shoeihan figured she'd be so embarrassed her toes would curl. "Oh, okay." Chin found Shoeihan's reaction a bit strange, leaving him even more baffled. Was there some truth she found too embarrassing or inconvenient to tell me? Women really are such enigmatic creatures. Chin didn't feel comfortable pressing further, so he sighed inwardly and instead whispered to the big dog on his shoulder, "Big Dog, what exactly happened while I was gone?" Big Dog shot Chin a glare but still didn't tell the truth, replying indifferently, "Nothing much. Really, just some minor stuff. Us passing out was just a little accident. Don't ask about it." He'd rather die than have Big Dog admit that his soul had been crushed by Chin. Having followed the Supreme Being for so many years, Big Dog had actually long since broken through to an extremely profound realm. It was just that later, he had voluntarily dispersed his cultivation, retaining only the strength of his soul, to start over in a new life. Yet, even with his soul retained at peak strength, he was still unable to withstand Mohi's mental assault while Chin, an 8th rank martialist, had managed to hold his ground. It was truly humiliating. The two men and the dog fell silent. They retraced their steps and gradually returned to the spot where the peerless divine weapon had severed the blood vessels. Chin stopped there, stepping up to the gorge carved by the divine weapon and looking down to check on Chen's condition. During this time, the blood vessels on Chen's body had continuously intertwined, slowly forming a blood cocoon that enveloped him. As for Chen's teammate beside him, even his skeletal remains had rotted away, dissolving into a pool of blood. No trace of him remained. Just then, Shoeihan's gaze swept over Chen as he made his assessment. How come he now looks so full of vitality, with blood chi surging like a rainbow, clearly having entered the realm of martial arts, and as an 8th dan martialist at that? Just how long had he been asleep? Could it really have been several years? He shifted his gaze to Shoeihan, a beautiful young woman standing beside Chin, and became even more certain that he'd been asleep for a long time. If not, how could he go have cultivated to the 8th dan martialist level and even found a girlfriend? He hurriedly scrambled up the cliff face of flesh and blood to reach the surface. Having been tempered by the divine blood, he had not only leaped over the quasi-martialist barrier to become a full-fledged martialist, but had also reached the 9th rank martialist level outright with 99 units of blood chi, just one step away from becoming a martial master. Yet even so, when he stood before Chin, he actually sensed an inexplicable aura of authority and instinctively lowered his posture. This aura of authority wasn't something Chin intentionally released. It was simply that he had just finished digesting the blood mist, and the blood chi within his body was so excessively active that it passively radiated this aura. Brothery, who I can't beat, is an 8th rank martialist? Chen was slightly surprised. He and Chin were as close as brothers, so jealousy was out of the question. Perhaps Brothery had some extraordinary encounter while I was asleep these past few years. He thought happily to himself, then asked casually, "Brothery, how did you end up in the blood mist desert? And how did you cure your cancer? The lady over there, is she your wife?" Shoeihan paused for a moment, then quickly waved her hands to explain, "Chin and I are just friends." "Is that so?" Chen nodded, didn't think much of it, and looked up at Chin. Faced with Chen's barrage of questions, Chin answered them one by one, calmly and methodically. He answered most of the questions truthfully, but the existence of the system was too bizarre, and since it might involve the schemes of some top-tier figures, Chin really didn't want Chen to get entangled in any mysterious entanglements, so he kept the system a secret. He spun the story of his cancer cure into a tale of being healed by a level 1 spirit fruit he'd acquired by accident. After hearing Chin's brief explanation, Chen was startled and exclaimed in disbelief, "I've only been asleep for less than a month?" "Right. Really less than a month? Brothery, so where do we go next?" "We'll leave the blood vessels and return to the blood lake." "Return to the blood lake?" A look of concern flashed across Chen S' brow. The depths of the Blood Lake hide mist people comparable to mountain sea stage powerhouses. Wouldn't he going back there be a suicide mission? Sheen shook his head slightly, pointed to his head, and said calmly, "Don't worry." In Big Dog's mind, Sheen was an immortal seed. Certain ancient texts recorded that with immortal seed-level talent, a martialist could achieve passive cultivation, meaning that at all times, no matter what they were doing, their body would automatically remain in a state of cultivation, refining blood chi. To put it in perspective, this was an effect that could only be achieved with a mana affinity of at least level 50. Although Sheen cannot do this yet, he has a very good chance of achieving it in the future. It seems now that the successive waves of beasts that have erupted in the Shen-Tian secret realm recently were likely caused by the divine corpse as well. This divine body is immense. We've been walking for so long, yet we've actually only been wandering around 3 areas: the chest, the neck, and the head, and we haven't even finished exploring them yet. The deity's lower half likely extends beyond the desert. He released a blood mist that startled the beasts in certain areas of the Shen-Tian secret realm, which is what triggered the beast tide. What we call a beast tide might simply be a large-scale migration of ferocious beasts driven by desperation. Sheen coughed and changed the subject. Let us put the beast tide aside for now. Shouldn't we discuss the Blood Lake first? Chen felt that Yi Go and Xiaoyihan were being a bit too relaxed. The Blood Lake was rife with danger. Did they really feel no pressure at all? The 3 of them had come incredibly close to the opening of the blood vessel. The straight-line distance was no more than 10 meters. Chen could even see the blood flowing slowly from the opening. What exactly is our plan from here? Chen scratched his head. It's simple. You and I just head inside, while Xiaoyihan and Big Dog stay in the blood vessel to wait. Sheen had already made arrangements. Once the 2 of us retrieve the stone tablet from the center of the blood lake, we'll come back for them. Is that it? That's all? Why did it feel like Yi Go had completely overlooked the most terrifying mist people in the blood lake? He hadn't even mentioned them once. Seeing Chen's dazed expression, Sheen guessed at his confusion and explained in detail, "Don't worry. The 2 of us have inhaled the blood mist and taken on an aura similar to that of the mist people. No matter how powerful they are, they only see us as their own kind and won't attack us. As for the stone steel in the center of the blood lake, it was left behind by the one who slew the giant god. It has the power to suppress the blood mist, so as long as we carry it, we have nothing to fear from the mist people." The memories the giant goddess remnant soul had bestowed upon Sheen were indeed invaluable. They contained so many secrets that it would take Sheen years to fully process them. After hearing this detailed explanation, Shen felt completely reassured. He hadn't expected there to be such a connection. Come to think of it, when they passed by the blood lake earlier, they hadn't seen any fights break out between the mist people. Boom! However, just as the 2 were about to enter the giant goddess chest together, a thunderous roar, deafening and like a clap of thunder, suddenly erupted from the opening of the blood vessel. The blood flowing into the vessel churned wildly, forming bubbles. What was happening now? The 3 exchanged glances and hurriedly crowded around the opening of the blood vessel, peering out. There, suspended in midair, stood a middle-aged man in a white tracksuit, his blood chi surging as he engaged in a fierce battle against 3 giant mist beings. Zhang Tianfang had arrived. As Xiaoyihan's master, he had awakened early from the wail of the gods and, without hesitation, had rushed to save his disciple. At that moment, Zhang Tianfang's white robes were stained with blood everywhere. With his palms outstretched, he channeled the Tao intent of heaven and earth to dispel the blood mist, actually overwhelming the 3 giant mist beings and forcing their mist to dissipate, causing them to shrink continuously. A practitioner at the Great Grandmaster realm has already comprehended at least one Tao intent. Their punches and palms are no longer purely physical attacks, giving them a significant advantage against the mist beings. Under his full force assault, the giant goddess cavity resounded with constant roars. Blood chi surged everywhere, gale force winds whipped through the air, and the blood lake churned with towering waves. The terrifying mist beings hidden in the deepest depths of the blood lake gradually stirred to life. Boundless mist converged upon them, and the most powerful among them were about to awaken. Zhang Tianfang sensed the threat, but he refused to leave, for he could sense Xiaoyihan's presence here. He kept drawing closer to the blood lake, determined to track down his disciple. He would not leave under any circumstances until he found him. Crack. Every bone in his body cracked as mysterious patterns were imprinted upon his meridians and bones, weaving together into a formation that reached the heavens. In an instant, Jiang Tianfang's aura grew several times stronger. With a light strike of his palm, the void shattered, and the three mist beings blocking his path instantly vanished without a trace. Boom! A surging wave of energy swept through the air, scattering the blood mist in all directions and completely clearing the chamber, which had previously been thick with fog. Jiang Tianfang was also an array master of 5th Tier 1, at that possessing strength comparable to that of a mountain sea stage expert. He took a single step, using the shrinking the earth to an inch technique to traverse several meters in the blink of an eye, appearing directly above the blood lake. Looking down, starlight shone in his eyes as formation patterns spread to the corners of his eyes. Jiang Tianfang saw through the murky, crimson blood and, at the bottom of the blood lake, spotted a drop of pure golden blood, exuding an aura of immortality. The very moment he fixed his gaze on the golden drop of blood, a sudden, searing pain shot through Jiang Tianfang's eyes, and blood began to stream from them. He had not found Shuihan, nor had he been able to discern the rank of the golden drop of blood. The danger posed by this blood lake likely exceeded his wildest imagination. Whoosh! A blood-red giant nearly 100 meters tall burst forth from the lake's depths, churning up towering waves that made the entire chamber seem as though it were being pelted by a torrential downpour. A mountain-like hand of blood chi descended, generating boundless wind pressure that forced Jiang Tianfang, who was floating in the air, down several meters, nearly causing him to plunge into the blood lake. Jiang Tian's heart fell into silence. This mist-form creature was truly terrifying. Even a mountain sea stage powerhouse would meet their end here. Let alone someone like him, a half-step mountain sea stage cultivator reliant on formations? He desperately tried to dodge, but the boundless killing intent carried by that palm locked him in place, making it impossible for him to break free. Was he about to die? Jiang Tianfang never imagined his death would come so suddenly. But just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a young man strode out from a cave on the opposite shore of the blood lake and shouted at him, "Drink a mouthful of water from the blood lake quick." Jiang Tianfang froze for a moment, but with no time to think, he immediately obeyed, giving up all resistance as the palm's force pushed him into the blood lake, where he gulped down a huge mouthful of water. Gulp, gulp. A massive amount of blood surged into Jiang Tianfang's stomach, instantly causing him to feel an intense, searing pain, as if something inside his stomach were on fire. This searing pain rapidly spread to the rest of his body, first his limbs, then his head, and finally even his soul. It hurt so much. His features were contorted in agony, his consciousness growing hazy. He didn't even have the strength left to wonder if Qin was tricking him into drinking the blood water. But despite the pain lasting this long, the gigantic mist figure above had not snatched him from the lake of blood, and the murderous intent locked onto him had suddenly vanished. Jiang Tianfang's current peril lay in the blood water constantly corroding his physical body, as well as the blood mist evaporating and boiling within him. The blood water was actually a concentrated form of the blood mist, possessing even greater corrosiveness than the mist itself. Whoosh! The glow of the array patterns on Jiang Tianfang's body gradually dimmed, as if being worn away by the blood water, on the verge of losing their effectiveness. In a state of unconsciousness from the pain, even as a great grandmaster, Jiang Tianfang was unable to control his own blood chi to prevent the blood water from consuming him. Once the array patterns shattered, he would inevitably turn into a skeleton within 10 minutes, his flesh and blood completely dissipated. Fortunately, Qin wouldn't stand by and watch him die. 1 minute before the array patterns completely failed, a figure plunged into the water, grabbed Jiang Tianfang by the shoulders, and swam with him toward the surface of the lake. Splash! A few minutes later, with water splashing everywhere, Qin poked his head out of the blood-filled lake. He first threw Jiang Tianfang onto the shore with all his might, then climbed out himself. His current condition is critical. We need to hurry and retrieve the stone tablet to help him process the blood. Qin wiped his face and said to Chen. After drinking the blood, Jiang Tianfang had acquired the same blood mist aura as they did, which allowed him to evade the mist man's lethal lock-on and save his life. However, a great grandmaster's digestive system couldn't match Qin's level 4 iron stomach to digest the blood. He'd have to imitate Chen and borrow the power of the Godslayer. There was no other way. Even a great grandmaster Wen Ti specifically trained their stomach and intestines. Qin entrusted Zhang Tianfang to Chen's care, then took a mighty dive back into the blood lake, swimming rapidly toward its center. 7 or 8 minutes later, he reached the stone stele. Glancing up, he could see several large characters carved into it. The characters were written in a sweeping, dragon and phoenix-like script, radiating a chilling intent to kill. He tentatively reached out toward the stele, but suddenly, a surge of energy rippled out of thin air, blowing through Qin's black hair. He squinted, and his heart skipped a beat. No, if I act rashly like this, I'll die before I even touch the stele. He pulled his hand back, and in the blink of an eye, he was already drenched in sweat. The stele left behind by the God Slayer must not be touched by any being. What should he do? Without the stele, Zhou Han would surely die, and Zhang Tianfang's life would also be in danger. Although these two Han Ti spent much time with Qin, they'd shown him goodwill from the very beginning and had even wanted to help him. They were all fellow members of the human race. If he could help, he naturally had to. Qin hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Zhang Tianfang on the distant shore, his entire body a blood-red hue, as if about to burst into flames. Gritting his teeth, he decided to try a risky move. He turned his gaze toward the blood vessel where Big Dog and Zhou Han were located and transmitted his message in dog language. Big Dog, pluck a few dog hairs and toss them to me. Ha! Big Dog didn't quite grasp the situation at first, but he still scratched off a tuft of fur with his paw, imbued it with a wisp of blood chi, and tossed it a good distance toward Qin. The dog hair, imbued with blood chi, landed precisely in Qin's hand. He raised the tuft of hair and tried once more to approach the stone stele. Whoosh! A heart-stopping killing intent surged wildly, piercing through Qin's body and causing him to shudder violently as a premonition of death washed over him once more. But in the next second, as if sensing the aura on the dog hair, the stone stele abruptly withdrew its killing intent, becoming as still as an ordinary stone stele. It worked! Now he could be certain, the big dog's owner and the one who had slain the god were one and the same. Qin tucked the dog's hair away and tucked the stone tablet into his bosom. Nothing had happened. Convinced, he hurried back to the lakeshore and placed the stone tablet beside Zhang Tianfang. Gradually, a strange glow emanated from the stone tablet, drawing specks of brilliant light from the void that drifted down and sank into Zhang Tianfang's body. Then, Zhang Tianfang's scorching hot body finally cooled down, slowly returning to normal, and his contorted features relaxed. Sure enough, whether it was the divine weapon left behind by the God Slayer or the stone stele, both had the effect of suppressing the blood mist and the giant god. At this rate, Zhang Tianfang would be fully recovered in less than half an hour. Qin motioned for Chen to carry Zhang Tianfang on his back, while he took the stone stele and went to the blood vessel opening to retrieve Zhou Han and Big Dog. With them so close to the stone stele, the blood lake remained utterly calm, and the mist beings did not reappear to eliminate Zhou Han and Big Dog. It worked! All three breathed a sigh of relief in unison, and Big Dog finally felt like showing off a bit. What do you think, Grandpa Dog? Pretty impressive, huh? He sent a telepathic message to Qin while winking smugly. This time, Qin didn't argue, he let him show off in front of him. After all, Big Dog had indeed performed 2 great feats. He was actually somewhat useful. If it weren't for him, Qin would have truly perished inside the giant goddess corpse. The three rested for a while. After a long moment, a low groan was heard, and Zhang Tianfang groaned as he slowly opened his eyes and crawled to his feet. The first thing he did upon regaining consciousness was look at his disciple, Zhou Han, to make sure she was okay before he could finally relax. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to Qin, his expression strangely complex. I was saved by you? It was nothing much, don't worry about it too much. Qin smiled and took the opportunity to brief Zhang Tianfang on the general information and situation inside the giant goddess corpse. Zhang Tianfang listened in utter astonishment. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that Qin had ignored the mist people to save him, he would have definitely thought the other was daydreaming. It was simply too unbelievable. Discovering the god-slaying weapon, uncovering the source of the blood mist, subduing the giant goddess remnant soul. No one dared to imagine that an 8th-rank martialist could accomplish such feats. Zhang Tianfang had originally intended to come to the rescue of Qin and Zhou Han. Now, however, the tables had turned. It was Qin who had saved him. Another prodigy has emerged in our huaxia. Deeply moved, he silently etched Qin's kindness into his heart. Then, as if a thought had just occurred to him, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, while I was observing the blood lake, I discovered a mysterious golden drop of blood at the bottom. It's truly extraordinary. Do you know what that is? Upon hearing this, Qin was instantly startled. A golden drop of blood? It couldn't possibly be pure divine blood, could it? When an unnamed immortal deity dies, they leave behind three relics: their current indestructible divine body, a wisp of a reviving soul deep within their mind, and the pure divine blood at the bottom of the blood lake, which contains all of the deity's immortal essence. If he were to purify his body with the purest divine blood, he would undoubtedly gain a unique and extraordinary blessing. But for some reason, Qin's excitement lasted only a moment before he calmed down. He even felt an instinctive aversion to that single drop of the purest divine blood. That's strange. Why did I instinctively react this way? Qin never overlooked even the slightest changes in his body, not even fleeting strange emotions or sensations. He surmised that this sense of rejection toward the purest divine blood might be related to his suppression of the remnant soul of the giant god and the acquisition of some of the deity's memories. You two should focus on recovering for now. Don't worry too much about the golden blood for the time being, Qin said to Zhang Tianfang and Xiuihan. No sooner had he finished speaking than he sat cross-legged right where he stood, closed his eyes tightly, and seemed to begin his cultivation. Seeing that brother Yi had started cultivating, Chen naturally didn't want to be left behind. He likewise focused his mind, held his breath, and settled his heart to consolidate his martial master cultivation. Hey, the golden blood drop Zhang Tianfang mentioned is 100% pure divine blood. Shouldn't you be rushing to collect it instead of wasting time cultivating here? Big Dog was utterly baffled and couldn't help but send a mental reminder to Qin. That's pure divine blood, after all, the immortal essence refined by a venerable over 10,000 years. It would be of great use even to an immortal seed. However, Qin seemed quite unconcerned about it. He remained silent for a long time before replying. There is something wrong with the pure divine blood. Huh? Are you serious? How do you know that? Big Dog was skeptical. In his memory, pure divine blood was a top-tier divine artifact, at least 7th-tier quality, and he never heard of it having any issues. Why does your brain work so erratically? Qin opened his eyes, a look of contempt flashing in his gaze. Have you forgotten that I acquired fragments of the immortal deity's memories? I just reviewed the giant goddess memories and discovered that the immortal essence he left behind contains a hidden trap. If we consume it, we'll inevitably become the seeds for his resurrection. To neutralize that contingency, we need a being of the same tier to purify the purest divine blood. But where are we supposed to find a venerable level being? At this point, Qin suddenly changed the subject and asked telepathically, "Can you wield that divine spear? If so, we might have a chance to use the purest divine blood. Otherwise, let us just forget it. Will just be assimilated by the divine essence and become the next great god." Big Dog was a bit annoyed by Qin's contemptuous gaze and snorted, "If I could wield that divine spear, I'd have been slaughtering people on my own long ago. Why would I need to come to you to seize the purest divine blood?" Due to a special connection, Big Dog could elicit some passive reactions from the divine spear, but he was still far from being able to truly command the divine artifact. Even with the stone steel, Big Dog couldn't harness the power contained within it. It seemed he'd have to pass on this pure divine blood after all. Watching a divine artifact at least a 7th tier one slip through his fingers, Big Dog sighed in frustration, his heart heavy with bitterness. Qin's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Wait, why are you even feeling sorry about this? Even if we manage to get the pure divine blood, I'd definitely be the one using it. It certainly wouldn't have been your turn. You don't understand. Even though the pure divine blood wouldn't be for me to use, there is a high probability that my master was the one who slew the giant god." Big Dog, unusually serious, continued, "If I were to consume the pure divine blood, it would completely eliminate any possibility of the giant goddess revival. Otherwise, even if you take the divine soul fragment, new fragments will still emerge here centuries later due to the presence of immortal spiritual essence, attempting to revive it. Once a martialist reaches the venerable realm, they become nearly impossible to kill. They even have a chance to revive after death. Big Dog was worried that if the giant god revived, it would cause trouble for him and his master, so he wanted to eliminate the threat at its root. Sheen was slightly surprised by this. He hadn't expected Big Dog to be so loyal. Even though he no longer remembered his master, he was still thinking of him. My master didn't finish the job after slaying the giant god. Clearly, he encountered an urgent matter at the time, one that couldn't wait even half a second, and had to leave immediately. Big Dog's heart was heavy with sorrow. Deep down, he had a premonition that his master was already dead, but he didn't want to say it out loud, much less face the reality. His master had erased the memories from his mind, not to protect himself, but to protect Big Dog. After saying this, Big Dog lay down on the ground and fell silent. The atmosphere gradually grew somber. Sheen didn't like this mood, so he whispered, "Don't worry. I've always been a man of honor. Even if you're a dog, I won't look down on you. You helped me, so I'll help you find your master someday. If your master can't be found, then I'll help you kill your enemy." Sheen said this half jokingly, half seriously. But the Big Dog could sense the gravity and sincerity behind Sheen's playful words. He knew Sheen meant it, and for a moment, he was moved. He was about to say something else when Sheen's face suddenly lit up with joy, and he interrupted the dog by speaking telepathically first. "I've thought of a plan. It's risky, but there's a great opportunity involved. Your great opportunity. Want to give it a try?" The Big Dog raised the corner of his eye, regaining his confident demeanor, and said with a swagger, "Risky? Do you think I'd be afraid of that? Go ahead, tell me what the plan is." Sheen replied immediately, "It's simple. You take the pure divine blood of your own accord." "Ha?" Big Dog couldn't hold back any longer. "Isn't that basically asking me to go die?" "It's exactly that." Sheen looked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I want you to go die." Big Dog's face first showed utter confusion, then his eyes darted around slyly as he figured out Sheen's plan. He had to admit, the idea this kid came up with actually had some merit, and it was indeed risky. If he bet wrong, death was certain. But if he bet right, having been given a second chance at life, he'd likely break through the limits of his past life and reach an even higher realm. He might even be able to avenge his master on his own strength. Big Dog's little heart pounded wildly, and he felt waves of palpitations in his chest, a warning of potential mortal danger, his innate instinct to seek safety and avoid harm. But this time, whether he was moved by Sheen's reckless methods of getting stronger along the way, or had finally decided to go all out, Big Dog ignored the palpitations and decided to go all out with Sheen. He stood up from the ground, facing the blood lake, head held high and chest puffed out. "Let us go. I'll take this challenge." "Great. Just like Big Dog, you've got the guts of a dog." Sheen roared with laughter, silently giving him a thumbs up. As the two got up to head toward the blood lake, the commotion they caused roused Shoei-han, his disciple, and Shen. "Are you going to search for that golden drop of blood?" Jiang Tianfang asked. "That's right." Sheen nodded. Jiang Tianfang had intended to offer his help, but fearing Sheen might mistake him for trying to seize the opportunity, he chose to remain silent. That golden drop of blood was clearly a major opportunity, but he had no intention of competing for it. "After you take the golden drop of blood, are you going to use it yourself?" Shoei-han suddenly chimed in. Standing nearby, Shen's face darkened as he said with a chuckle, "The golden drop of blood must be a transcendent divine artifact. If Brothery takes it and doesn't use it himself, is he going to give it to a dog?" Shen had intended to make a joke, but no sooner had he finished speaking than Sheen actually nodded and said with a straight face, "Schwanzi, you guessed right, the golden blood drop is indeed for the dog." "Shen? Jiang Tianfang?" The three of them glanced at the imposing large dog not far away, then at Sheen, who looked completely determined, their minds buzzing. "Wait, bro, you're not kidding, are you?" By the calm, still blood lake, a large dog stood on its hind legs, its two paws clutching a stone steel tightly as it stared at the lake's surface deep as an abyss and swallowed hard. Behind him, Sheen's smile faded, and he whispered, "Don't rush down just yet. First, help Choehan out of the giant goddess chest before you jump. Among the 4 people and 1 dog present, Qin, Chen, and Zhang Tianfang had all inhaled the blood mist and possessed the aura of a mist person, so they wouldn't trigger an attack from the mist people in the lake. However, the big dog and Choehan lacked this aura and had to rely on the stone steel's protection to avoid harm. Now that the big dog was about to jump into the lake carrying the steel, Choehan naturally had to seek shelter in advance. By now, everyone was well aware that the mist people would not leave the blood lake. Why didn't you say so sooner? The big dog was thoroughly frustrated. He spent half the day psyching himself up, and just as he was about to jump, Qin interrupted him again. The man and the dog, carrying the stone tablet, escorted Choehan back to the stairs leading to the surface, and only then did they return with peace of mind. As for Chen and Zhang Tianfang, they remained near the blood lake to guard against any unexpected changes that might leave Qin isolated and without help. Standing once again on the lakeshore, Big Dog began to waver again, slowly preparing himself mentally. Behind him, Qin had grown impatient. With a single gesture, he shoved the big dog straight into the lake. Immediately afterward, he waved to Chen and jumped in himself. Splash! Water splashed everywhere, and the big dog's curses rang in his ears. Damn it! I may not be human, but you're a real dog. Once he entered the blood lake, the boundless blood engulfed Big Dog, gradually eroding his physical body and devouring his blood chi. At first, the sensation felt like ants crawling over his skin, slightly itchy. But after more than a minute, the itch slowly turned into pain and excruciating agony, as if his marrow were being extracted and his tendons torn apart. Big Dog bared his teeth in agony. He wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, but feared the blood would enter his mouth and pose an even greater risk, so he held it in, straining so hard that his dog-like face turned crimson. Amid such excruciating pain, he still had to persist in circulating his blood chi and maintaining control of his cultivation technique. He forced himself to stay calm, meticulously manipulating the blood chi within his body to prevent it from being lured and devoured by the blood if he let his guard down for even a moment. This sensation was akin to a human undergoing surgery without anesthesia and having to solve math problems at the same time. If it weren't for Big Dog's extraordinary mental fortitude and the experience he gained from his past life, he would have collapsed long ago. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Big Dog's arms, the shattered stone steel kept emitting a humming sound, causing the surrounding bloodwater to grow even more turbulent. Far from protecting Big Dog, it only intensified the pressure he was under. Big Dog was now truly exhausted, both mentally and physically. He glanced at Qin, who had swum up to lead the way, only to see the other remain completely calm, showing no sign of pain whatsoever. Damn it, you really are a freak. To remain so unfazed by this, you must have already adapted to the blood lake's corrosive effects. After swimming for over 10 minutes, Qin, relying on the connection with the remnant soul of the giant god in his mind, sensed the location of the purest divine blood. He turned his head. More than 10 meters below, a drop of pure golden blood was suspended in the air, standing out strikingly against the crimson blood lake. Looking closely, the surface of the golden droplet was encircled by countless tiny chains, emanating a thick aura of the Tao sacred and pure. A single glance was enough to make one unable to look away, their mind consumed by the thought of swallowing that supremely pure divine blood. Even the big dog was drooling at the sight. Even Qin, who was empowered by level 2 heart of iron and level 1 clear mind, bright eyes, found the temptation hard to resist and felt a stir of desire. He gave Big Dog's flesh a hard tug. The sudden physical pain, combined with the relentless agony from the blood lake's corrosion, instantly snapped Big Dog out of his trance. Damn it, why do you pinch me? You could just sent me a telepathic message. Your flesh feels so good I couldn't help myself. Qin discovered that chatting telepathically with Big Dog was an effective way to resist the allure of the pure divine blood. You never mind. This dog Lord 1T hold it against you. I'm heading out first, wait for my good news. After a few playful jabs, Big Dog's mindset relaxed considerably. He exhaled a few bubbles, gathered his strength, and, clutching the stone tablet, swam toward the pure divine blood in a doggy paddle. Splash! The closer Big Dog got to the pure divine blood, the more dazzling the light emanating from the stone tablet became. By the time he was about to touch the divine blood, the tablet had begun to tremble violently, causing the entire lake of blood to boil. Sheen followed close behind Big Dog, swimming toward the pure divine blood together, ready at any moment to intervene and pull Big Dog ashore. However, he gradually realized that the closer they got to the divine blood, the more volatile the blood's properties became. The pressure on his physical body surged dramatically with every meter they advanced, the strain multiplied several times over. Sheen suddenly took a long stroke forward. His physical body, possessing level 3 steel bone constitution, felt as fragile as glass, gradually shattering and spurting blood. And this stream of blood, as if encountering a suction pump, surged outward frantically, only to be swallowed by the bloodwater. Startled, he hurriedly retreated a few steps. The pressure immediately eased, and the regenerative power of his level 3 physique kicked in, healing the cracked wounds. Looking up, he saw that the large dog clutching the stone steel was actually moving forward unscathed. Though it was as slow as a turtle, at least no mishap had occurred. Before swallowing the divine blood, the stone steel could protect one from harm. Sheen composed himself for a moment, then continued swimming forward. This time, having learned his lesson, he slowed his pace, gradually adapting to the increasing pressure, using the purest divine blood to temper his physical body and activate adaptive evolution. Time ticked by, second by second. It took the large dog and Sheen nearly 2 hours to swim the distance of over 100 meters. They were finally about to come into contact with the purest divine blood. During those 2 hours, Sheen's physical body repeatedly cracked open and healed, gradually adapting completely to the extreme corrosion and pressure brought by the purest divine blood, transforming into an entirely new physical form. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to the Tao pressure of the Venerable S immortal spirit, evolving the passive skill Steel Bones LV4. Ding! Your cells have repeatedly recovered from ruin, successfully evolving the passive skill Physical Resilience LV4. These two skills, which have the greatest impact on combat power, have finally reached level 4. Level 3 Steel Bones and Physical Resilience were already enough to let his body stand up to a Grandmaster. Now at level 4, he is likely on par with a great Grandmaster. However, the gains from this encounter with the pure divine blood go far beyond that. There is an unexpected bonus as well. Ding! Your cells have absorbed a trace of immortal spirituality amidst destruction and rebirth. Immortal spirituality has fused with Iron Hard Bones LV4 and Physical Resilience LV4, allowing you to evolve the innate divine ability Immortal Golden Body LV1. As the system announcement ended, the corrosion and oppression brought by the pure divine blood could no longer affect Sheen. He noticed faint golden patterns emerging on his skin, radiating an aura of immortality and brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, on the other side, Big Dog hovered before the pure divine blood, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately afterward, he anxiously transmitted his voice to Sheen, "I'm about to lose consciousness. Hurry up and get me to the peerless divine weapon." That's right, the risky plan Sheen had proposed was for Big Dog to deliberately swallow the pure divine blood and sacrifice himself, so that Sheen could then deliver him to the peerless divine weapon. The gamble was that the peerless divine weapon wouldn't stand idly by but would intervene to save Big Dog and help regulate the pure divine blood within his body. It was a high-stakes gamble, but if it paid off, the rewards for Big Dog would be immeasurable. Splash, splash, splash. The very next second after Big Dog swallowed the pure divine blood, Sheen didn't hesitate for a moment. His bones roared with power, and a dazzling golden glow emerged on his skin. With a whoosh, he broke through the viscous bloodwater, grabbed Big Dog, and rushed toward the lake's surface with him in his arms. The power of the immortal golden body surpassed Sheen's expectations. Neither the corrosive blood nor the resistance of the lake water could slow its advance. He moved like a fish, cutting through the water straight to his destination. Any skill bearing the word immortal in its name simply couldn't be anything but amazing. Splash! A distance that would normally take over 2 hours to swim, Sheen covered in just over 10 minutes this time. He burst out of the lake and stomped down hard. A surge of dense blood chi roared forth, propelling Sheen's feet upward and preventing him from falling back into the lake. Instead, he used the momentum to sprint forward, flying toward the distant blood vessel opening. He lightly tapped the surface of the blood lake with his toes, walking on water with the grace and agility of the legendary light steps on waves. This unbelievable scene caught Jiang Tianfang's eye, leaving him wide-eyed and breathless. Projecting blood qi outward is something only those at the martial master realm can achieve. That Qin, at the 9th rank martialist realm, managed this was astonishing enough. But for this young man to be able to utilize blood qi with such precision using a small amount of projected blood qi to create a foothold seems simple, yet was a feat even grandmaster level martialists would find difficult to accomplish. Refining the control of blood qi to the subtle level was something even Jiang Tianfang, at his current stage, could not yet achieve. His ability to walk on air relied primarily on the power of his divine consciousness. Just how much more shock and surprise could Qin possibly deliver? Jiang Tianfang fell silent. In all his years of martial arts training, he believed he had encountered countless prodigies, yet he had never considered himself inferior to them. Yet this time, the gap between him and Qin was plain to see, a world of difference. For the first time, he felt from the bottom of his heart that he and Qin were not martialists of the same caliber. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sounds, like a dragonfly skimming the water, still echoed in the air. Jiang Tianfang could never have imagined that Qin, having evolved the strengthen the roots and nourish the essence skill, possessed a level of blood qi control that subtle mastery could not even begin to rival. Holding the now unconscious large dog, he quickened his pace, moving like a phantom as he sprinted across the water's surface. In less than a minute, he reached the familiar blood vessel opening and stepped inside. At the same time, the large dog in Qin's arms turned blood red all over, its fur charred black. It seemed as though every drop of blood in its body had been set ablaze, and its body temperature skyrocketed. If it weren't for the stone steel's constant humming using Dao intent to suppress the pure divine blood, the large dog would have already turned into cooked dog meat. Logically speaking, after ingesting the pure divine blood, the stone steel shouldn't interfere with it anymore. The fact that it's still exerting its power now must mean the dog is in mortal danger, and the residual Dao intent on the steel is actively coming to its rescue. In that case, the divine weapon will most likely intervene as well. Qin made up his mind and wasted no time, sprinting at full speed without daring to pause even for a moment. But after Big Dog consumed the pure divine blood, it wasn't just Big Dog who suffered. Qin, who was holding onto him, also sensed a strange change. An inexplicable gravitational force pressed down on him, intensifying wildly, about to break through 150 times the force of gravity. 100 times gravitational pressure is the limit a 9th rank martialist can endure. The subsequent 150 times gravitational pressure falls within the realm of a martial master. Fortunately, for an immortal golden body, this pressure was negligible. He barely even felt it, and Qin continued to stride forward as swiftly as ever. From the memories left behind by the giant goddess remnant soul, Qin also learned a secret. The giant goddess race was known as the Divine Clan, an extraordinary people born with divine souls, white wings on their backs, and a third eye on their foreheads that could peer into the mysteries of life and death. As a venerable, the giant god had once presided over the way of gravity and penetrated the laws of gravity. Thus, only the purest divine blood could bestow such terrifying gravitational pressure upon an outsider. Qin even suspected that the local specialty of the Xintian secret realm, the gravity crystals, was also connected to the departed giant god. A few seconds later, the gravitational pressure on Qin had reached 200 times his normal weight. It felt as if he were carrying a massive mountain on his back. Had he been standing on normal ground, every step would likely have left a huge crater and triggered an earthquake. But within the giant goddess body, such gravitational pressure caused hardly a ripple. Finally, just before the gravity surpassed 300 times normal, Qin spotted the portion of the giant spear embedded in the deity's body. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately placed Big Dog next to the spear. Big Dog's fur had been completely scorched away, and a thick, acrid smell filled the air. Qin touched Big Dog's neck. His expression grew grave as his right hand grew hot. He couldn't feel a pulse. It must be noted that Qin had evolved level 1 heat resistance. He was virtually impervious to temperatures up to 300 degrees. Yet at that moment, the Big Dog's body felt scorching to him. Just how high was the temperature? Could it already be cooked dog meat? Qin began to panic. He had assumed that, with the stone steel's protection, the Big Dog would be safe for at least an hour. However, after ingesting the pure divine blood, one must first endure a series of extreme conditions before facing the contamination of divine assimilation. After all, even a giant god wouldn't want to be reborn in the body of a worthless trash, so the pure divine blood must possess a certain degree of selectivity to weed out those with physically inadequate bodies. Big Dog's physical body had already been incinerated, all his organs had been crushed by extreme pressure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a dead dog. But when Qin carefully scanned him with his faint mental energy, he could still detect a faint glimmer of life. Big Dog was incredibly resilient, he wasn't completely dead. Now, all he could do was pray that the divine spear would step in to save the dying Big Dog. Qin crouched beside Big Dog, his heart pounding so hard he didn't dare even breathe. During the time the Big Dog had been following him, Qin had come to regard it as a friend. Given his personality, he naturally didn't want his friend to die like this. It had to work. Damn it, Big Dog, if you die here, how are you ever going to find your master? Calling yourself Dog Lord only to end up as cooked dog meat, that's too humiliating. Hang in there. Qin clenched his fists and growled under his breath. Whoosh! As if hearing Qin's words, Big Dog's body trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, the giant spear before him burst into a blinding light, and a fierce killing intent surged into Big Dog's body, suppressing the power of the pure divine blood in the blink of an eye. It worked! The divine weapon bore the mark and power of Big Dog's master, and that power had finally intervened, helping Big Dog assimilate the pure divine blood. Though the divine weapon and the stone steel lacked consciousness, they instinctively sided with Big Dog and would not stand by and watch him die without offering aid. The side effects of the pure divine blood were forcibly suppressed by the divine weapon, and the great Dog's master's power was gradually extracting the immortal essence from the golden blood droplets, fusing it into the great Dog's body. The fur all over the great Dog's body began to grow and regenerate at a visible speed. The newly grown fur glowed with a faint luster, brimming with vitality and looking quite remarkable. Strands of blood drifted out from the Big Dog's 7 orifices, intertwining and converging until they gradually enveloped the Big Dog, forming a red blood cocoon. The Big Dog's metamorphosis had begun. The blood cocoon formed around the Big Dog was about 1 meter in size, with a surface temperature as high as 200 degrees, incredibly scorching. However, this temperature was nothing to Qin. It didn't even reach the threshold for level 1 heat resistance. Once the blood cocoon was fully formed, not only the Big Dog but also the stone steel he had been clutching remained inside it. All commotion came to an end. The divine weapon also dimmed, its luster faded, and it emitted no further fluctuations, as if it had turned into an ordinary iron plate. Did he exhaust all his strength to save Big Dog? Qin stroked his chin and tried touching the divine weapon, finding that he could do so with ease. Originally, getting too close to the divine weapon would have put his life in danger, but now he could touch it directly without any harm. His ability to walk right past the divine weapon was thanks to Dago's protective aura. However, even though the divine weapon had lost the vast majority of its power, he still felt a stinging pain in his right hand as he touched it. When he pulled his hand back, he saw a clean gash on the skin of his index finger deep enough to expose the bone. Just the material alone was enough to pierce my immortal golden body. I really still have a long way to go. In the few hours after Qin had just forged his immortal golden body, he'd been under the illusion that he was already invincible under heaven. Now, that illusion had vanished. At least until he attained the title of Supreme Ruler, the word invincible had nothing to do with Qin. I'm just a 9th rank martialist, not even a martial master. Stay humble and keep your cool, stay humble and keep your cool. When people praise you for too long, you can't help but get carried away, and that is not good. He hoisted the blood cocoon formed by the giant dog onto his shoulder, then strode out of the blood vessel, preparing to leave the giant goddess body alongside Jiang Tianfang and Xiuyihan. Ever since descending the staircase, they had been inside the giant goddess body for 2 or 3 days. Yet those brief 2 or 3 days felt like several years to Qin. So much had happened. Upon returning to the blood lake, having lost the pure divine blood, the lake's color began to fade slowly. The crimson hue grew paler, gradually transforming into a clear, ordinary lake. Countless mist beings that depended on the blood lake for their existence disintegrated and died amid their screams. At the bottom of the lake, 2 top-tier mist beings comparable in power to Mountain Sea stage experts were also struggling, but to no avail. Without a continuous supply of power from their source, the mist beings could not survive. This giant god, who had attempted to resurrect himself, had been thoroughly slain by Qin and Big Dog, leaving him no chance of revival. "Let us go. We should leave this place." Qin averted his gaze and said to Chen and Zhang Tianfang, "I told you Egu could pull it off, didn't I?" Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Qin return safely and smiled. Zhang Tianfang glanced a few more times at the blood pupa on Qin's shoulder. Having pretty much guessed Big Dog's fate, he nodded and said, "It's time to go." The three stepped onto the staircase leading back to the surface. After just a few steps, they saw Chouyihan waiting for them right where she was. "Is everything taken care of?" Chouyihan asked curiously, examining Qin and the blood pupa. Qin nodded. "It's taken care of. Dago consumed the pure divine blood, so he'll need time to digest it and undergo his transformation." Although Zhang Tianfang and the others had long anticipated this outcome, their expressions still took on a subtle nuance when Qin actually said it out loud. The legendary 7th-tier spiritual object, the pure divine blood, it had actually been fed to a dog. Moreover, there was no trace of regret or heartache on Qin's face, indicating that he truly didn't care much about the fate of the pure divine blood. It didn't matter that it went to a dog. "Your mindset might be even more mature than this old man's." Zhang Tianfang was filled with emotion when he suddenly sensed a mysterious fluctuation. He followed the sensation with his divine sense, and eventually, his divine perception settled on Qin. It seemed that although the pure divine blood had been given to the dog, Qin had also reaped a great reward. He had undergone another transformation, and this time, it was a physical one. This fluctuation bore some resemblance to that of a pure divine immortal, both imbued with immortal spirituality. Even as a 9th-rank martialist, had Qin already begun to touch upon the key to the venerable realm? Comparing oneself to others, it really is infuriating. Zhang Tianfang kept his expression neutral, revealing nothing about Qin's premature cultivation of immortal spirituality. He merely hinted to Qin, "When we return this time, you must go straight to the martial realm to exchange for a concealment technique of grade B or higher to mask your aura and cultivation level. Otherwise, you might run into trouble. If you don't have enough contribution points, you can come find me. We'll just add each other as friends in the martial realm then." Zhang Tianfang's own concealment technique required the use of array runes and wasn't suitable for Qin, so he didn't directly give Qin a technique. Instead, he told him to go buy one himself. Qin sensed the concern and deeper meaning in Zhang Tianfang's words. His heart warmed, and he nodded vigorously. The four walked in silence for over 2 hours before finally returning to the surface and seeing daylight once more. Glancing around, they saw yellow sand swirling through the air, the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, and a deathly silence. The blood mist, however, had already dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The blood mist desert would cease to exist from that day forward. Qin instinctively looked back at the staircase, deep as an abyss, and felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. There were still many valuable items within the giant goddess body that he hadn't been able to retrieve. In the future, he would certainly return to this place. The danger level of this forbidden zone far exceeds D class. It's unsuitable for martialists entering the Shentian secret realm to train. I intend to seal this entrance. Zhang Tianfang began engraving large array patterns on the ground, continuously retrieving materials from his storage pouch to set up the array. "Think carefully. Is there anything else you left behind down there? Once the sealing array is complete, it won't be easy to break it open later." Qin and Chouyihan exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had already taken everything they needed. "Then I'll begin." Zhang Tianfang threw himself wholeheartedly into setting up the array. Sealing the entrance to the giant goddess body was a massive undertaking. He dared not take it lightly and gave it his all. Beside him, Chouyihan watched his master's techniques intently, learning and accumulating experience in setting up high-level formations. Chen, meanwhile, crouched on the ground thoughtfully, examining the blood cocoon formed by the giant dog, and couldn't resist lightly touching it with his index finger. Sizzle! In an instant, a wisp of black smoke rose. Chen's index finger was seared by the intense heat, and he quickly pulled it back. "Holy crap, it's this hot. How did brother carry him all the way back without even breaking a sweat?" He turned to look at Qin, only to see that the fabric on Qin's shoulder had been scorched into a large hole by the heat. Yet his skin was as white as jade, with a vibrant energy coursing through his body, leaving him flawless and perfect. Has Brother ES' physical body already reached such a terrifying level? Chen's heart gave a jolt. He had once prided himself on his top-tier talent after his transformation, but now he could no longer feel the slightest bit of arrogance. Brother E had been practicing martial arts for even less time than he had, yet he was now so powerful that Chen couldn't even begin to comprehend it. No, he had to start cultivating immediately. Chen stopped looking at the blood cocoon, sat down on the ground, and focused entirely on his cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin, who was ahead of him, had no idea that his presence actually served as a source of inspiration for Xiao Xuanzi. At that moment, he was completely absorbed in examining his personal stats panel. Having experienced so much within the giant goddess body and evolved so many skills, his attributes had already undergone earth-shattering changes. A shimmering light screen appeared visible only to Qin himself. Name, Qin. Life tier race, stellar tier human 1%. Strength, 65. Constitution, 500. Agility, 50. Spirit, 150. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, soft as silk, unflappable, mana affinity LV9, immortal body LV1, pain resistance LV5, iron stomach LV4, tough talk LV3, poison resistance LV3, heart of steel LV2, clear mind and sharp eyes LV1. Combat potential assessment, unafraid of extreme heat, deadly poisons, or oxygen-deprived environments. Severed limbs can regenerate. Castration can lead to the regrowth of genitalia. Physical body is beginning to exhibit immortality. All you need is time to bridge the cultivation gap, and you'll be able to sweep aside every prodigy of the human race on Blue Star. From being in the terminal stages of cancer, unable to even defeat a stray dog, to now having a physical body on par with a great grandmaster, Qin had taken less than 2 months. Looking at the long list of passive skills in his skill bar, a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment welled up within him. I'm one step closer to having my entire body filled with passives and becoming completely invincible. Although Qin's physical body could now rival that of a great grandmaster, his strength and agility remained at the martial master level, a full 2 major cultivation realms behind his constitution in extreme imbalance. His total blood qi had also plateaued at 90 units. If he continued down this path, problems might arise. Once I return to Yuhang, I must make the most of my time to cultivate. I'll at least reach the high-tier martial master level before emerging from seclusion. He silently mapped out his future cultivation plan and resolved to go into seclusion for a while. After consuming vast amounts of blood mist, Qin's body was left with countless traces of pure blood qi. With just a little refinement, it could be transformed into his own blood qi, enhancing his strength. Coupled with the fact that Qin's physical body had already reached the strength of a great grandmaster along with his level 9 mana affinity, his cultivation progress would be lightning fast, allowing him to break through the martial master barrier in no time. As for mental power, while other martialists find it difficult to cultivate mental power before achieving the rank of grandmaster, Qin had opened his sea of consciousness ahead of schedule, so he could certainly give it a try. Furthermore, the remnant soul of the giant god remains sealed deep within his sea of consciousness. By drawing upon the soul power of this remnant, Qin's spiritual power has already been steadily increasing. Once he has fully assimilated the giant goddess remnant soul, his total spiritual power is estimated to surpass 10,000 points. Just 1,000 points of spiritual power is enough to fill the sea of consciousness into a large pond, granting the ability to condense the spirit into consciousness, that is, to unleash divine consciousness. Divine consciousness, also known as divine thought, is the symbol of a martialist's ascension to the rank of great grandmaster. A single strand of divine thought requires at least 100 strands of mental power tightly woven together to form. Its intensity is 100 times greater than that of ordinary mental power. Aside from projecting outward to scan the surrounding environment, it is said that abilities such as controlling swords with one's thoughts and walking on air are all related to divine thought. How exciting! However, aside from attributes and skills, what caught Qin's attention even more was the line labeled life tier race. If he remembered correctly, not long ago he had been a planetary tier human 55%, but after evolving his immortal golden body, he had directly transformed into a stellar tier human. This must represent an evolution in life tier. Planetary level human likely refers to humans who can only survive on Blue Star. And becoming stellar level means I now have the ability to leave the planet and survive independently in outer space. If Qin were to leave Blue Star now and venture into outer space where environmental conditions are extreme, as long as he didn't go out of his way to court death, he could actually manage to survive. It seems that no matter how I evolve, I'll always remain human. I won't turn into some other bizarre species. Qin's greatest fear was waking up one day to find his appearance drastically changed, to the point where he wouldn't even recognize himself. He had almost finished reviewing his personal stats panel. Qin used his consciousness to dismiss the light screen and snapped back to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Chen diligently practicing. Not bad, the young man is full of drive. Qin had actually been worried all along that his own growth would be too rapid, gradually creating an irreparable generation gap with Chen that would eventually drive them apart. But now that Chen had also obtained extraordinary talent, he shouldn't fall too far behind. Turning his gaze to the distance, he saw that the entrance to the divine corpse directly ahead had been filled with yellow sand. An invisible formation had been set up, erasing all traces and completely concealing the entrance to the divine corpse. Even Qin couldn't tell that there had once been a staircase leading down here. Formations really are convenient. With such a wide variety of effects, they can meet the vast majority of a martialist's needs. I might as well take some time to learn a bit about them. The formation is complete. With this 5th-tier wind and sand sweeping the skies formation in place, martialists below the Marquis Realm won't be able to detect the entrance's existence. Zhang Tianfang gathered the unused materials from the ground, then clapped his hands and slowly stood up, a hint of smugness flickering across his face. After all, setting up formations was his specialty. Behind him, Zhou Han, having admired her master's handiwork, also stood up and asked Qin, "Where are you and Chen planning to go next?" "Straight back to Yuhang?" "Yes. We've been in the secret realm for quite some time. It's time to go back, get organized, and rest a bit." Qin nodded and asked in return, "What about you two? From the sound of it, you and your master aren't planning to return right away?" "That's right." Zhang Tianfang replied. "First, I've been entrusted by the Yuhang Executive Hall. Aside from investigating the blood mist, I also need to quell the beast tide and restore the Xiantian secret realm to normal. I can't go back for the time being." "A beast tide?" The mysterious, widespread beast tides appearing in the Xiantian secret realm seem to be related to the blood mist. Because the blood mist has eroded the habitats of the ferocious beasts, they've banded together and migrated, leading to the frequent occurrence of large-scale beast tides. Qin chose his words carefully before sharing his hypothesis with Zhang Tianfang. The other man nodded slightly, a look of realization crossing his face. This young man's insight was truly meticulous. By analyzing the blood mist, he had deduced the cause of the beast swarms, saving him a great deal of time. "I owe him another favor." "Your theory is most likely correct. If it weren't for the blood mist, the ferocious beasts of the Xiantian secret realm wouldn't be in such turmoil." Zhang Tianfang grew even more impressed with Qin and reminded him once more, "Once you're out, be sure to add me on the martial realm. Just search for my name. Remember, don't forget about me." When it came to adding friends, Zhou Han, standing nearby, seemed particularly eager. Her beautiful eyes kept glancing at Qin, though she said nothing. Qin scratched his head, agreed to it, and promised he would definitely add both of them as friends. He also noticed Zhou Han's constant glances in his direction, but Qin was fully focused on martial arts training. He would never let himself fall in love until he became invincible. Women would only slow down his evolution. Wait a minute, that doesn't seem quite right. What if I found a girlfriend and worked day and night for her? Would I evolve some weird skills, like Iron Rod, level 1, or something like that? Ahem. Qin's mind suddenly wandered in the wrong direction. "Oh, right. I don't know when your dog will emerge from its cocoon. Once we get back to Yuhang, carrying a blood cocoon like that might attract unnecessary trouble." Zhang Tianfang held out his right hand and tossed a white talisman to Qin. "This is a 3rd-tier spirit beast talisman. It can serve as a dwelling for spirit beasts, allowing them to stay inside temporarily. If you seal the blood cocoon inside the spirit beast talisman, it'll save you a lot of trouble." Qin's face lit up with joy. He thanked Zhang Tianfang first, then accepted the talisman, pressed it against the blood cocoon, and with a thought, the blood cocoon vanished instantly, sealed within the talisman. Everything happening inside the spirit beast talisman was clearly displayed in Qin's mind. The moment the big dog emerged from the pupa, he would sense it immediately. What a great find! After thanking Zhang Tianfang once more, the four split into two pairs, bid each other farewell, and went their separate ways. Zhang Tianfang and his disciple continued deeper into the Xiantian secret realm, while Qin roused Chen, and together they headed toward the realm's exit. Having spent over 10 days in the secret realm, they had no idea if anything significant had happened in Yuhang. Across the rugged, rocky Gobi Desert, two figures raced by, kicking up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, these two figures turned out to be human martialists of remarkable cultivation, one at the 9th degree level, and the other, even higher, at the low-tier martial master level. These two were none other than Qin and Chen, who had just left the Blood Mist Desert. At that moment, neither of them concealed their powerful auras. They let their energy radiate freely, striking fear into the hearts of the beasts lurking in the vicinity. Fierce beasts below the peak of the second tier would inevitably retreat as soon as they caught a whiff of their aura, unwilling to risk their lives in a head-on confrontation. As for dominator-class beasts above the second tier, they generally remained holed up in their own territories and rarely ventured out. Unless one's luck was exceptionally poor, it was extremely rare for an ordinary martialist to encounter them. Within the Xiantian secret realm, excluding any potential alien races, the strongest creatures were third-tier overlord-class beasts. In any case, the two had encountered no real danger along the way. Originally, they could have reached the nearest spatial exit by running at full speed for a day and a night, but Chen kept stopping halfway to pick first-tier or even substandard spirit fruits, slay a few low-level exotic beasts, and collect their corpses. He wouldn't feel satisfied until he filled his E-grade storage pouch to the brim. As he put it, even a single substandard spirit fruit could fetch several thousand, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. After hearing this, Qin understood. Chen had been so terrified of poverty that even now, having finally attained martial master level strength, his mindset was still stuck in those impoverished days at the bottom of the social ladder. That was probably for the best. Sudden wealth could easily lead to problems with one's mindset and character. Better to take it slow. Qin tightened the B-grade storage pouch strapped to his waist, suppressing the urge to tell Chen just how wealthy he actually was. That B-grade storage pouch was packed full of insectoid corpses. The lowest tier ones were second stage. He wouldn't even bother with first stage ones. Converted into contribution points or money, it was absolutely an astronomical sum, enough to let him live it up to the point of becoming a grandmaster. And it would even be enough to keep Chen on the side. Brother E, we're here. After traveling through the secret realm for nearly 2 days, they had finally reached their destination. Looking at the black fissure suspended in midair before him, Qin instinctively let out a sigh of relief and stepped inside first. The surrounding scenery rippled like flowing water, gradually blurring, until finally his vision went black and he felt a force of gravity pressing down on him. In less than a second, that gravitational force dissipated, Qin's vision slowly returned, and as he opened his eyes to the light once more, he was met with the sight of a bustling square in the secret realm, where thousands upon thousands of martialists were lining up to enter. So I'm back already? And no one is coming to check on me? Qin shook his head and waited a moment, but no staff member came to inspect him. Aren't they afraid I might have been possessed by an alien race or parasitized by some plant-like beast? He furrowed his brow, raised his eyes to the terrifying blood sword suspended before the spatial rift, and immediately understood. It seemed the security check for returning human martialists had already been silently completed by the blood sword. He looked around and, sure enough, saw 3 staff members clearing away a mangled corpse on an open field several hundred meters away. The corpse was clearly radiating a fierce sword energy. There was no doubt about it, something must have gone terribly wrong with this person while they were alive. Upon returning, they were detected by the blood sword suspended in midair and struck down with a single sword stroke. He had to admit, it actually made him feel quite secure. Whoosh! Just then, Chen also returned to the secret realm plaza through a spatial rift. As he gazed at the teeming crowd, an inexplicable sense of sorrow washed over him. Clutching several tokens in his hand, he let out a deep sigh. These tokens were likely the only mementos left of his teammates. Sheen patted him on the shoulder without saying much. Anyone who would bring Chen, a prospective martialist, into the secret realm must have been a very close friend. Now that he has fallen, one can only say that life is unpredictable. Chen quickly pulled himself together, shaking off his grief. A look of resolve flashed in his eyes as he tucked away the tokens and followed Sheen back to the main hall of the Secret Realm Bureau. Brother I'll go register my information first and settle your mission at the same time. Chen's squad had previously issued a distress call, which was what had prompted Chen's rescue. Although only Chen had been saved this time, the rewards still needed to be settled. All right, go ahead. Chen nodded and walked over to a counter himself to register his safe return. Afterward, he ran his hand over his storage pouch, preparing to sort through the valuable items inside. When it came to selling the corpses of exotic beasts, Chen knew of only two channels. One was selling them on the martial realm marketplace, similar to running a shop on Taobao or Pinduoduo in his previous life. The advantage was that he could set his own price and only had to pay a small commission to the platform. The downside was having to wait patiently for buyers, with the risk of the goods going bad before they could be sold. The other channel was selling them on the spot at the Secret Realm Bureau. The advantage was that he could sell them immediately and receive both contribution points and money. The downside was that the price was lower than the market rate. After much deliberation, Sheen decided to sell a portion of the second-tier insect carcasses on the spot, while listing the remaining high-quality ones on the martial realm for a gradual sale. He took off his storage pouch and was just about to ask the receptionist where to sell the insect corpses when, unexpectedly, he heard a vendoress shout from outside the hall and immediately clamped his mouth shut. Buying large quantities of ferocious beast corpses. Only second tier and above, no first tier. Fair prices will take as many as you have. On the streets outside the Secret Realm Bureau, martialists often set up stalls to sell all kinds of spiritual items, so it was no surprise to see a buyer there. Buy as much as you have? Interesting. Sheen's curiosity piqued. He stepped out of the hall and immediately spotted a portly man surrounded by a crowd. The man sported a handlebar mustache, had narrow features, and eyes that were mere slits narrowed so tightly that his expression was impossible to read. Dressed in a suit, his bulky frame looked slightly comical as he kept shouting about his buying business. The moment Sheen laid eyes on the man, a single phrase popped into his head. Fat but not greasy. The man looked like an honest soul, but he was likely quite shrewd. Despite his comical appearance, his cultivation level was actually at the mid-tier martial master level. It made sense if his cultivation weren't high enough. How dare he come out in person to do business? Sheen strode toward the fat man, pushing through the crowd of onlookers until he stood right in front of him. Most of these onlookers were just there for the spectacle. Their cultivation levels were mediocre, so they couldn't possibly sell the carcass of a second-tier ferocious beast. You said the price was fair. How much exactly? Give me a specific figure. Sheen got straight to the point. The fat man sized up Sheen with a discerning eye. Seeing that the other was only at the 9th rank martialist realm, he found it amusing inwardly, but replied with a serious expression, "It depends on the carcass's condition and freshness. We have professional appraisers. If the quality is high enough, say, a low-tier second-tier lord, I can offer 3 million, plus 3,000 contribution points. Or you could choose to forego the contribution points and money in favor of a barter, exchanging it for spiritual items of equal value." The fat man didn't believe a 9th rank martialist would have many second-tier ferocious beasts in his possession at best. He might have stumbled upon one by sheer luck. However, out of professional courtesy, he wouldn't offend anyone. Even if a quasi-martialist came to inquire about the price, he would still treat them with respect. 3 million yuan plus 3,000 contribution points, that certainly wasn't a rip-off. It was a very fair price. Sheen had browsed through the martial realm and knew that a single first-tier spirit fruit was worth only a few hundred contribution points. I have a large quantity of second-tier ferocious beast carcasses here. You can take as many as you want, but can you really handle them all? Sheen continued to ask. Hearing this, the fat man was a bit taken aback. A mere 9th rank martialist was actually worried he didn't have the strength to handle the entire shipment? Could it be that this 9th rank martialist had a background in a prominent clan and had come specifically to sell second-tier fierce beasts on behalf of his family? That couldn't be possible. Prominent clans all had their own dedicated channels. Why would they share profits with outsiders? He cautiously clasped his hands and asked, "May I ask, young brother, which clan do you belong to?" Sheen shook his head and answered honestly, "I have no background whatsoever. I'm just a lone wanderer. But I happen to have a lot of second-tier ferocious beasts on hand. If you can really take them all, then I'll sell them to you." "You're just a lone traveler, yet you talk such big talk? Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a grandmaster." The fat man let out a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, young man. In all my years, Jean Fangchang, have never come across goods I couldn't handle. Go ahead, I'll take whatever you have. If I can't take it all, I'll even pledge that 5th-tier spirit fruit from my home to you at a premium." "A 5th-tier spirit fruit? This fat guy really is a big spender." Sheen's heart skipped a beat, and he joined the fat man in laughter. "You said it yourself, so I won't hold back." Snap! With a thought, Sheen gave his storage pouch a light tap. The opening sprang open on its own, and as spatial energy rippled, a massive insectoid corpse suddenly materialized on the ground. Thanks to the special preservation provided by the storage pouch, the corpse was still fresh, 4 or 5 meters long, with transparent wings on its back resembling those of a flying mosquito. The moment it appeared, it gave off a terrifying stench of blood. The onlookers surrounding it all took a few steps back, clearing a large open space. A second-tier, mid-level firefly insect. The carcass is very fresh and in excellent condition. An elderly man with white hair stepped out from behind Fat Jean. Dressed in a mandarin jacket, he crouched beside the insect's carcass and, with just a brief touch, analyzed its specific condition. This gave Fat Jean a slight start. He suspected that Jean had the backing of a powerful figure. Otherwise, how could a mere 9th-rank martialist possibly hunt a second-tier, mid-level insectoid? He secretly gave a nod to a subordinate standing nearby, signaling him to investigate Jean's background. On the surface, however, he remained composed, laughing heartily with a delighted expression. "I'll take this insect carcass. I wonder if you have any more, young man?" Clatter! Before Fat Jean could finish his sentence, the storage pouch at Jean's waist trembled again, flinging out another insect carcass. This carcass was also a second-tier firefly insect, identical to the first in every way. Even the wounds and cause of death were exactly the same. The old man in the mandarin jacket had spent years examining the remains of ferocious beasts and possessed a wealth of experience. After examining these 2 insect corpses, he was already somewhat shaken. Both of these corpses were killed by a single punch the size of a fist. The blow struck their vital head area, killing them instantly. Whether it's the position or the depth of the punch mark, the 2 corpses are completely identical. I can't spot a single difference. "Young master, you must be careful. There's definitely a master behind this, young man. Unless it's a true powerhouse, it's impossible to control one's power with such precision and perfect timing." He secretly conveyed his discovery to Golden Fatso via telepathy. Golden Fatso's expression immediately grew somber. Just as he was about to speak again, he was interrupted by a series of sounds. Clack, clack, clack. The opening of the leather storage pouch at Jean's waist gaped wide, frantically spewing out corpses. In no time, they were piled high like a mountain. Every corpse radiated at least a second-tier aura, and there were even several at the peak of the second tier. All the corpses were firefly beetles, numbering well over 50. Such a massive pile of second-tier ferocious beast corpses was an incredibly spectacular sight, one that many martialists had never witnessed in their entire lives. The visual impact was even more staggering than mountains of gold and silver. After all, gold isn't as valuable as the corpses of second-tier ferocious beasts. Not to mention ordinary martialists. Even Golden Fatso, a scion of a prominent family in charge of finances and spiritual resources, felt his mouth go dry upon seeing the mountain of corpses. To gather this many second-tier insect corpses, one would likely have to raid an entire insect nest. Fortunately, his family's coffers were well stocked, so buying all 50+ insect corpses at once wouldn't be a problem. If I process these properly and resell them, I'll definitely make a killing. That's one more trump card in the race for the family head position. The smile on Fat Jean's face grew even broader, causing the fat on his cheeks to bunch up. He first made a gesture, signaling his martialists to stand ready to prevent anyone from stealing the goods, then took out a gold card and handed it to Qin. Young man, there's a total of 200 million plus 20,000 contribution points on this card, enough to cover this shipment. But to his surprise, Qin shook his head and didn't accept the gold card. What does that mean? Are you worried I'm trying to scam you? Fat Qin furrowed his brow and said, if you don't trust me, you can go to the Secret Realm Bureau to verify this card first. I, Fat Qin, have always been a man of integrity. I wouldn't risk tarnishing the Qin family's reputation for such a pittance. Qin shook his head again, flashing a smile as warm as a spring breeze, and said casually, Mr. Qin, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't even finished showing you all the goods I have on hand yet. Ha? There's more? Jin Feng suddenly had a bad feeling. He was standing very close to Qin at that moment, and when he looked down, he was startled to see the storage pouch tucked at Qin's waist. It was a grade B storage pouch. That spatial fluctuation, it's definitely grade B. Does this kid really have no connections? I'd never believe it. A grade B storage pouch, you can't buy one without at least 1 million contribution points. Wait a minute. You didn't fill that grade B storage pouch with second stage insect corpses, did you? Fat Qin's voice was trembling as he spoke. Fortunately, Qin denied it. No. He wasn't lying. Qin really hadn't filled the storage pouch with second tier insect corpses, because there were still several partial bodies of third tier overlord class insects inside. He worked hard to dissect them himself. That's good. If there really were that many insect corpses, Fat Qin wouldn't have enough contribution points to buy them all. He'd inevitably have to give Qin that 5th tier spirit fruit. Since the Feng family was in business, integrity had always been a family rule. With so many people present who'd heard his promise, if he broke his word, he'd never be able to inherit the position of family head in his lifetime. Whoosh! Qin's storage pouch continued to spew out Zerg corpses. Aside from fireflies, there were ground beetles, eyeworms, longhorn beetles, 9-star ladybugs. The variety was vast, and all were uniformly second tier or higher, leaving everyone dazzled. In less than a minute, the storage pouch had already ejected over 100 insect carcasses, and showed no sign of stopping. The way everyone looked at Qin had changed. This sheer volume of insect carcasses could no longer be explained simply by disturbing a firefly nest. Could it be that the young man before them had wiped out a second-tier queen insect's nest? That was something even a grandmaster would find difficult to accomplish. As the mountain of insect corpses gradually turned into a sea of them, even the old man in the mandarin jacket and appraiser was getting overwhelmed. He kept touching the corpses, and when he accidentally brushed against a fist-shaped indentation, his face turned deathly pale in an instant, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. His mind and spirit were shaken to the core, and overcome with terror, he had no time to tend to his injury. He hurriedly sent a mental message to the fat man Qin. Young master, I've detected the Yi-Wei's intent in this insect corpse. It's a fist intent, wild and frenzied, and it may very well have touched upon the Great Way level. The Great Way level? Isn't this something only those at the Mountain Sea stage or higher can access? And you claim you don't have any connections. Fat Qin was starting to panic. Right now, he felt both elated and distressed. The elation came from the fact that there were so many insect corpses, enough for him to make a huge profit. The distress, however, stemmed from the fact that the number of insect corpses on the scene was nearing 200, nearly filling the entire passageway. He was about to run out of contribution points to buy them all. Just the thought that he might lose the 5th tier spirit fruit to Qin made his heart bleed. No, why did I have to be so mouthy? Fat Qin just wanted to slap himself a few times. Just then, his phone vibrated. The henchman he sent out earlier had sent back a message. Fat Qin silently turned around, took out his phone, and opened it to read. Then, he suddenly froze in his tracks. According to the information his henchman had sent back, the teenager he was dealing with named Qin had absolutely no connections. He was truly just an ordinary commoner. Forget connections. Qin's background was nothing short of a tale of human suffering. Damn it, I've run into a tough nut to crack. This guy is probably a prodigy born into the lowest ranks who has been playing the fool all along, hiding his true strength. He killed all these bugs himself. Ninth rank martialist? Not a dog would believe that it's just a ploy to fool outsiders. Damn it, I've been had. Fat Gene slapped his phone in deep regret. Why did I have to be so mouthy? Although the human race's martial arts world is largely dominated by the major clans at the top, it's far from a monopoly. Under the government's system of checks and balances, ordinary people and even those from the lowest rungs of society can rise to the pinnacle through public martial arts schools, provided they have the talent. It's safe to say that over the years, Huaxia alone has produced countless stories of people rising from the bottom. And who knows, maybe these underdogs have read too many web novels, but they all love to play the underdog and make a name for themselves by humiliating their opponents all the way to the top. Fat Gene had pored over the many classical texts in his family's collection and knew full well that every era produces one or two prodigies who pull off such an underdog comeback. As for the geniuses who weren't quite as extraordinary, they were too numerous to count. The Gene family, to which Fat Gene belonged, had been in the business world for generations, accumulating intelligence channels even more robust than those of the Yuhang administrative office. It was virtually impossible for them to be wrong. According to their intelligence, just over a month ago, Gene was still a zero-card good-for-nothing who didn't even qualify as a quasi-martialist. But look at him now, he's already a 9th dan martialist. Who would believe such a rapid breakthrough in cultivation? The stronger one is, the more they value a solid foundation. Even if they could truly break through that quickly, they suppress their cultivation level to consolidate their foundation. He has definitely been hiding his true strength, only gradually revealing it recently, preparing to show off, make a name for himself, and secure official backing. Fat Gene immediately concluded that Gene was a peerless prodigy who'd been concealing his power for a long time, just waiting for some spoiled heir from a prominent clan to step forward and provoke him so he could humiliate him and make a name for himself. I absolutely cannot be the one who gets humiliated. On the contrary, I need to befriend him and bet on him early. I have to admit, Fat Gene has some brains. He made up his mind quickly. Though parting with a 5th-tier spirit fruit stung, befriending a future powerhouse with the potential to rise to prominence wasn't a bad deal. Let us just consider it a long-term investment. He surveyed the insect corpses about to flood the entire area, worried that the commotion might attract opportunists looking to steal or cause trouble. So he hurried over to Gene and said with a wry smile, "Brother Gene, hold on a moment. This is getting too loud. Why don't I buy some of them first? You can release the rest gradually, I'll definitely buy them all." Gene glanced at his ingratiating expression and nodded in agreement. He took 2 gold cards from Fat Gene, each containing 300 million in deposits plus 200,000 in contribution points, enough to cover the cost of about 100 insect corpses. These gold cards were high-end savings cards issued by the government, allowing for convenient withdrawals at the Secret Realm Bureau or the Finance Bureau. Generally, transactions were handled via bank transfers. Cards weren't handed over directly. But the fat guy particularly liked this method of handing over the cards in person, because he thought it looked classy. It set him apart from others and made a stronger impression on customers. Putting the 2 gold cards away, Gene felt for the first time what it was like to become rich overnight. It felt great, yet also a bit hollow. The fat guy took this opportunity to add Gene as a friend on the Martial Realm app and, while he was at it, sent him the pins for the savings cards. Faced with a sea of insect corpses piled up on the ground, he had his men fetch 7 or 8 storage bags, counted out exactly 100 corpses, not one more, not one less, and stowed them away. This actually surprised Gene a little. The other party hadn't tampered with the goods during the handover, nor did they seem intent on attacking him. It seemed the Gene family really did have some proper upbringing and refinement. Online novels really do a disservice. He always assumed the scions of prominent families were mostly spoiled brats. Come to think of it, against the backdrop of alien invasions and the human race's crisis, prominent families should be disciplining their offspring even more strictly. There really shouldn't be so many spoiled brats around. After 100 insect carcasses were purchased, the sea of insects appeared to have shrunk considerably. But Gene's storage pouch was still continuously spewing out insect carcasses. At this rate, the road would be piled high again in just a few minutes. With no other choice, Fat Gene had to step in and continue buying insect carcasses with his gold cards. This time, he brought a total of 10 gold cards and 30 silver cards, originally thinking he'd be lucky to use up half of them. but he hadn't expected to run into a freak like Chin. Fat Chin really wanted to ask, "Big shot, are you some kind of insect killing expert? Why are you going around killing bugs like this?" The B-class storage pouch, with its 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, held a total of over 1,500 insect corpses. After accounting for the more than 200 that had already been released, there were still 1,300 left. After that, every time he tossed out 100 corpses, the fat guy would pull out a gold card to buy more storage space. This process repeated itself, leaving the onlookers marveling in astonishment. Half an hour later, the fat guy pulled out the last storage card he had on him. Staring at the storage bag that was still spewing out insect corpses, his face turned ashen. Even though he mentally prepared himself long ago, when he actually had to face reality, he still felt a pathetic pang of heartache. How many insect corpses do you actually have left?" "Not many, just over 300. Fat Chin. "Just over 300? And you call that not many?" It wasn't just him, the onlookers were speechless upon hearing that answer. Just a single second stage insect corpse could easily be worth a whole year's salary for them. Come on, does that even make sense? Fat Chin's chubby face trembled slightly as he exclaimed in anguish, "Didn't you say the second stage insect corpses in your possession hadn't filled up your storage bag? There are over 1,500 in total and you call that not filling it up?" Chin spread his hands innocently. "I didn't lie to you. My storage pouch really isn't filled to the brim with second-tier insect corpses because there are also parts of third-tier insect corpses in there." As he spoke, he tossed out a long, black horn covered in cracks. A faint aura of dragon might emanated from this black horn. Just a single glance with the naked eye was enough to send shivers down the spines of the martialists present, making them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This was a dragon insect horn, from a third-tier overlord-class ferocious beast. There was absolutely no mistake. Why you even killed a third-tier overlord? Fat Chin lost his composure. He couldn't help but lean in close to Chin's face, staring intently at the black dragon insect horn. Chin put the horn away and shook his head. "No, I only obtained part of its body." "Oh, I see." Fat Chin breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Anyone capable of killing a third-tier overlord must be a peerless figure among grandmasters. Since Chin hadn't achieved that, it meant he wasn't at that level yet. That meant he could still invest in Chin even though he wasn't that strong. To sum up, Chin's current true strength should be around the lower-tier grandmaster level. He had grasped the Taoist essence ahead of schedule and was a genius at comprehending the Tao, with a bright future ahead of him. Not bad, not bad. As long as he wasn't too strong yet, this investment wouldn't be a loss. Fat Chin nodded silently, but immediately afterward, he was left speechless by Chin's next sentence. "Back then, 3 overlord beetles were attacking me. I fought them for ages but couldn't kill them. They joined forces and escaped, leaving only some of their bodies behind." Chin shrugged, looking regretful. After hearing this, Fat Chin was already wailing inwardly. Holding off 3 Dominator beetles all by yourself, bro, aren't you already a high-grade grandmaster? If so, then the investment value of this single 5th-tier spirit fruit isn't nearly as high. No way. I've already taken a loss, so I might as well up the ante, pull out a spirit treasure that would make even a great grandmaster's heart race, and win Chin over. I've got to take a gamble. Fat Chin steeled his resolve, preparing to make the riskiest investment of his life. He was betting that Chin was a man of good character who would remember others' kindness. If he was right, and Chin went on to be infeft as a marquis or even a king and supported him as clan head, wouldn't the position of clan head be within his grasp? Having reviewed Chin's records, he had no doubt that Chin had the potential to be infeft as a king. He was going all in on this rising star. "Hold on, kid. You're small in stature but big in your mouth. Are you just spouting nonsense without thinking? You, a 9th Dan martialist, taking on 3 overlords at once? You're dreaming." From the crowd of onlookers, a man with a defiant expression stepped forward, his eyes brimming with disdain as he scanned Chin and Fat Chin. "Hey, old Chin, have you lost your mind? Do you actually believe that nonsense? The origin of this guy's insect corpse is unknown. Be careful if you take it on, it'll cause trouble, and you won't be able to clean it up in the end, ha. The man's tone was quite hostile, and he didn't hold back even when facing Jean Fong from the Jean family, showing that he was no ordinary figure. Seeing his mocking words, a flicker of apprehension crossed the fat man Jean's eyes, and he didn't retort immediately. This man hailed from the Li family of Yuhang. Unlike the Jean family, the Li family was a martial arts clan rather than a business-oriented one, and their overall strength was greater. It was said that the patriarch who founded the Li family was still alive. Two members of the Li family's younger generation have made a name for themselves. One is Li Wufeng, who broke through to the martial master realm at the age of 18 and possesses extraordinary potential. The other is Li Wuyun, standing before them now. He, too, broke through to the martial master realm at 18 and has been accepted as a provisional disciple by a great grandmaster, set to become a full disciple soon. That great grandmaster had connections reaching to the highest echelons of power. Li Wuyun had caught his eye solely because of his exceptional talent in the art of runic arrays. The Jean family's business is, naturally, the Jean family's decision. It's not for an outsider like you to butt in, is it? Jean Fatso took a moment to collect his thoughts, then, refusing to give Li Wuyun any face, retorted with a loud laugh. Hearing this, Li Wuyun's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly, "You really don't know a good thing when you see it. I'm helping you deal with a con artist, and yet you're siding with the con artist? I can tell for myself whether someone is a con artist or not. There is no need for young Master Li to trouble himself." Jean Fat clasped his hands in a bow gesture that appeared polite but was actually meant to mock Li Wuyun, which infuriated him. Li Wuyun was great in every way, except he was single-minded, didn't like to think things through, and was particularly prone to nitpicking. If this man's insect corpse is linked to the alien races, you'd better be careful. You could drag the entire Jean family down with you. Li Wuyun narrowed his eyes, his words laden with implication. The current human alliance was frequently infiltrated by the alien races, and many human martialists had been lured into becoming traitors. Once someone is discovered to have ties to the alien races, they are sure to face a terrifying investigation. Hearing the words alien races, Fat Jean was a bit startled and shot Jean a nervous glance. Come to think of it, Jean was born into the lower classes and had been hiding his true strength. That kind of background information was exactly the sort a traitor would have. Could there really be something wrong here? Li Wuyun was delighted to see Fat Jean suddenly fall silent. Just as he was thinking of pressing his advantage, the mana surrounding the secret realm suddenly rippled violently. Immediately afterward, white clouds swirled and spun, coalescing into a vortex. Within a radius of several li, mana surged in wildly, whipping up gusts of fierce wind. Li Wuyun's expression wavered between shock and suspicion. He followed the turbulent flow of mana with his gaze, which eventually settled on Jean, who had remained silent the entire time. At that very moment, Jean's veins were throbbing with vitality, golden patterns emerging on his skin. His blood chi blazed as fiercely as the midday sun, so intense that looking at him felt like gazing directly at a star. This extraordinary phenomenon was a sign of breaking through to the martial master realm. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Jean, a 9th-rank martialist, had actually succeeded in advancing to the martial master realm while Li Wuyun and Jean Fong were arguing. When did breaking through to martial master become so easy? Everyone stared intently at Jean, only to see him suddenly unleash a punch. A sonic boom echoed as layer upon layer of shockwaves surged outward. Everyone present sensed a Dao intent, an utterly frenzied Dao intent. A martial master attaining enlightenment, truly peerless talent. This young man before them had likely been suppressing his cultivation all along. In reality, he had long possessed the ability to break through to the martial master realm. To have grasped the Dao essence of a fist technique at this cultivation level, this youth's future is limitless, and fighting across cultivation realms is by no means an empty boast. If paired with 1 or 2 spiritual artifacts, he might just have a sliver of a chance to take on 3 overlords head-on. Among the crowd, a martialist in his 50s spoke up with his assessment. Meanwhile, the Jean family's appraiser wore an expression of sheer terror from the Dao intent Jean had just released. He sensed the exact same essence as that of the insect corpse fist seal. His frenzied Dao intent is completely identical to that revealed by the insect corpse fist seal. It undoubtedly originates from the same person. The one who killed those insects is Jean. The old man in the mandarin jacket exclaimed, his expression unusually resolute. Even a master and disciple who had both delved into the same great Tao could never produce exactly the same Tao intent at first glance. It might seem similar, but that was all. Tao intent cannot be imitated, at least. The old man in the mandarin jacket had never heard of anyone capable of mimicking another's Tao intent. Everyone present knew this full well. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, it was almost certain that Lin Changqing had killed all the insect corpses. This was because each insect corpse bore only a single fist mark, a single, fatal blow with no other injuries whatsoever. Upon seeing this result, Fat Jean beamed with joy, his mind instantly put at ease, as he stared at Li Wuyan with an amused expression. Didn't you say there was something suspicious about the origin of these insect corpses? Now that it's 100% confirmed they came from Qin's hand, what more can you say? Li Wuyan's face turned ashen. After holding his breath for a long moment, he finally spoke up indignantly, he is a 9th-rank martialist. Even if he suppressed his cultivation level, it's absolutely impossible for him to have killed so many second-tier insectoids, let alone repelled a third-tier overlord. His background is clean, and he has no connections. It must be that an alien race helped him, or he is an alien himself. Whoosh! No sooner had these words left his mouth than before anyone could refute him a piercing sword cry rang out from deep within the Secret Realm Bureau. A blade's aura sliced through countless layers of space, plunging into Li Wuyan's brow in the blink of an eye. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered back several steps, and collapsed to the ground, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Everyone emerging from the Shin Tian secret realm had been inspected by that blood sword suspended in midair. Only after being deemed unobjectionable were they allowed to pass. Li Wuyan's words cast doubt on the blood sword's judgment, an act of such extreme sacrilege that the divine sword, possessing a spirit of its own, immediately punished him. Thank you, divine sword, for sparing my life. From a shadow-shrouded corner, an old man in a black robe emerged, looking resigned. He grabbed the still trembling Li Wuyan, apologizing as he led him away. Heirs of prominent clans, especially those with a promising future as clan heads, naturally have powerful patrons protecting them behind the scenes. However, this time, Li Wuyan had spouted nonsense in broad daylight, enraging the suspended blood sword, making it rather difficult for him to inherit the family headship now. The suspended blood sword was terrifying, and the origins behind it were even more astonishing. It was an entity the Li family could never afford to provoke. Even the slightest possibility of angering it had to be eliminated. Li Wuyan was led away by the old man in black robes, bringing the farce to an end. Qin had successfully broken through to the martial master realm and was in high spirits. As he channeled his energy, the blood qi in his meridians surged, and the pure blood qi lingering in every cell began to refine itself frantically, leading to a second breakthrough even after the first had been completed. The mana cloud, which had just dispersed, gathered once more, still hovering above Qin's head. Mana surged in from all directions, flooding into Qin's body to aid him in his second breakthrough. The spectators had thought the breakthrough was over, but no one expected this prodigy, Qin, to cause such a commotion again. They stared in disbelief, frozen in their tracks. Wait, are you about to break through again? 10 minutes later, the storm subsided, and everything returned to normal. Qin had completed his second breakthrough, advancing in one fell swoop from a 9th Dan martialist to a mid-tier martial master. The martial master realm is divided into 3 tiers, low, mid, and high. A mid-tier martial master is already a highly renowned figure in Yuhang City, treated with respect wherever he goes. Qin had been building up his strength for a long time. By utilizing the blood mist in his physical body, which had already reached the great grandmaster level, to cultivate the martial master realm, he was essentially operating from a position of overwhelming advantage. Like a college student solving elementary school problems, it was a breeze. Now, he possessed 500 cards of blood qi, which placed him exactly at the threshold of the mid-tier martial master realm. According to online descriptions, a mid-tier martial master possesses 2 to 3 metric tons of strength, can cover 100 meters in 1 second, and has mastered the ability to project blood qi, allowing it to extend 5 meters beyond the body to form offensive or defensive barriers. However, Qin's breakthrough to mid-tier martial master wasn't that simple. After a brief assessment, he could confirm that his strength far exceeded 3 metric tons, though his speed was roughly on par with covering 100 meters in 1 second. As for skills like projecting blood chi, having mastered the strengthened foundations and nourished the essence technique, he had long since acquired this ability. Not only could he project it, but he could even use blood chi to carve stone sculptures, demonstrating incredibly precise control. He could always find an opportunity later to test his specific physical capabilities. After breaking through to the mid-tier martial master level, Qin felt he could push further, but it would be a bit of a stretch, so he decided against it. A martialist's foundation is crucial. He planned to go into seclusion for a few days to consolidate his progress before considering anything else. With the second breakthrough complete, the onlookers waited for a moment. When they saw that Qin was no longer moving, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that Qin might attempt a third breakthrough. After all, at least 80% of the population in Huaxia is stuck at the martialist realm for their entire lives, unable to advance. Yet now, Qin had not only broken through right before their eyes, but had done so in a single leap, instantly becoming a mid-tier martialist. If he pulled off 3 consecutive breakthroughs, they probably would have had their Dao hearts shatter on the spot and been ready to reincarnate just to get better innate talent. Of all the onlookers, only Fat Qin wasn't particularly surprised. He long suspected that Qin was hiding his true strength, so he was convinced that the 2 consecutive breakthroughs were just a ruse. Qin had actually been close to the Great Grandmaster realm for quite some time. It was even possible he'd already attained the Great Grandmaster realm. Taking advantage of the commotion caused by Qin's breakthrough, he found a few acquaintances among the onlookers and borrowed some money and contribution points. Now that Qin had finished his breakthrough, he hurried over with a smile and transferred the money and contribution points to Qin's martial realm account. "What's this? Are you trying to renege on the bet and not give me the 5th-tier spirit fruit?" Qin raised an eyebrow. According to the terms of the wager, Fat Qin had borrowed money from others to buy insect corpses, and that didn't count. "Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. I, Jin Fong, have always been a man of my word and am known for my integrity." Jin Fat waved his hand and explained, "Just give me an address, and the 5th-tier spirit fruit will be delivered tomorrow. I swear on my life." "Ha? What's Jin Fat playing at? Not only is he not reneging on the bet, but he's even throwing in a little extra money?" Qin was puzzled. Even with his remaining 300 plus second-tier insect corpses plus the partial remains of 4 third-tier overlords, the value still didn't match that of a 5th-tier spirit fruit. Could it be that this fat guy is trying to curry favor with me? He's actually quite savvy. He's paving the way for himself. You don't hit a smiling face, so Qin nodded and sent an address to Fat Qin via the martial realm. He didn't use his own address. Instead, he wrote, Yuhang East Suburb Supermarket. The 5th-tier spirit fruit was far too important. He needed Elder Wang to keep an eye on it before he could feel safe bringing it out. The transaction with Fat Qin concluded successfully. Satisfied, Fat Qin directed his servants to carry a dozen or so storage bags home. With such a large quantity of second-tier insect corpses, if handled properly and combined with the Qin family's professional channels, they could not only recoup the money paid to Qin but also earn several million contribution points on top of that. As for that 5th-tier spirit fruit, damn it, better not mention it. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Let us just consider it an investment in a future big shot. The Qin family's entourage departed in grand style. No sooner had they left than Qin sensed that quite a few people in the crowd were staring at him with hostile intent. It made sense. He was now carrying a massive fortune. That amount of contribution points was enough for an average martialist to level up all the way to high-rank martial master through spiritual items. It would be strange if it didn't attract envious glances. But Qin paid no heed to these stares. Among the martialists coming and going at the Shintian Secret Realm Bureau, the strongest were no higher than the high-level martial master realm. Qin could stand there and beat them without breaking a sweat. If anyone dared to rob him, they'd be nothing more than walking cash machines. As time passed, the onlookers gradually dispersed, and things returned to normal. Qin waited for quite a while at the entrance to the Secret Realm Bureau before Chen finally arrived. "What took you so long?" he asked. Chen sighed. "Among the people who brought me into the Shintian Secret Realm, there was a brother from a well-to-do family. He died in the Shintian Secret Realm, and as the sole survivor, I have to provide a detailed account to give his family some closure." "I see. Sheen understood. This brother from a well-off family was likely the one who posted the distress mission and purchased the sensing charms and location charms. The person who fell into the ravine with Chen and attempted but failed to undergo the blood mist metamorphosis was probably that same brother from a well-off family. He was pitiful, but the rest of the teammates were even more so. It wasn't hard to gather from Chen's words that after the other teammates died, there wasn't even a need to make a detailed report, they were simply dead. Countless people die in the Xintian secret realm every year. If you have no connections, no one will care if you die inside, and it won't cause a stir. In the age of martial arts, those without connections or strength live in obscurity, born unnoticed and dying unnoticed. Chen didn't want to dwell on this, so he changed the subject and asked Sheen, "By the way, brothery, I just sensed a huge commotion at the Secret Realm Bureau. Did something happen?" Sheen smiled, "Nothing much. I just accidentally broke through a cultivation realm, and while I was at it, I struck a little deal with the Jin family." Hearing this, Chen finally noticed that Brother E's blood chi had undergone a massive transformation. His blood chi was even more colossal, and his aura had become dozens of times sharper, like a sharp sword ready to burst forth at any moment and decapitate its target with a single strike. With blood chi this intense, you've actually broken through to mid-tier martial master? In just a few hours, you've broken through 2 cultivation realms from 9th rank martialist to mid-tier martial master, and you call that accidentally? Your blood chi shot up from 90 units to 500 units in an instant. That's just ridiculous. It's even more outrageous than mine. Brother E, you're suddenly getting a bit scary. I'm afraid even if I train 24 hours a day from now on, I won't be able to catch up to you. Chen sighed in awe. The tiny bit of pride he felt due to his transformation and aptitude had been completely shattered. By the way, that small deal you mentioned, you aren't just being modest, are you? How much money did you actually trade for? Ahem. Hearing that question, if Qin hadn't been blessed with the unflappable buff, he'd probably have been a bit embarrassed. He pulled out his phone, opened the Martial Realm app, tapped deposits, and flashed the screen in front of Chen. Then, the dizzying number of 0s on the screen left Chen completely dumbfounded. Bro, be honest, did you rob a bank while I was gone? 10 gold cards, 30 silver cards, plus the subsequent transfer from Fat Gold after Qin finished the transfer at the Secret Realm Bureau. His Martial Realm account instantly held 30 billion in deposits plus 1,500,000 contribution points. From a single trip to the Secret Realm, Qin had earned more money than an ordinary person could make in 1,000 years of working without eating or drinking. The martial arts industry is truly a goldmine as long as you have the strength and the guts. Getting rich is a breeze. Did you create a Martial Realm account? Stepping out of the Secret Realm Bureau and into the neighborhood in the northern suburbs, Qin asked Chen while waiting for the subway. I created one while I was at the Secret Realm Bureau just now. Hold on, I need to get off in the city center first to register my information with the Martial Arts Federation. Chen pulled out his phone and added Qin as a friend. Immediately afterward, he received a transfer notification. Brother E had sent him 100,000 contribution points plus 100 million in deposits. This. Chen looked up at Qin, about to say something, but was interrupted by Qin. We're family, no need for formalities. If you feel uncomfortable accepting this money, just think of it as a loan from me, and pay me back in the future. Qin deliberately didn't transfer too much money to Chen, because he understood Shaoxuanzi well. He knew that if the amount was too large, Chen would surely refuse it. The amount was just right, not too much, not too little, and more than enough for Chen as startup capital. Once Chen had built up enough strength on his own, he could explore the secret realms to earn money and would no longer need transfers from Qin. Chen understood Qin's intentions and couldn't help but grip his phone tightly as he said earnestly, "Thanks, Brother E. I'll work hard on my cultivation." Beep. The subway pulled into the station slowly. The two brothers didn't say much. They got on together and found an empty seat. Chen didn't want to waste any time. He started cultivating as soon as he sat down. Meanwhile, Qin took out his phone and began leisurely browsing the Martial Realm app. Back when he first downloaded the Martial Realm app, he was still a penniless kid. Faced with so many items, he could only look at them. He had no money to buy them, and it made him envious. Now that his finances were solid, it was definitely time to splurge a bit. Without another word, Sheen opened Martial Realm and headed straight for the spirit fruits and spirit plants section. He didn't even glance at spirit fruits below the second tier, focusing solely on purchasing the highest quality ones. Starting from the second tier, the value of spirit fruits could no longer be measured in money, prices were listed in contribution points. Even the cheapest second tier spirit fruit cost at least 3,000 contribution points. With my current physique, will a second tier spiritual fruit really still have any effect? Adaptive evolution requires external environmental stimuli to be triggered, and for Sheen, who had already awakened his immortal golden body, a second tier spiritual fruit seemed incapable of providing that external stimulus. Just to be safe, Sheen bought one anyway. After all, it wasn't too expensive. Skipping past the second tier spirit fruit listings, he went straight to the third tier section. The variety of spirit fruits here instantly dropped by more than half. It seemed that third tier spirit fruits were rare commodities in the human world and not commonly found. Setting aside the number of varieties, the prices of third tier spirit fruits were several times higher than those of second tier ones. The cheapest third tier spirit fruit, called the core of the earth, was priced at 180,000 contribution points, a bit exorbitant. A single intact second tier insect carcass sells for only 3,000 contribution points. You'd have to kill 60 of them just to buy one third tier spirit fruit. I'll buy one to try it out first. Sheen tapped his finger, and the 1.4 million plus contribution points in his account instantly dropped to just over 1.2 million. I have to say, this money really doesn't last long. After purchasing the earth core fruit, he curiously opened the fourth tier spirit fruit store and gave it a quick glance. TSK. There were only 6 types of 4th tier spirit fruits currently in stock. The cheapest among them, the Dragon Blood Pure Yang fruit, was priced at 1 million contribution points, and to acquire it, he'd have to help the seller complete a quest. That price brought Sheen back to reality in an instant. Looking at it that way, he wasn't exactly rich after all. He couldn't possibly spend 1 million contribution points all on spiritual fruits. Aside from them, Sheen also planned to buy at least a C-rank concealment technique and a movement technique, which would also require a hefty sum of contribution points. Leaving the spiritual fruit section, Sheen tapped into the cultivation technique section and began browsing for techniques that caught his eye. Meanwhile, the subway had passed several stops, and the car was gradually filling up with passengers. A heavily made-up woman carrying a designer handbag sat down next to Sheen. She first took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup, then glanced at Sheen, who was intently scrolling through his phone, slightly curious about what he was looking at. Stealing a peek out of the corner of her eye, the woman almost burst out laughing. In broad daylight, browsing the Martial Realm S-Class B cultivation technique section, is he gathering material for his nighttime dreams? That's kind of funny. The average price for a B rank martial art in the Martial Realm is 500,000 contribution points. You're just a lowly rat who still takes the subway to get around. You'll never be able to afford any of this no matter how much you browse. Is that even fun? A hint of contempt flashed in the woman's eyes. Keeping her expression neutral, she took a compact of foundation from her bag and gently patted it onto her face, sending a cloud of white powder into the air. Glancing around at the noisy, filthy surroundings, the woman felt irritated and just wanted to get off the train as soon as possible. If it weren't for taking Sheen with her, she wouldn't have deigned to ride this kind of public transportation used by the lower classes. Oof. If I'm not satisfied with what I get from this man, Lu Yi, you'd better be prepared to endure some pleasure. The heavily made-up woman kept patting on the foundation, sending up a cloud of powder. After a while, a strange fragrance filled the carriage, making people drowsy, their eyelids heavy, and their minds fuzzy. That's right, this heavily made-up woman was from the God Society, and she had been commissioned by Lu Yi to intercept and capture Sheen. Although her own cultivation level was only that of a mid-tier martial master, she was skilled in the use of poisons and had cultivated an A-rank poison technique, enabling her to concoct poisons potent enough to render even a grandmaster unconscious. The invisible powder now filling the compartment was called heart-drunk dust, ground from various second-tier spirit flowers and mixed with a single drop of the essence blood of a third-tier honey insect. Even a grandmaster, if caught off guard, would likely fall victim to it and lose consciousness briefly. As for those below the grandmaster level, they would inevitably fall asleep instantly, sleeping for at least half a day before waking up, and upon waking, they would lose all memories of that brief period. As the heart-drunk dust gradually filled the entire car, everyone fell silent. Without exception, they either sat on the benches with their heads bowed, fast asleep, or dozed off right where they stood, clutching the handrails. Even Shen, a low-level martial master, was affected. He had been deeply focused on his cultivation when he suddenly caught a whiff of a strange fragrance, after which he fell into a deep sleep while sitting cross-legged. The subway's surveillance system had already been disabled by members of their organization and would remain inactive for the rest of the day. Now, the heavily made-up woman would have plenty of time to deal with Qin at her leisure. Why are you still scrolling on your phone? The heavily made-up woman turned her head, thinking about carrying Qin away, but to her surprise, Qin was still sitting there as calm as ever, intently scrolling through the B-rank cultivation technique store. You smell the heart-drunk dust? That's impossible. Even if you don't actively inhale it, heart-drunk dust seeps into the body through a martialist's tiny pores and takes effect. So, the only possibility is Qin actively inhaled the heart-drunk dust, but its toxicity isn't strong enough to knock him out. This is even more unbelievable. Qin is sitting right next to you, completely unguarded, and right in the area with the highest concentration of heart-drunk dust. Even a grandmaster would pass out. How come you haven't? The heavily made-up woman refused to believe it. She frantically patted her foundation, kicking up a cloud of dust and making a huge commotion. Some of the dust even drifted onto Qin. However, despite the commotion, it had no effect. Qin furrowed her brow, shot the heavily made-up woman a look of utter disgust, then brushed the powder off her clothes and went back to browsing the mall. Heavily made-up woman. In all her years and after practicing the way of poisons for so long, this was the first time Zhuang had ever felt the sting of humiliation. Qin was completely immune to her prized heart-drunk dust. He didn't even flinch, still scrolling through his phone. Zhuang glanced down and saw that Qin had already selected a cultivation technique. Without a second's hesitation, he tapped buy and paid without a second thought. Did he really have enough money to buy a B-rank cultivation technique? And he bought two at once. One was a concealment technique costing over 400,000 contribution points, and the other was an evasion technique costing 600,000, a total of 1 million contribution points. That's 1 million contribution points. Even if Zhuang sold the poison she crafted within the organization, it would take her nearly half a year to earn that much. Yet Qin spent it without batting an eye. Recalling how he'd just been silently cursing Qin as a lowly rat who liked to daydream, Zhuang suddenly felt like a clown. Based on the information Lu Yi gave me, there's absolutely no way Qin could have earned 1 million contribution points in just 1 month. Unless the source of that money is related to his stroke of luck. The real reason Zhuang had taken on the commission, when it came down to it, was that he'd set his sights on Qin's stroke of luck, hoping to get a piece of the action. Now it seemed that Qin's stroke of luck was becoming even more alluring. Not only could it turn a poor kid with no martial arts talent into a martialist within a week, but it could also earn him this much contribution. No way, I have to get my hands on that stroke of luck. Zhuang gritted his teeth inwardly. Before Qin could notice the commotion around him, he fished a bottle of pale blue perfume from his bag and nonchalantly sprayed it on himself. Splash, splash. Several puffs of mist mingled with the air, masking the scent of heart-drunk dust and leaving a fresh, soothing aroma. This was illusory blue water, sourced from the core area of a certain C-rank secret realm and ground from top-grade, second-tier illusory blue Oregon. It possessed a powerful hallucinogenic effect. If a grandmaster were to fall victim to it, their soul would be clouded for at least 1 minute, during which time they would be unable to react or move. However, even after Zhuang sprayed it more than 10 times in a row, Qin showed no signs of change. She still looked as vibrant and energetic as ever. Phantom blue water was quite expensive, and to use so much of it at once without any effect made Zhuang feel as if her heart were bleeding. Could there really be a natural constitution that makes one immune to poison? Qin was making her question the very meaning of life. Just then, her phone screen vibrated. She secretly opened it to find a text from Lu Yi, urging her to hurry up in a very brusque tone. It made Zhuang want to stomp her foot in frustration. It seemed she had no choice but to pull out her secret weapon. Gritting her teeth, she removed a teardrop necklace from around her neck, clenched it in her right palm, and gently caressed the teardrop. In an instant, the necklace began to dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a wisp of invisible mist wafted out, drifting toward Qin. Eternal Dream Mist, a third-tier poison. It requires a third-tier hallucinogenic butterfly as the main ingredient, supplemented by 68 top-grade second-tier materials to produce a single drop. Its counterfeit value exceeds 1 million contribution points. It's Zhuang's trump card against grandmasters. This Eternal Dream Mist has a chance to kill a low-tier grandmaster and is guaranteed to knock out a mid-tier grandmaster. I just don't believe it. This stuff won't take you down. Zhuang clenched her fists tightly, silently observing Qin's condition out of the corner of her eye. In her line of sight, Qin, who had always been full of energy, showed a dazed expression for the first time. His eyelids drooped slightly, as if overcome by drowsiness, and he yawned. It's working. Zhuang let out a sigh of relief, yet was utterly shocked by Qin's reaction. It took a third-tier poison just to make him drowsy, and even then, it didn't kill him. This guy is a total freak. She stared intently at Qin, her movements growing bolder as she stopped holding back. Meanwhile, Qin grew increasingly drowsy, as if he might fall asleep at any moment, yet no matter what, he just wouldn't drift off completely. How much longer was this going to drag on? He wasn't actually going to withstand a third-tier toxin, was he? Zhuang was frantic with anxiety, wishing she could just punch Qin right in the forehead herself and knock him out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. As time ticked by, Qin remained in a half-asleep, half-awake state, refusing to fully close his eyes. Zhuang was truly at her wit's end. She opened her right hand, and a poison needle emerged from her sleeve. With a slight flick of her wrist, she fired it straight at Qin's thigh. Clang! Immediately, a metallic clang rang out. The poison needle had actually snapped in half upon striking Qin's skin, falling to the ground. This was a second-tier poison needle. How could you, a martial master, possibly block it without any warning? What kind of terrifying physique would be able to withstand that needle head-on? Zhuang's eyes widened. Just as she was about to act again, Qin, as if startled awake by the needle, suddenly opened his eyes wide, slowly turned his head, and looked at Zhuang. Thud! In that moment, Zhuang's heart skipped a beat. She saw a pair of beautiful eyes with slightly long lashes and a deep, enigmatic gaze, brimming with amusement. The next second, Qin smiled faintly and asked, in a gentlemanly tone, "Have you had enough fun?" Boom! Blood chi surged like a massive wave, erupting with a thunderous roar. A howling gale swept through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Zhuang was blasted dozens of meters away, slamming violently into the iron gate and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. She collapsed helplessly onto the ground, her face betraying unmistakable panic and exhaustion. Though they were both martial masters, her combat prowess was in a completely different league from Qin's. After just this single exchange, she realized that to Qin, killing her would be no different from crushing an ant. Flee! She had no choice but to flee. She tried to bite through the poison sac hidden beneath her tongue to use the toxic mist to escape, but Qin didn't give her a chance. With a single stride, he instantly appeared before her, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her off the ground. A killing intent as sharp as a sword pierced Zhuang's body, severing several of her vital meridians and leaving her powerless to move. She couldn't even bite through the poison sac. This man, so ruthless, so decisive. She was utterly despairing and gave up struggling. Someone from the God Society? Qin eyed Zhuang, his smile unwavering. You people in the God Society are quite good at playing the hero. You've helped me quite a bit. Zhuang? What does that mean? I wasn't here to poison you. What do you mean, helped me quite a bit? Zhuang was utterly baffled. Even if she racked her brain, she couldn't have imagined that Qin had used the Eternal Dream Mist she painstakingly refined to successfully evolve, raising his level 3 poison resistance to level 4. Qin wasn't a fool. He sensed something was off long ago. But seeing that Zhuang was only moderately skilled and knew nothing but poisoning, he hatched a plan to use her as a means to evolve. His original level 3 poison resistance had been evolved through adaptation to the spiritual poison in the spirit fruit, making it very difficult to raise it to level 4. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang had inadvertently helped Qin achieve this. And before her, Lu Yi had even helped Qin significantly boost his physical strength and increase his mana affinity by 1 level. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who says the God Society is a bad organization? I think they're clearly a bunch of good people. Chen, wake up, Chen. In a daze, Chen felt someone shaking him relentlessly. Fed up with the constant shaking, he snapped his eyes open. Then he saw Chen and the girl beside her, who looked absolutely miserable. What happened? Chen's head was spinning, and he felt like he was missing a chunk of his memory. Wasn't I cultivating on the subway? How did I end up falling asleep in the middle of it? Chen pointed at Zhuang and gave a rough explanation, which finally helped Chen piece together the series of events that had unfolded not long ago. So that's how it was. Brother Yi had actually been targeted by the God Society. He glanced at Zhuang again, still feeling a chill run down his spine. He thought that once he'd grown stronger, he'd have the ability to protect his own life, but he never expected to take a hit the moment he stepped out of the secret realm. If Zhuang could poison him into unconsciousness without anyone noticing, he could just as easily have killed him on a whim. Until you truly possess formidable strength, all talent and potential are just empty talk. Chen had a sudden realization, and his desire to cultivate grew even stronger. His mind was now completely focused on making the most of his time to train and break through as soon as possible. Brother Yi, what are you planning to do next? Currently, they were the only 3 conscious people in the car. The rest of the passengers were still fast asleep and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Under the God Society's control, this subway train wouldn't stop until it reached the city center. It was expected to run for another half hour or so. Do as you planned, get off at the city center. But before you register with the Martial Arts Federation, call the police first and have the authorities come clean up the scene. Chen already had a plan for the next steps. As for this God Society poison master, I'll personally take her to the East Suburb police station and help her turn herself in. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Chen was completely obedient to Chen, trusting him more than his own brother. Half an hour later, the subway arrived at the downtown station. Chen led Zhuang off the train, switched to another line, and after another 40+ minutes, they finally arrived in the east suburbs. Looking at the familiar surroundings, even though he'd only been gone for a little over half a month, Chen felt as if it had been a long time since he'd been back. If you're going to hand me over to the police, you could have easily let me stay in the city center and have the city center officers take me away. Why did you have to keep bringing me all the way to the east suburbs? Zhuang was thoroughly baffled. Chen had forced a massive amount of blood qi into her body, mixed with a wisp of murderous intent, leaving her severely injured and unable to recover. Having followed Chen all the way to the eastern suburbs, she was already on the verge of collapse. She suspected Chen was deliberately tormenting her. Chen glanced sideways at her and said indifferently, "I'll do whatever I want. Why are you blabbering so much? If you don't like it, go ahead and keep poisoning me." Those 2 short sentences silenced Zhuang instantly. In fact, Chen had specifically brought her to the East Suburb police station to repay a favor to Officer Xiao. Back then, when Lu Yi was beating him up, it was Officer Xiao who came to his rescue. Chen never forgot the favors others had done for him. Even if it was just an insignificant little thing, he would find a way to repay the favor. He held Zhuang in a headlock all the way to the East Suburb police station. Because their posture was so odd, they attracted quite a bit of attention along the way. At the police station, the officer in charge of front desk registration looked up and saw a muscular, handsome man striding in, holding onto a heavily made-up young woman. "Ha! What is going on here? Did he just turn in a prostitute?" This male officer had worked at the front desk for many years and had seen plenty of bizarre cases, including one where a client turned himself in after catching a prostitute because of a dispute over the price. He stood up, just as he was about to ask for details, but the man in front of him spoke up first. "This woman is a member of the God Society. She is at the martial master level and skilled in the use of poison. Your police department must have a bounty on her, right?" Chen had learned from Zhuang before coming to the station that she was wanted by major police departments, which is why he spoke this way. Martial master? The male officer looked taken aback. Seeing that Chen didn't seem to be joking, he hurriedly sought permission from his superior and pulled up a wanted notice on the computer. A few minutes later, he indeed found Zhuang in the wanted list. Her appearance matched perfectly. Great masters have always emerged from the common people. According to the records, Zhuang had once assassinated a high-ranking official of the Executive Bureau. Not only did she succeed, but she also managed to escape the subsequent manhunt by the Grandmaster. Her threat level was extremely high. Simply providing information on her would earn a reward of 10,000 contribution points. If she were captured in person, the reward would double to 250,000 contribution points. Please wait a moment, Chief Xiao will be here shortly. The male officer hurriedly brought over a chair and poured Qin a glass of water. He then stared at Zhuang with a hint of excitement, afraid she might escape. Solving a case involving such a dangerous criminal at their East Suburb police station meant rewards for everyone involved, a standout achievement on their resumes that would boost their chances of future promotion. Before long, the door opened, and Chen Chen emerged from inside the station. The first thing he saw was Qin holding Zhuang. His expression froze in shock, and he was completely dumbfounded. This Qin? The very same Qin that Director Xiao had sent me to protect earlier. What the hell? She took down a major criminal and turned herself in at the East Suburb police station? Chen Chen's mind raced, and he felt anything but calm. Just a few days ago, he'd been gloating over successfully breaking through to the martial master realm. Now, looking back, Qin, who'd been training for less than 2 months, was already a mid-tier martial master, surpassing him in cultivation level. I can't compare myself to a prodigy. I really can't compare myself to a prodigy. I'll just focus on my own cultivation. Yeah. Chen Chen muttered these words to himself, worried that his spiritual resolve might crack again, leaving him to live in Qin's shadow for the rest of his life. Just then, a cool, clear voice rang out from behind him. Comrade Chen Chen, what are you doing standing blocked at the doorway like this for so long? Hearing the voice, Chen Chen suddenly snapped back to his senses. Stepping aside, he offered a wry smile. Director Xiao, please wait a moment. Once we're outside, don't be startled by what you see. Xiao raised an eyebrow, amused. What nonsense are you talking about? What on earth could possibly startle me? It's just that the God Society's Zhuang was captured by a civilian martialist. Nothing to get worked up about. Xiao was born into the Xiao family of Central South, a distinguished lineage with extraordinary connections. From a young age, she had been accustomed to all manner of high-grade spiritual treasures and the princes and dukes of various provinces. She considered herself to have a mind as calm as water, able to remain unruffled no matter what she encountered. Seeing this, Chen Chen said no more and watched as Xiao stepped up to the police station reception desk. Then, he saw Xiao's beautiful eyes darting around the room, before suddenly freezing in place, her gaze filled with disbelief. What a swift slap in the face. Are you Qin? The Qin who came to the police station once before? For the first time in all these years, Xiao lost her composure, her usually cool face taking on a slightly exaggerated expression. In contrast to her over-the-top reaction, Qin remained completely calm and nodded. Chief Xiao, it's been a long time. Oh, wait, it hasn't been that long. It's been less than a month. Xiao. Less than a month, and you're already a mid-tier martial master? You're almost catching up to me? Xiao had had access to the best cultivation resources since childhood and had trained relentlessly for 27 years. Yet he was still only a high-tier martial master, half a step away from Grandmaster. Qin went from an ordinary person to a mid-tier martial master in just 1 month. Aside from her incredibly rapid cultivation speed, she was also able to capture the formidable Zhuang alive, demonstrating that her foundation is solid. She didn't rely solely on spiritual treasures to break through, and that she possesses the ability to fight across cultivation realms. Such natural talent was something even Xiao, who was used to seeing geniuses, had never heard of. Considering Qin's background, that both her parents were deceased, Xiao couldn't help but suspect that Qin was the offspring of 2 king stage practitioners. Once a martialist reaches the great Grandmaster realm, their life essence undergoes a qualitative transformation, one that can even influence the next generation. Generally speaking, the offspring of great grandmasters possess slightly greater natural talent than ordinary people and are more likely to awaken various innate constitutions. However, even the child of a king stage practitioner might not be as terrifying as Qin. Xiao had, after all, met the child of a king stage martialist in Tianjing. Take her away. After a long silence, Xiao waved his hand, summoning 2 police officers and a medical technician to escort Zhuang away. Add a martial realm to the list. Zhuang's bounty is worth 250,000 contribution points. I'll transfer it to you shortly. 250,000 contribution points? Is Zhuang really worth that much? Qin's eyes lit up. He added Xiao to his martial realm contacts and immediately suggested, Director Xiao, now that we've taken down Zhuang, the God Society's interest in me will likely grow even stronger. Next time, the God Society will probably send a great Grandmaster to crush me. Judging from the God Society's previous actions against Qin, it was clear that this organization operated with great caution even when capturing Qin, who was merely a second-rank martialist at the time they had dispatched a martial master. By all logic, a martial master should never fail to subdue a martialist, yet Qin was a man who defied conventional wisdom. Therefore, he surmised that next time, the God Society would definitely come down hard on him, sending a great Grandmaster to crush him outright. As for the God Society giving up on capturing him, that was unthinkable. The more bizarre he behaved, the more interested the God Society would become in the serendipitous encounters he'd experienced. Great Grandmaster, Xiao found a chair and sat down across from Qin, her slender, well-proportioned legs crossed, her eyes cast downward as if deep in thought. If an ordinary person told her that a great Grandmaster was out to kill him, she would surely think it was a joke. A great Grandmaster in Yuhang is already a high-ranking figure. Even if you counted all the major clans in the executive hall, there wouldn't be more than 30 great Grandmasters in total. Keep in mind that Yuhang has a population of 10 million with only a little over 30 great Grandmasters among 10 million people. You can see just how rare they are. But when Qin told her that a great Grandmaster would intervene, she believed him immediately. The authorities had once conducted an in-depth investigation into the God Society, and the more they investigated, the more alarmed they became. This organization has immense depth and resources. It is said to be under the protection of the King Stage, yet its emergence was so sudden that it didn't seem like an ancient, reclusive organization. The authorities suspect that the God Society has ties to the alien races or may even be an organization formed by them. In recent years, the God Society has been systematically eliminating talented human martialists at the grassroots level across various cities, revealing just how sinister its intentions are. So, what do you plan to do? Xiao threw the question back at him. Qin's lips curled slightly as he replied immediately, I'd like Director Xiao to go to the city center to seek assistance, find a few influential figures who can secretly follow me in 15 days. In 15 days? Why not now? Xiao didn't refuse, but his eyes narrowed. Because we've only just uncovered the God Society's activities, and they're wary of an ambush on our end, so nothing should happen in the short term. Qin spoke with confidence. His analysis was actually only one of the reasons he hadn't revealed the most crucial one to Xiao. For the next 15 days, he would hole up an Elder Wang's supermarket to advance his cultivation and wouldn't set foot outside. With Elder Wang there, any God Society member daring to show up would be courting death. Any God Society members who attempt to assassinate Qin in the future will undoubtedly be formidable. The bounty on his head will certainly be higher than Zhuang's. If they're eager to hand over that money, Qin will gladly accept it with a smile. Xiao hesitated for a moment. She had originally thought she would reject Qin's rudimentary plan, but when she saw the calm, composed expression on his face, she nodded and agreed to it. In 15 days, I'll contact you in the martial realm. Thank you. Qin smiled as he stood up, preparing to leave the police station. This arrangement was actually a win-win for both him and the police station. The police station gained honor, and he gained safety. No need to thank me. It's just part of my job serving the people. Just make sure you don't die during these 15 days. Xiao also stood up, resuming her usual aloof demeanor. Rest assured, I'm safer than anyone else. Qin walked out of the police station without looking back. Half an hour later, at the Yuhang East Suburb supermarket, Elder Wang sat at the cash register, silent, staring blankly into space. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Color returned to Elder Wang's eyes, and without looking up, he said, It's been over 10 days since we last met. Have you made any progress? I haven't let Elder Wang down. I've made a little progress. Qin walked up to the cash register and bowed with his hands clasped. A little progress? Didn't you say not to come see me until you reached Martial Master? Elder Wang looked up, but the words he was about to say suddenly caught in his throat. You're already a mid-tier martialist? A fluctuation of divine sense suddenly rippled through the air, and Qin faintly sensed spiritual energy sweeping over his body. The next second, a flash of delight crossed Elder Wang's eyes, and he slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Your foundation is solid, you have the potential to break through the limits, and there isn't a trace of spiritual poison in your body. It seems this old man misjudged you. I never expected that even though you started training so late, it hasn't hindered you at all. You truly are a prodigy. Elder Wang was, after all, Elder Wang. He was the first person today to witness Qin's cultivation speed without being stunned. Experience really does count. Although the talent Qin was currently displaying was extraordinary, Elder Wang had likely seen others of a similar caliber before. I originally thought you simply had an excellent disposition and the mindset for rigorous training, which is why I intended to formally take you as my disciple after you reached the Martial Master realm. Elder Wang remarked with some emotion. At first, I estimated it would take you at least a year to reach the Martial Master realm, but I never expected half a month would suffice. He flipped his wrist, and a long wooden box suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand, exuding an air of antiquity. This is the initiation gift I've prepared for you. If you're willing to become my disciple, accept it. If not, that's fine too. You're still welcome to seek me out here in the future. The cultivation methods of my school are extremely demanding and involve a great deal of hardship. Think it through carefully before making your decision. Elder Wang placed the wooden box on the table, narrowed his eyes, and fell silent. Qin held Elder Wang in high esteem. The old man had also shown him kindness, and he trusted that he wouldn't be taken advantage of. So, without giving it much thought, Qin immediately agreed to become his disciple and bowed 3 times deeply to Elder Wang. This disciple is not afraid of hardship. I only fear enduring it all without becoming stronger, he said with sincere conviction. Elder Wang slowly opened his eyes, the look of admiration on his face growing ever deeper, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, the cultivation techniques of our Zhanxian sect are unmatched, even by what the mortal realm currently calls S-rank techniques. Stand up and open the wooden box to take a look. Not even S-rank cultivation techniques can compare? As you command. Qin's heart leapt with joy as he respectfully opened the wooden box and looked inside. Inside lay 2 items, a rolled-up parchment and a withered black seed. Unrolling the parchment, he saw a series of tiny figures depicted on it, each performing a different action. Though the artwork was crude, the movements were vividly rendered, conveying a strong sense of dynamism. As Qin examined it closely, a sudden sharp pain shot through his brow, and a fragment of memory materialized out of nowhere in his mind. When he came to his senses, the parchment in his hand had vanished, as if it had never existed. Yet the memories constantly unfolding in Qin's mind kept reminding him that it was all real. The parchment documented a strange body forging technique. Unlike the methods commonly found on the market, which rely on various spiritual substances to temper the physical body, the Zhanxian sect's body forging technique was unique and fascinating. This technique is called the art of planting weapons. It requires the practitioner, before breaking through to the great Grandmaster realm, to select a withered spirit weapon seed, use their own body as soil, plant the spirit seed, and allow it to regain vitality, taking root and sprouting within their body. Thereafter, the spirit seed continues to develop, branching out and spreading its leaves. Its branches become latent supports for the martialist's meridians, further expanding them. The main trunk, meanwhile, fuses with the bones, strengthening the bone structure. At even higher levels of cultivation, the roots and meridians nurtured by the spiritual seed penetrate deep into the sea of consciousness, becoming the martialist's second spiritual root, which aids them in attaining enlightenment. Martialists who practice the art of planting spiritual weapons often possess unmatched power among those of the same rank. Their martial potential can increase several-fold beyond their original capacity, truly a divine art. The name of the Slaying Immortals sect sounds quite arrogant. Perhaps upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, they truly possess the ability to slay immortals. Elder Wang hadn't deceived him. This martial art indeed surpassed every S-rank technique Lin Changqing had ever seen. Above S-rank techniques, there are 3 further categories: holy grade, divine grade, and immortal grade. According to our founder, this martial art should be classified as a divine grade technique. If one could find the primordial spirit weapon seed, it could even reach the immortal grade level. Seeing Qin lost in thought, Elder Wang added leisurely. Cultivating this martial art involves 3 major hurdles. The first is the need to constantly nourish the withered spirit weapon seed to restore its vitality and allow it to grow slowly, a process that inevitably consumes vast amounts of energy and time, and is exceptionally painful. After all, the spiritual weapon seed is buried within the martialist's heart chamber, drawing upon the blood of the heart. Once it sprouts, its branches and leaves will pierce the heart chamber and meridians, forcibly transforming the human body. This excruciating pain far exceeds the torment of terminal cancer. The second challenge is that, as a special type of high-grade spiritual plant, the spiritual weapon seed is extremely difficult to find and is nearly extinct. Only the current sect master of the Zhanxian sect possesses any remaining specimens. That's right, Elder Wang's true identity is the current sect master of the Zhanxian sect, and he is the sect's sole member. The spirit weapon seed he gave to Qin was of the highest 6th tier quality, a top-grade specimen left behind by the founding patriarch. As for the third hurdle in cultivating the weapon cultivation art, it's actually quite interesting. The spirit weapon seed implanted into the body for the seeding the weapon technique cannot be intact, it must be one that is nearly withered and decayed. Otherwise, if an intact spirit weapon seed is introduced into the body, it will instantly drain all the martialist's vital energy, causing their martial blood qi to dry up and leading to death. Before seeding the weapon, the spirit weapon seed must be deactivated in advance. This inactivation process is extremely difficult. It requires at least a marquee level expert to accomplish. After all, spiritual weapon seeds are of the highest quality and possess extraordinary vitality. They can even thrive in the desert. To cause them to wither, one must apply considerable force. Only after being inactivated can a spiritual weapon seed be safely implanted into the heart chamber, where it is linked to the martialist through the blood of the heart, establishing a connection. Once you've opened your sea of consciousness and can manipulate your spiritual energy, you'll be able to divert a portion of that energy to infuse into the spirit seed, gaining complete control over it and achieving the union of spirit and flesh. Even an inactivated spirit weapon seed poses a danger to a martialist, which is why I told you to come find me only after you'd reached the martial master realm. Elder Wang explained the entire situation to Qin. After hearing his explanation, Qin became even more interested in the founding patriarch of the Zhanxian sect and couldn't help but ask, "Master, may I ask what the name of our Zhanxian sect's founding patriarch was?" A look of wistful sorrow flashed across Elder Wang's face as he sighed. His name was Chen Ziluo. You might not recognize the name alone, but if I mention his title, you might know him. While he was still alive, all races across the myriad heavens revered him as the celestial sovereign, the sovereign of 10,000 calamities. Qin's heart gave a start. The sovereign of 10,000 calamities. This supreme powerhouse, the first in human history to reach the celestial sovereign realm, was actually the first leader of the Zhanxian sect. It seemed that Elder Wang's background was even more formidable than he had imagined. The venerable founder ultimately met his end in the South Sea. Since you've now become a disciple of the Zhanxian sect, you'll need to make a pilgrimage to the South Sea Cavern realm in the future to pay your respects. The boost that seed weaponry provides to a martialist depends not only on the development level of the spirit weapon seed but is also greatly influenced by the seed's inherent quality. This 6th tier spirit weapon seed I've given you is powerful, but it's not the strongest. The strongest spirit weapon seed is an 8th tier one, known as the Seed of Immortality, which was buried alongside the patriarch in the South Sea Cavern realm. If fate allows, perhaps you'll be able to find that seed. So that explains it. The primordial spirit weapon seed Elder Wang mentioned at the beginning must be what's known as the Seed of Immortality. The South Sea Cavern realm, huh? I'll make a trip there. According to the memories in his mind, the art of planting spirit weapons actually places no limit on the number of spirit weapon seeds that can be implanted into the body. If one's constitution and soul are strong enough, implanting another seed poses no problem. The enhancement would be amplified once more, becoming absurdly powerful. Unfortunately, aside from Chen Ziluo, the Tianzuan of 10,000 calamities, no one in the Slaying Immortals sect has ever managed to implant 2 spirit weapon seeds. As for implanting 3 or 4 spirit seeds into a single physical body, that was nothing short of a fairy tale, a theoretical possibility that even Chen Ziluo had never achieved. Implanting a single spirit seed, as long as you can keep cultivating it, will, at the very least, allow you to break through the limits of your cultivation realm and become a marquis at the mountain sea stage. If this divine-grade cultivation technique is already this insane, I wonder just how absurd the legendary immortal-grade cultivation techniques could be. Qin carefully removed the spirit seed from the wooden box, cradled it in the palm of his hand, and released a wisp of blood qi to seep into it. In an instant, the withered spirit seed was revitalized, its surface emitting a dim, eerie glow. Without hesitation, and while Elder Wang stood guard, Qin steeled his resolve and pressed the spirit weapon seed directly against his chest. The very next moment, sensing the surging blood qi, the spirit weapon seed suddenly plunged into Qin's chest, piercing through flesh and bone, and sinking into the left atrium of his heart. Immediately afterward, Qin's heart tightened, and a sharp pain erupted, spreading throughout his body in an instant. His blood qi surged toward his heart, and the withered sixth-tier spirit seed devoured it voraciously, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Qin's face turned pale, and his breath grew slightly ragged. Elder Wang had anticipated this. He retrieved a third-tier spirit fruit specifically designed to replenish blood qi from a cabinet beneath the counter and was about to hand it to Qin. But before his hand could reach out, Qin's complexion suddenly flushed with color, and all signs of weakness vanished. Elder Wang's hand froze. He was a bit confused by the turn of events. Could it be that Qin was capable of breaking through on his own, without needing to consume the spirit fruit? That was impossible after all. Disciples throughout the generations, including the founding master himself, had all had to take spirit fruits to endure the initial stage of cultivating a spirit weapon. Elder Wang had personally experienced the process of cultivating a spirit weapon. He knew all too well just how voraciously a newly revived spirit weapon seed craved blood qi and vitality. Even a grandmaster would be drained dry. Elder Wang never expected that Qin, having merely ventured into the D-level danger-rated Xiantian secret realm, would actually return with such a vast amount of divine blood mist. This divine blood mist was left behind by a venerable. Its quality was comparable to that of a sixth-tier spiritual object. After being fully digested by Qin's level 4 iron stomach, it transformed into pure blood qi, dispersing throughout his cells, ready at any moment for Qin to refine it into the power of blood qi. However, as he was currently cultivating the seed soldier art and urgently needed a blood qi boost, the blood qi left behind after purifying this divine blood mist proved immediately invaluable. In Elder Wang's eyes, Qin's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, but ultimately, nothing went wrong, and there were no signs of his essence and qi dissipating. This young man's physical potential likely exceeded even his expectations. He was actually able to withstand the excessive absorption by the spirit weapon seed. Elder Wang thought to himself, growing even more pleased with this newly initiated disciple. With a massive supply of vital energy, the withered spirit plant seed gradually came back to life, its surroundings suffused with vitality. A faint, crisp crack could be heard as the black seed coat split open, revealing a white, tender sprout that slowly emerged, its pointed tip peeking out as it struggled to grow upward and take root. The roots of a spirit weapon seed do not grow downward like those of ordinary plants, they grow upward. The reason is simple: the roots of a spirit weapon seed must penetrate deep into the sea of consciousness, which is located above the heart chamber, not below it. After breaking through the shell and sprouting, the growth of the spirit root is exceptionally slow. It may take several years to reach the sea of consciousness and begin to branch out and spread its leaves. If one wishes to accelerate this process, the only shortcut is to cultivate them using other spiritual substances. It is, so to speak, both costly and time-consuming. However, considering the boost to combat power this method provides, it is all worth it. According to the memories in Qin's mind, the art of cultivating spiritual soldiers is divided into 6 stages: germination, rooting, branching, leafing, soul infusion, and fruiting. Among these, infusing the soul corresponds to the host reaching the great grandmaster realm, at which point their divine consciousness takes residence within the spirit weapon seed. The bearing fruit stage corresponds to the host being infused as a marquis, marking the maturity of the spirit weapon seed. The path from there varies. One can seek to elevate the spirit weapon seed S tier or plant a second one. Ultimately, it depends on the choices Qin makes moving forward. Cultivating the art of planting soldiers is a long-term endeavor. Don't be too impatient, take your time. Elder Wang advised Qin, once you've stabilized your cultivation realm, I'll give you another combat technique for battle. This disciple understands. Qin exhaled a breath of stale air, stood up, and thanked Elder Wang, eagerly anticipating the Zhanxian sect's combat technique. With that matter settled, he took the opportunity to tell Elder Wang that he still needed to stay at the supermarket for a few more days to receive some packages and continue his cultivation. Elder Wang, of course, had no objections. He merely asked Qin what he had purchased. A few spirit fruits to aid my cultivation. Qin didn't hide anything. In that case, go practice in the warehouse. There's a bed there, and plenty of space. Time flowed like water, slipping away silently. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Staying in Elder Wang's supermarket, Qin felt incredibly at ease and slept soundly. After reaching the martial master realm, most martialists no longer need sleep, but Qin found that sleeping helped him recover his mental state and relieve fatigue more easily, so he still occasionally made a habit of getting some rest. He sat cross-legged on the bed and looked inward at his heart chamber, only to discover that 24 hours had passed, yet his spiritual seed showed no signs of growth whatsoever. The tender sprout looked exactly the same as when it had first hatched. It really does grow slowly. After hatching and sprouting, the spirit seed's absorption of nutrients from the human body shifts from a violent, chaotic drain to a steady, gradual flow, ensuring it never places an unbearable burden on the martialist. However, Qin was curious: if he actively nourished the spirit seed with blood qi, could he accelerate its growth? Not daring to experiment on his own, he got up and went to the front desk to seek advice from Elder Wang. Elder Wang, aware of the young man's impatience, replied calmly, "If you can control the rate of nourishment, you may give it a try. However, if the quality or quantity of blood qi is too low, the effect on the spirit seed will be negligible. As for high-quality blood qi, it's difficult for you as a martial master to refine enough of it. If you use spirit fruits as a supplement, using quantity to make up for quality is a good idea, but you mustn't overdo it, or you'll end up pulling up seedlings to help them grow, causing the roots to become unstable. A spirit seedling with unstable roots won't grow properly. Supplement with spirit fruits? That's completely unnecessary." Qin still had a vast amount of divine blood qi remaining in his body. Germinating the spirit seedling yesterday had consumed less than a tenth of it. "I'll give it a try first." Qin eagerly found an open spot, sat cross-legged on the ground, and channeled the divine blood qi stored in every cell of his body to nourish the spiritual seedling. The divine blood qi was gradually absorbed by the spiritual root. Immediately afterward, the root, which had previously only just begun to emerge, began growing upward at a visible pace. In less than half an hour, it had grown 5 centimeters and was about to touch the wall of his heart chamber. "Is that all, just 5 centimeters? Qin opened his eyes, feeling slightly exasperated. He had just used up 1/5 of his divine blood energy, yet the improvement wasn't as significant as he'd imagined. He still planned to use the remaining divine blood energy for himself to break through his cultivation realm first. After all, before the spiritual seed took root, it offered him no benefit whatsoever. It was nothing but a burden. Returning to Elder Wang, Qin wore a gloomy expression, but Elder Wang, with an air of profound wisdom as if he'd anticipated this, took the initiative to comfort him. "You've tried it, haven't you? The quality of blood qi at the martial master realm is too low. It's hard to see any results. If you try to compensate with quantity, it will only drag down your own cultivation. It's not worth the cost. It's best to take it slow and steady, one step at a time." Qin took the advice to heart and nodded. "You're right. Even after putting in so much effort, I've only managed to make the young root grow 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters isn't bad. Wait, how many centimeters did you say?" Elder Wang's gaze sharpened, and his tone suddenly changed. Qin, confused, repeated, 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters, 5 centimeters? Elder Wang extended his divine sense once more to scan Qin's physical body, and then clearly saw the 5-centimeter long sprout in Qin's left atrium. In his youth, it had taken him a full year to cultivate the sprout to 5 centimeters, and now Qin had achieved it in a single day? What kind of monster was this? "What's wrong, master? Is there a problem with 5 centimeters? Seeing the strange look on Elder Wang's face, Qin suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might have practiced incorrectly. Elder Wang glanced at him and thought to himself, 5 centimeters is a huge problem. How could anyone cultivate a soldier-type root this quickly? And its foundation is so solid. Fortunately, he was a man of the world and quickly concealed the unusual expression on his face. Shaking his head, he said, "No problem. You're doing very well. Keep practicing like this, and perhaps before long, you'll catch up to me." Elder Wang's tone was wistful. Sheen scratched his head, thinking about what to say next, but just then, a knock sounded at the door. He turned to look. At the entrance to the supermarket, Fat Jean was standing there with a beaming smile, holding a spatial storage pouch in both hands. The 5th-tier spirit fruit had arrived. Fat Jean had really gone out of his way to curry favor with Jean. He even personally acted as the delivery man, escorting the 5th-tier spirit fruit all the way from downtown Yuhang to the east suburbs. It was all about showing sincerity. Now, standing in front of the east suburbs supermarket, his face beamed with a smile that seemed perfectly natural, but his mind was racing with doubts. According to Chin's information, he should be living in a ground-floor apartment, so why did he list the supermarket as the delivery address? Could it be that after making some money, he bought a supermarket to further conceal his identity? Jean Fat didn't voice his doubts. Having been in business for so many years, he knew full well that many martialists disliked outsiders prying into their affairs sometimes. Keeping silent was the best course of action. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the supermarket door swung open. Sheen poked his head out and saw Fat Jean standing at the entrance, accompanied by a kindly-looking elderly man. A young master from a prominent family paired with an elderly bodyguard, a classic combination. Sheen cast his gaze toward the elderly man behind the fat man Jean. After observing him for a few seconds, it was clear this man possessed remarkable strength. He was undoubtedly a top-tier expert protecting Jean, likely at the Grandmaster level. A Grandmaster level martial artist is already very difficult to bind with contribution points or money. I wonder how the aristocratic families manage to persuade these people to work for them. Of course, it's also possible that the old man's surname is Jean as well. It could simply be a case of family protecting family. Brother Jean, it's good to see you're well. I heard there's been a lot of trouble in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang, so I specially invited old Master Chu to accompany me on this trip. Noticing that Jean had been sizing up old Master Chu behind him, the fat man Jean took the initiative to introduce him, without a trace of hesitation or concealment. As a merchant, he naturally valued his life above all else. Coming to a place like the eastern suburbs, where public safety was poor, he was bound to be cautious, so he brought along one of the backbone members of his household. You could say he was afraid of death, or you could say he was meticulous. In any case, that was the kind of person the fat man Jean was. I understand. Jean withdrew his gaze, smiled, and took the storage pouch from Fat Jean. He probed inside with his spiritual sense and found a heart-shaped fruit. This fruit was truly extraordinary. Even within a storage space with extremely strong containment capabilities, a wisp of vital energy was seeping out. A 5th-tier spirit fruit was truly extraordinary. Even through the storage pouch and relying solely on his faint spiritual sense, Jean could feel the surging vitality contained within it. He dared not imagine just how potent the effects would be after consuming this single fruit. In addition to the 5th-tier spirit fruit, the storage pouch also contained a blue Taoist robe. It looked unremarkable, and he had no idea what purpose it served. This 5th-tier spirit fruit I've collected is called Iceheart. Though its name suggests ice, it doesn't carry even a hint of cold, only pure life force. It's remarkably effective for both healing injuries and tempering the physical body. Fat Jean looked pained, his eyes brimming with reluctance as he stared intently at the storage pouch in Chin's hand. This fruit was a gift from my father. It's very likely the only 5th-tier spirit fruit currently in Yuhang. The rarity of a 5th-tier spirit fruit goes without saying. Even 4th-tier spirit fruits fetch astronomical prices of $1 million in the martial arts world, while 5th-tier ones are virtually priceless. They're simply not available on the market. It was only natural for Fat Jean to feel a pang of regret, but the fact that he was displaying such obvious distress in front of Jean was undoubtedly intentional. He wanted to make a strong impression on Jean, so naturally he had to fully emphasize just how precious this spirit fruit was. True to his nature as a capitalist, every word and action was laced with hidden meaning. Jean found the fat man quite interesting and quite adept at social graces. There was no harm in befriending him. After all, the man had given him so many things for free. You don't. Hit a smiling face. Qin nodded and replied, I'm truly indebted to you, young Master Jin. Your Jin family upholds integrity as its guiding principle, and today I've witnessed that firsthand. I'm just curious, what exactly is this blue Taoist robe in the storage pouch? The fat man Jin took in every detail of Qin's reaction, realizing that the two of them had now established a connection, and his smile deepened by a third. This garment is called the Xian Shui Taoist robe. Though it's only second-tier quality, it's easy to put on and can change its shape at will. Consider it a bonus for our transaction. Xian Shui Dao robe? Qin's mind raced. He took out the robe and put it on right in front of Fat Jin. Then, a thought flashed through his mind, and the blue robe instantly transformed into a perfectly fitting tracksuit. Even the pants materialized. Nice stuff, not bad. He'd been worrying about what to do if his clothes tore during future fights. There will be more beast carcasses in the future, guaranteed to be at least second tier. I'll keep in touch with you. Qin looked at the tracksuit on his body and mused that capitalists really knew how to bribe people. No problem at all. Just stay in touch, and I won't disturb your cultivation any further. The fat man named Jin knew when to call it quits and didn't drag Qin into small talk. After leaving the storage pouch behind, he departed with Elder Chu. Qin hurried back to the supermarket, eager to take out the spirit fruit and consume it. Did your spirit fruit arrive? Elder Wang saw Qin walk in with a beaming face and knew immediately what had happened. Did you buy a third tier or fourth tier spirit fruit? If the tier is too high, at your current cultivation level, it'll be very difficult to purge the spiritual toxins. It might even damage your foundational cultivation. Elder Wang had already exaggerated his assessment of Qin as much as possible. A fourth tier spirit fruit would require a martial master to work at least 3 or 4 years in a low-paying job or risk their life in a secret realm just to afford it. However, he still underestimated Qin's caliber. When Qin took the ice heart fruit out of his storage pouch, a rich vitality filled the entire supermarket. Wisp after wisp of this life force seeped through the cracks and out into the street, even causing the greenery along both sides of the road to regrow, its branches and leaves becoming lush and thriving several times over. A fifth-tier spiritual fruit. This was no longer a matter of price. Once a fifth-tier spirit fruit is listed on the martial market, even a bid of 100 million contribution points would be snapped up instantly. The martialists who managed to buy it all had inside connections. They learned in advance that the fifth-tier spirit fruit would be listed and had come specifically to snap it up. How did you? Elder Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. He thought for a moment but ultimately decided not to ask Qin where he obtained the fifth-tier spiritual fruit. A disciple should have the right to his own privacy and secrets. The spiritual toxicity of the fifth-tier spiritual fruit is too potent for you. If you wish to consume it while at the martial master realm, you must either have an alchemist process it or let me dispel half of its spiritual energy. Spiritual poison? In the face of adaptive evolution, this persistent poison was a priceless treasure to Qin. He was overjoyed just to have consumed it. How could he possibly let anyone dispel half of it? He scratched his head, then, without batting an eye, told his master a lie. Master, I discovered earlier that I'm immune to spiritual poison. It might be due to my constitution. Spiritual poisons of any level are ineffective against me. Across the myriad realms, there are countless types of martial constitutions, and no one can say for certain that a spiritual fruit constitution one immune to spiritual poisons isn't among them. Elder Wang had no record of such a constitution in his memories, but seeing that Qin didn't seem to be lying at all, he quickly chose to believe him. Perhaps it is precisely because of your unique constitution that the spirit weapon seed is growing so rapidly. Elder Wang not only believed Qin's words but even let his imagination run wild, coming up with an explanation to resolve the mystery of the spirit weapon seed's rapid growth. Facing the truth without blushing or flinching seems to be a god-tier skill as well. It appears to enhance the persuasiveness of one's words. The art of deception? Setting aside all that for now, with Elder Wang by his side, this was definitely the best time to consume the ice heart fruit. Qin and Elder Wang went to the supermarket's storage room. Without hesitation, Qin wolfed down the palm-sized ice heart fruit in just a few bites, not even sparing the seed. It's incredibly difficult, nearly impossible to replant the seeds of high-grade spirit fruits, so it's better to eat them to get more nutrients. As the slightly cool fruit flesh went down, it unleashed boundless vitality, flowing through his meridians to his internal organs and nourishing every cell in Qin's body. He felt incredibly refreshed, as if every pore in his body had opened wide. Ice heart, though its name contains the character for ice, it symbolizes frozen vitality once thawed, it radiates infinite warmth. However, as the spiritual energy spread, a spiritual toxin also bred in the shadows, settling in Qin's various organs and gradually corrupting them, ultimately dealing an indelible blow to his martial arts foundation. Everything has two sides. To prevent being devoured on a large scale by living beings, the spirit fruit had generated a massive amount of mana poison within its flesh, specifically designed to poison a martialist's foundation. Therefore, in this realm, relying solely on consuming spirit fruits would allow one to advance no further than the high-tier martial master level. As for Grandmaster, that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Yet Qin was able to ignore the effects of the spiritual poison and even harness. An ordinary mid-tier martial master would need at least 10 days to half a month to fully digest a 5th-tier spiritual fruit. But for Qin, it seemed he could digest it completely on the spot. Could it be that his disciple simply does everything a little faster than others? Or does this special constitution, which grants immunity to spiritual toxins, also come with the ability to accelerate the digestion of spiritual substances? If so, this constitution is truly absurdly powerful. Among the top 100 martial constitutions currently ranked by the Human Alliance, Qin's emerging constitution could easily rank within the top 30. What does it mean to be immune to spiritual toxins? It means that before reaching the Great Grandmaster realm, Qin could mindlessly consume spiritual fruits without fear of side effects, rapidly climbing the cultivation ranks to the point where he could go from an ordinary person to a Great Grandmaster in just 3 days. Unfortunately, once a martialist surpasses the Great Grandmaster realm, they must connect with the Yi Great Tao. To advance further, simply consuming spiritual substances is no longer effective. Before long, all the spiritual toxins precipitated within the ice heart fruit had been completely released, and the spiritual essence and vitality it contained were fully absorbed by Qin. This 5th-tier spiritual fruit was essentially consumed. Inside the storeroom, Qin's aura surged suddenly. Within his meridians, tiny specks of spiritual essence each formed their own nuclei, spontaneously drawing upon his blood energy and mana to refine vast amounts of concentrated blood qi, which then flowed into Qin's body. In just 1 hour, Qin's total blood qi surged from 500 calories to 1,000 calories. The bottleneck of the high-tier martial master realm seemed non-existent as he effortlessly broke through it. Less than 3 days after breaking through to the mid-tier martial master realm, Qin had already reached the final stage of the martial master realm. Watching this scene, Elder Wang felt a mix of emotions. He recalled his own past. Though he had once been hailed as a prodigy, he had still been stuck at the martial master realm for 2 years. Breaking through from low-tier martial master to high-tier martial master in 2 years was already a feat that set him apart from the crowd. But compared to Qin, who had gone from a good-for-nothing to a high-tier martial master in just 1 month, there was simply no comparison. The younger generation is truly formidable. The future looks bright. Elder Wang wasn't driven by jealousy at his age. He had come to view everything with detachment, and he felt nothing but joy and pride at Qin's talent. However, if he had known that Qin could actually have broken through to the Grandmaster realm in one go, who knows what he would have thought. That's right, the energy contained within the ice heart fruit was actually sufficient for Qin to break through to the Grandmaster realm. However, he had forcibly suppressed the breakthrough. The reason was simple: he feared that recklessly expanding his brain domain might lead to trouble, so he planned to consult Elder Wang first before proceeding. Breaking through to the Grandmaster realm normally requires opening up one's mental realm, but because of the departed deity, Qin had already opened his mental sea ahead of schedule. Although it was only a tiny patch, it was still a mental sea, however small. Later, when he was breaking through to Grandmaster and had the opportunity to expand his mental sea, he was worried something might go wrong, so he decided to seek advice from the experienced Elder Wang first. As time ticked by, the total amount of blood qi within Qin's body continued to rise even after surpassing 1,000 calories, finally stopping only when it reached the upper-tier martial master limit of 2,000 calories, a sight that left even Elder Wang speechless. But the most terrifying thing was that the rise in cultivation level wasn't Qin's greatest gain from consuming the spirit fruit. His greatest gain was always the new skills he evolved through adaptive evolution. Ding! Your cells have successfully adapted to 5th tier spiritual toxins, evolving the passive skill Venom Resistance LV5. The venom resistance he had previously raised to level 4 through Zhuang had been upgraded once again, reaching level 5. Level 4 poison resistance already allowed him to ignore the vast majority of 4th tier poisons. Now that it had risen to level 5, he could likely eat 4th tier poisons like they were food without any ill effects. Level 5 corresponds to the 5th tier, meaning that if Qin were to face a Mountain Sea stage powerhouse whose primary attack method relies on poison, he might even have a chance to defeat the opponent with his level 5 poison resistance. After all, his physical body is bolstered by a level 1 immortal golden body, equivalent to that of a great grandmaster. Given the attribute advantages, defeating an enemy across a major cultivation realm isn't too much to ask, is it? Of course. Level 5 poison resistance is indeed impressive, but it still pales in comparison to the passive skill he successfully evolved below. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the spiritual essence of the 5th tier spirit fruit, purifying your physical constitution and comprehensively enhancing your innate talent, evolving the innate skill Mana Affinity LV19. Level 19 Mana Affinity. If Qin's memory served him correctly, he had only been at level 9 to begin with. He never expected that consuming a 5th tier spirit fruit would instantly boost him by 10 levels, allowing him to cross the level 10 threshold. Just how insane is level 19 Mana Affinity? The legendary martial god physique is said to allow mana to flow into the body on its own without the need for cultivation, refining blood qi and helping the martialist grow stronger. Qin had assumed that the martial god physique would only manifest after reaching at least level 50 in Mana Affinity, but to his surprise, even at level 19, he was already experiencing its effects. From then on, he no longer needed to devote himself to cultivation. Even if he played video games all day, his body would remain in peak cultivation condition, with mana automatically flowing into his body. His body was like an assembly line factory, with mana serving as exploited, free labor working tirelessly, sacrificing itself, and actively helping Qin build up his resources. His cultivation speed was now more than dozens of times faster than before. He could refine a card's worth of blood qi in just 1 minute, far surpassing even Shen's capabilities. Spiritual fruits, they really are something special. If a single 5th tier spiritual fruit had such an extraordinary effect, what about 6th tier, 7th tier, or even the legendary 8th tier spiritual fruits? Could eating just one of them actually allow him to become an immortal? Qin secretly fantasized. The higher the tier of the secret realm, the more likely it is to yield high-tier spiritual fruits. Perhaps next, after dealing with the trouble caused by the God Society, he could test the waters in the B-tier secret realm and neighboring Yindang Mountain. Since the total amount of blood qi had reached a tier-based bottleneck, the mana automatically entering Qin's body could no longer be refined into blood qi. Instead, it began helping Qin temper his physical body. Just as diamonds can only form under high temperature, high pressure conditions, the environmental requirements for solid-state blood qi are, in essence, requirements for the strength of a martialist's physical body. Without a doubt, Qin's physical body met these standards. Not only did it meet them, but it far surpassed that of an average great grandmaster. A massive amount of blood qi was forcibly compressed into a single drop, infusing itself into Qin's flesh and blood, filling the gaps between his cells, causing the strength of his physical body to begin rising once more, becoming even more robust. If anyone were to measure Qin with scientific instruments at this moment, they would be astonished to discover that the density of his flesh and blood was skyrocketing, rivaling that of metal and stone. The reason why the corpses of the celestial clan's immortal deities remain so terrifying even after death is that every bit of their flesh contains boundless solidified blood qi. Even the slightest release could form a vast pool of blood. Of course, this entire cultivation process was proceeding automatically, requiring no intervention from Qin. Once the 5th tier spirit fruit had been fully processed, Qin opened his eyes and immediately saw Elder Wang standing before him, guarding him. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he hurriedly sat up, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Master." Elder Wang waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze never strayed from Qin. The depths of his eyes were filled with contemplation. He could actually see mana actively seeping into Qin's body, while Qin's physical form grew increasingly robust, and the blood qi power within him surged ever more vigorously. Am I seeing things? Elder Wang blinked,
but the unusual phenomenon surrounding Qin did not fade, it remained just as it had been.
It was one thing to be able to refine solid blood qi at the martial master stage, but this method of passive cultivation required an extremely high affinity for mana. As far as he knew, only those with the martial god physique and the god physique possessed this ability. Why does Qin have it too? Isn't your special constitution supposed to be immune to spiritual toxins? Seeming to notice the lingering confusion on Elder Wang's face, Qin cleared his throat twice. With a calm expression, he laughed it off and said, "Master, have you noticed something unusual about me?" Elder Wang nodded. Qin looked puzzled and continued, "I don't know what's going on either. After eating that 5th-tier spirit fruit, I suddenly found that the surrounding mana was surging uncontrollably into my body, and it's even helping me cultivate." "Don't you know why either, Master?" Elder Wang shook his head. "I'm not sure of the reason either. Perhaps it's related to your constitution? After all, I've never heard of a constitution as extraordinary as yours. Across the myriad realms, there will always be constitutions that ordinary people don't understand. You needn't worry, at least for now. The traits that have manifested are all to your advantage." Seeing that his master not only didn't press the issue but actually helped cover up his lie, Qin felt a weight lift from his heart, though he felt a twinge of guilt. Although deceiving his master was wrong, the system's existence was far too crucial. It could even suppress the remnant soul of a giant god, so he simply didn't dare tell anyone. With the issue temporarily covered up, Qin didn't dwell on it any further. He changed the subject and asked about the Grandmaster breakthrough. At this, Elder Wang's expression grew 3 parts more somber, and he said solemnly, "For a martial master to break through to Grandmaster, they must open the sea of consciousness. It's extremely dangerous. The slightest misstep, and becoming a fool would be considered a minor injury." Elder Wang, who had conducted extensive research on the Grandmaster realm, cautioned, "Opening the brain domain must be done gradually. First, use a wisp of blood qi as a vanguard to scout the path. Only proceed once you've determined exactly where you can and cannot go. Everyone's brain has subtle differences, so another person's approach may not suit you. You'd best." As he was about to share his experience with Qin on opening the cerebral realm, he saw Qin give an awkward smile, his expression slightly peculiar. "What's the matter? Do you have any questions?" Elder Wang furrowed his brow. Qin pointed to his own head and replied, "Master, by a twist of fate, I opened my cerebral realm, the sea of consciousness, while still at the martialist realm. Now I'd like to know how to expand it." Elder Wang. Opening the sea of consciousness at the martialist realm? Why don't you just fly to the moon? The sea of consciousness is the most vital part of a person, even more important than the heart. It's a strange realm that is half real, half illusory, which is why Elder Wang hadn't noticed before that Qin already possessed one. Only upon breaking through to the king stage do a person's soul and sea of consciousness transform from ethereal to tangible, becoming visible to the naked eye and even capable of being touched. Just as Qin had once swum through the sea of consciousness of a giant god. Before it fully solidifies, it's nearly impossible for outsiders to detect the existence of the sea of consciousness unless they specifically investigate it. Now, Elder Wang deliberately sent a strand of divine consciousness to penetrate Qin's brow. Upon careful inspection, he indeed saw a small, crevice-like sea of consciousness. The water within wasn't particularly abundant, barely enough to fill the crevice, and seemed quite weak to him. Yet, considering that Qin possessed such a sea of consciousness and mental power even at the martialist realm, the mere mention of it would be enough to shock a whole host of bigwigs. Even the battle-hardened Elder Wang was somewhat taken aback. A soul that defies the heavens, a physical body without equal, and unparalleled talent. Just what kind of prodigy have I taken on as a disciple? You're so monstrously talented. How are the prodigies of your own generation supposed to compete? No, it's not just the prodigies of your own generation. Even those 2 generations above you might be caught up by Qin, or even defeated despite being higher ranked. I didn't expect you already have nearly 150 points of mental power. Since your spiritual sea has opened, when you break through to the Grandmaster realm, you can try expanding it outward in all directions. Try not to deepen it downward for now." Elder Wang paused to reflect for a moment before sharing his experience with Qin. As for why it's best not to expand downward, he also explained the reason. At the martial master stage, your control over blood chi is still crude and weak, you can't be precise enough. Expanding downward could easily damage critical brain nerves if you're not careful, leading to serious complications. On the other hand, expanding to the sides as long as you don't make the opening too large will generally not cause any problems. Since you've already opened a small crack there without incident, it essentially means that the vast surrounding area is also safe to expand into. Qin took this advice to heart. However, he still had one question. Based on what you've said, if my control over blood chi reaches a level of meticulous precision, would it be possible to try deepening my sea of consciousness downward? Subtle and precise? That was a level pursued by kings and princes. Even Elder Wang had only reached it a few years ago. After hearing Qin's words, Elder Wang initially intended to refute him and lecture him on not setting his sights too high. But when he thought of all the miracles that had befallen Qin, he hesitated to speak up. It was just as well that he didn't voice his thoughts. Because in the very next second, he saw Qin extend his index finger and give it a slight flick. A wisp of blood chi instantly shot out from his body, and he began to manipulate it as if it were a toy, kneading and playing with it at will, directing it to fly freely through the air. Elder Wang, why don't you become my master? The fact that he could manipulate blood chi so effortlessly was proof enough of Qin's level of control. Elder Wang didn't know what else to say. All he wanted to do now was turn around and leave, to be alone in silence. However, before leaving, he still needed to give Qin 2 items, the introductory cultivation techniques he had promised earlier. Considering that Qin had already opened his sea of consciousness, there was no longer any need to use physical objects as a medium for transmitting the cultivation techniques. With a flick of his thoughts, Elder Wang condensed a strand of special divine consciousness, radiant and dazzling, which instantly slipped into Qin's mind. Immediately afterward, 2 segments of memory appeared out of nowhere in Qin's mind. They were precisely the 2 Zhenxian sect cultivation manuals Elder Wang had given him. Casually opening one of the memory segments to browse through it, he saw an immortal sword so vast it spanned heaven and earth, piercing the void, descending from the heavens to shatter the world. Its sword energy rippled for 10 billion li. Even though it was merely a memory, Qin felt a piercing, icy sword intent that cut straight to his heart, sending shivers down his spine. This was the Zhenxian sect's supreme martial art, also of the divine grade, known as the Heaven Sunderstrike. The sword technique in this memory was undoubtedly the most powerful Qin had ever witnessed. It was highly likely demonstrated by the Zhenxian sect's founding patriarch himself, Qin Ziluo, the 10,000 calamities celestial sovereign. Even the spear thrown earlier by the owner of the big dog wasn't as terrifying as this Heaven Sunderstrike. But since I don't practice swordsmanship and focus solely on cultivating my physical body, this technique is a bit of a mixed blessing for me. Could it be that I'll have to go out of my way to cultivate swordsmanship as well? Qin continued to watch the Heaven Sunderstrike from a distance, and gradually, he began to grasp a hint of the essence of this lethal technique. That immortal sword, which at the beginning of the scene had reached from heaven to earth, actually vanished after the strike, leaving behind only a handsome, elegantly dressed young man. He was gentle and refined, yet exuded a murderous aura that stood in stark contrast to his appearance as sharp as a sword. This man must be Qin Ziluo. For some reason, Qin was absolutely certain of this in his heart. Qin Ziluo stood serenely, his feet planted upon the heavens, while below him lay a sword mark as deep as a 10,000 zhang abyss, unfathomable in its depth. He simply stood there quietly, saying not a word, making not a single movement, yet Qin sensed the true essence of the Heaven Sunderstrike emanating from him. This sword technique is not about wielding a sword. The foundation of their slaying immortals sect lay in the art of planting weapons, in which one fuses with a planted spirit weapon. This made their physical bodies several times stronger than those of martialists of the same rank, allowing them to become the sword itself and unleash this technique. The essence of the Heaven Sunderstrike lay not in the words "a sword" at the end, but in sundering the heavens. Comprehending the Taoist meaning behind sundering the heavens was the true crux of the matter. This junior, Qin, offers his deepest gratitude to the ancestor. Qin's cultivation of the Heaven Sunderstrike instantly deepened. Rather than rushing to continue his comprehension, he respectfully bowed in his soul form, bringing this memory to a close. He was curious about what the other cultivation technique might be. As he began to explore another unfamiliar memory, this time, Qin saw nothing, only absolute darkness and absolute nothingness filled his mind. As far as the eye could see, everything was permeated with deathly silence and emptiness. This state persisted for a long time.
Qin waited patiently.
When even he lost track of how long he had been waiting, a change occurred in the darkness. A single starlight flickered to life, then grew ever more brilliant, bursting forth with countless rays of light. Then came a second starlight, a third, a fourth. The once pitch-black night sky was instantly transformed into a dreamlike sea of stars.
One by one, the stars shone in harmony, adorning the entire heavens with dazzling splendor. But what does this mean? What kind of cultivation technique does it represent?
Qin carefully observed the sea of stars in the night sky, and slowly, he began to catch on. Every star in the sky was flickering in a regular pattern, like surging ocean waves, rippling in layer upon layer. These stars seemed to be alive, they were breathing.
The star breathing technique.
The second cultivation technique Elder Wang had given him was, to his surprise, a precious breathing technique and one of no small rank, at least grade A. This was something that could fetch an astronomical price in the martial realm. This breathing technique used the stars filling the sky as a guide. By visualizing their twinkling and adjusting one's breath, one could enter a profound state that not only increased cultivation speed by more than tenfold but also offered a certain probability of achieving enlightenment on the spot in the future. It's important to note that once one reaches the great Grandmaster realm, relying solely on blood qi is insufficient to further increase one's strength. One must also make progress in comprehending the essence of the Tao. The state of enlightenment is the optimal state for comprehending the great Tao.
Ordinary great grandmasters can only enter this state by seeking external aids, such as the legendary Leaf of Enlightenment.
To enter the state of enlightenment naturally requires exceptional innate talent and insight, a feat achievable only by prodigies. Joining the Zhanxian sect has actually earned me so many great things. Qin suddenly felt a sense of bliss, as if he were being pampered. He couldn't resist starting his cultivation right then and there using the breathing technique, eager to see what realm he could reach in 15 days with his level 19 mana affinity and the boost from an A-rank breathing technique, all while focusing entirely on his practice. Who knows? Maybe he wouldn't even need Xiao to go into the city to bring in outside help. He might be able to wipe out any incoming enemies all by himself. However, he glanced at his phone and saw that the spirit fruits and cultivation techniques he purchased from the martial realm were about to be delivered. The delivery person was right at the door.
He saved his cultivation for tonight, there was no rush.
He stood up and said, "Master, I have a few packages about to arrive, so I need to go sign for them first."
Elder Wang's eye twitched. Surely there aren't any more 5th tier spirit fruits, are there?
Or could they be 6th tier?
Don't scare an old man like me.
This elderly man had truly been put through the ringer by Qin. In just the past 2 days, his emotional ups and downs had far exceeded those of the past decade.
Qin was amused by his master's reaction. How could there be any more 5th tier spirit fruits?
They're just 3rd tier spirit fruits, plus 2 cultivation techniques, a B rank concealment technique and a C rank movement technique. He demolded over on the subway earlier and ultimately spent the bulk of his contribution points on the concealment technique, a full 700,000, while the movement technique cost only a little over 100,000.
He currently had over 200,000 contribution points left in his account.
Oh. Elder Wang felt an inexplicable sense of relief and agreed with Qin's reasoning. Given your natural talent, you really should conceal a thing or two.
But this concealment isn't meant for playing the fool to catch the wise in human society, or to show off and humiliate others.
You bought the concealment technique mainly to deal with non-human races and the ferocious beasts in the secret realms. As for human society, you don't need to conceal any of your strength or aptitude. Indulge yourself however you like. It wouldn't even matter if you caught the attention of the Human Alliance's leader.
Qin was taken aback.
They say a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. He assumed Elder Wan was about to admonish him with that very lesson, but to his surprise, that wasn't the case.
Was Elder Wang actually encouraging him to show off in human society?
Why?
Elder Wang glanced at Qin and chuckled nonchalantly. Are you wondering why I didn't tell you to keep a low profile? The reason is simple. The more you shine, the more resources the higher-ups will invest in you. As for danger, you're my disciple. Within the human alliance, no one can lay a finger on you. As soon as those words left his mouth, the negative emotions that had been building up in Elder Wang's heart for so long poured out, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Looking at Qin, whose eyes were sparkling with admiration, he finally understood the thrill of being a master. He could finally show off in front of his disciple. This was exactly how a master was supposed to feel. If Qin had known what was going through Elder Wang's mind at that moment, he would surely have chuckled to himself, finding the little old man rather endearing. Elder Wang was very powerful, but Qin still had no idea just how strong he really was. He'd always been curious about this, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally asked his master the question on his mind, though he chose a more tactful tone. "Master, your disciple still doesn't know exactly what realm of martialist you're at. If you tell me your realm, I can gauge for myself which people I shouldn't provoke and which ones I can. Otherwise, if I provoke someone and they come after me, it'd be awkward if you couldn't handle it." Hearing this, Elder Wang couldn't help but scowl. "So, I'd barely finished saying I'd protect you, and you've already decided who to provoke?" He waved his hand impatiently and said with a sigh, "Your master has been at the king stage for many years, but the barrier of the king stage has me virtually stuck. I likely won't have a chance to advance any further in this lifetime." At this point, Elder Wang's expression grew slightly somber. The king stage is practically the strongest level recognized by the human alliance, yet out of the alliance's total of 128 king stage cultivators, not a single one has attained the rank of venerable, a testament to the difficulty of breaking through to that level. Since ancient times, those who have been called kings have all been prodigies who illuminated an era, yet in the presence of that one celestial venerable, they pale into insignificance. The area of this world was more than dozens of times larger than the Earth of Qin's previous life. Even after subtracting various secret realms, it was still at least 10 times the size of Earth. The population within Huaxia exceeded 50 billion, yet there were only 68 who could be called kings, and this was. Right now, humanity is united as one, but there are inevitably some scoundrels who secretly collude with foreign races. I can't follow you around all the time, but if you run into trouble you can't handle on your own, you must come find me." Qin nodded emphatically. After this conversation, the bond between master and disciple had grown closer, almost imperceptibly. Once the conversation ended, Wang Su drifted. "Zhuang has been captured. She failed." Among the many figures, a person Qin recognized all too well rose from the outermost stone chair and spoke first. This person had a sinister expression and sharp features. It was none other than Lu Yi, the God Society member who had previously attempted to abduct Qin. Everyone present was a member of the God Society, with a being seated in the second circle was, at the very least, a great grandmaster, a realm held by only 10 individuals even within the God Society. This woman was even more extraordinary. Her name was Shadow Dagger. As her name implied, she was a member specialized in assassination and covert strikes. Lu Yi vaguely recalled that when he first joined the God Society, an elder had told him that Shadow Dagger had once attempted to hunt down a renowned marquis, and had nearly succeeded. This woman is at least at the Mountain Sea stage. Is she about to make her move? A bitter taste filled Lu Yi's heart. The opportunity that should have been his once it was reported up the chain would no longer have anything to do with him. At best, after successfully snatching Qin's opportunity, he might get a tiny share of the spoils. What a pity! How infuriating! Thinking of that young man who had stood firm under his frenzied barrage and even mocked him, Lu Yi felt a surge of hatred with no outlet. Well, if Shadow Dagger steps in, she'll surely capture Qin alive. Then he'll request that Qin, once he has lost his usefulness, be handed over to him, so he can torture him mercilessly to vent his anger. The entire hall fell silent. No one spoke, and the only sound was the patter of rain. Ing Ci glanced around and chuckled lightly. "Then I'll take on this mission and test the waters a bit. What do you all think?" The crowd exchanged glances. No one dared to anger Ing Ci. After all, she was a high-ranking member of the God Society, powerful enough to sit in the second circle. What Shadow Dagger meant by test the waters was, in reality, her intention to claim Qin's extraordinary fortune for herself. With a being most likely at the Mountain Sea stage stepping in to deal with a mere martial master, how could anything go wrong? No matter how prodigiously talented Qin might be, even if he could fight across realms,
there was no way he could leap over 3 major realms in a row and escape from a Mountain Sea stage powerhouse. The so-called Mountain Sea stage is a realm where one is eligible to be in theft as a marquis. However, that kid named Sheen handed Zhuang over to the police. He might have ties to the Yuhang authorities now, someone else watching over him from the shadows. You'd better be careful, don't trip up over something as trivial as a gutter. Beside Shadow Dagger, a burly man as towering as a mountain, with muscles bulging like boulders, spoke up. This man, codenamed Stone Man, was also seated in the second circle and was qualified to converse with Shadow Dagger. On the surface, his words were meant to warn Shadow Dagger, but they were laced with sarcasm and a slightly mocking tone, a stark contrast to his imposing, upright appearance. Shadow Stab's face was a blank, impassive mask, but everyone present sensed an icy aura spreading out from her, sending a chill down their spines. Let Shadow Stab go. With her agility, even if she encounters the Marquis stationed in Yuhang, she'll survive. Just then, the stone table placed in the center of the room suddenly made a sound, startling everyone. Had this matter actually caught the Masteress' attention? The information gathered by the authorities was indeed accurate. The key to the God Society's formation lay not with the human martialists present, but with this stone table in the center. This stone table was a spiritual artifact used by the alien races to communicate with them. If viewed from above, one could see that its surface was engraved with a multitude of black-purple runes, forming continuous circles and exuding an eerie, sinister aura. The God Society, just as its name suggests, worships the true gods of the alien races and serves their immortal deities. Were it not for the intervention of an immortal deity working behind the scenes, they could never have survived under Huaxia's strict scrutiny. Unfortunately, the immortal deities of the other race have temporarily lost the ability to enter Blue Star. In their own words, this is called, the time has not yet come. Currently, the highest-ranked members of these foreign races capable of infiltrating Blue Star are at most King Stage or half-step venerables. However, just because their physical forms cannot cross over does not mean their power cannot. By paying a certain price, the immortal deities can establish a connection with Blue Star and send certain items over. And this connection is precisely the various sinister organizations they have created. The 3 first circle martialists closest to the stone table looked horrified as they prostrated themselves on the ground, showing not a shred of the dignity one would expect from such powerful figures in the presence of the alien deities. Anyone seated in the first circle is, at the very least, at the Marquis realm. Yet they were now bowing so swiftly, a clear sign that the alien deities had completely subjugated them. These 3 had followed the true god of the alien race for many years. They knew their Master's character well and understood that he was not interested in the extraordinary opportunities Qin might possess, but rather in information about that man. The man who had risen to power a dozen or so years ago, single-handedly annihilated 3 A-class secret realms, attained the rank of Marquis and proclaimed himself king, and nearly slaughtered his way through the 5 Peaks divine realm. The conqueror King Lin Chongqing. Just hearing that name sent shivers down the spines of the 3, as the memory of that utterly terrifying spear strike flashed through their minds. After ascending to the throne, he subdued all the rebellious secret realms throughout the entire Jiangnan province. He then journeyed far to the Arctic Ocean, leaving behind a world-shaking bloodsword and a mysterious legacy in his hometown of Yuhang. This mysterious legacy might hold the key to Lin Chongqing's whereabouts. This man undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to ascend to the rank of celestial sovereign. The high-ranking members of the alien races, unwilling to see another celestial sovereign emerge from the human race, have been frantically searching for him for over a decade, intent on using forbidden methods to forcibly eliminate him. Unfortunately, they have been unable to locate him. Rumor has it that an immortal deity of the divine clan once paid a heavy price to enter Blue Star and discovered Lin Chongqing's trail. However, before he could relay the information back, he vanished without a trace, presumably dead. Across the myriad realms, the divine clan is also known as the Celestial Clan. It was likely several thousand years ago that the Celestial Clan produced a who came close to attaining the status of a saint, which gave them the confidence to rename themselves the Divine Clan. Minor clans at the lower echelons respectfully refer to them as the Divine Clan, but the major ancient clans of comparable strength still call them the Celestial Clan. Having guessed her masteress' intentions, Ing Xi's heart leapt with joy. She hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowed her head, and pledged, "Please rest assured, my master. I will definitely bring Qin back along with the extraordinary experiences he has encountered. This mission will not go wrong in the slightest. She knew this was a golden opportunity to earn her master's attention. She instantly resolved to give it her all on this mission. Even if her opponent was merely a martial master, she would not give him the slightest opening. There was no response from the stone table. Instead, high in the air, an eye resembling a blazing sun slowly opened, cast a glance her way, and then closed once more, restoring the surroundings to their original stillness. Yingxi felt immense encouragement from that single glance. Her whole body trembled with excitement, and it wasn't until long after her master had departed that she slowly stood up. The authorities are always so slow. If I want to enlist a master to protect Qin, it'll take at least 5 days just to pass the request up through the ranks and get it approved. I'm setting out to find Qin right now. I'd wager the authorities probably still don't think I'll make a move. My fellow colleagues, I'll be taking my leave now. You all continue your conversation. He. Shadow Stab, her waist gracefully swaying, stretched lazily. Her figure gradually faded, blending into the shadows until she vanished. Those around her watched her eager departure, their eyes flickering with a hint of envy. To catch the master's attention, her future was boundless. Especially once the alien races had finished carving up Blue Star. Yingxi, having handled this matter, would be in for a huge opportunity. Everyone present firmly believed that the alien races would defeat all humans and divide Blue Star among themselves. If they didn't believe it, they wouldn't have betrayed their own kind. Only those who had witnessed the alien race's hidden power could truly grasp just how hopeless the future of the human race was. The human alliance of Blue Star didn't have a single venerable among its ranks, but what about the alien races? Just the demon race alone, which they had sided with, boasted 72 pillars of the gods, all of whom were venerables. In the future, this group of humans who had defected early on would be incorporated into the demon race as subordinate races, receiving their protection just like the hell race and the undead race. As for those stubborn humans, they will simply be slaughtered to the last. They are the true future of the human race, the true spark of hope. With Shadow Dagger's departure, the remaining group had nothing more to say. After obtaining the consent of the 3 from the first circle, they each went their separate ways. As for that Qin, he was just an insignificant little thing. No one paid him any mind. With Shadow Stab attacking at full strength, there was no way he could escape. He wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. The God Society had always acted with caution. Faced with a martial master this time, they had directly dispatched a Mountain Sea stage expert spanning 3 major cultivation realms. So how could anything possibly go wrong? The people present gradually dispersed. Lu Yi, seated on the outermost ring, also stood up to leave. He glanced back at the stone table surrounded by concentric circles of stone chairs, his eyes brimming with fervor and hope. He, too, hoped that one day he could sit in the innermost circle, the first circle. Lu Yi crushed the jade talisman in his pocket. Ripples rippled through the surrounding space, transporting him out of the secret realm. That's right, the God Society's headquarters is located within a secret realm. Only a secret realm could evade the human alliance's scrutiny, allowing them to gather in peace. A spatial rift within this secret realm was controlled by their master and entrusted to the current president of the God Society. This spatial rift is independent of the official entrances to the secret realm. Its location is well hidden and extremely difficult to discover. A secret realm often has more than one entrance. Even the Shintian secret realm has special hidden entrances they just haven't been discovered yet. The authorities usually control the main gates and front entrances, while many back alleys remain unmonitored. Using a secret entrance allows one to bypass official scrutiny and ensures absolute safety. Let us return our attention to the East Suburb supermarket. During this time, Qin had been staying in the supermarket's warehouse, devoting himself to cultivation. He first refined the 3rd-tier spirit fruits he had purchased to use as fertilizer, then used them to nourish the spirit weapon seedlings planted in his heart chamber. Unfortunately, the quality of the 3rd-tier spirit fruits was still too low. After the spirit weapon seedlings had fully absorbed the nutrients, they remained 5 centimeters long, having grown by only a few millimeters at most. These things are indeed very difficult to cultivate. They require a slow and steady process. There was a good reason why Elder Wang had been stuck at the rooting stage for nearly 2 years back then.
Sheen had previously used divine blood essence to nourish them, which is why he saw noticeable results. Divine blood essence is equivalent to a 6th-tier spiritual object. Sheen currently has only a tiny bit left in his body, and he needs to save it for his breakthrough to Grandmaster. Nourishing the spirit weapon took Sheen over an hour, and for the remainder of the time, he devoted himself entirely to cultivating his techniques, particularly the star breathing technique. This rank breathing technique was quite remarkable. It took Sheen a full 2 hours to master it completely. However, his so-called mastery did not mean he had fully internalized it, but rather that, just as with his blood chi cultivation, he had brought the breathing technique into a state of automatic maintenance. If anyone were to patiently observe Sheen's breathing, they would be astonished to discover that his seemingly ordinary inhalations and exhalations concealed profound mysteries and boundless subtleties. Indeed, Sheen had made the use of the stellar breathing technique second nature from now on. As long as he continued to breathe, he would be practicing it. In other words, he was enjoying the benefit of doubled cultivation speed at every moment. Sheen suspected that his level 19 mana affinity not only accelerated his absorption of mana but also strengthened his innate constitution, allowing him to maintain the breathing technique as state permanently. How terrifying! He wondered what would happen if he raised his mana affinity to level 100. Would he become a god with a single breath? Putting aside such far-fetched fantasies, Sheen once again began making the most of his time to practice the 2 cultivation manuals he had purchased from the martial realm. He first attempted to master the B-rank concealment technique Mist in the Clouds. This technique channels surrounding mana to cover his body, forming an invisible and covert barrier in a unique way that prevents outsiders from discerning his true state. Mist in the Clouds offers excellent concealment, capable of blocking detection by martialists of the same rank. But as a grade B technique, its capabilities certainly don't stop there. Just as its name suggests, the mana barrier formed by Mist in the Clouds can be created and stacked infinitely. Even if one were to penetrate the dense clouds, they would still be obscured by thick fog, forever unable to see the truth. This is the origin of the name Clouds and Mist. As long as he had enough time and patience, Sheen could even create 10,000 layers of the mana barrier. The effect of 10,000 layers of the mana barrier is comparable to an S-rank concealment technique, capable of evading the scrutiny of martialists 4 major realms higher than himself. Of course, Sheen was pressed for time and didn't have the chance to create 10,000 layers. He simply conjured 100 layers offhand to test their effectiveness. 100 layers of the mana barrier were sufficient to block the scrutiny of a great grandmaster. Even members of the Li clan, who specialized in eye techniques, would be unable to see through his true state unless they had reached the Marquis realm. Additionally, Sheen was pleasantly surprised to discover that Mist in the Clouds could also be cultivated automatically. Thanks to his level 19 mana affinity, the surrounding mana constantly flowing into his body on its own. With a slight adjustment, he could cause a portion of the mana to remain on his skin, automatically condensing into mana isolation layers. Judging by this rate, he could gain 1 additional layer per day. Even if Sheen did nothing at all, after more than 9,900 days, he would still attain 10,000 layers of the mana barrier. In other words, for a very long time, he wouldn't need to switch to a different concealment technique. Cultivating Clouds and Mist took Sheen a full 9 hours, an extremely time-consuming process. After finishing his practice of the concealment technique, Sheen wasted no time and immediately began studying the C-rank agility technique Flowing Light, Treading the Void. This technique wasn't particularly difficult to master, but it provided a significant boost to agility. Through special footwork and the art of leveraging momentum, it took Sheen's speed to a whole new level. A typical high-level martial master moves at about 200 meters per second, which is roughly 0.5 times the speed of sound. The standard speed of sound is 340 meters per second. Sheen's speed had always been lacking, but now, with the boost from this C-rank body art, he finally achieved a breakthrough, reaching 300 meters per second in speed, infinitely close to the speed of sound. No wonder everyone says the prodigies from prominent clans are such tough opponents. They're born with the ability to learn all kinds of high-level martial arts for free. Even if they're at the same cultivation level as an ordinary martialist, the bonuses from their techniques alone are enough to utterly crush an ordinary martialist. A Class C agility technique costs over 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to nearly a year's income for an ordinary martial master. Sheen mused silently. Fortunately, he was a wizard making money whenever he ran low. He could head over to the second-tier motherworm's nest in the Shintian secret realm for some fun. In this world, there was probably no one who wanted that second-tier motherworm to advance to the third tier more than Sheen, including the second-tier motherworm itself. If the second-tier motherworm were to advance to the third tier, it would be of immense benefit to Sheen. She could produce an unlimited number of Dominator-class beasts and, after analyzing Sheen's condition, specifically breed special Dominator-class beasts tailored just for him. Such monsters would make it easy for him to trigger adaptive evolution and fill in the gaps in his own abilities. Cultivating the flowing light sky treading step took 3 hours. Counting the time spent earlier, Sheen had already used up nearly 16 hours of full day and night were about to pass. He gathered his scattered thoughts, preparing to devote himself entirely to comprehending the most difficult cultivation technique the heavens understrike. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the door to the supermarket warehouse was opened. Sheen scratched his head and looked up to see his master, Wang Su, walking in. His back was hunched, his expression impassive, and his right hand was clutching a delicate, alluring woman whose entire body was shrouded in pitch-black darkness. It was as if her fate had been seized by the throat she had absolutely no room to resist. Even though her face was completely black, Sheen could still sense the unmistakable terror radiating from her. "Master, what's going on?" Sheen's gaze fixed on the woman. He sensed a faint yet extremely dangerous aura, though far inferior to that of the immortal deity he'd encountered before. It was by no means weak. At the very least, she was stronger than Zhang Tianfang. Had this woman's cultivation level surpassed that of a great grandmaster? This woman sneaked into the supermarket, carrying a killing intent imperceptible to ordinary people, and headed straight for you. She must have come specifically to kill you. Elder Wang casually tossed the shadow dagger in front of Qin. It lay there like a dead fish, unable to move. "Since she came to kill you, you'll to handle this yourself. I've placed a restriction on her. She can't do a thing. Just go ahead and deal with her without worry." After saying that, Elder Wang gave Qin a piercing look and said exasperatedly, "So you've already managed to provoke the big shots. At the Martial Master realm, you're being hunted down by a Mountain Sea stage powerhouse. What on earth have you done to make the heavens and people resent you so much?" Qin. He was bitter inside, too. Who had he offended? He only wanted to quietly level up and emerge from seclusion once he was invincible, but the God Society just wouldn't let him be. At this point, how could Qin not realize that the woman lying on the ground was a member of the God Society? Still, his bitterness couldn't compare to the anguish in Shadowstab's heart. She finally landed a job that could change her fate and had approached it with the utmost caution. She thought it would be a simple takedown, but never in her wildest dreams did she expect that the target would actually be accompanied by a king stage. Damn it! Wasn't Qin supposed to be a nobody with no connections, just a lowly commoner? How could a lowly, background-less commoner have a king stage bodyguard? "Lu Yi, what kind of garbage intel did you give me? You've really screwed me over." After briefly explaining her encounter with the God Society to Elder Wang, he nodded and said calmly, "Once you emerge from seclusion in about 10 days, I'll be protecting you from the shadows. You don't need to worry, just go all out. The God Society has invested far too much effort and resources into Qin. They absolutely won't back down until they see results. Especially now that their high-ranking shadow assassin has been taken down. The next time they launch a raid on Qin, it'll likely involve martialists at the Mountain Sea stage or higher. It's even possible that a king stage martialist might deign to come and eliminate Qin." To be honest, Qin was still a little worried that the people sent from the city weren't strong enough, which could lead to their failure. Now that he had his master's assurance, his anxious heart instantly relaxed. It feels so good to have resources and connections. Qin was gradually beginning to understand why the scions of prominent families often turned into spoiled brats. Maybe this is what it feels like to be capped. After leaving those words, Elder Wang slipped away quietly, and soon only Qin and Shadowstab remained in the storeroom. He glanced at Shadowstab's bizarre appearance but didn't dwell on it, deciding instead to focus on breaking through to the Grandmaster realm first before worrying about anything else. The pressure from the God Society was mounting. Without at least reaching the Grandmaster realm, he'd be utterly incapable of defending himself. Sheen didn't like to entrust his entire life and well-being to others. He still wanted to rely on himself to some extent. He sat cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and prepared to channel his spiritual energy, delving deep into his mind to expand his sea of consciousness. However, Inxi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly blurted out, "Don't even think about using soul magic to interrogate me. My master has placed a restriction on my soul. The moment I come into contact with any secrets regarding the God Society, I will dissipate on my own and reveal a single piece of information. You want to learn the organization's secrets through me? You're dreaming. It's common practice for such demonic and treacherous organizations to cast spells on the souls of their core members to prevent defection or leaks. After all, whether it's official factions or other noble clans and organizations, they all possess one or two soul-searching techniques capable of forcibly sifting through another's memories to uncover everything." However, Sheen had closed his eyes merely to expand his sea of consciousness. He hadn't intended to search anyone's soul. "Why are you in such a rush? Trying to prove your loyalty?" Sheen opened his eyes and looked down at Shadowstab, amused. "You folks in the God Society sure play some elaborate games, even bringing out this master and servant nonsense. Don't tell me you came to assassinate me because it was a master's mission?" Shadowstab's expression darkened. Although her face was already pitch black, Sheen's words made her look even more sullen. She detected the sarcasm in Sheen's words, but other than accepting her bad luck, there was nothing she could do. Ingci remained silent, but Sheen had no intention of letting her off the hook. Since this woman had interrupted his cultivation, he was going to have a proper chat with her. She wasn't getting away with staying quiet. He chuckled and continued, "That so-called master of yours, surely he isn't another member of the alien race, is he? You're playing master and servant games with an alien race member? TSK. Human and beast, huh? You've got some serious kinks." Ingci. If she hadn't been faceless, Sheen's taunts would likely have made her grind her teeth to dust by now. This man's tongue was truly venomous. She leaned in, curiously examining Ingci's physical form while gently running his hand over her jet black skin, a strange expression on his face. "This black skin of yours is kind of interesting. Is it some kind of special cultivation technique? The camouflage works quite well. If I hadn't happened to run into my master, you might actually have landed a hit on me." Sheen kept examining her, filling Shadowstab with a sense of profound humiliation that made her body tremble slightly. Splash! Suddenly, Sheen extended a finger, recalling in her mind that sword strike capable of shattering all things, and gently swept it towards Shadowthorn's waist. Instantly, a fierce sword energy slashed through the air, piercing Shadowthorn's skin and causing a gush of blood to spurt out. But a few seconds later, Ingci's wound healed rapidly. However, the regrown skin was no longer pitch black. It was normal, fair, and smooth. This small patch of fair skin stood out strikingly against her otherwise entirely black skin. "So that's it. Your concealment technique relies on being flawless. If even a single flaw is exposed, it loses most of its effectiveness." Sheen nodded silently, having seen through Shadow Stinger's secret. Shadow Stinger, meanwhile, was utterly shocked. Although she had lost the ability to resist, her physical body was still that of a Mountain Sea stage cultivator. How could it possibly be so easily sliced open by a high-level martial master? The single, effortless sword strike Sheen had just unleashed even made Shadow Stinger's heart skip a beat. This sword was anything but ordinary. Sheen could absolutely not be the penniless youth described in the intelligence reports. This man had a colossal background. Protected by a king stage cultivator, he might very well be a prodigy from some hidden clan sent out to gain experience. Smack! Sheen had temporarily lost interest in Shadow Dagger, and the desire to break through to the Grandmaster stage reignited within him, so he kicked her into the corner. "Stop lying there, preening yourself. I'm not interested in women flirting with me. Work." Sheen couldn't bring himself to magnanimously forgive an enemy who tried to take his life. He keep her around to study for a while. After he broke through, once she lost her value, he hand her over to the East Suburb Police Station in exchange for contribution points. Just how many contribution points would a Mountain Sea stage powerhouse be worth? At least 1 million, right?
Sheen thought to himself with glee, then sat back down, focused his mind, held his breath, and controlled the movement of his spiritual energy.
Meanwhile,
Shadow Stab, who had only come to a stop after rolling into the corner, felt her blood chi burning with rage throughout her body. Yet she couldn't break through the barrier Elder Wang had left behind, and could only endure the humiliation at Sheen's hands.
"You damn virgin, you say you don't get close to women, I bet you just can't resist my charms, can you?"
Shadow Stab suppressed her rage and regained her composure, intending to taunt Sheen with her words. Unexpectedly, he completely ignored her and devoted himself entirely to his cultivation.
"Damn it!"
Shadow Stab mustered all her strength and raised her head slightly, catching a glimpse of Sheen's current state.
Cultivation? What good is cultivation now?
There are king stage cultivators in the God Society as well, and this mission to capture Sheen has even caught the Master's attention. She was certain the president would personally make the trip. By then, the president would tie up the king stage cultivators surrounding Sheen, and just a few others could easily finish him off. In Shadow Stab's view, she might not survive, but Sheen was as good as dead. Unless another king stage were to come and protect him.
2 king stages protecting a single martial master? What a colossal joke.
Only the chief executive of the entire Huashan nation could possibly receive such treatment. As Shadow Stab pondered this silently, she suddenly noticed a faint glow emanating from the center of Sheen's brow, and her heart skipped a beat. A glow at the brow that was a sign he was about to open his sea of consciousness. She hadn't noticed it earlier. Sheen, who was listed in intelligence reports as only a mid-tier martial master, had actually broken through to high-tier martial master in just 2 short days. His blood chi was as vast as the sea, his foundation profound. He even looked as if he'd been at the high-tier martial master level for several years, his cultivation thoroughly refined, ready to break through to the Grandmaster realm at any moment.
It's only been a few days? Sheen is about to break through to the Grandmaster realm? Ing Ci was utterly horrified. With such natural talent, he absolutely cannot be allowed to continue cultivating.
If he is spared, it will be the God Society that faces annihilation. At that moment, Sheen was unaware of Shadow Dagger's thoughts. His full attention was focused within his own body. He drew a thread of blood chi from his flesh and blood, guiding it to surge upward, past his chest and neck, and into his brain. The human brain is composed of countless neurons. The so-called sea of consciousness is cultivated within this space, a special realm between reality and illusion capable of housing the soul and mental energy. Even though Sheen possessed the solidify the foundation and nourish the essence technique, and his control over blood chi surpassed the subtle realm to reach the legendary divine communication level, he still dared not let his guard down. After all, the brain is the most vital organ in the human body. The slightest mistake could result in cerebral palsy at best, or instant death at worst. From the moment they begin their training, martialists channel mana into their bodies, circulating it through their meridians to nourish their internal organs, tendons, and bones. As a result, every martialist possesses an intimate understanding of their own physical condition, including the structure of their own brain. To open the sea of consciousness, a martialist must locate the celestial core within their brain and establish the sea of consciousness at that point to ensure no complications arise. Generally speaking, after a martialist becomes a high-ranking martial master, they must spend at least half a year determining the location and scope of the heavenly core before daring to attempt the breakthrough. However, according to records, some prodigies with souls that differ from the norm may experience a situation where the heavenly core reveals itself without the need for searching. Such prodigies, provided they possess sufficient foundational strength, can easily enter the Grandmaster realm, a truly unique blessing. Without a doubt, Sheen is precisely such a talent. Although his physical body lacks martial talent, his soul is inexplicably powerful, endowing his mind with the innate aptitude for spontaneous manifestation of the celestial core. Not long ago, within the remains of a colossal god, he even achieved the remarkable feat of opening his sea of consciousness while still at the martialist realm. Now that he has pinpointed the location of the celestial core and a small opening has been carved out in his sea of consciousness, the subsequent work has become considerably simpler. He divided the blood chi transported from below into 2 parts. One half was used to widen the sea of consciousness, and the other to deepen it. This 2-pronged approach proved extremely efficient. If an outsider were to witness such precise manipulation while multitasking, they they would undoubtedly be astonished. Even with subtle level control, no one would dare to tamper with their own mind in such a manner. It was precisely because Qin possessed absolute confidence that he chose this method. He felt that the remaining 10 odd days were far from sufficient. The Zhanxian sect's lethal cultivation technique, Heaven's Thunderstrike, was far too profound, and he might need a long time to comprehend it before gaining even a basic grasp. He had to set aside more time for the Heaven's Thunderstrike. Though Qin was confident, he was not arrogant. He would never take reckless risks with his own life. He meticulously manipulated his blood qi to expand his sea of consciousness, banishing all distracting thoughts and maintaining a steady mindset. His spiritual sea expanded bit by bit, and time ticked away second by second. Before he knew it, another day and night had passed. In the storeroom, Ing Simu kept his eyes fixed on Qin. Seeing that the radiance between Qin's eyebrows was growing ever more brilliant, with no signs of dimming, he knew that the expansion of his spiritual sea was proceeding steadily and without a hitch. Breaking through from martial master to grandmaster usually takes only a few hours. The longer it takes, the more it indicates that the individual possesses exceptional spiritual aptitude, meaning that even upon its initial opening, their sea of consciousness is already larger than that of an ordinary grandmaster. Qin had spent an entire day and night without waking. Just how vast must his sea of consciousness be? Could a low-grade grandmaster rival a mid-grade grandmaster? Ing Ci found it hard to imagine. For those newly entering the grandmaster realm, total spiritual power is around 100 points. While this may not seem like much, it has actually increased tenfold. This is because, prior to reaching grandmaster, martialists are unable to cultivate spiritual power, and their total spiritual power is essentially fixed at 10 points. It can only be increased by consuming certain special spirit fruits. It is only after stabilizing their realm and spending several years at the lower tier grandmaster level that their spiritual power will grow to around 300 points. Spiritual power differs from blood qi. Refining it is absurdly difficult. Relying solely on mana to refine spiritual power is not only slow but also extremely taxing on the mind. Only certain specific spiritual objects or environments can accelerate the refinement of one's spiritual power. For example, the illusion chamber established by martial arts federations across the land is a place specifically designed for martialists to train their spiritual power. At a cost of 1,000 contribution points per hour, the price is so high that even an ordinary grandmaster would wince at the expense. After the lower tier grandmaster stage, a middle tier grandmaster typically has a total spiritual power of about 500 points, while an upper tier grandmaster ranges from 800 to 1,000 points. Once total spiritual power exceeds 1,000 points, a small pawn can form within the sea of consciousness, and spiritual power can begin to evolve toward divine consciousness. As mentioned earlier, divine consciousness is one of the hallmarks of a great grandmaster. Qin's spiritual power attribute previously displayed on his personal panel was 150 points. This 150 actually refers to a total spiritual power of 150 points. He thought it was very low, but in reality, to outsiders, a martial master who had not yet broken through to the grandmaster realm possessing 150 points of total spiritual power was nothing short of a fairy tale. Of course, this 150-point total spiritual power was already a thing of the past. When a martialist breaks through to the grandmaster realm, their spiritual power is bound to increase dramatically, even doubling at an astonishing rate. Buzz! Another 2 hours passed, and the supermarket warehouse was suddenly shaken by ripples spreading out in concentric circles, stirring up an invisible storm that caused the items on the shelves to sway incessantly. At the center of the storm, Qin sat cross-legged with an impassive expression, the radiance between his eyebrows growing ever more brilliant. In the corner, Ing Ci's gaze was vacant. Her ears were ringing incessantly, and her mind, similarly affected, felt slightly dazed. She, a mighty mountain sea stage powerhouse, had actually been shaken to the core by a mere novice grandmaster. This meant Qin's spiritual power had condensed from the ethereal into the tangible, forming a divine consciousness. A novice grandmaster with a total of 1,000 points of spiritual power? Are you kidding me? Ing Ci turned her head, watching the goods on the shelves still trembling, and confirmed this once more. Under normal circumstances, spiritual power cannot affect external physical objects unless one concentrates and channels all one's spiritual power onto a single item. Yet Qin was still in seclusion. The spiritual power he was passively emitting alone had unleashed a spiritual storm, causing physical objects to tremble.
A divine consciousness. It must be a divine consciousness.
Only a divine consciousness could possibly affect Shadow Dagger, who was at the Mountain Sea stage. Qin had broken through from Martial Master to Grandmaster and, astonishingly, now possessed a full 1,000 points of spiritual power.
What kind of talent are the God Society and I actually after?
Shadow Dagger muttered to himself, but immediately afterward, his eyes slowly brightened. The fact that he can display such terrifying potential further proves that the Jin Tianwang's legacy is in his hands.
Break through all you want.
No matter how prodigiously talented you are, you haven't trained long enough, you'll still die at the President's hands.
Even I fell here.
The President, who is naturally cautious, will surely be alerted and send his strongest forces to kill you.
Smack!
Just as Shadow Stab was muttering to herself, Qin had already completed his Grandmaster breakthrough. He exhaled a long, heavy breath and no one knew when it appeared right in front of Shadow Stab. Upon hearing her words, he kicked her again.
You're in this state, and yet you still have so much to say? Are the people in the God Society all a bit slow on the uptake? Declaring right in front of me that they'll do everything in their power to assassinate me. Do they really think I'm that stupid? Can't I just hide away in a secret realm? Can't I just leave you hang overnight? I'm not that one-track minded.
If I really can't hold off your people, I'll just go into hiding.
Once I'm invincible, I'll come out and kill you all, one by one.
Qin flashed a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Ing Ci stared at his face, momentarily at a loss for words. It felt as if her intelligence had just been insulted.
Early morning, downtown Yuhang, the executive building. Xiao Yang arrived by car right on time in front of the building. Smiling, he acknowledged the greetings of Zhou Pang's subordinates, stepped into the elevator, and ascended to the top floor of the executive building.
There were only 2 rooms on the top floor of the executive building, the chief executive's office and the vault housing the most important original documents in all of Yuhang. The fact that Xiao Yang could reach this floor without hindrance spoke volumes about his status. As for why the chief executive's office was located on the top floor,
this is actually a tradition throughout all of Huaxia.
Whenever a crisis erupts in a building, the person on the top floor is often the one in the greatest danger and the last to escape. Since he had assumed the position of chief executive of a city, he naturally had to be prepared to bear all risks.
Xiao Yang stepped into the empty office.
He had just taken off his coat and sat down in a chair when he noticed a sealed document placed in the center of the desk. For a document to be delivered here, it must either be an extremely important matter, or the person delivering it must be someone of extraordinary status with connections reaching to the highest levels.
Xiao Yang was used to this by now.
He casually opened the envelope, his eyes scanning the densely packed text to first see who had submitted it.
East Suburb Police Station, Xiao? Wait, isn't that my daughter?
Xiao Yang became curious about the contents of the document. Although his daughter came from a prominent family, she had always handled cases impartially, never showing favoritism, and had never sought help from her family before. The fact that she had gone out of her way today to use her connections and personally deliver a document to him suggested that this was no small matter. The Xiao family held sway in Central South Province but had no influence in Jiangnan Province. It was precisely for this reason that both father and daughter had been assigned to posts here.
The Human Alliance has long had an unwritten rule: while the government cannot refuse to allow members of prominent families to participate in politics, these individuals must never hold official positions within their own family's sphere of influence. The Xiao family had operated in the Central South Province for generations.
If they wished to join the government, they had to leave Central South, which is why they had moved south to Yuhang. Xiao Yang's expression grew more serious as he read his daughter's document word for word, his face taking on a strangely peculiar look. According to the letter, Xiao hoped the government would dispatch at least 2 great grandmasters or even beings of a rank higher than great grandmaster to protect a young man who was merely at the martial master realm. Because this young man possessed a great opportunity, he had been targeted by the God Society and had already escaped their clutches twice in a row. She suspected that next time, a God Society member of extremely high cultivation might intervene, which was why she wrote the document asking the authorities to cooperate with her in setting a trap to weaken the God Society's strength. Xiao Yang was familiar with the God Society, an organization that had been entrenched in Jiangnan province for nearly a decade. Its sphere of influence was intricate and far-reaching, spanning everything from street-level loan sharking to colluding with foreign tribes to incite rebellion. They were experts in every form of depravity and committed every conceivable evil. The authorities had been cracking down on them for years, but unfortunately, they had never been able to locate the God Society's headquarters. Even if they managed to eradicate the minor details the God Society had revealed, it would be of no use. As long as the root remains, a steady stream of minor details will continue to emerge in a few months' time. However, the young man named Qin mentioned in the document seems promising. He is likely a prodigy, but his strength is still meager. Could he really draw the attention of the God Society's high-ranking members? What if he dispatches 2 great grandmasters, only for the other side to send a mere grandmaster to assassinate Qin? Xiao Yang hesitated. Protecting citizens who might be in danger was his responsibility, and he wouldn't shirk it. But if he used a sledgehammer to crack a nut, he'd have to take responsibility for that as well. Especially those great grandmasters stationed in Yuhang City. They might take offense at him for making them make a wasted trip. What a headache. Xiao Yang didn't like abusing his power to help his daughter either. He set down the first document, intending to think it over a bit longer, but as he glanced up, his eyes happened to fall on the cover of the second document. Qin's file. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yang opened the file. The first document merely provided a brief overview of Xiao's situation, while this second one detailed Qin's entire life story, even clearly listing everything Qin had done and every place she'd been in recent months. Xiao Yang glanced at it briefly, but in an instant, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Of pure lineage, born into the lower classes, with no connections yet within a single month, he'd gone from a martial arts failure to a mid-tier martial master? He was definitely a martialist of the caliber of a peerless prodigy. Worth nurturing. One of the core principles behind the founding of the Human Alliance was to protect its own talents who had not yet fully matured, to help them accelerate their growth, and to unlock their potential. If a human prodigy were to emerge only to be instantly killed by members of other races, the human race would be doomed sooner or later. After reviewing Qin's astonishing performance over the past month, Xiao Yang thought it over and decided to dispatch 3 great grandmasters to investigate. After all, he has the qualifications and potential, doesn't he? When it comes to prodigies, the authorities are always lenient and indulgent. He tapped the tabletop lightly with his index finger, making a series of thumping sounds, while his mind mulled over which great grandmaster to send. Why not just have all the available great grandmasters come see me and let them decide for themselves? Xiao Yang felt that assigning someone himself might offend others, so it would be better to let them choose for themselves. If no one wanted to go, he could always assign someone later. He picked up the landline phone on his desk and said to the liaison office secretary, "Have all the great grandmasters who've been free in the past month come see me. There's an important matter to." Mid-sentence, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something was off. Wait a minute. Where has Qin been over the past month? He put down the phone, picked up the files again, and looked closely. The words East Suburb Supermarket appeared repeatedly before his eyes, causing him to swallow unconsciously. Isn't that certain big shot in seclusion at the East Suburb Supermarket? Qin had been coming and going from the East Suburb Supermarket repeatedly. He'd even gone there right after returning from the secret realm, and hadn't emerged yet. Anyone could see that Qin must have some connection to that figure, right? Elder Wang's existence was no secret to the elite of Yuhang and the Jiangnan province. The heads of these great clans feared that some reckless, spoiled heir might provoke a reclusive master, so they often went to great lengths to gather intelligence on reclusive masters across the land and sell it to the clans. Even the most clueless scions of these clans could recite the list of these reclusive masters by heart. Among these recluses, Elder Wang undoubtedly belongs to the highest echelon. To this day, no one has managed to uncover his exact strength. All that is known is that he is suspected of having a connection to the human race's sole celestial sovereign. That's a background even greater than the heavens themselves. Hello? Hello? Are you still there? A puzzled inquiry came from the other end of the line, snapping Xiao Yang out of his reverie. He snatched the phone and quickly corrected himself. Great Grandmaster, just look for those 6 strongest ones, don't bother with the rest. Go straight to the Marquis of Yin Yu and the Marquis of Chang'an. Having said that, he still felt it wasn't enough, so he added, try to contact the King of Jiangnan if he is available, have him come over too. Operator? The operator on the other end was a bit bewildered. Summoning so many powerful figures all at once, was he planning a race war? Qin, who was peacefully staying in the east suburbs, had no idea what a huge stir he'd caused in the city center. Having just broken through to the Grandmaster rank, he was still admiring his personal stats panel. Name, Qin. Life tier race, stellar tier human 15%. Strength, 315. Constitution, 600. Agility, 240. Spirit, 1000. Talent, cellular adaptive evolution. Skills, soft as silk, unflappable, mana affinity LV19, immortal body LV1, pain resistance LV5, venom resistance LV5, iron stomach LV4, heart of steel LV2, clear mind and sharp eyes LV1. Combat evaluation, unbeatable among peers, can hold his own even against higher tier opponents. Resistant to poison, high temperatures, low temperatures, and illusions, strong defense, fast recovery. Qin, as he stands now, can be described as invincible in every aspect with no weak points for the time being. I can't think of anything he fears. However, while he has nothing to fear from those at his own tier, he must be wary of some extremely high-tier veterans suddenly appearing to forcefully take him down. As it stands now, aside from mental power, 200 attribute points are roughly on par with a low-tier Grandmaster, while 500 attribute points are on par with an ordinary Great Grandmaster. His strength far surpasses that of an average lower-tier Grandmaster, while his agility is only slightly higher. As for constitution and mental power, they're already at the Great Grandmaster level. It's hard to imagine just how absurdly high his stats will become once spiritual weapons begin to integrate into his meridians and fortify his bones. Without even considering the future, his attributes are actually increasing constantly right now. Thanks to his level 19 mana affinity and the fully automated cultivation of the Star Breath technique, one of his attributes increases by 1 point every so often. Take the strength attribute, for example. It was 315 just a moment ago, and now it's already 316. As for his total blood chi, he currently possesses 2,500 calories. On average, even if he did absolutely nothing all day, he could still condense 1,500 calories of blood chi. The total blood chi requirement for a high-grade Grandmaster is 20,000 calories. This means that within the next 10 days, even if Qin spent every day sleeping, he would wake up to find himself on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of high-grade Grandmaster. The speed is astonishing. Of course, breaking through to Grandmaster also requires expanding the sea of consciousness to a certain extent to achieve a balance between spirit and flesh. Otherwise, focusing solely on cultivating the physical body's blood chi might cause the soul's control over the body to gradually weaken, leading to problems. However, this cannot serve as a bottleneck to Qin's growth, because he had already expanded his spiritual sea to 58 meters in size when he broke through to Grandmaster, far exceeding the 50 meters required for a high-grade Grandmaster. The unit meter used here actually refers to the size of the ethereal spiritual space, not that Qin had carved a hole over 50 meters wide in his own head. His brain isn't that big. The total volume of the sea of consciousness, measured in cubic meters, determines how many meters his divine sense can project outward. Qin's current maximum projection range for his divine sense is 58 meters. It's a pity that once one reaches the Great Grandmaster realm, the benefits of automatic cultivation diminish. Once blood chi cultivation reaches its limit, without comprehending the Tao, further breakthroughs become impossible. Qin speculated that perhaps raising his mana affinity to level 30 might allow this innate ability to further enhance his comprehension. But improving mana affinity was incredibly difficult. He'd already consumed all his 5th tier spirit fruits, and finding 6th tier ones was nearly impossible. He'd have to try other methods, such as fighting a high tier martialist, the kind of life or death battle. He recalled fighting Lu Yi from the God Society a month ago. His mana affinity had risen then as well. Furthermore, Qin had just spent another 3 hours attempting to comprehend the Heaven Sunderstrike, but gained very little. He surmised that mere contemplation wouldn't be enough to fully master the Heaven Sunderstrike. He'd need to hone it through actual combat. All these factors piled up, making him unable to resist glancing back at the silent shadow stinger in the corner. As it happened, there was a perfect practice dummy right here. The shadow stinger, who was facing the wall in repentance, suddenly sensed a strange presence behind her. She wriggled, struggling to turn around, and caught Qin's eyes fixed on her. As their eyes met, a sense of foreboding began to grow in her heart. Half an hour later. East Suburb Supermarket, front desk. Elder Wang looked peculiar as he scanned Qin and Shadow Stinger, who was lying in a secluded corner, and confirmed once more, "You want me to remove her restrictions, then find a place spacious enough for you two to fight?" Qin nodded. "Remove all restrictions without lowering her cultivation level?" Qin nodded again. "She's at the Mountain Sea stage, and you've only just reached the lower grade Grandmaster level. There's a 2 major level gap between you." Elder Wang's tone grew stern. "In a rush, I might not even be able to save you." Yet Qin kept nodding. "I know, Master. It's fine, I just want to give it a try. If I die, I'll just have to accept my bad luck." If Shadow Stinger's strength were suppressed to the Great Grandmaster level, she would pose no threat to Qin at all. Only a Shadow Dagger at the peak of her power could put Qin in danger and trigger adaptive evolution. Because Shadow Dagger was an enemy, she would certainly not hold back when fighting Qin. Qin's master, Wang Su, on the other hand, would most likely hold back, making it difficult to gain any real training benefits. Seeing that his disciple's mind was made up, Elder Wang understood his desire to grow stronger quickly and remarked with a sigh, "Youthful recklessness, it's not such a bad thing. Sometimes, when breaking through in the martial arts, all that's missing is that final burst of determination, that reckless, all-or-nothing drive." Whoosh! With a single thought, Elder Wang caused the world around them to shift as abruptly as the turning of a page in a book. The scenery transformed instantly from the ordinary supermarket into a vast, open grassland with lush, green grass stretching as far as the eye could see. As far as the eye could see, even stretching to the edge of the horizon, there was nothing but vast expanses of grassland. A complete transformation of heaven and earth. Here, Qin sensed a serene, transcendent aura, elusive and ethereal, as if that of an immortal. His master, Wang Su, sat cross-legged high above in the heavens, gazing down with a calm expression as he said, "In 3 minutes, I will lift the restriction within her. Whether she lives or dies depends entirely on her own strength." A gentle breeze blew in his face. Qin narrowed his eyes and looked several hundred meters away. There, a small patch of grass had been pressed down, and lying motionless within it was Ing Ci. This place was the Mountain Sea realm within King Stage's body, a small world formed by the true essence of the Tao he had comprehended, also known as the King Stage domain, a symbol of ascending to the King realm. Ever since a martialist enters the Mountain Sea stage, they cultivate a Mountain Sea realm within their body. However, this realm is incomplete, it lacks the Tao and cannot sustain living beings. Only after reaching the King stage and forming a domain can living beings enter it. Upon entering this world, Qin finally understood why his master had subdued Shadowthorn without making a sound. It seemed his master had pulled Shadowstabber into this realm, which is why he was able to subdue her without a sound. Only another King Stage practitioner could resist being swallowed by an opponent's microcosm. Otherwise, one would be dragged in. Within the domain, a King Stage practitioner is the absolute ruler of the microcosm, capable of turning the tides and controlling everything. Elder Wang could actually have saved Qin, no matter how dire the situation. But he deliberately kept this from Qin so that this life and death trial could have its full effect, without allowing Qin's state of mind to be affected. He stared at Qin, a hint of anticipation in his expression. A martialist capable of defeating an opponent by transcending one minor realm is called a genius. One who transcends 2 minor realms is a super genius. One who defeats an opponent by transcending a major realm is known as a peerless prodigy, one who appears among roughly 10 million people. And to defeat an enemy by leaping across 2 major cultivation realms, that is the legendary immortal seed. The probability of an immortal seed appearing cannot be measured in numbers, but rather in years. According to statistics, a race with a total population exceeding 100 billion must develop continuously for 1,000 years before it might produce a single immortal seed.
Could you be the immortal seed of the human race who was born before the Great Chaos?
Elder Wang murmured to himself. On the grassy field in the distance, Ying Xi lay quietly on the ground, feeling the restraints within her body slowly dissipate, filled with both shock and delight. She hadn't expected Qin to be so bold even after capturing her. He still intended to set her free for a fair fight.
Was it ignorance, or sheer arrogance? Did he really think Mountain Sea stage experts were made of paper?
Gradually, Shadow Thorn regained control of her body. She stood up. The small flaw in her waist that Qin had torn open instantly healed, and her entire form returned to pitch black, seamless and whole, her aura completely concealed. Even though she was standing right across from Qin, he found it extremely difficult to detect her figure or aura.
A few more minutes passed, and strands of mana converged from the heavens, drawn into Shadow Thorn's body.
Her blood chi surged back to full strength, and every movement she made carried a subtle allure that captivated the soul.
Pop!
With a sound like a bubble bursting, Shadow Thorn, her power now fully restored, appeared before Qin in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, she made no move to attack. Her smooth, featureless dark face instantly reverted to its original form, revealing fair, supple skin. A bewitching, captivating oval face suddenly appeared before Qin's eyes. Her crimson lips curved slightly upward. Beneath her willow-like brows lay a pair of mesmerizing phoenix eyes, their depths brimming with autumn water, as if her emotions were about to spill over the rims of her eyes. Purity and allure, these two diametrically opposed qualities coexisted on her face at that very moment. This face was truly enough to bring a nation to ruin. Any man who laid eyes on it would be irresistibly drawn to it the very first second, losing himself in a daze. Meanwhile, the shadow dagger also released a special divine thought, which slammed into Qin's brow and headed straight for his soul.
A fifth-tier illusion technique, innate allure.
This technique was powerful enough to bewitch even a fellow Mountain Sea stage powerhouse caught off guard, even if they were of the same gender. Once Qin's soul was enveloped by innate allure, even within his domain, Elder Wang would be powerless to save him. This enchantment was akin to implanting a poisonous charm into one's soul. Once successful, the charm and the soul would fuse, becoming inseparable, and its effect on Qin would last forever beyond anyone's ability to cure. Ying Xi had anticipated from the very beginning that Elder Wang would intervene at a critical moment. To kill Qin, she had to take a desperate gamble and unleash a lethal move right from the start.
High above the 9 heavens, Elder Wang's expression shifted dramatically for the first time. He saw through Ying Xi's intentions.
He hadn't expected that he had subdued this woman too hastily earlier. He hadn't even fully understood what tricks she had up her sleeve which had inadvertently led to this trouble.
Boom!
His expression hardened as he extended his right hand, intending to seize Shadow Stab. However, just then, Qin suddenly let out a soft chuckle and, without warning, unleashed a punch straight at Shadow Stab's head. Whoosh! This punch defied all technique, driven by a sense of madness. Faster than lightning, it created a sonic boom in the blink of an eye and was about to strike Shadow Stab's temple. A look of surprise flashed across Shadow Dagger's face. Her figure flickered, dodging the punch in a millisecond and reappearing dozens of meters away. A bloody gash split open on her forehead. She'd been struck by the blast from Qin's punch. With just the force of his punch alone, Qin had broken through the defenses of a Mountain Sea stage expert. But what surprised Shadow Dagger even more was that Qin had completely ignored her charm spell. Only now did she realize that Qin had deliberately allowed himself to be enchanted by her. His goal was to close the distance and, catching her off guard, land a devastating blow. Had she not possessed her unique evasion techniques, that charging punch alone would have been enough to injure her.
What exactly is so extraordinary about your soul? It's one thing to possess divine consciousness immediately after breaking through the Grandmaster stage, but to be immune to 5th-tier charm magic as well? Ying Xi's face was engulfed by darkness, reverting to its flat, pitch-black form. Even his features had been smoothed away. As if, with the buffs of level 2 Heart of Iron and level 1 SI, not even the lingering soul of a fallen titan could charm him, let alone a charm spell cast by a 5th-tier Mountain Sea stage practitioner? He couldn't even manage to further evolve his 2 passive mental resistance skills. What a waste!
Qin didn't respond to her words. With a light tap of his feet, two dazzling streaks of light flashed, and in an instant, he surged dozens of meters forward, unleashing the 7 wounds mad fist. Streaming light step. This newly mastered evasion technique was the perfect opportunity to put it to the test. Qin charged forward with fierce momentum. Shadow Stab, who was 2 major cultivation realms below him, actually backed down, choosing not to engage head-on. His figure dimmed, and he vanished once more. The 7 wounds mad fist caused the air to whistle as it struck. In the next instant, Qin felt a chill run down his spine. He tried to spin around abruptly, but it was too late. Splatter! Shadow Stab appeared behind Qin. Her left hand, like a sword, aimed straight for Qin's heart and stabbed with all her might, instantly tearing a bloody hole in his back. A torrent of blood and chunks of flesh rained down, splattering the green grass. Fortunately, Qin's reflexes were quick enough to deny Shadow Stab the chance to follow up. He immediately took a step back, drew his handsword, and, despite his injury, engaged Shadow Stab in a fierce exchange of blows. This time, both of them were taken aback. Qin was astonished by Shadow Dagger's elusive footwork, while Shadow Dagger was astonished by the strength of Qin's physical body. The strike she had just driven into Qin's body would have instantly killed a top-tier grandmaster, yet with Qin, she felt resistance. Qin's physical body had forcibly blocked that strike, preventing her from reaching his vital heart. I, a full-fledged Mountain Sea stage cultivator, have stooped so low to resort to underhanded tactics and still can't even kill a grandmaster. Shadow Stab felt her pride utterly shattered. Gritting her teeth, she stopped dodging and engaged Qin in a head-on brawl. In an instant, blood spattered in all directions, forming a river of blood. Qin was overwhelmed by Shadow Stab's blinding speed in her Mountain Sea stage cultivation, leaving him almost no chance to fight back. Wounds rained down upon him, and his stark white bones were clearly visible, protruding through the gaping wounds. Despite his severe injuries, Qin fought as if possessed. His iron fists roared with each strike, and a fierce, murderous aura surged around him. He was clearly fighting a battle of injury for injury, showing not the slightest regard for his own life as he fought desperately to strike at Shadow Dagger's vital points. This was a fighting style Shadow Stab had never witnessed before. She had never seen anyone so reckless, nor such frenzied fists. This young man's fist technique already contained the essence of the Tao. It was quite extraordinary. Only a killing art that reaches the level of Tao intent stands a chance of taking the life of a Mountain Sea stage martialist. In other words, Qin was both qualified and capable of killing Shadow Stab. Qin was like a tireless machine, clashing head-on with Shadow Stab for over 10 minutes. He had sustained over 100 injuries, large and small, with not a single patch of unharmed skin left on his body, yet he persisted without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Not only that, but Shadow Stab observed carefully that Qin's older injuries had nearly all healed. The wounds appearing now were all fresh. It must be noted that with every strike, Shadow Stab had deliberately left a wisp of the great Taoist power to hinder Qin's physical recovery, continuously damaging his meridians and internal organs. Under normal circumstances, Qin should not only be unable to heal his injuries but should actually be growing increasingly worse, until he finally collapsed from exhaustion. To be able to neutralize the power of the Tao and heal injuries at the Grandmaster realm, what kind of monster are you, exactly? Earlier, Xi had been merely stunned by Qin's various displays, but now, a vague sense of fear was welling up in her heart. Could such a monstrous being truly perish under the God Society's joint assault? Is there really no hope left for humanity? Qin paid no heed to what Shadow Stab was thinking once he entered combat mode. His mind was free of all distractions. The maddened fist intent contained within the 7 wounds mad fist could injure Shadow Stab's bones and tendons, and its violent, murderous aura might even pose a threat to her life. Shadow Stab was jolted back to her senses by Qin's fierce counterattack. Her eyes turned cold, and she decided against engaging him head-on. Whoosh! As another mad fist strike hurtled toward her forehead, Shadow Stab's figure suddenly vanished. In the very next instant, she reappeared behind Qin. The moment he began to turn around, she struck with lightning speed, leaving a bloody gash across his back. If Qin hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would likely have been instantly killed again. However, after landing that blow, Shadow Stinger gave Qin no chance to react, vanishing from his sight once more. Whoosh! The next second, Qin felt a chill on his forehead. Looking up, he saw that Shadow Stinger had appeared above his head at some point. In the heat of the moment, he could only twist his head as hard as he could to avoid being struck in a vital spot. Shadow Stab's right leg lashed out like a whip, striking China's shoulder and sending a shockwave that sent him flying dozens of meters away. Gosh, a torrent of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Even in this state, Chin was still alive, though the injury had cost him half his life force and would take about 3 minutes to recover from.
Unfortunately, Shadow Stab wasn't going to give him that time.
Before Chin, who was flying through the air, could even hit the ground, he realized Shadow Stinger had already flashed behind him, aiming another palm strike at the fresh wound on his shoulder. What kind of footwork was this? How could he teleport endlessly? Alarm bells rang in Chin's mind. In the face of imminent danger, he threw caution to the wind, formed his fingers into a sword, recalled the sword strike executed by his ancestor Chen Ziluo, and swung forward. Whoosh! A howling gale swept through the air, and sword energy surged in all directions. Even though he hadn't fully mastered the Heaven Sunder strike, it unleashed immense power, barely managing to counter Shadow Dagger's assault. However, the terrifying recoil swept through Chin's entire body, causing damage to nearly half of his internal organs, and black clots of blood kept spilling from his mouth. A Grandmaster-level fighter facing off against a Mountain Sea stage opponent was simply too much of a stretch. Chin's strength lay in protracted battles, growing stronger through the trials of his enemies, but Shadow Stab's every strike was aimed at taking his life, and coupled with his unpredictable footwork, Chin was already on the defensive. However, Chin paid no heed to his physical injuries. He dug his toes into the soil, carving a long trench that finally halted the recoil, allowing him to land from midair. Once his feet were firmly planted, he didn't dare hesitate for even half a second. His mind surged as over 1,000 points of spiritual energy coalesced into a divine sense, radiating outward to cover a 5-meter radius around him, bringing every slightest movement within his field of observation. Immediately afterward, Chin sensed that a blade of wild grass to his right swayed inexplicably. On high alert, he immediately turned to his right. Without a moment's thought, he channeled a killing intent into both fists and struck with all his might. Boom! The punch didn't hit air, instead, it struck a living body with a solid thud. Chin could clearly feel his fist sink in a few centimeters, even making contact with a bone as hard as metal or stone. Killing intent, Blood Chin unleashed every offensive technique at his disposal. Then, a thunderous roar erupted. The tip of his fist throbbed with pain, his hand bones shattered, and he was knocked back several meters by the recoil. But this time, Shadow Stinger was also wounded. A fist-sized hole had been torn open in her abdomen, exposing pale skin. When Shadow Stab's pitch-black exterior was breached, a flaw appeared in her aura. Her concealment was no longer flawless. Chin focused his attention and, through his spiritual sense, detected a crucial point within that sliver of vulnerability. Whoosh! The gash in Shadow Stinger's abdomen healed in the blink of an eye, and she vanished once more. Yet Chin had seen through her concealment technique. His gaze darted downward, settling on the wild grass covering the ground, and he unleashed a surge of blood chi that swept across a radius of hundreds of meters like an autumn wind clearing fallen leaves. Within that radius, all the wild grasses were instantly reduced to ashes by the searing blood chi. A muffled groan echoed through the air as Shadow Dagger suddenly materialized right beside Chin. With her shadow shattered, Shadow Dagger had nowhere to hide. Her movement technique actually relied on the shadows of all things to teleport, and on the vast grasslands, the least conspicuous shadows were those cast by the wild grasses covering the ground. If she were to use Chin's shadow to maneuver, even a single attempt would likely draw Chin's attention. Shadow Dagger's movement technique was of the highest caliber, and her abilities were utterly extraordinary. As long as her opponent failed to grasp the essence of her technique, she remained impossible to guard against. But as long as she remained within the shadow, forcibly dispelling it would deal a devastating blow to the Shadow Stinger, forcing her back into reality. Seeing the Shadow Stinger temporarily stripped of her ability to resist, Chin could not possibly let such an opportunity slip away. With a single thought, a murderous aura intertwined with her blood chi surged forth, coalescing into a blood-red sword that pierced the heavens, and she struck down with a sudden, decisive blow. Heaven and earth lost their color, the winds and clouds shattered. This strike was called Heaven Sunder. The Heaven Sunder strike requires no physical sword. A finger can be a sword, a twig can be a sword. Blood, chi, and the power of slaughter can likewise become blades. All things become swords, all beings return to the void, the heavens are reborn. At that moment, Qin's mind reached a state of clarity, and he finally grasped the first layer of the heaven's Thunderstrike's essence. The sword intent roared, space warped, and the world trembled. A blinding white light engulfed everything, plunging the entire King Stage realm back into silence. On the vast, boundless grasslands, a bottomless sword scar suddenly appeared. At the bottom of the scar, Shadow Stab lay covered in blood. His pitch-black skin had shattered, completely exposing his true form, and he lay utterly unconscious. High above the 9 heavens, Elder Wang's expression shifted with shock. In the young man standing alone atop the sword scar, he seemed to see the shadow of Chen Ziluo, the sect's founding patriarch. The sword-slaying sect is about to emerge into the world. The sword-slaying sect's founding patriarch, Wan Zhetianzuan, had left a single instruction for Elder Wang before his death. Until the Zhanxian sect produced its next venerable, it must under no circumstances emerge into the world, nor must the sect's identity be revealed. The reason was simple: the Zhanxian sect's major cultivation techniques were either created by Chen Ziluo with the utmost dedication or obtained as ancient legacies during explorations of the divine realms. Even the ancient clans of the Starry Sky would fear the successors of the Zhanxian sect. If the identity of a direct disciple of the Zhanxian sect were exposed, they would inevitably face a relentless hunt by countless alien races. Therefore, keeping the sect's identity secret before attaining the rank of venerable is of the utmost importance. Apart from Qin, Elder Wang had never revealed his affiliation with the Zhanxian sect to outsiders. Major organizations outside the sect merely speculated that Elder Wang was connected to the 10,000 Calamities celestial sovereign, never suspecting the depth of the sect's lineage. Elder Wang quickly descended and approached Qin. Seeing him standing motionless with a pale face, he knew Qin had suffered severe injuries and urgently needed treatment. He took out a spirit fruit brimming with life energy, intending to hand it to Qin, but Qin waved his hand, refusing the fruit. "Master, my injuries aren't serious. I'll heal on my own." Elder Wang examined Qin. Half of his internal meridians were severed apart from his heart and brain, nearly all his internal organs were shattered, his bones were riddled with cracks, his skin was split open in numerous places, and blood was still gushing out. He was on the verge of death, clinging to life by a thread. "And you call this a minor injury? Don't be so stubborn. How could injuries like these possibly heal on their own with just a Grandmaster's regenerative ability?" Elder Wang was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon in Qin, leaving him speechless. Elder Wang's divine sense swept over Qin's physical body, detecting that every cell in his disciple was not as lifeless as he had imagined. Instead, they were teeming with vitality, active to a degree that was jaw-dropping. Despite having received no treatment and consumed no healing spiritual items, Qin had stabilized his severe injuries through self-healing alone. After all, Shadow Stab was at the Mountain Sea stage. Had Qin not resorted to a bit of cleverness, the outcome would have been far from certain. Qin declined the healing spiritual fruit Elder Wang offered him, asking instead that Elder Wang bring him a few high-grade nutritional supplements from the supermarket. Qin had consumed these nutritional supplements when he first arrived in this world. They're rich in all the nutrients the human body needs, and just one is enough to keep an ordinary person full for a day. The premium nutritional supplements, however, are ground and roasted from the flesh and blood of first and second tier ferocious beasts. Not only do they contain immense energy, but they also taste good, no longer having that plastic-like texture. It's said that if ordinary people consume them over a long period, they offer numerous health benefits and can even extend one's lifespan. A single premium nutritional supplement sells for 10 contribution points, and any martialist with even a modest fortune would stock up on them in bulk for consumption during expeditions into secret realms. Before reaching the Mountain Sea stage, martialists need to eat. They cannot go without food. However, advanced nutritional supplements merely serve to fill the stomach. They have no healing properties whatsoever. Given the severity of Qin's injuries, even ordinary second-tier spirit fruits would struggle to save him, let alone advanced nutritional supplements. You've only stabilized your injuries through your physical resilience. Are you sure you want to keep dragging this out without seeking proper treatment? Elder Wang couldn't help but ask. He was genuinely worried that something might happen to Qin. His disciple had leaped across 2 major cultivation realms to defeat the shadow assassin, a clear sign of true immortal potential. If he were to perish midway due to some mishap, Elder Wang would regret it so deeply he'd spit blood. He stared at Qin's face, seeing not a trace of color, his cheeks sunken and hollow, looking utterly frail. He was truly tempted to step in immediately and heal Qin. But Qin steadfastly refused any external treatment. Master, I'm really fine. I'm just hungry, I'll recover once I've eaten my fill. As if he finally found an opportunity to be beaten half to death without holding back. If he let someone else treat him now, how could he undergo adaptive evolution? Qin could feel his cells on the verge of metamorphosis. They were stuck halfway through, lacking only a burst of energy. Seeing that his master was still worried, he added, "Master, I don't need to risk my life. Just go get me a few more high-grade nutritional supplements that'll really do the trick." Hearing this, Elder Wang finally gave up on the idea of spirit fruits and spiritual medicines. His figure flickered, and in less than a second, 10 high-grade nutritional supplements appeared in his hand. A single high-grade nutritional supplement can meet a martial master's energy needs for an entire day of training. Even a martial master with the heartiest appetite can consume no more than 3 in a single day. As for a grandmaster, the maximum is 6. High-grade nutritional supplements are rich in concentrated vital energy. Though their quality isn't the highest, they still take some time to digest. However, Elder Wang never expected that Qin would swallow all 10 high-grade nutritional supplements in one go. Looking as though he still wanted more, Qin gave a sheepish smile and asked if there were any more. Elder Wang's mouth twitched. He went straight to the storeroom, fetched an entire box, and tossed it in front of Qin. This large box contained a total of 36 high-grade nutritional supplements. In just half an hour, Qin gobbled them all down, devouring them as if a whirlwind had swept through, leaving not a single drop of residue behind. With 46 high-grade nutritional supplements now in his system, he was thoroughly sated. Every cell was bathed in a sea of energy, freely absorbing energy and nutrients, and his sunken, gaunt cheeks had returned to normal. As Elder Wang observed, Qin's entire body radiated vitality. The life force within him was so abundant that it overflowed, drifting out through his pores. His cells underwent a metamorphosis through a constant cycle of death and rebirth, and injuries that would normally have been fatal began to heal at a visible pace. Qin felt a warm glow throughout his body, so comfortable that he almost moaned out loud. He sat cross-legged where he stood, gazing inward at his meridians and carefully sensing the changes within himself, when suddenly the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Your muscles, meridians, organs, and bones were struck by the blood chi of a 5th-tier mountain sea stage martialist. Through this shattering, they were reborn anew. You have successfully evolved the innate divine ability Immortal Golden Body LV2. As the voice faded, golden patterns glowed across every inch of Qin's skin, and an aura of timeless immortality wafted out. Elder Wang, standing nearby, sensed this immortal aura and wore an expression of disbelief, losing his composure for the very first time. Immortal spirit? Isn't that a symbol of the venerable realm? Why would Qin? Elder Wang felt a mix of emotions, both delight and disappointment. He was delighted that his disciple possessed immortal spirit even at the Grandmaster stage. Even a mere trace of it meant Qin was destined to become a venerable in the future. It was merely a matter of time and cultivation. Yet he felt disappointed that Qin had attained so effortlessly what he himself had spent most of his life pursuing. Such a sense of disappointment was only human. After the complex emotions subsided, Elder Wang came to his senses. His first thought was to keep this secret. It must not be revealed to outsiders. He spread his divine sense far and wide, covering nearly the entire eastern suburbs. Finding no one spying on the supermarket, he finally felt at ease. It was fine for Qin to display as much talent as he wanted on the outside, but under no circumstances could anyone discover that he possessed an immortal physique. No matter how great his talent, outsiders would assume he'd be stuck at the venerable threshold, and the alien races wouldn't go all out to hunt him down at any cost. The bar for attaining venerable was simply too high. Since Chen Ziluo, not a single human venerable had emerged in decades. But by prematurely cultivating immortality, reaching the venerable realm becomes inevitable. The immortal golden body innate ability integrates several of Qin's passive skills such as copper skin, iron bones, and physical regeneration, so upgrading this single innate ability results in all-around enhancements. Moreover, the evolution Qin gained from this clash wasn't limited to just that.
Ding! Your cells have been exposed to the spiritual energy of a 5th-tier martialist Mountain C stage blood chi, successfully evolving the innate skill, Mana Affinity LV20. The hand-to-hand combat with a Mountain C stage martialist allowed Qin to fully absorb the 5th-tier spiritual energy blood chi within the Shadow Stinger. Blood chi of this tier provided Qin with a boost nearly equivalent to that of a 5th-tier spirit fruit. A 5th-tier spiritual fruit would have boosted mana affinity by 10 levels, although this time it was only a 1-level increase. It broke through the 20-level barrier. However, for a moment, Qin didn't actually feel any changes within himself. In the past, whenever his mana affinity had leveled up, the changes had always been very obvious. He tentatively tested his abilities with some hesitation and was eventually delighted to discover that level 20 mana affinity had enhanced his insight and innate talent. When he opened his eyes again to look at the air, he saw not only the drifting mana but also the hidden patterns within its movement. These patterns were the laws of the universe, the Great Tao. Qin tried observing other things as well, only to discover with some regret that, for the time being, he could only perceive the Great Tao through the movement of mana. The Great Tao of mana? It made sense. After all, judging by its name, mana affinity was clearly only related to mana. To see through the underlying principles governing all things in the world, he would likely need to develop some other talents. Pushing aside these scattered thoughts, Qin snapped back to reality. Spotting his dazed master before him, he stepped closer and waved his hand. Only then did Elder Wang finally snap out of it. Though he appeared calm and composed on the surface, the inner turmoil Qin had stirred within him had yet to subside. Such severe injuries to heal on their own with just high-grade nutritional supplements and the body's natural regenerative abilities. It was highly likely that his disciple possessed more than just a trace of immortality within him. Elder Wang's expression grew somber, and he immediately broached the subject of immortality with Qin, admonishing him that while he could be as flamboyant as he liked in public, he must never let the aura of immortality within him leak out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the God Society hunting him down, but countless ancient star clans. Qin had originally been a complete novice in martial arts and had no idea that the immortal golden body harbored such immense danger. Now that his master had warned him, he felt much more at ease. Sure enough, having a renowned master to guide him was definitely a good thing. However, he was also filled with curiosity about the threshold for breaking through to the venerable realm. Just how difficult was it to break through to this legendary realm? He posed this question to Elder Wang and quickly received an answer. Once you enter the Mountain Sea stage, a mini-world known as the Mountain Sea realm will gradually take shape within your body. Moreover, the sea of consciousness of a Mountain Sea stage martialist has largely transformed into a real space, capable of merging with the Mountain Sea realm to become a part of it. At that moment, a mysterious staircase will appear within the Mountain Sea realm, rising from the lowest level all the way to the heavens, with no end in sight. We martialists refer to this staircase as the path. This path does not mean the path in the ordinary sense, but rather the Great Tao. An ethereal, ancient celestial path materialized before Elder Wang, accompanied by illustrations. As he continued his explanation, you may also call this path the Great Tao Path to Immortality. On the Great Tao Path to Immortality, there are countless steps, and your soul will act as the climber, ascending ceaselessly. Each step is a threshold. With every step upward, you will achieve comprehensive improvement. Comprehending the essence of the Tao, condensing the embryonic form of the immortal path in the sea of consciousness, and creating the embryonic form of the Mountain Sea realm in the Dantian. This is the process by which a great grandmaster breaks through to the Mountain Sea stage. After reaching the Mountain Sea stage, one's cultivation progress is directly tied to the number of steps climbed on the path to immortality. Most ordinary practitioners at the Mountain Sea stage hover around the level of 10 steps. Take Shadow Stab, for example. According to Elder Wang, she has barely climbed to the second step, placing her among the weaker tier of the Mountain Sea stage. If a Mountain Sea stage practitioner who had climbed 5 steps were to face Qin, the battle likely wouldn't have been so fiercely contested. They would probably have instantly subdued Qin, who was only at the lower grade Grandmaster realm. The path to immortality is incredibly cruel. 99% of martialists are trapped below the 100th step. Those who can cross the 100th step are all top-tier prodigies. But the 100th step is hardly anything to speak of. If a martialist remains at the 100th step,
their future potential is limited to becoming a pseudo-king at best. They won't even come close to the threshold of the king stage. Only by stepping onto the 101st step does one have any hope of being crowned a king. A martialist who reaches the 101st step at the mountain sea stage is revered as a marquis. Although they belong to the same mountain sea stage as others, their strength and combat prowess are worlds apart. Thus, a separate minor realm has been established for them, the marquis realm. The ultimate powerhouses Qin had heard of back then were, in fact, those who had completed all 100 steps of the mountain sea stage. As for martialists who have touched the 101st step, they are known as limit breakers. They have shattered the bottlenecks and constraints imposed upon them by the Tao of heaven and earth, transcending them entirely. From that point on, their true strength can no longer be gauged by ordinary combat power or cultivation realms. Hearing his master's detailed explanation, Qin finally understood why Su Jinhe, the first president of the Martial Arts Federation, had insisted on establishing the martialist limit rankings. Su Roaxu hadn't lied to him. This ranking system was created to inspire human martialists, encouraging them to maintain peak performance at every realm, paving the way for future ascension to the ranks of marquis and king. Hovering between the 101st and 200th steps is known as the first breakthrough beyond limits realm. The 201st to 300th steps constitute the second breakthrough beyond limits realm, and so on. It is said there are 10 such breakthroughs in total, but no one has ever reached that level. The strongest recorded human martialist to date is Chen Ziluo, the 10,000 calamities celestial sovereign, who climbed all 650 steps, achieving the sixth breakthrough beyond limits realm. At this point, Elder Wang's face grew somber as he sighed. Back in my day, I was as full of vigor and ambition as you are now, boasting of being a prodigy. Alas, despite all my efforts, I only reached the third breakthrough level, and after that, I could not advance a single step further. Moreover, due to the accumulation of incurable internal injuries, perhaps in another decade or so, my blood qi will decline and my soul will wither. By then, the great Tao path to immortality in my sea of consciousness will also vanish, and I will have no further chance to ascend to the heavens. The prerequisite for becoming a venerable is reaching the 4 break limit realm, that is, ascending all 500 steps. Elder Wang truly has no more opportunities left in this lifetime. I once witnessed my master's breakthrough. The moment you set foot on the 500th step, an aura of immortality will well up, imbuing your flesh and meridians with immortality. This immortality is the reward for ascending all 500 steps. Elder Wang suddenly remembered something, and a look of nostalgia flashed across his face. Back then, my master stood on the 634th step and gazed upward. He saw a tombstone at the 700th step and was filled with curiosity. Unfortunately, he never made it there before he died, so he never got to see clearly what was inscribed on the tombstone. I hope you can fulfill his lifelong wish. Qin nodded firmly, committing the matter to memory. Thanks to his innate divine ability, the immortal golden body, he possessed immortality even before setting foot on the great Tao to immortality. In other words, even if he couldn't reach the 500th step in the future, he still had hope of attaining the rank of venerable. Of course, if he could climb, he would still do his best to give it a try. Qin was also curious to see how high he could go. It is said that the path to immortality is perilous, with every step fraught with difficulties. Looking at it another way, doesn't that mean every step brings immense pressure? Such a challenging environment was precisely what Qin needed for adaptive evolution. The only question was whether his soul could undergo adaptive evolution. Essentially, the soul is born from the cells of the physical body, so putting pressure on the soul should be the same as putting pressure on his own brain cells, right? Qin wasn't entirely sure about this. No one had ever explored the connection between the soul and brain cells before, so he'd just have to try it out for himself when the time came. Through Elder Wang's account, Qin gained a new understanding of the martial arts realm's great grandmaster would eventually reach. Had he not become a disciple so early on, he estimated he would have had to spend considerable effort searching for information on these realms himself. With that matter settled, Qin glanced ahead. The massive sword scar he had sliced through the landscape not long ago had already vanished, and the entire scene had returned to the grassland's original state. 70 or 80 meters away on the grass, Ing Ci lay unconscious, not moving a muscle. Qin gazed at her from afar, and an amusing thought popped into his mind. "Master, you'll let me handle this woman, right?" Qin asked. Elder Wang had no objection, he had no interest in dealing with such small fry. However, seeing the amused look on Qin's face as he asked the question, he grew curious about what his disciple had in mind. With a flick of his finger, Shadow Stinger was teleported from a distance right to the feet of the master and disciple. Traces of Qin's heaven-splitting sword chi still lingered on her body. The eerie black skin she used to mask her aura was torn to shreds, rendering it ineffective and revealing strips of snow-white flesh. Qin wasn't interested in this provocative sight. He bent down and reached out to seize the artery at Shadow Dagger's wrist. It was at that very moment that Shadow Dagger's eyes suddenly widened, jolting her awake from her unconscious state. She stared at Qin, her eyes hidden beneath the black skin filled with shock and disbelief. As the one who had struck him, she knew full well just how lethal the techniques she unleashed on Qin were. She had assumed Qin would either be dead or crippled by now at best, kept barely alive by the king's stage guarding her side, but to her surprise, when she opened her eyes, she saw him crouching before her, full of life and vigor. I must still be dreaming. Ing Xi tried to close her eyes again, but a warm sensation washed over her right hand. Looking up, she saw Qin, like an old Chinese herbalist, using his fingers to press against her meridians. Waves of scorching blood chi seeped through her skin into her meridians. She felt an excruciating sting and wanted to resist, but she simply couldn't muster the strength. What does it mean to infuse blood chi into my body? Is he torturing me? Ing Xi couldn't make sense of it. Her body began to react violently. The faint remnants of blood chi within her flesh and blood surged wildly, fighting against the invading blood chi and trying to expel what Qin had injected. Unfortunately, the blood chi remaining inside Ing Xi was far too weak. In the blink of an eye, it was annihilated by the killing intent Qin unleashed, leaving not a trace behind. After that, there were no more obstructions in Ing Xi's meridians, and Qin was able to pour vast amounts of his own blood chi into her unimpeded. Under his exquisitely precise control, the blood chi he infused gradually branched out, flowing from Ing Xi's aorta into her other meridians and blood vessels, until he had even gained control over her capillaries. Qin's blood chi slowly seeped into Shadow Stab's flesh and blood through her meridians and blood vessels. Immediately afterward, with a single thought, Shadow Stab, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly twitched, raised her right leg, and kicked herself. Her limbs seemed to have a mind of their own. They were completely uncoordinated, twisting and tangling for a long while before she finally managed to crawl to her feet. However, no sooner had she risen than her right foot tripped over her left, sending her tumbling flat on the ground and covering her in mud. So you used the control power of entry into the subtle level blood chi to infiltrate large amounts of your own blood chi into this woman as flesh and blood, achieving a puppet-like control? Elder Wang's eyes lit up as he grasped his disciple's idea. It had to be said it was highly creative, truly out of the box. Elder Wang had only ever heard of controlling others through divine consciousness illusions. He'd never heard of using blood chi to forcibly take control. Qin's attempt could be considered the embryonic form of an original technique, though he was still very unfamiliar with it and hadn't yet figured out the function of every single piece of flesh and muscle, which was why his limbs had been so uncoordinated just now. Wait a minute. Such precise, large-scale control would require diverting blood chi into millions of streams. Could someone at the subtle realm truly achieve that level of control? It's probably impossible. Elder Wang possessed subtle realm-level control himself, but he knew he couldn't pull this off. To control a martialist with blood chi the way Qin does would likely require the divine realm level. At this thought, he couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Qin, his heart filled with awe. Just how many more surprises would this disciple of his bring him? Once you've refined and systematically documented this blood chi thread control technique, it will likely be rated as a grade B martial art. Elder Wang marveled. Unfortunately, ordinary martialists find it difficult to achieve your level of blood chi control. Even if this B-rank technique were written down, very few would be able to use it. After hearing his master's words, Qin chuckled to himself. A little game he'd casually tinkered with for fun actually had the potential to become a martial art? Interesting. After an hour of experimentation, he finally gained a general understanding of the functions of the various parts of the human body. He was able to control Ing Xi as she stood up from the ground and perform simple actions, such as walking, running, and standing still. Throughout this process, Xie's state of mind shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally, all that remained was sheer terror. She never imagined she'd become a puppet, manipulated at Qin's whim. Even as she struggled desperately to resist, she could only watch helplessly as her arms and legs moved uncontrollably. Eventually, after more than an hour, even Xie's mouth and tongue came under the control of blood qi, causing her to utter indistinct sounds. These weren't the words Xie intended to say at all.
What kind of dark magic is this? Why does Qin seem more like a villain than our god society? Master, once I'm fully familiar with how to control Xie, could I make her return to the god society and remotely control her as my mole? Qin asked. The biggest problem with this idea was that his divine consciousness wasn't strong enough. Once he was too far from Xie, the connection would be severed. Currently, Qin had a total of 1,100 points of spiritual power, having automatically gained 100 points during his life and death struggle with Shadow Stab, which meant his divine consciousness had a range of 11 meters beyond that. It couldn't reach her. Elder Wang thought it over carefully for a moment, then shook his head. Qin's method of controlling blood qi threads required sufficient divine consciousness for remote control, but those with enough divine consciousness lacked the necessary control skills. The only solution was to wait for Qin's spiritual power to increase once more. Seeing even his erudite master shake his head, Qin shrugged and was about to stop tinkering when a new idea suddenly struck him. Could I leave a program within the Shadow Sting's blood qi so that they act like robots, continuing to follow the program even after leaving my presence? Qin put his plan into action immediately, tried again, and eventually managed to achieve partial success. He pre-installed a short, simple program inside Shadow Stab, then asked his master to send her out of the King Stage realm. Immediately afterward, the master and apprentice also stepped out of the King Stage realm and returned to the supermarket. The two watched Shadow Stab's retreating figure as she walked step by step out of the supermarket, turning left and right, successfully leaving the neighborhood, heading who knows where. Where will the program you embedded ultimately lead her? Elder Wang asked curiously. Qin smiled faintly and replied, nowhere in particular. I just programmed her to turn herself in at the East Suburb police station. While she is there, she'll explain that it was Mr. Qin, the model citizen, who caught her, won her over with love over many days, led her to a change of heart, and ultimately prompted her to turn herself in. Elder Wang. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through his mind: the officers at the East Suburb police station, utterly stunned by the sight of this person walking in to turn herself in and make her statement. In the east suburb of Yuhang, the weather was clear and cloudless. On a major thoroughfare, the crowd was bustling, passers-by streamed by endlessly, and the clamor never ceased. Amid such a throng of passers-by, a woman dressed entirely in black walked by nonchalantly. Her appearance and attire made her look like either a robber or a cosplayer, instantly capturing the attention of countless bystanders. What kind of new trend is this? She's not even showing her face. Can she even see where she's going? You've got to admit, she's got a great figure. Young people these days sure know how to have fun, heh. Hey, miss, can I take a picture with you? Wait, can you even hear me? Passers-by stopped in their tracks to watch, and some bold onlookers pulled out their phones, hoping to get a photo with her. But whether it was because she was too aloof or simply didn't want to deal with them, whoever approached her was ignored as she swept past without so much as a moment's pause. Why act so aloof? If you're dressed like that, isn't it just to show off, grumbled one of the pedestrians she ignored. But some passers-by with martial arts cultivation found her appearance strangely familiar. They pulled out their phones to search for her, and their faces immediately turned pale as they fled without looking back. A quick search revealed she was a Class A fugitive from Jiangnan province named Shadow Assassin, with a cultivation level of at least Great Grandmaster and an official bounty of 5 million contribution points. Even a Great Grandmaster would have to work tirelessly for several years to earn 5 million contribution points. Unfortunately, while the bounty looked tempting, few would live to claim it. According to the records, Shadow Dagger had once attempted to assassinate a marquis-level official at the Jiangnan provincial capital. Not only had she nearly succeeded, but she also managed to escape unscathed. Not every member of the God Society is on the wanted list, but someone like Shadow Dagger, who frequently targets important figures, is bound to appear on it. That appearance, That aura, it's definitely her. How dare the shadow assassin be so brazen? As an assassin, she is actually roaming the streets in broad daylight?
A martialist, feeling uneasy, gazed in the direction the shadow assassin had vanished, relieved to have narrowly escaped danger yet growing increasingly anxious.
Judging by the direction she is heading, she is most likely heading to the East Suburb Police Station.
Although the few of us can't be of much help, it would be good to give the East Suburb Police Station a heads up so they can be on guard. After a brief discussion, the martialists hurriedly pulled out their cell phones, preparing to work together to report the incident to the East Suburb Police Station.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Shadowstab had already vanished from the crowd's sight and was drawing ever closer to the East Suburb Police Station.
She appeared completely composed, but inside, she was in agony. As an assassin who always lurked in the shadows, she had always hated the gaze of outsiders. Yet just moments ago, hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of people had been staring at her, their gazes raw and filled with all manner of emotions, utterly repulsive.
Ingci felt this was more agonizing than death itself. But now she couldn't even take her own life, she could only watch as her body automatically followed the pre-programmed route toward its destination. The process was pure torture.
She hated Qin with a passion, and she hated Lu Yi even more. If it hadn't been for the false intelligence Lu Yi had provided, she would never have been so foolish as to rush in and take Qin hostage. Lost in her chaotic thoughts, she finally reached the entrance of the East Suburb Police Station.
Just 7 or 8 meters further, and she would step inside.
Directly ahead, more than a dozen police officers stood with solemn expressions, on high alert, as if they had been waiting for Shadowstab for quite some time. When they realized that the notoriously dangerous Shadowstab had come to them of her own accord, the less composed officers nearly fainted on the spot. Most of the officers at the East Suburb Police Station were only at the 6th Dan Martialist to low-tier Martial Master level. They stood no chance against Shadowstab. Even Xiao, the station chief, was merely a high-tier Martial Master and a half-step Grandmaster. He'd barely be able to escape with his life if faced with Shadowstab.
Their nerves were now stretched to the breaking point.
As far as they were concerned, their only hope of survival was to wait for reinforcements from the city center, band together as best they could, and stall the shadow assassin. Among the officers, Chen Chen appeared calm on the surface, but a closer look at his hands revealed that they were already clenched tight, fidgeting nervously. Xiao arrived at the police station entrance alongside the regular officers, her beautiful eyes fixed on the shadow assassin striding toward them. She simply couldn't fathom why the assassin had targeted them.
Was it because they de-arrested Zhuan not long ago? She felt completely at a loss.
Although Xiao possessed several life-saving spiritual artifacts bestowed by her family, they could at most save her own life. The circle of colleagues surrounding her was doomed. Whether out of a sense of duty or personal conviction, she refused to flee alone.
Are you here to rescue Zhuan?
She has already been transferred to the North Suburb prison. She is not here. Xiao spoke coldly, hoping to buy time with her words. However, Shadowblade paid no heed to her words, continuing to walk forward, step by step, drawing closer to the East Suburb Police Station. Although Shadowstab hadn't displayed any power or released the aura of a Mountain Sea stage master, everyone present felt a mountain-like pressure weighing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe.
You can't go any further. Stop. Xiao's right hand secretly clenched a pale gold talisman. She was on the verge of taking the initiative to strike.
Ingci was less than a meter away from the police station, and alarm bells were ringing in everyone's minds.
But just then,
Ingci stopped in his tracks, turned toward Xiao, pressed his palms together, and stretched them forward. His back was slightly hunched, as if he were a captured prisoner, and he stammered, his words slurred, as instructed by Model Citizen Qin. I, Shadowstab of the God Society, am turning myself in today at the East Suburb Police Station.
Please arrest me.
In an instant, the officers were stunned, and so was Xiao. They had imagined 10,000 possible scenarios, but never did they expect
Ingci would turn himself in. You, what did you say? Xiao felt dazed and couldn't help but ask.
Ingci's backup program seemed to have anticipated this, and he began repeating the same words like a robot, maintaining his posture of confession without wavering. As instructed by Model Citizen Qin.
Under the instructions of Model Citizen Qin.
Amid the mechanical repetition, Xiao finally accepted reality, snapped out of her daze, bit her crimson lips lightly, and personally produced a pair of specially designed handcuffs to restrain Shadow Dagger. The process was simple and effortless, without a single hitch. It was almost unbelievable that a Mountain Sea stage powerhouse had been captured by her just like that. Sheen. Does Shadow Stab's surrender have something to do with you? Defeating Shadow Stab and bringing her to the police station was already a miracle in itself, but Sheen had gone even further. Who knows what method she used to actually get Shadow Stab to come forward and turn herself in willingly. Could it be that this woman isn't the real Shadow Stab? Xiao found the whole thing so hard to believe that she began to harbor doubts. A few minutes later, a streak of light cut across the sky. A woman wearing a pale yellow long dress, her black hair reaching her waist, descended from the heavens and landed beside Xiao.